Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond.
Once a year, there comes into every man's life, even a detective's, the time when he recaptures the spirit of his boyhood.
Hurry, hurry, hurry! This way to the main entrance to the big top.
This is the time when the greatest show on earth, the circus, has come to town. In the magic wonderland of a sawdust earth and a canvas sky, the years roll back to the springtime of life. And thus it was that Denny and I were on the midway, headed for the big top. We came to the circus in our yearly search for the thrills of lost youth. But we found murder.
Captain Drummond, just a moment, please.
What now, Denny?
That popcorn stand over there, we still have ample time for the main show.
Again. Denny, you're worse than a child. 3 hot dogs, 2 ice cream cones, 4 bags of peanuts.
Only 2 bags for myself, sir. I shared them with the elephants.
Very well, 2 bags of peanuts. And now popcorn. Denny, you'll get sick just like a child who overeats during his day at the circus.
Oh, good, sir. Then I'll feel like a child again.
Oh, well, what's the use? Very well, popcorn it'll be.
Now, really, sir. Oh, I say.
I'm sorry.
Well, young lady, I suggest that you watch where you're going. You nearly knocked me.
I'm sorry.
Apparently, this is your pocketbook.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Come along, Denny.
Just a minute, please.
Yes?
Would you do me a favor?
What?
A very special favor. It's terribly important.
Why do you keep looking around?
Please don't ask me questions now. Just put your arms around me quickly.
What?
Now, look here, young
Put
lady.
your arms around me. He's coming this way. Please, please.
All right. Like this?
Yes.
Really, sir.
Hold me closer. Here he comes.
Closer?
Yes, please. You mustn't see me.
Like this?
Yes.
Be careful, sir. She
You can
might...
trust me, honestly. It'll only be for a moment.
Frankly, it's a rather pleasant moment.
Captain Drummond, to say the least, this is quite unusual.
To say the least, it is, Denny. It is. Am I holding you too tightly, Miss...
No.
I didn't get your name.
Please, you mustn't ask me questions.
I warn you, sir, she's up to something.
He's gone. You can let me go now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I was carried away with my work.
I don't know how to thank you. Perhaps I could pay you for your trouble.
Oh, no, thank you. The pleasure was mine.
You've been very kind. Goodbye.
Oh, she's running off, sir. Quick, we must follow her.
No, just a minute,
But,
Denny.
sir, she may have...
She may have what?
Well, I don't know, but a young lady just doesn't ask a stranger to embrace her unless she's up to something.
Or in trouble, which is apparently the case in which Miss X has found herself.
Oh, and now she's disappeared into the crowd and we know nothing about her.
Perhaps we can find out something.
How? By looking for the needle in the haystack?
No, Denny, by looking for the man who pursued Miss X through the crowd here.
And where do you expect to find him?
About 20 feet from the spot where we're standing.
What?
Come along. He's right over there, still looking for Miss X. There, you see, that circus attendant? He's the one.
How do you know, sir?
Because our young lady in distress fairly shuddered in my arms when he passed by. Now, I'll do the talking, Denny.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yeah?
Are you looking for someone?
What's it to you?
I can help you.
Go on, beat it.
You're looking for a young lady. I'd say she's about 25, blonde, very attractive.
Say, how do you know?
Knowing things is my business.
Where is she?
Why?
Because it's important.
To whom?
Now listen, I gotta find her and find her quick, so come on, give.
As soon as you tell me why you're finding her is so important.
Because, Nosy, that dame is Marion Mars of the Flying Marses, the star trapeze act in this circus. The act goes on in 15 minutes, and we've been trying to find her. Now tell me, where is she?
I don't know.
What? Say, Bud, what are you giving me?
The last time I saw the young lady, she was headed for the big tent.
Get out of my way. I gotta find that dame before I lose my job.
So, our mysterious Miss X is Marion Morris, Denny.
Of the Flying Morrises. And she certainly had us up in the air.
Quite. But now that we're down to earth again, we're going to look her up.
Good. Frankly, sir, I'm curious as to why she was hiding from that man.
And, Denny, I am especially curious as to this.
Why, sir, it's a gun. Where did you get it?
While I was doing Marion Morris the favor of embracing her, she slipped this revolver into my topcoat pocket. There's their dressing room wagon, Denny.
Oh, the Flying Morrises, continental death-defying aerialists.
Come on.
Oh, why must these things always happen to us? Now we'll miss the main show and all the circus excitement.
We still have 10 minutes. Besides, I have a feeling we're in for some private excitement outside the sawdust rings. Here's the wagon.
Yes?
We're looking for Marion Morris.
What you want?
Oh, it's a personal matter. I should like to see her alone.
She not here. What you want from Marion?
I said it was a personal matter. When did you see her last?
I do not answer strangers' questions.
Well, you'd better answer ours if you know what's good for you. This gentleman is Captain Hugh Drummond.
You are police?
Semi-officially. Now...
Marion would do nothing wrong. She is good girl. I bring her up since time she was so big. I, Santos Gomez, teach her always to do right. Please, you tell me why you here?
First, where is Marion now?
She in main tent with Paul.
Paul?
Yes, her husband and Chris Adams. The three of them. They are the great Flying Morrises. They do their act in 5 minutes. Please, now you tell me what kind of trouble Marion in.
I didn't say she was in trouble. But from the looks of things, she's headed straight for it.
What you mean?
This revolver.
Where? Where you get it?
You recognize it?
I know someday it bring trouble. Gun bring only disaster. I tell him only wicked man have need of gun. I tell him.
This revolver isn't Marion's.
No. Marion is good girl. He make trouble. He have gone to kill. I know.
Come on. Who is he supposed to be? If this revolver isn't Marion's, whose is it?
That gun is his. Her husband Paul. I tell him gun only make trouble.
Here. Give me your hand, Marion. I'll help you up. Come on. That's it.
Chris Adams, the gallant young man on the flying trapeze.
Oh.
I was just being helpful.
You're too helpful, Adams. I don't like it. I told you 100 times, Marion's my wife.
Then why don't you treat her decently, as a wife should be?
And I don't like your concern about my manners toward my wife.
Now, listen, you...
Chris, please, not now.
And where were you two before showtime? I know you're sneaking off to meet each other.
That's a lie.
It's no use, Chris. You won't believe anything we say. Let's not argue now.
Why, Mrs. Morris? Do you object to our audience below?
This isn't part of the show.
Can't we wait till later?
There may not be later. One slip from up here and down and out goes one of us. This trio could very easily become a doubles act. I suppose that's occurred to you two many times, how simple it would be to get rid of me.
Oh, stop it.
Very well. Some fool once said the show must go on. But I've often wondered why.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention to the high trapezes, suspended 70 and 80 feet above in midair. I call your attention to the flying monitors, the greatest aerial act of the century. The flying monitors will now thrill you with their acrobatics, death-defying acrobatics that require superhuman nerves of steel. For as you can see, there is no safety net below them. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the daring, flying monitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the unhappy flying Morrises.
Oh, please stop.
Let's get ready. May I have the rosin bag? My hands are damp.
Of course, here. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, how did that happen?
Paul, you dropped that rosin bag purposely.
Did I?
Paul, Chris, you tried to...
Never mind, Marion. This towel will do.
Let's get going. Mustn't keep our audience waiting. Oh, by the way, Chris, I'll go first today.
But what...
You'll do my routine, including the double flip.
Paul, you can't do that to Chris.
I said he'll do the double flip.
Chris hasn't done it in months. He might be killed.
Yes. That's right, Marion, dear. If Chris does that double flip in my place, he might be killed.
Paul, you can't do a thing like
Well,
that.
here I go. So long and good luck, Chris.
Chris,
Don't worry, Marion. I can handle it.
I don't know what's got into him.
This is my last day with the act. It's better that way.
He'll be back in a few seconds.
It's my turn now.
Careful.
I'll be okay. Here he comes.
All right, Chris, get into your act.
Here goes nothing.
True words were never spoken.
Paul, you're trying to have Chris kill himself.
Really, Marion, such
Oh,
concern.
please, you must believe it. There's nothing between Chris and me.
Of course. And you love me, don't you? Don't you love me?
How could I?
There's your precious Chris. Now let's see how he comes out on the double flip.
He made it! He made it!
Yes, he made it. Well, now we can have that little talk later after all. I'll get up to the next platform. Give Chris my congratulations.
Oh, well, I did it.
Thank goodness.
Ready for your swing?
Yes.
Ready down there?
Ready?
There he goes. Now get set.
I'm set.
Marion, wait! Look!
Oh! Oh, Paul! Oh!
His trapeze is
He's
broken!
having Chris. He can't hold on. Paul!
I'll be back in a moment to continue our story. The greatest show on earth unfolds a drama packed with thrills and excitement. But on a trapeze platform 70 feet above the sawdust rings, a private drama went on. Result, a man is killed.
Oh, Santos. Santos, it was terrible. He didn't have a chance. He didn't.
No, Marion. You must not cry like that, my child.
He just didn't have a chance. I don't know how it happened.
Now you listen to me. It was perhaps for the best,
What?
you know. Yes, he was wicked, and the wicked are punished.
Oh, no. Santos, you mustn't say that. It's not...
Now, Marion, you must rest. You hear me? You rest. I will not let you be disturbed. You rest now. Yes?
I should like to speak to Mrs. Morris.
I will not let her be disturbed. Later you come back.
Who is it, Santos?
Pardon me?
Now, wait. Wait a minute. I say you come later, Marion.
You?
My sympathy, Mrs. Morris.
You? Oh, what are you doing here?
This man is Captain Drummond, Marion.
Oh,
Yes, he say that you put Paul's gun in his pocket.
Mrs. Morris is quite aware of the details.
Captain Drummond, I can explain that. I wanted to get rid of that gun. I was afraid that my husband would...
That your husband would what, Mrs. Morris?
That he would kill Chris Adams with that gun. Captain Drummond, Paul was jealous. He was insanely jealous. And there was no reason for it. You must believe me. I had to get rid of that gun before something terrible happened.
Marion, tell truth. I know.
Oh, yes, undoubtedly.
Yes, it is the truth. Captain Drummond, it is. You must believe it. Hey,
You leave Marion alone. She has great tragedy when her husband die in accident.
But Paul Morris's death wasn't an accident.
what are you saying? It wasn't an accident.
Both ropes supporting his trapeze had been filed down to give way under heavy strain.
What you say?
I say Paul Morris was the victim of a planned, deliberate murder. Over here, Denny. Over here.
No sign of Chris Adams anywhere, sir. I searched the entire circus area. What about you?
No luck either. I've been spotting his dressing wagon over there for the past hour. He hasn't shown up. Denny, it's about time we had a look into that tent. Come on, we're through waiting.
Well, in the vernacular, sir, Adams has taken it on the leg of mutton.
On the lamb, Denny.
Well, whatever it is, sir, he's gone. There's no doubt in my mind that he's the murderer. He's the one who filed those trapeze ropes.
That's a valid possibility.
Possibility? It's a certainty, sir. The motive is well established. He hated Paul Morris.
So did Santos. And don't forget that Santos was in charge of packing and setting up the axe equipment. As a matter of fact, Denny, Mrs. Morris doesn't escape my suspicion either.
But neither Santos nor Mrs. Morris ran away. That much is in their favor.
Yes, that and nothing more. All right, come on in. We'll see what this dressing room has to offer. Pull on that light over there.
I say, sir, what if Adam should return and find us here?
But, Denny, you're the one who's convinced he's flown the coop.
Yes, but, you know, sir, just in case.
Then his presence will be most welcome. In the meantime, let's have a look around. See what you can find in that trunk over there. I'll look into this one.
Yes, sir. Nothing in here, sir. Nothing but his circus attire.
There's a valise over there near the dressing table. Check on that. Well.
What is it, sir?
Come here, Denny. Look at this.
Why, Captain Drummond.
Is this what the well-equipped aerialist carries about?
A carpenter's file. Well-equipped murderer is more like it. I told you all along, sir. Adams is the murderer. There's Exhibit A.
So it seems.
Don't move. You're both covered.
Why, sir,
I said don't move.
It's the circus attendant who pursued Mrs. Morris through the crowd this evening.
So it is. You know, Denny, we've quite forgotten to take this gentleman into consideration.
All right, cut the jabber, you two. What are you doing here?
We might ask you the same question.
Yeah, you might. Only me and this shooter asking the questions. Hey, what's that you got in your hands?
As if the gentleman didn't know, Denny.
Cut the act. What is it?
A carpenter's file.
And a murder weapon.
Murder weapon?
The gentleman appears genuinely surprised.
Come on, give.
If you insist. This file was evidently used in bringing about the death of Paul Morris this evening.
And you found it here in Adam's tent?
That's the general idea.
Hey, what are you two doing mixed up in this business?
The name is Drummond. I specialize in this type of business.
Your name's what?
Captain Drummond. And I'm Denny.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask. Does it make any difference?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference. I'm tailing this guy Adams myself for the Acme Insurance Company. Name's Al Monahan.
What? You're a detective?
Yeah. This guy Adams had a trapeze act with a dame in another show last year. The dame's a nice kid named Evelyn Roberts. So one night Evelyn takes a 60-foot dive and she's out of this world. To the cops, everything looks legit. And Adams collects the insurance on the act. But Acme don't like the way the case smells, so they retain me to bloodhound Adams, which I do. So Adams ties up with the Morrises
I told you, sir, Adams was the killer.
Go on, Monahan.
So he ties up with the Morrises. The way I see it, he makes a play for the dame, which ain't hard on account of she ain't so hot for a ball and chain anyway. So Adams is in solid. Morris takes a nosedive thanks to Adams. The dame knows from nothing, And Adams works her for a grab of the insurance dough.
Well, aren't you going to tell Mrs. Morris?
You crazy. The dame's in love with the guy. She might even give him the tip-off. No, I just sit and wait for Adams.
I say, imagine that, sir. He expects to capture a killer just by sitting and waiting.
Sure, it's easy. I keep an open eye on the dame. Now she's the cheese in my trap. Adams is hungry for that insurance dough, and when she gets it, the rat comes out of his hole for the nibble, and Monahan's got him.
Take the car around back to the garage, Denny. I'll go up to the apartment a while.
Yes, sir.
Captain Drummond,
Adams.
I thought you'd never get here. I've been waiting outside your house for hours.
And I've been looking for you.
I know it, but it had to be this way. I've got to talk to you.
All right, you can talk to me down at police headquarters.
No, you don't understand. You've got to help me.
The way you helped Paul Morris?
Believe me, I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, yes, it was an accident. Like Evelyn Roberts' death.
Evelyn?
I know all about it.
Evelyn's death was an accident. I was completely exonerated.
It won't be that simple this time. Now you're up against an open and shut case of murder.
But I don't
With
understand.
evidence complete, down to the murder weapon. The carpenter's file found in your trunk.
But that's impossible. Don't you see? That murder wasn't planned for Paul Morris.
What?
Paul made me switch parts with him tonight. He was doing my routine. I perform on the upper trapeze. That murder was planned for me.
This way to...
Now, Adams, you understand what you're supposed to do.
Yes, I'm to walk in as if I knew nothing. I'm to play for time.
Right, and play it to the hilt.
Thank you, sir. I don't understand all this, letting Mr. Adams walk into a trap, probably to certain death.
He'll be protected.
May I ask how?
You'll see, Denny.
Oh, really, sir? It's as if you didn't trust me.
Why, Denny.
Well, it's true. And that telegram you received this morning, you were secretive about that, too.
Denny, you'll learn everything in due time, if things work out to my expectations.
Please, sir, do you mind giving Mr. Adams and me just a slight idea of what you expect to happen?
I'm borrowing from the detective Monahan.
But it's obvious now that Monahan's conclusions were wrong.
Oh, it's not his conclusions. It's his method of trapping the killer that appeals to me. I think it'll work out. At any rate, we'll soon find out. Here's Marion Morris's dressing wagon. Adams, you go first.
All right.
Yes, come in. Chris!
Hello, Marion.
Chris, where have you been? Oh, Captain Drummond.
We came along. I've some news for you.
You found my husband's murderer. I knew Chris didn't do it. I knew it.
Where is Santos?
Oh, no, it isn't Santos. He wouldn't...
I suggest that you answer Captain Drummond's question. Where is he?
Why, he's packing our equipment away.
Shall I get him, sir?
In a moment,
Oh,
Denny.
Santos didn't do it. Please believe me, he wouldn't.
Then perhaps you, Mrs. Morris.
Me? Kill my husband?
There, sir, we've got her dead to rights. She's lying.
Marion, you knew that I was to use the upper trapeze.
That your husband switched routines at the last minute.
Switched routines?
Yes, and you knew it. Stop acting, Mrs. Morris.
Paul switched routines with Chris. Yes. Yes, that's right. Paul did switch routines with Chris.
Marion, you wanted to kill me.
No, Chris, no,
Why, Captain Drummond, what was that?
My expectations. Come on, Denny. You two wait here.
Captain Drummond, I have him.
Why, sir, it's Santos and Monahan.
Good work, Santos.
Drummond, I should have knocked you off last night.
Why, then, sir, it was Monahan all the time.
He tried to kill like you say, Captain Drummond. I stop him in time. I grab gun, the shot, it go into the air.
You can let him go now, Santos. I have him covered.
But, sir, whom was he shooting at?
Chris Adams.
Yeah, and I would have gotten him if you...
By the way, Monahan, your sleuth act went well. I believed you up to a point.
Then he isn't a private detective after all?
No, Denny. That telegram I received this morning, the one about which you were so curious, came from the Acme Insurance Company in answer to an inquiry of mine. They had no detective trailing Adams, not even one named Monahan.
Well, then who is he?
Roberts. That's who I am, Al Roberts.
Roberts? Evelyn Roberts.
Chris Adams' former partner, the one who fell to her death.
The one they murdered, my sister. They lied. The cops, all of them, they lied. He murdered her. I'll get him yet.
As usual, sir, I'm surprised at the outcome. How did you know that Monahan, or rather Roberts, was the killer?
I didn't. I was just curious as to where he fitted in this case.
But what prompted you to check on him in the first place?
Just a hunch, Denny. And also his philosophy of sitting and waiting for a killer.
What do you mean, sir?
A good detective just doesn't sit and wait for things to happen.
Oh, on the contrary, sir, I consider you the finest of detectives.
Thank you, Denny.
And I was about to suggest, after we deliver Roberts here to the police, that you join me in some sitting and waiting.
Denny, what are you talking about?
The big top over there, sir. I suggest that we sit down peacefully in the stands in the big top and quietly wait for the circus to begin.
I'll be back in a moment to tell you about next week's story. A mysterious phone call arouses my curiosity. And so Denny and I are off on a strange story that begins with a stabbing and ends in murder. I call this story The Deadly Stand-In. Be sure to listen, won't you?
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond. Horton's Ice Cream, New York's favorite, brings you your favorite detective adventurer, Bulldog Drummond, in another of his exciting escapades. Champion of lost causes, amateur detective, the most celebrated soldier of fortune of the screen and radio, Bulldog Drummond comes to you each Monday evening at this same time with more of his baffling and intriguing mysteries. For adventure and excitement, keep this rendezvous with Bulldog Drummond every week. And for refreshment in between times, enjoy Horton's Ice Cream. And now to tell you about tonight's adventure, here's Bulldog Drummond.
Tonight's adventure took place very recently. So recently, in fact, that I'm still both amazed and profoundly grateful that Denny and I survived its dangers. I'm grateful, too, that more than one Axis submarine will no longer... However, that's a part of our story. A story which begins late on an overcast night in a certain East Coast harbor. And one of the largest of the vessels anchor there, an oil tanker. The watchman pauses suddenly to listen. His attention caught by an unaccustomed sound.
I wouldn't think it said. Hey, who's making making a tarnation noise? What's going on out there? All right, speak up. Who's there?
Shut up, Joe. Keep your trap shut, mister.
Say, who are you? How'd you get aboard? What's going on around here?
I'll ask the questions, Joe.
My name ain't Joe.
It is to me. Want to earn some cash?
How?
Why, easy, Joe, easy. If anybody asks you about tonight, why, just make out like you didn't hear nothing and you didn't see nothing. Get it?
You're up to something crooked.
Then you ain't interested,
No, I ain't. You go and get out of here now. Go on. Get out before I call the cops.
Okay, Joe. Don't make no difference to me. Penny saved, a penny earned.
Hey, what?
Like it better that way, Joe?
Heaven bless you, Captain Drummond, sir. Heaven bless you. I knew you'd help me.
Yes, I will, Mrs. Regan. I will. I give him my word.
Tim always admired you, sir. Happiest days of his life they was them months when he was working as your gardener, sir. So when I seen it right in print that you was in town...
You offered to let me help you, and quite properly, too. I'd have considered it unfriendly if you hadn't. But, Mrs. Regan...
Yes, sir?
What makes you think I can do more than the police? You say they found your husband in the alley behind, what was the name of that tavern?
The Blue Pelican, sir. 'Tis near the docks and a horrible place it is, sir.
Well, that sounds like it. And that was when?
Oh, most a week ago now, sir. And they claim it must have happened in some kind of a fight. Claim my Tim must have been drunk. Said they smelled of liquor, something terrible.
Tim smelled of liquor? I don't believe it.
That's just it. Tim never drank a drop in his life, sir. I told the police.
If the odor of whiskey was found on Tim, either he'd been forced to swallow it before his murder, or it was sprinkled on his clothing afterwards. His murderer had a reason for it. Mrs. Regan, will you go home now and believe that Tim's murderer will be found?
I know he'll be, Captain Drummond, if you say it, sir.
Yes, I have your address. You'll hear it from me the moment I've news.
Goodbye, sir. I don't know how to thank you.
And why should you? Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Denny.
Yes, sir.
Get our things, will you? We're paying a visit to the docks.
Any luck, Denny?
Not a particle, sir. And you, sir? Nothing. Odd, isn't it? You think someone would have seen poor Regan leave his ship that night? You inquired of everyone I suggested?
Everyone, sir.
Surely Denny, a watchman leaving an oil tanker that size, would have been observed by someone. The fact that he wasn't seems to indicate that his means of departure must have been rather Who's this fellow coming along the wharf?
A most unpleasant-looking chap, sir.
Yes, isn't he?
Evening.
Oh, good evening.
I seen you guys around.
Oh, yes?
Private cops?
Well, no, not exactly. Why?
I heard you asking questions about Tim Regan, a watchman. Figured maybe his old lady hired you.
No, Tim was our friend.
Oh, I get it, Joe.
Joe?
Oh, that's nothing. Just a way of calling the guy.
Yes? And so?
Well, I seen Regan that night. I thought maybe you'd like to know. I seen him leaving his ship.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, and that guy was cockeyed, soused, walking on rubber legs. I was passing, see? And he yelled, didn't I want to go with him and get a drink? I told him to go soak his head.
And then?
Well, he got his drink, I guess. I didn't pay no attention. I just figured you'd like to know.
Yes, indeed. Your information is of great value. Probably of more value than you realize.
It's all right, Joe. Glad to help you out. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, I'm sure you will. Denny.
Yes, Captain Drummond, sir.
That fellow said he saw Tim Regan drunk. He lied. If he lied, he undoubtedly had good cause. We're going to follow him.
Oh, but, sir...
Wait, what? You go around the corner of the shed?
Why, yes, I believe he did, sir.
Listen. Hear anything?
Nothing, sir.
Oh, do I? Like the dog that didn't bark in the night, that's very strange. If it kept on, we should still hear his footsteps. I wonder...
Oh, don't get too close to the edge of the dock, sir.
Denny, I think...
Oh, Captain Drummond, sir. Captain Drummond, sir. Where are you? Where are you, sir? Officer, I say, officer.
Huh? Oh, it's you.
Have you...
Nope. I'm sorry, fella. Got some of the boys operating the grappling hooks, and there's others still searching under the piers. But so far, there hasn't been a sign of them.
Oh, this is horrible.
You didn't see him again after the shots were fired, huh? After you fell in?
Oh, no, not even for a moment, sir. It was precisely as if he'd vanished into thin air, sir.
Well, what's likely happened, he must have got sucked under the pilings, and by now, with the tide going out for the last hour, the commissioner himself couldn't tell you where to look. But don't you worry. We'll find the body for you someplace.
Oh, did you say the body?
That's what I said. If you want his ghost, you'll have to see someone higher up than me.
Clem.
Yeah, Belle.
Get back here out of the light, you fathead, or I'll kick them gold teeth down your throat.
Belle, cut it out.
Yeah, but I don't like you much right now. Look, there by that crowd. That the guy was with the dummy you knocked off?
Yeah, that's him.
Okay. Back to the boat.
And how long are you going to take?
How should I know? Go on, get going before I slap you around a little just to keep a figure down. Hi, fellas.
Good evening, madam.
Wanna hear something interesting?
Huh?
Pal of yours just had some tough luck, didn't he?
Why, yes, but what?
Like to know where's the guy what plugged him?
You mean you know?
I might. Come on along.
Oh, yes, indeed. Just one moment. I'll get a policeman.
Oh, no, you don't. Cops ain't kosher.
Oh, but
Now hold it, handsome. I ain't a debating society. I'm just a little lady that's trying to do you a favor because I don't like killers. Maybe I've stuck my neck out too far already. So long, handsome.
No, wait. I'll go with you.
That's better.
Is it very far?
Not especially.
Where do we go?
Down this way, along the dock.
It's quite dark.
Yeah.
How did you learn who the fellow is?
Oh, just happened to hear some of the boys talking. Don't like the guy, so I thought I'd kick him myself by turning him in.
Oh. Isn't that a boat?
Yeah.
But what's it doing here?
There's the dock, and that's the harbor, ain't it? Where'd you expect the boat to be? City Hall?
Oh, no.
Hi, Joe.
What? But you're the...
Yeah, that's right. I'm me. See this heater? Oh, behave, brother, behave.
All aboard. Have some.
Go away, where?
Kick her over, Slim. Get started. We got business to do.
What is the desperate game that Belle and Slim are playing? A game so desperate that they murdered to avoid detection. You learn more about these questions in just a few moments. And now back to Bulldog Drummond. We left Denny being shanghaied by Belle and Slim, who told Denny that they were leading him to the person he believes has murdered Bulldog Drummond. Their boat pulls away from the pier. It is a few minutes later. Belle is speaking.
We're getting close to the point, Slim. Swing out a little before we round it.
Yeah, okay.
How's our pal? Oh, he's all right. Tied him up. He's laying aft on the top. Look there.
Huh?
Fog's coming in off the ocean. Mighty thick, too. What time is it?
9:30. Hey, this don't mean we're making another trip tonight, does it?
Sure.
But we ain't heard from Snyder.
Well, I got Doe says we will. Come on, tip on it. He's coming. I want to be back to the barge before he gets there.
Maketh asked.
And what about Handsome here?
Oh, forget him. He'll keep. He's tied up beautifully, ain't you, Handsome?
Madam, as a gentleman's gentleman, there's nothing I can say which will pass a gentleman's lips.
Hey, Bell, that's double talk.
Looks chill around him, don't it? All right, shake a leg and come on up on the bar.
Okay, I'm coming. Oh.
I say, Denny, would you mind rolling over a bit? They're on my leg, you know.
Okay, Captain Drummond, sir.
Yes, quiet. A little farther, if you please, Denny. Oh, that's splendid.
But you're dead, sir.
Am I? But isn't this an abrupt way of breaking the news to me?
Oh, but, sir, you were shot. The police are looking for your body.
And I'm sorry, but they won't find it.
Captain Drummond, I confess it, sir. I simply don't know what to say. I am completely bewildered.
Oh, but it's all quite simple.
But, sir, when that horrible chap fired at
I
you...
did the most sensible thing and removed myself. You see, Denny, it seems quite clear now that Slim realized it was odd no one had seen Regan leave the tanker. Therefore, to soothe our suspicions, he volunteered that wholly mythical tale of his.
Oh, yes, quite so, sir.
But when he eavesdropped on us, he immediately discovered he'd made a mistake. That we knew Regan didn't drink. So he'd have to erase his mistake by erasing me.
And you deliberately let him think you're dead, sir.
Of course.
And you were watching where we searched for you, sir.
Denny, I was within 30 feet of you the entire time.
30 feet. Incredible, sir.
When I spotted Bell and Slim, I secreted myself under this tarpaulin. And, as you must by this time be aware, here I am. Ah, that's a fine tour, isn't it? Just where are we?
Well, it's become quite foggy, sir, but we do seem to be a good bit offshore. But you untie me.
Good day. Oh, of course, Danny. I completely forgot. Here, turn around and hold it.
But, sir.
Sorry, I'm afraid you'll have to wait. That's a tugboat. And unless I'm greatly mistaken, it's going to tie up to that barge.
Oh, hiya, Snyder. Told Slim I'd have seen this fog coming, you
Never mind that, Fräulein. There is not time. You will please call Slim to the deck house. I must return to shore, and there are things it is necessary for you to know. Now then, I will repeat your instructions. There must be no mistake. Captain Lister will take you to a point 3 miles off Reef Island, where you will drop anchor. There you will be out of the way of the harbor traffic on the shipping lanes. She will then send out the code message. Your wireless has been repaired?
Sure.
Good. The message consists of 2 words. Thick fog.
Yeah?
You have that?
Thick fog.
You will send that message for precisely 2 minutes. No more, no less. Then you will do in every respect exactly as you have done before, Fräulein. You will simply wait. Captain Lister has been instructed to sound his foghorn at regular intervals. That will serve as a guide.
Yeah.
You will be met by 2 submarines, both of them badly in need of the fuel carried on this barge. If you do not meet them, if they fail to receive this fuel...
Goodbye, U-boats, huh?
Yes, and also...
Huh?
Goodbye, Fräulein.
Denny.
Yes, Captain.
I've been doing a little eavesdropping. The chap will be along in a moment to use this motorboat to get ashore. I'll have to leave you tied and hunt cover aboard the barge. They're going to take you inside the deck house.
But they mean to kill me,
Denny,
sir.
we're on to bigger game than we ever dreamed of. So big that... Well, there's not time to explain now. You'll have to take my word for it. But trust me, will you?
Of course, sir.
Denny, you've got intestinal fortitude.
Oh, really? Is it serious, sir?
Serious. As a matter of fact, Denny, it may be the death of you.
This is as far as the tug goes, Handsome.
I'll let the anchor go, Bell.
No, stay here. I can manage. Well, Handsome, this is where you get off. Too bad you ain't got a round-trip ticket.
A round-trip ticket?
That's what I said, fella. Slim.
Yeah?
Suppose you show Handsome the way out, huh?
Show him... Oh, Yeah, you bet.
Goodbye, handsome. Ain't it too bad we won't never get to know each other better?
You hear that, Joe?
What an extremely coarse sense of humor.
Uh-huh. She wasn't joking.
I say, what are you doing?
Just getting my gun. Guess why, Joe?
Okay.
On your feet.
Oh, now, really, you can't.
Hey,
Captain Drummond, careful, sir. Like that, my friend? Oh, beautifully done, sir.
Let you hold him for a bit, Denny. Now then, we'll have to work fast. Get you out of these ropes first.
That female, sir.
He's talking with the captain of the tug, Denny. We'll have time, I think. Just 1 second now. There you are.
I'm afraid I'm feeling a bit cramped, sir.
Never pass.
And what now, sir?
No use tackling the crew. Too many for us. Let's see. Oh, this is what I'm after.
Oh, that's their wireless, sir.
Yes, I know. It'll take a moment to warm up, I imagine. Let's have a practice go at it, eh? Kind of rusty at this.
You intend to get a message through to the proper authorities, sir?
Right, Denny. Keep a lookout at that forward porthole, will you?
Of course, sir.
See our hostess?
Do not a sign of her, sir.
Maybe you ain't looking in the right direction.
Oh, my word.
Don't touch that gun. I'm nuts about loud noises. I'd pull this trigger just to hear it go bang, bang.
Never mind, Denny. Good evening, Belle.
Kind of cool, ain't you? You must be the gent Slim claimed he plugged. That Slim there on the floor? Yeah. Well, that's what he gets for taking too much for granted. Kind of had it coming.
Yes, Belle, I think you did.
Just getting ready to use the wireless, huh? Okay, that's fine. Send out a message for me. Thick fog. Just them 2 words. You know how to spell them?
I might manage.
Any objection?
Under the circumstances, no.
Wouldn't be healthy to send anything but what I told you.
Really? What's to prevent you?
A bullet in the stomach.
Oh.
You see, I can't be tricked, pal. I can work that gadget as good as you can.
Belle, you're a most remarkable woman.
Yeah?
And likely to come to a most remarkable end. Now, what was that message? 2 words, wasn't it? Ah, yes. Thick fog.
Danny.
Looks like our friend Slim is coming around, Belle.
About time, ain't it? Hey, Slim. Slim! Snap out of it.
Well, how'd I get out of here on deck?
I brought you out so you could get a little air.
Oh. Say, you're the guy that slugged me. I'll let
You're out of sorts, aren't you, Slim?
Oh, you.
Sit down. Lobbing on your pins like a kid.
Yeah, I don't feel so good. Say, how come these guys ain't been bumped off yet?
Simply that Belle's got a soft place in her heart for you, Slim.
Huh?
You see, she thought it would be a rather nice gesture if she waited until you could manage the, killing yourself. You know how women are. Sentimentalists.
A wise guy, huh?
Oh, and, while we're waiting for your submersible friends, yes, where are they, I wonder?
They'll be along. Don't let it worry you. What was you going to say?
Well, several questions have been puzzling me a little. Tim Regan, for instance. You killed him, didn't you, Slim?
Why should I tell you anything, Joe?
Well, after all, neither Denny or I are likely to repeat it, are we?
Nah, I guess you ain't. Yeah, I knocked him off. What about it?
And smuggled his body into that alley behind the tavern?
That's right.
But why? He couldn't have discovered you stealing oil by any chance, could he? You couldn't have been tapping the pipeline from that tanker to the docks.
Say, Captain Lister's cut the foghorn. Must have sighted something.
Wait a second. Yeah, it's them, Slim. See them?
The submarines?
Yeah. Over there to the left.
Yeah, sure, there they are. Well, I'll rig up the pumps. Hey, Belle, what's that?
What?
Here, over this way.
It's a destroyer. A destroyer!
Destroyer?
Swing over, you fool! Swing over!
They can't stop. They're running us down.
Sniper, Denny.
I know you don't.
Let go, you idiot. Let go. You want us both to die? Let go.
Back to the smashing climax of our mystery in just a moment. discharge into the water by the impact of the destroyer that came knifing through the fog, Bulldog Drummond found himself struggling for his life, with a man driven out of his mind by rage and fear.
Oh, let go. You drown us, I tell you. You done it. I don't know how, but I'm going to kill you.
Captain Drummond, sir. Captain Drummond.
Denny.
Oh, sir, here. Here's this plank, sir. It'll support his boat, sir.
I'm diving. Trying to find Slim. The fool went crazy. Had to fight him. Afraid he's drowned. Can't seem to locate him at all.
The explosions I heard, sir.
Depth bombs. Destroyer going after those subs. I don't hear him now. Must be finished. Maybe they can pick us up.
Ahoy, the destroyer! Hello!
And there you have it, Commander. At a cost of nothing more than a few buckled plates, you bagged yourself 2 submarines and an assorted litter of racketeers. What's more, you've got a lead to an enemy agent. Slim's gone, of course, but Bell can give you enough evidence for an indictment. Good hunting, eh?
Excellent hunting, Captain Drummond. Begging your pardon, sir.
Yes, Danny, what is it?
Well, sir, perhaps I'm stupid, but really, sir, I still haven't the slightest notion how you managed to bring this destroyer to our rescue.
It was very easy. I first sent out the code message, then changed my style of sending a bit and tapped out an SOS.
An SOS, sir?
Precisely. I gave a position beyond Reef Island, so that vessels coming to our rescue from the harbor would be forced to approach near our actual position. Commander Davis here, thinking himself on an errand of mercy, heard the whistles of the tug and assumed it marked his objective.
Oh, but, sir, how did you dare send such a message with that woman listening, sir? She'd warned you that she couldn't be tricked, sir, that she understood the operation of the wireless.
On the contrary, Denny, although she wasn't aware of it, she told me the exact opposite.
Oh, but, sir, I distinctly heard her.
Denny, you distinctly heard her try to bluff me. Slim was the wireless operator, not Bell. Why in the world else would she choose to keep us alive until he came to again? Oh, and speaking of the wireless, Commander, would it be possible to radio a personal message ashore?
Well, yes, I think in this case we might make an exception.
It's to Mrs. Timothy Regan at 816 Water Street.
Yes?
Tell her the rat that killed Tim is at the bottom of the Atlantic. And, Commander, you spell rat N-A-Z-I. And now here's Captain Bulldog Drummond to tell us about next week's story. Thanks to me, we are faced with the attempted murder of a kindly old man for a most evil reason. And Denny keeps me from catching a cold at a most opportune moment. Be with us next week, won't you?
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond. And now to tell us about our newest adventure, here is Bulldog Drummond.
I call this story The Case of the Double Death. So far as we knew at the time, it began one evening when Denny and I were dining in a restaurant. Well, Denny, have you finished?
All but this cup of coffee, sir. You know, I must say it doesn't taste very good, but I'll finish it from force of habit.
Well, suit yourself, Denny. Waiter.
Right with you, sir. Yes, sir. Will there be anything more?
The check, please. And quickly, if you don't mind, I'm catching a train.
Right away.
I must say, Captain Drummond, you didn't eat heartily this evening. Not that I blame you, considering that you're going to witness an electrocution.
Well, Denny, there'll have to be the required number of witnesses. I tried to refuse, but the warden insisted.
Well, after all, you helped the state prove that the man was guilty of murder.
Your check, sir.
Thank you. There you are.
Thank you very much.
Come along now, Denny. We haven't too much time.
We, sir? But I wasn't invited, thank goodness.
Well, ride out on the train with me. Wait for me in the warden's office.
Yes, if you insist, sir. Oh, I say, now where in the world are my bowler and my umbrella? I left them here on this hook.
Oh, Denny. Waiter.
Yes, sir.
We're missing a derby and an umbrella.
Yes, a silk umbrella. It can't be replaced, you know.
That's too bad. Maybe somebody took them by mistake. They did, they'll bring them back. Can you stop in tomorrow?
Yes, of course I can, but how can I go out of here without a hat?
Denny, that train won't wait for us, you know. Let's be on our way.
Well, if you don't mind, sir, I'll go home and get another hat. I'll catch the next train and meet you in the warden's office.
All right, Denny. But wearing a hat is just a habit, like drinking coffee. One of these days, you may pay a horrible price for all your habits.
Please, sir, I'm sorry I'm so late.
Denny, I've been waiting 3 hours here in the warden's office. You might at least have telephoned me. Where were you?
Well, I really don't know, sir. That is, I've been asleep.
What?
I fell asleep on the subway going home and slept to the end of the line.
Well, where's your hat?
Well, I never reached home. When I woke up and saw what time it was, I caught the last train out here. I just made it.
You must have slept for some time. And where did you get that scratch on your knuckles?
Well, I can't say, sir.
Oh, that's probably the police. I called them trying to find you. Yes? This is Captain Drummond. Yes, thanks, Taylor. Denny's here now. What's that? Well, yes, certainly. The last train's gone, but I have a car waiting outside. Very well, we'll be there as soon as we can.
Was it the police, sir?
Yes, Detective Taylor. He wants to see us at once at our house.
At this hour of the morning?
Something has happened, Denny. Taylor wouldn't tell me what it was, but he said it's important. A matter of life and death.
Well, Drummond, it's about time you two got here. Come on in.
Thank you, Taylor, for the invitation to enter our own house. Come in, Denny.
Yes, sir.
Now then, what's the trouble? On the phone, you sounded as though the place were full of murderers.
Well, maybe it is. Take it easy now, both of you. Frisk him, Tony.
Well, I must say I resent this. You know, we
All
come
right,
into our...
Denny, never mind.
Yes, sir.
You won't find anything, Tony. Neither Denny nor I are armed tonight. Taylor, do you mind telling us the reason for this reception?
It's a pleasure, Drummond. Tony, show Denny that derby. Recognize it, Denny?
Why, that's my bowler. And you've got my umbrella, too. My word, I didn't even report losing them, and here you police chaps have brought them back.
Yes. We found the umbrella in the back of the hall coat closet out there. Never mind where we found the hat. How about this knife? Did you ever see it before?
Why, not to my knowledge, but really I'm a most obliging sort. If you'd tell me what you want to know...
Okay, Tony. Denny says he's obliging, so I guess he'll oblige us with his fingerprints.
Why, certainly. Which hand?
The right. Just roll your fingers on that ink pad and then put them on the paper. No smudges now. You know how to make good, clean prints.
Why, of course I do. There. How's that?
I'll tell you in a minute. Oh, Tony, give me the photo of the prints the boys took off the knife handle. Thanks.
Taylor, I don't know what you're trying to prove, but will you tell us if you think the prints are the same?
Yes, Drummond. I'll tell you. And I know. They're identical.
Why, they can't be. I never saw that knife before. It's a weird-looking thing anyway. Imagine a short German silver handle and an 8-inch steel blade.
Talk if you want to, Denny, but I'm warning you, you're under arrest.
You're arresting Denny? On what charge?
The charge, Drummond,
is murder.
Our story continues in just a moment. And now back to Bulldog Drummond and the story he calls The Case of the Double Death. Denny has been arrested on suspicion of murder due to a derby hat, an umbrella, and a strange knife whose handle bears his fingerprints. In Drummond's house, Detective Taylor is ready to take Denny to police headquarters.
All right, Denny. Come along now and take it easy.
Now, just a moment, Taylor. If you don't mind, I'd like to know the details of this ridiculous situation.
Well, seeing it's you, Drummond, I'll tell you. A man was murdered on the street, not far away, knifed. Miss Derby was found alongside of him.
But that's my hat.
Sure, Denny, we found that out. We woke up the dealer who sold it to you. He knew the initials inside. Said you're an old customer.
Well, I've bought my hats there for years.
We also found a small bit of umbrella silk in the body's hand. Must have been torn off during a struggle. And I found this umbrella minus the missing piece in your coat closet.
But I lost that hat and umbrella this evening.
Drummond, can you tell us where Denny was between the hours of 9 and midnight?
I'm very sorry, I can't.
Of course you can't, sir. I was alone in the subway during those hours, sleeping.
That's pretty thin. Got any witnesses?
Well, none that I know of.
Look, Taylor, may I examine the body?
Yeah, sure you can. Tony, I'll take Drummond to see the body. You take Denny to see his cell.
Welcome, sir, to my humble quarters.
I'm trying to get you released on bail, Denny. Of course, it isn't customary in the case of a murder suspect, but I may be able to bring it off.
I certainly hope you can, sir.
The evidence against you isn't airtight. You were framed, all right. I'm beginning to understand how it was done. I'm sure that your fingerprints were on the knife handle because you used it last night in that restaurant.
But, sir, I certainly didn't use a knife with an 8-inch blade for eating.
No, Denny. But you remarked yourself that the murder knife had a short German silver handle. And the handle of the knife you used for eating might have been switched to the murder blade.
You mean that someone stole my table knife as well as my hat and umbrella?
Exactly.
Well, I must say, sir, I feel better now. I was beginning to imagine myself in Pee Wee Lito's position.
Lito?
The murderer whose execution you witnessed last night.
Denny, that's a thought.
Rather a gruesome one to me, sir.
You and I helped send Lito to the chair. And this frame-up might be revenge on the part of the Lito gang. Perhaps they're planning to frame me for murder, too. Yes, Denny, we have plenty to do. And the first thing is to get you out of here. Well, there's the restaurant where we dined last night.
I'd be just as happy if we found it burned to the ground, sir.
Proprietor told me over the telephone that the waiter who served us last night comes on duty at 6 o'clock. His name is Dan Morris.
Well, it's 5:45 now. He should be along any minute.
Yes, here he comes now. I recognize him. Hello there. Dan Morris?
You talking to me?
Yes, you waited on us last night in this restaurant.
Oh, yeah, I didn't recognize you gents with your hats on.
Yes, I don't wonder.
We want to talk to you about the missing hat and the umbrella.
Sure, if they're returned, you'll get them.
Well, they've been returned. We also want to ask you about a knife.
Look, mister, I'm late now. Some other time.
If you'd rather talk to the police, we can arrange it.
Cops? No. Where do we go?
Where do you live?
Not far away.
Very well, we'll go there. Get in our car. All right, Morris, keep on talking. You were paid $2,000 to take the knife Denny used in the restaurant and wrap it up in a napkin.
Look, I never did anything like this before, but I needed the money.
Tell us or the police. What else did you do for the money?
Well, I dropped a couple of pills in your friend's coffee. Not poison, just something to make him sleep.
Yes, I see. And what did you do with the knife?
I put it inside your umbrella and pointed out your hat and umbrella to someone.
We're waiting. What was his name?
I don't know. I was...
Denny, those shots came through the open window.
Yes, I know, sir. There's a fire escape outside, but there's no sign of anyone here now. No one is running down. Is he dead, sir?
Yes, 2 bullets through his chest. 38 caliber from the sound. Let's get out on the fire escape and go up.
We're only 1 story below the roof.
Whoever fired those shots must have come this way.
Well, I'm sure he didn't go down, sir. I say there's someone going through that door.
It leads down into the house. Quick, Denny.
Yes, sir.
No, too late. Door's bolted on the inside. We can't break it down in time.
We can get back into the house through the waiter's room.
By the time we get downstairs, we won't find anyone. Turn on your flashlight, Denny.
Yes, sir.
Hold it close to the roof, over here. Denny, you see this?
Why, yes, there are deep impressions in the roof. This coat of tar is new.
These impressions are a woman's heel prints. They were made very recently. There's no dust inside them.
Woman? Dear me, what a complication.
Let's get back down the fire escape.
Please, sir, I don't understand this at all. What could a woman have to do with this case?
You said she was a complication, Denny. But she might be a simplification. Well, here's the waiter's room. Look inside.
Oh, dear. The body, sir. It's disappeared. It's too bad the waiter was killed before he told us some more facts. My word, whoever these people are, they're certainly thorough.
And completely cold-blooded. Imagine stabbing some innocent passerby to get a corpse to frame you.
And the business about that knife, sir, the murder weapon.
It was carefully selected so that the handle of the restaurant knife could be substituted for the original handle.
Why, we're home. I wasn't noticing.
Well, perhaps in the quiet of our own place, we can come to some sort of conclusion about this case and about your predicament.
Yes, I certainly hope so, sir. If you believe the Lido gang is behind this, we should be able to get to them in some way.
I think we can be more specific than that, Denny. The prints of a woman's heels on that roof suggest Lido's widow. She was obviously his partner in the former murder, but she was never indicted.
I remember her at Lido's trial. She impressed me as a package of evil, if I may say so, sir.
This might be her revenge.
Yes, I have my key.
Turn on the lights, please, Denny.
Yes. Yes, sir. Oh, good heavens. Look, sir, in the living room.
Yes, I see. The body of Dan Morris, the waiter, in the middle of our floor.
Well, how in the world can it be? We just left him in his own room.
Well, we stopped for a bite to eat on our way here, and someone worked faster than we did, that's all. You see, Denny, they're trying to frame me now.
But what can they prove by moving the body here?
The restaurant owner knew that I was determined to meet the waiter. He might have told some member of the Lido gang. Apparently, they're following our movements.
Well, sir, what do we do now?
Well, the gang's next move will probably be a call to the police by someone posing as a neighbor of ours. He or she will say that shots and screams were heard in our house.
Then we're trapped. The police will be here in a short time and they'll find the body.
Not if we move quickly. Now, look, we'll carry the body out the back door. I'll stay with it while you get the car. I know of a much better place for it than here in our living room.
All right, sir. The body's quite safe in the back seat, covered with a rug.
Get in, Denny. We'll drive on past the house. Now, I'll stop here for a moment.
word, sir. The police didn't lose much time. The car's pulling up in front of our house.
All right, men, this is the place. Come on, Tony, take 2 men around to the back. We'll go in the front. Make it fast now.
Well, Denny, I think you and I should be on our way.
Yes, sir, but where are we going?
To the waiter's room. And the quicker we get there, the better. Now then, Denny, we'll just seat him carefully in this overstuffed chair by the window.
Yes, sir. There. How's that?
That's about right.
Oh, this is creepy. He actually looks alive.
Drag over that table with the telephone on it.
Yes, directly.
That's right.
Oh, dear. If there's anything that really chills me, it's a dead man with his eyes open.
Wait, I'll just put his hands on the table like this. Now, Denny, turn on that floor lamp. It's far enough away. We don't want too much light.
Yes, sir.
Now, I hope I can imitate his voice successfully. Listen a moment and tell me how it sounds.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Dan Morris, the waiter.
Why, that's excellent, sir.
All right, next in order is a telephone call. I'm calling the bar that used to be Lito's headquarters. If this scheme doesn't work, Denny, we'll need a very good lawyer.
Well, sir, there's always David Miller.
Hello? I want to speak to Mrs. Lito. Yeah. She'll talk to me, all right. You tell her Dan Morris, the waiter's calling. Unless I'm wrong, she's right there. Hello? Yeah, you double-crosser. You thought I was dead, didn't you? That's the way you left me. What was the idea of your boys dragging me off to some strange house?
Tell her plenty, sir.
Yeah, that's where I came to. I'm home now. Listen, I like money. And this is going to cost you 20 grand. That's right, $20,000. And if I don't get it, I'll go to the cops and tell them plenty.
Oh, that's splendid.
Okay. We'll start with what you got. 3 grand tonight. And listen, Mrs. Lito, no tricks. Get here in a hurry.
How did she sound, sir?
Frightened, Denny. She'll be here soon.
I hope she really swallowed your story.
I'm sure she did. Denny, go up to the roof and open that door that she bolted in our faces. Then we'll be ready for the payoff.
There's a car stopping in front of the house, sir, and a woman is getting out.
All right, one more phone call.
Yeah, the woman's coming into the house.
Hello, operator. Connect me with the police. Hurry, please. This is an emergency.
2 men got out of the car, but they're not coming inside.
Police headquarters? Someone's been murdered at 592 Hickory Street, top floor. All right, Denny. Climb out in the fire escape.
Directly, sir.
There's just one more thing to do. Take the telephone receiver off the hook. Leave it in front of our friend on the table. Wait, I'll dial one number to get rid of the dial tone.
Come on out, sir. I'm quite comfortable on the fire escape.
Dan Morris looks alive in this dim light. Now, you crouch down out of sight, Denny. I'm staying here behind this chair.
The door's opening.
Come right in, Mrs. Lito. Keep your hands where I can see them. That's better.
You can trust me, Dan Morris.
Once was enough. You see that phone? The receiver's off the hook. I just called the cops and told them to listen for gunshots. They can't hear us talk, but be careful of any noise.
How do I know you can be trusted?
I'm no double-crosser.
Now, look, Morris, you mustn't mind the boys. They got jittery and let you have it, that's all.
You better get some new boys. Boys who know how to shoot. My shoulder's burning up, but I'm alive. And I'm in this for the money, you understand?
Sure, it won't happen again. You did all right for us.
And now you can do all right for me. The first payment is 3 grand in cash. Just put it on the table there.
Sure, okay.
Get away from that phone.
Too late, smart boy. It's hung up. And this time the slugs go home.
Back to the climax of our story in just a moment. And now, back to Bulldog Drummond. When we left them, Denny was crouched on the fire escape outside a window, and Drummond was concealed behind a high-backed chair. Mrs. Lido, widow of a gunman, has just fired 2 shots into the corpse in the chair and rushed from the room.
Denny, she's out the door. Please, sir, a police car has just pulled up below answering your call.
All right, up to the roof, quick.
Do you think she started for the roof, sir?
No, she went downstairs. Over to the door, Denny, come on.
Here we are, sir. I'll open the door.
There she goes, men. That woman with the gun. Get after her.
The police saw her on the stairway. She's coming back upstairs now.
Get back, Denny.
She's coming out here.
Hold up, Mrs. Lido. This is the end of the line.
Get out of my way.
Of course.
Ow! My arm. Let go. Let go. You're breaking it.
I'll just hold your gun for you.
What goes on here?
We've got her, Taylor. The murderess.
What are you doing here, Drummond?
We've been trailing Mrs. Lido. I had an idea that she was the one who framed Denny for murder. Let's go downstairs.
Sure. Come along, lady.
Take it easy, will you? I'm coming.
I'll make it snappy, then. Is this the place, Drummond?
Yes. A room occupied by a waiter named Dan Morris.
Okay, lady, get inside. Well, you did a nice job on that guy, didn't you?
Oh, here's her gun, Taylor.
Thanks, Drummond. Let's see. 4 exploded shells. And it looks like 4 holes in the corpse. You don't miss, do you, lady?
I'm not talking.
Suit yourself. Tony, call the wagon for those 2 guys we picked up out in front. Run them down to headquarters. I'll bring the lady down in my car. Oh, Drummond, will you stay here with the body until I get back with the homicide crew?
Yes, of course, Taylor. Denny and I are glad to help you.
All right, lady, let's go. And don't try any stunts like falling downstairs.
Please, sir, I'm out on bail, you know, and here I am tangled up in another murder case.
Well, Denny, now that Mrs. Lido and 2 of her gunmen are in custody, we'll be able to prove to the police that you were the victim of a frame-up.
Yes, sir.
Of course, Denny, it's our secret that this man was already dead when Mrs. Lido killed him the second time.
Yes, naturally. I beg your pardon, sir, but how did 4 exploded shells get into Mrs. Lido's gun? She only fired 2 shots into the corpse.
I had to account for the 2 previous bullet holes in the body. I was sure they were .38 caliber. So when Mrs. Lido fired her 2 shots, I also fired 2 out the window from my own .38.
They were perfectly synchronized with hers. I only heard the 2 shots.
On my way to the roof, I removed the exploded shells from my gun, and when I took Mrs. Lido's gun from her, I found she'd reloaded her gun since the actual killing. So I substituted my 2 empty shells for the 2 live ones.
So there were 4 empty shells in her gun to correspond with the 4 bullets in the corpse. Please, sir, did you know what was going to happen?
Yes, Denny. I trapped her into killing the same man twice. One way to fight a frame-up is with a counter frame-up.
And now, here is Bulldog Drummond to tell us about next week's story.
A testimonial dinner is being given to a noted crime reporter who specializes in exposing rackets. Denny and I meet him, and almost immediately become involved in a maze of murder. One man is poisoned, another hanged, and a third is shot. Denny and I are also marked for killing when we stalk the murderer. I call the story Dinner of Death. Be sure to listen, won't you?
And so into the night walks Bulldog Drummond, seeking new adventure and excitement.
The next adventure with Bulldog Drummond will be heard over most of these same stations next week at the same time. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond. And now, to tell us about our newest adventure, here is Bulldog Drummond.
Before I begin, I'd like to ask a question. When you see a sign on the road that says, danger ahead, do you go on regardless of the danger, or proceed with care and caution? I ask this because there's a big sign on the economic road ahead of us, and it says inflation. That means we must proceed with care and caution to keep prices down. More and more people are making more money than ever before, and there are fewer things to spend it on. Therefore, if we outbid each other for what there is, we force prices up, the value of money decreases, and everybody suffers. But you must keep prices down. Buy only what you really need, and refuse to pay more than ceiling prices. Save all the money you can in the form of war bonds. Do all you can to avoid the pitfalls of that danger sign that says inflation. And make every step you take a step closer to victory. Keep prices down. And now for the story I call Dinner of Death. It began when two men were arrested for hijacking trucks. They were known as Barnaby Mullins and Spike Saunders. Mullins, who was released on bail, visited the office of the district attorney.
Look, Mr. Mahoney, one of your assistants let me get this far, right into your private office. Will you listen to me for a couple of minutes?
I'm too busy, Mullins. In court next week, I'll give you all the time you need, you and your pal, Spike Saunders.
Tell me something. How did you know where to pick me up?
The police have ways of knowing things like that.
What happened? Did Tommy Pepper turn stool pigeon?
Cut it, Mullins. You're doing Tommy Pepper an injustice. He's a good newspaper man, a crime reporter who hates rackets and loves to show them up.
Of course, I shouldn't talk that way about the celebrated racket buster, Tommy Pepper. Not the day before a big banquet in his honor. With you making the main speech of the evening.
Is that all you came here to say?
That's some of it. Is there anything special you'd like to hear?
Yes, there is. I'd like a full confession from you. It would save the state needless trial expense.
Confession?
Look, Mullins, I'm making no deals with you, or with anyone else. Confess or get out of here and take your chances in court.
Okay. But before I start to talk, will you do me one favor?
Name it.
I got a few little business details to clean up before I start living on the state. Will you fix it to continue my bail for 48 hours?
All right, Barnaby. You can have until the day after tomorrow at 9 a.m. Now, suppose you start talking.
Dear, this is insufferable.
Oh, come now, Denny. You've been moaning all the way to this hotel. What in the world is the matter with you?
Well, if you must know, Captain Drummond, it's my feet. We've been tramping about all day, and now a banquet. I've been hoping to rest this evening, sir.
Denny, this banquet is the event of the season. As visitors to the city, we're extremely fortunate to be invited.
Yes, I understand that, sir, but my feet...
Oh, come on, forget your feet. I'm interested in the fabulous Tommy Pepper and his work in exposing rackets. I've always wanted to meet him again.
Why, I wasn't aware that you even knew him, sir.
Well, I don't really, but... Watch it, Denny. Here he is.
Hello. Captain Drummond, right?
Yes, Mr. Pepper. We met some years ago.
Don't tell me, I'll get it. At the Blackfriars Club, 1938, right?
Right again. You have a remarkable memory.
I never forget a face. I don't dare. It might be a guy just out of prison who had spent 10 years remembering I sent him there.
Well, sorry, I can't oblige you there. Oh, pardon me. Tommy Pepper, this is Denny.
Hiya, Denny.
Very well, thank you, sir.
Well, gentlemen, before we brave the mob in the banquet hall, how about the special private room? There are some hors d'oeuvres and a row of bottles. Will you join me?
Well, thank you, Mr. Pepper.
Shorten that to Tommy, will you?
Good heavens, sir. There's a weird-looking chap following us, an enormous, hulking fellow.
Yes, Denny, that's Dodo. And he is following us, or rather me. That's his job.
Dodo? Is that his name?
Sure. Dodo, come here.
Oh, yeah.
Dodo, meet some friends of mine, Captain Drummond and Denny.
Friends?
Yes, Dodo. Friends.
Oh. Hello.
Hello there.
All right, Dodo. Stay close behind us.
You said that Dodo's job was following you, Mr. Pepper?
Yeah, that's right. He's not much to look at or talk to, but he's aces as a bodyguard. To date, I owe him 8 lives.
My word, is there that much risk in writing about rackets?
Constantly. And monotonously. Even tonight, some thoughtful soul telephoned me to say I'd die before the evening was finished. Well, here we are. And there's our distinguished DA studying his speech. Hiya, Mahoney.
Hello, Tommy. Well, hello, Captain Drummond and Denny. Nice of you to come to the banquet.
We're very glad to be here.
How about a preview of your speech, Mahoney? It'll save me from blushing when I hear it.
Not a chance, Tommy. The speech goes back in the pocket. I'm not going to spoil a surprise.
Oh, now I know I need a drink.
What'll you have, gentlemen?
Bourbon for me, Drummond.
Oh, dry sherry, please.
Dry sherry, sir.
You, Denny?
The same, sir. There you are. You, Mr. Mahoney?
Kimmel, right, Mahoney?
Right. Pony of Kimmel. You never forget anything, do you, Tommy?
Well, allow me. To tonight's guest of honor, Tommy Pepper. May you prosper.
Thanks, Drummond.
Here's how.
That bourbon hits the spot. Well, let's get on to the banquet, shall we? What's the matter with Mahoney?
Mahoney, what's wrong?
I don't know.
Good heavens, he's fainted.
Mahoney.
Mahoney. Drummond, we gotta do something. My word, sir. Now, Mr. Pepper has fallen too right across the body of the district attorney.
Help me lift him, Denny. Barman, don't let anyone touch those glasses.
Our story continues in just a moment. And now, back to Bulldog Drummond and the story he calls Dinner of Death. A hijacker known as Barnaby Mullins traded information with District Attorney Mahoney for 48 hours of freedom to clean up some unfinished business. The same night, Tommy Pepper, noted crime reporter, is to be guest of honor at a dinner. But after taking a drink, Tommy and the district attorney collapsed.
Keep up the first aid treatment, Denny. An ambulance will be here any moment.
Yes, sir. Mr. Pepper. Mr. Pepper. He's coming too, Captain Drummond.
Good. I can't say as much for Mahoney.
No, sir. The DA's in bad shape.
Wait a moment, Barman. No, it's no use.
What do you mean?
There's no pulse, no breath. His heart stopped. The district attorney's dead.
Mr. Pepper's going to be all right, sir.
Tommy Pepper, can you hear me?
Drummond, what happened?
Someone must have poisoned your drinks. Lie still now. In a moment, we'll put you in an ambulance and take you to the hospital.
Mahoney, I saw him fall. Where is he?
He's dead.
Mahoney dead. Oh, it's terrible.
Who did it, Tommy? Do you know?
Might have been Barnaby Mullins or anybody. Lots of rats hated me and Mahoney.
Tell me, who is Barnaby Mullins, and why do you suspect him?
Well, it was Mullins on the phone today. He threatened me. I investigated his hijacking racket. Mahoney was to prosecute him next week.
I take it then he's out on bail. Where can I find him?
Well, he used to hide out at Cornwall Arms, apartment 4E.
Thanks. Denny and I'll go there at once.
Be careful. Mullins is tricky, dangerous, and desperate.
Here we are, Denny.
Yes, sir. Apartment 4E. Skeleton key, sir?
Try the door first.
Why, it was unlocked.
All right, inside.
You'd better be prepared. Mr. Pepper said this Mullins person was a desperado. Good heavens, look. It's the ape man.
Hello, Dodo.
Whoa.
Dodo, is Barnaby Mullins here?
Mullins in the other room. You don't see.
In the other room. Thanks. This way, Denny.
This is fantastic, sir. Why is that creature here in the apartment of the man suspected of poisoning his master?
Open the door, Denny.
This is a light switch.
Well, that must have been Barnaby Mullins.
Hanged by the neck from an overhead pipe. Oh, dear. Hanged with his own belt, sir.
Dodo!
He's gone, sir. That explains that Dodo hanged Mullins for poisoning Tommy Pepper.
I doubt that, Denny. Dodo would have strangled Mullins. And notice the evidence here, that chair lying on the floor.
Oh, I see it now, sir. It was suicide. Mullins hanged himself.
Well, a closer inspection will show a flaw in that theory. How high would the seat of the chair be from the floor if the chair were upright?
Oh, about 2 feet, sir.
Now look at the body. How high off the floor are the feet?
The feet? Well, the toes are about 3.5 feet from the floor.
Then it would have been physically impossible for Mullins to have hanged himself.
Where are you telephoning, sir?
Police headquarters, Denny.
Oh, yes.
Hello, police headquarters. This is Captain Drummond. Yes, I've just found Barnaby Mullins murdered in apartment 4E at the Cornwall Arms. That's right. What? I see. Well, thanks, I will.
But please, sir, you gave the police some information, and apparently they gave you some.
They did, Denny. Mullins' partner, a person named Spike Saunders, shot his way out of jail 3 hours ago. He killed a guard. Let's be going.
Going, sir? Where?
To the hospital to see Tommy Pepper. If Spike Saunders is on the rampage, we must cover every angle.
You know, I dislike to press a personal issue, sir, but my feet are killing me.
Yes, Denny, I know how you feel. I'm sorry we couldn't find a taxicab to bring us here to the hospital.
But it's impossible that this Spike Saunders would invade a place like this, especially with the police on his heels.
That shot seemed to come from Tommy Pepper's room. Hurry it up.
Yes, sir. The running is extremely difficult at this point, sir.
All right, here's the room.
Oh, dear. Mr. Pepper isn't here.
There's a terrace outside. Look out there.
I'm all right, Drummond.
My word, he's under the bed.
Yes, but still alive.
Tommy, who fired that shot?
I don't know. I was dozing when I heard one of the French windows open. It squeaked. To me, that meant danger, so I dove under the bed.
Anything outside, Denny?
Yes, sir. This gun. Apparently the assassin dropped it on the terrace as he ran away.
Another narrow escape for you, Tommy.
I'm an old hand at narrow escapes, Drummond.
That may be, but I think you need a change of venue. There have been 2 poisonings. Barnaby Mullins has been hanged, and Spike Saunders has shot his way out of jail.
Well, thanks for catching me up on current events. So Saunders is on the loose, huh?
With the murder of a guard hanging over him.
Well, in that case, I think I'll move out of here if you'll get me my clothes, Denny. They're in that closet over
Yes,
there.
sir.
Oh, I'll get them, Denny. Here we are. Shoes, socks, underwear.
Let me help you with that hospital nightgown, Mr. Pepper.
Thanks, Denny.
Shirt, tie, trousers.
I have them, sir.
All right. Now, you can go along with Denny to our suite in the hotel. Meanwhile, I'll gather up the loose ends of the case. Here's your coat.
You're not coming to the hotel, sir?
Not just now, Denny. There are a few details I want to clean up.
Well, Drummond, thanks for your help. I'll see you soon, I hope.
Yes, both of us will, sir.
Plaster on the wall is soft, and the bullet didn't go far. Should be easy to dig it out. Peculiar angle of entrance. There we are.
Oh, pardon me, sir.
Why did you come back, Denny?
Well, Mr. Pepper considered himself far too capable to need a chaperone on his way to the hotel. He insisted that I come back here. He went on alone, so I gave him my key.
All right, we'll follow him in a few moments.
Yes, sir.
You see, I believe that Tommy Pepper will need not 1 chaperone, Denny, but 2. Go ahead, Denny.
Yes, sir. I'll switch on the lights.
Well, we've had visitors.
My word, the room is wrecked.
Tommy? Tommy Pepper? He isn't here.
He's been kidnapped, sir. From the look of the room, there was a fierce struggle before someone overpowered him and carried him off.
Yes, it appears that way.
Please, sir, what do we do now?
At the moment, I believe we'll both raise our hands high.
Raise our... What in the world are you talking about?
There's a man at the door, Denny, with a gun.
Good heavens, it's Dodo.
Where's Tommy Pepper?
That's what we'd like to know, Dodo.
Tell me where's Tommy Pepper?
Oh, dear. Listen, Dodo, Mr. Pepper came here for safety, but someone must have kidnapped him.
Where's Tommy Pepper?
He doesn't believe me, sir. Now, see here, Mr. Dodo. Spike Saunders escaped from jail. Probably took Mr. Pepper away.
Spike Saunders free. Spike Saunders snatched Tommy Pepper. Dodo gets Spike Saunders.
Thank goodness he's putting away the gun.
Dodo, can you find Saunders?
Dodo followed Spike Saunders lots of times. He hid in a car in a warehouse.
We'll go along with you to help you.
Dodo don't need help. Dodo go along. Oh!
My word, sir, you knocked him out.
Yes, Denny. Now you and I will visit the colony warehouse without a chaperone.
It's all right now, sir. I cut out that bit of glass and reached through and fixed the burglar alarm just as you told me.
You should have been a burglar, Denny.
Well, thank you, sir. I'll raise the window.
Go on in.
My word, the warehouse is full.
Yes. I noticed the stencils on the cases, Denny. Hosiery, shoes, cigarettes, machine tools.
Canned goods. My word, this must be the loot of those hijackers, Mullins and Saunders.
Probably. Hold it.
Get him up.
No, dear.
It's Tommy Pepper. Tommy, it's Drummond, Denny.
Well, how'd you get here, Drummond? How'd you get in?
Oh, there are ways and means, Tommy. Tell us about this warehouse.
Oh, it's a storage depot for hijacked civilian goods. Nothing but the best, of course. If you'll stay with me, I think we can grab the other member of the hijacking team. Spike Saunders is coming in.
My word, how do you know that?
I'm watching through a window. He just drove up outside in another car. Not the one he was using when he yanked me out of your hotel suite.
What happened to you there?
Well, I just got in when Saunders arrived. He slugged me and started to take me for a ride. It was my good luck that his car blew a tire. I was conscious by that time, so I got away.
You're lucky?
You're telling me. I wouldn't be alive today if I wasn't. Drummond, got a gun?
Not tonight.
And lie low when the fireworks start. Saunders won't give up without a fight.
Perhaps you better give me your gun, Tommy. Taking a criminal into custody is more in my line than yours.
Oh, no, not tonight. I've been poisoned, shot at, and slugged, and I want revenge. Here he comes. Get him up, Saunders.
Well, so what happens to me? I run into Tommy Pepper and into dark.
That's right, Saunders, and my gun was up first, so walk in a straight line toward my flashlight and keep him up.
Sure, let's see your light. Oh, well, my finger must have slipped. Did it hurt you, Tommy?
Nice shooting, Spike. You shot the flashlight out of my hand. Now it's my turn.
Oh, no, you got me, a rat. Right in the breadbasket.
All right, Tommy. You won your duel.
Yeah, I almost lost it. All right, Drummond, you can have my gun. From here in, it's your show.
Thanks. It's my show until we get to police headquarters, where we'll book you for murder.
What are you saying?
Yes, sir. What are you saying?
Well, Denny, you see, this cycle of poisoning and murder began just after Barnaby Mullins made a sworn statement to the district attorney.
Well, I'm following you, sir. I merely want to get out my flashlight. I don't like this darkness.
Yeah, that's better. Your real talent, Tommy, was blackmail. You used the information you picked up about rackets to extort money from crooks. Will you confirm that?
Confirm nothing.
Denny.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. He knocked the light out of my hand.
Drummond, you were too fast with your information. Now you haven't got a light. Making an arrest in the dark's pretty tough.
Where in the world is he, sir?
You forget, Tommy. I've got your gun. You're unarmed.
One correction, Drummond. I just picked up Saunders' gun. He won't need it anymore.
Hit the floor, Denny.
Yes, sir.
One other little point, Drummond. My gun has only one cartridge left in it. There were two. I used one on Saunders. You've got just one shot to fire. I've got plenty in this gun.
Have you?
Oh. I missed you, huh? Why don't you try the one shot you've got, Drummond? You might make a bullseye by a miracle.
Please, sir, is he bluffing?
No, Denny. There's only one live cartridge left in his gun. In this gun, and Tommy's moving around in the dock.
Back to the climax of our story in just a moment. And now back to Bulldog Drummond. In the Colony Warehouse, a depot for hijacked civilian goods, Drummond and Denny are peering into darkness. Drummond has one live cartridge in his gun. Tommy Pepper has more.
Come on, Drummond. Why don't you shoot? You might hit me.
Of course, sir, it's none of my business, but do you think you might hit him?
As he said, Denny, I might score a bullseye by a miracle. I'm saving this last shot.
But what can we do, sir?
I think you'd better start creeping.
Creeping, sir? My feet are aching terribly.
Crawl, Denny, on your hands and knees while I talk to Tommy. You'll know where he is by his voice.
Do you want me to find him, sir, and tackle him?
No. Get behind him. Those wooden cases are stacked high. Get behind a row of them.
Oh, I understand. Get behind a row of cases and behind him.
That's it. Get moving now. I'll make him talk so you can locate him in the dock.
And then a mighty heave-ho on the cases. Yes, I'll do my best, sir.
All right, Tommy. How about it? Tommy?
Yeah, Drummond? You ready to surrender?
Not yet. You've committed 3 murders. I don't intend to make a 4th at your little game.
Tell me something, Drummond. How did you know that I murdered Mullins? I was in the hospital when you found him.
You hanged him before you poisoned the bottle of Kimmel for Mahoney. And then you faked your own poisoning. And in the hospital, you fired a shot from your own gun into the wall.
You're quite intelligent, Drummond. How did you figure it out?
With your help, Tommy.
I didn't help you.
At the hospital, I got your clothes for you. The district attorney's speech was in your coat pocket. The speech you stole from him when you fell across him in the private room. It makes very interesting reading.
Keep talking, Drummond.
Gladly. From what Mullins told him, the DA knew the truth. He would have exposed you in his speech at the banquet.
All right, Drummond, now I know just where you are. That's all I wanted to know.
Hello! I did it, sir. He's pinned underneath those heavy cases, and I'm watching him very closely.
A nice piece of work, Denny. You deserve a rich reward.
Well, in that case, there's something I'd like very much. Let's go home where I can take off my shoes.
And now, here is Bulldog Drummond to tell us about next week's story.
At a carnival, a gypsy fortune teller predicts Denny's future. She foretells a night of dire happenings. And before morning, her prophecy comes true. Denny and I meet some interesting people. A sideshow ticket taker, a famous performer on the high trapeze, and two corpses which refuse to lie still. A mad killer lurks in the background. I call the story Murder Carnival. Be sure to listen, won't you?
And so, into the night walks Bulldog Drummond, seeking new adventure and excitement. The next adventure with Bulldog Drummond will be heard over most of these stations next week at the same time. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The American Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half hour of mystery created by Craig Rice and starring Frank Lovejoy. Our locale is the city of Chicago. The time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, the amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone is the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. And tonight I'd like to turn the spotlight on the old cliche, cleanliness is next to godliness. As a case in point, I give you Tony Milano. Mr. Milano is one of Chicago's biggest operators. He runs half a dozen nightclubs in town. And rumor has it if you're bent on a little more action, Mr. Milano can accommodate you there, too. Of course, to run an enterprise of this kind, he needs help. And that's where Georgie Kelk comes in. Kelk is his right-hand man, but Tony never believes in letting his right hand know what his left hand is doing, which no doubt explains Georgie's bafflement as he walks into Milano's private office with a nondescript little man in tow.
Here he is, Tony.
Is he the one?
Yeah.
Grimes, this is Mr. Milano.
Gee, it's a great pleasure, Mr. Milano. Wait till I tell my missus.
You're not going to tell your missus anything.
Huh?
This is strictly between us, Grimes. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure, Mr. Milano. Anything you say...
Just step back a little like a good fella, huh?
What?
Mr. Milano doesn't like people breathing into his face.
It spreads the germs. Know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did Georgie tell you what I wanted?
No.
How could I? I didn't know myself.
I was saving it for a surprise. Mr. Grimes, you're the janitor at the Belmore Apartments, you know?
Janitor? No, I'm the superintendent.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I mean the superintendent. You got a tenant living there named Reed?
You mean Jack Reed? Oh, you bet. He's a swell as...
Please, Mr. Grimes, you're not so close.
Oh, yeah, excuse me.
Now, how about you letting me and Mr. Kelke here in Jack's apartment?
Oh, I couldn't do that, Mr. Milano. That wouldn't be right.
I give you $100.
What?
All you gotta do is loan me your pass key.
No.
200.
Well...
All I want is the key for just 1 hour.
Oh, what are you going to do in Mr. Reed's apartment?
Oh, nothing that will get you into trouble.
You said 300?
I said 2, but I'll let you chisel me.
Okay, Mr. Milano. You want to shake on it?
If you don't mind, let's just say it's a deal.
Huh?
Mr. Milano doesn't believe in shaking hands.
Oh, Jane.
You know what I mean? Give Mr. Kelke the key. Hey, Mr. Reed does all right for himself.
Tony, I don't approve of this whole idea.
There are a lot of things I don't approve of, Georgie, but I don't let them make me unhappy.
For Pete's sake,
That's
boss,
enough. See if there's anything in the desk.
Oh, all right. Hey, will you take a look at this?
You got something?
Yes, indeedy. Jack obviously doesn't believe in banks. I bet there's close to 20 G's in his bundle.
Put that back.
Oh, I just
Put that back.
Okay.
Hey, what's this thing here?
Oh, that's a rabbit's foot.
A rabbit's foot?
Yeah, it's supposed to bring you luck. But what's this charm attached to it? The Jack Reed from Jean. With this and me, you can't lose.
Who's a Jean?
Oh, it must be the gal whose picture's on the piano.
Hey, that's what I call a good-looking girl. Find out...
Who she is and where she lives.
Yeah. And put that rabbit's foot in your handkerchief.
What for?
I want it.
Now, look, Tony, this whole thing here, well, it doesn't cost $50.
Maybe, but it's worth $500,000 to me. Wrap it up, Georgie, or we take it home. Hello, Christy.
Why, if it isn't my old pal, Tony Milano. How have you been, you son of a gun? Put her there.
If you don't mind, Christy.
Oh, you and your germs.
You know Georgie Kerr.
Of course. How are you, Georgie?
Fine.
Sit down, gents.
You're not busy?
I'm never too busy for you, Tony, but you know how it is. When you're a politician, your time isn't your own. You're always out slaving for your constituents.
Slaving for constituents? Yeah.
What's the matter? Anybody giving you trouble?
Yeah.
Who? You just say the word
Jack
and...
Reed.
What?
I said Jack Reed. He opened up a place 2 blocks from mine.
Oh, well, I'll take care of that. Well, I'll shut him up so fast that...
Who do you think you're kidding?
Well, I don't understand.
Reed couldn't operate 5 minutes without you.
Are you insinuating
Yeah.
that... Oh, now, cut it out, Tony. You know, if someone was to walk in now, they wouldn't realize you're kidding. I'll tell you what we'll do.
You ain't gonna do anything, Christy. When I buy somebody, I expect him to work only for me. Know what I mean?
Oh, for Pete's sake, man. You don't realize what you're doing. I've got a wife and 2 kids.
They get by on your insurance.
Tony, please, you've got to listen to me.
You're breathing in my face, Sir Christie. It's a very unsanitary...
You've got to give me a break. I swear I'll straighten this whole thing out. I'll talk to Reed.
It took you long enough, Tony. What were you waiting for?
I just want to hear what he's got to say. Where's that rabbit's foot we got from Jack Reed's apartment?
Oh, here it is.
Put in his hand.
Okay.
Maybe it will bring Mr. Christie luck where he's gone.
You got that step all wrong, Marge. I'll show you. Hey, Rex, give me the Wang Wang blues. I want to show Marge that break. Now watch, honey. That's it.
Hey, mister.
Go away, bud. I'm busy. Now watch, Marge.
Mister.
Are you still... Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Milano. I didn't recognize you.
That's all right. You got a girl singer in the show named Jean?
Jean Patterson?
Yeah, that's the one. She around?
Yeah. Would you like me to show you her dressing room?
I appreciate it.
Oh, that's okay, Tony.
What?
Oh, I mean Mr. Milano. Say, you wouldn't have a spot for a hoofer in one of your clubs, would you? I just thought I'd ask. No harm trying, you know.
This it?
Yeah. Hey, Jean, you decent?
What do you want?
You got company.
Just a second.
Hello.
Who are you?
Tony Milano.
Well, I'm glad to be of some service, Mr. Milano. Hey, Rex, wait a minute. I want to see you.
Well, you're going to invite me in?
Why should I?
Well, it's awfully drafty standing here. You know, that's how most people catch a cold.
What do you want, Mr. Milano?
Just to get acquainted. You see, I saw your picture somewhere, Jean.
Jean?
You can call me Tony.
Not really.
What's the matter, Jean? Don't you want to be my friend?
Well, it's a wonderful offer, Mr. Milano. But you see, I already got one.
Oh. You mean Jack Reed?
Who told you about me and Jack?
I got his spies.
Well, I don't know where they pick up their information, but apparently it's from a reliable source. So you see,
We can't be friends.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Milano, but if you care to leave your name and address...
You will let me know if there's an opening.
Well, I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you.
Oh, that's all right. When I see something I like, I'm a very, very patient man. Goodbye, Jean. Don't forget to give me a call.
Yes? Hello, Jack. What? Oh, no, it can't be.
No, but it is.
Well, how are you, Lieutenant?
Fine. Don't let me stop you playing.
Oh, I was just toying around. Hey, what brings you here?
Can't you guess?
I told that jerk chauffeur of mine not to park near the plug.
It's a little tougher rap than that, Jack. Ever see this rabbit's foot before?
May I?
I'm afraid not. But I'll be glad to read you the inscription on the charm. It says, to Jack Reed from Jean. With this and me...
Where'd you get that, Lieutenant?
Oh, then it is yours.
Not necessarily.
Come on, Jack. There's no use being cagey. I already checked it with the jeweler. He told me it was bought a couple of weeks ago by a girl named Jean Patterson.
Where'd you find it?
In the one place we shouldn't. You know Chuck Christie?
The boss of the Pelham district?
Yeah, only Mr. Christie just got himself a new territory.
I think we've had enough riddles for tonight.
He was murdered at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Well?
Well, right near the body, we found your trinket. Looks like losing that foot was the worst possible luck for you and that rabbit. Let's go, Jack. I got a car downstairs.
You are listening to the amazing Mr. Malone. Today, more than ever before, Americans must be made to realize that freedom and the rights of the common man are a precious heritage. History has proved that people start to lose their freedom the moment they think it's forever secure. That's why we must all work at keeping our American heritage of freedom, for freedom is everybody's job. As a good citizen, remember your American heritage and work to defend your individual liberties. Do this by taking a more actual part in the affairs of your community and in fulfilling at all times the duties of American citizenship. Now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
And that's where yours truly got into the act, and without even seeing the script. But 6 hours after the arrest of Jack Reed for the murder of Chuck Christie, I was pounding the pillow at home. I was right in the midst of a horrible nightmare. An ape-like face was bending over mine, tickling my throat with a razor. And suddenly I made an interesting discovery. It was no dream.
Come on, Malone. Get up.
You're asking the impossible, comrade. If I ever moved now, I'd be minus a head.
And you know something?
I'd look better without it. You put that razor away.
Do I look weak-minded?
You don't expect me to answer that while you're caressing my throat.
Well, you shouldn't blame me, Malone.
I know. I got the skin you love to clutch.
Say, you're a regular vaudeville show, ain't you?
Yeah, ain't I? What's your name, friend?
Rube Gelder.
Rube Gelder?
Yeah. I work for Jack Reed. You know him?
I know him.
Well, early tonight, the police picked him up for the murder of Chuck Christie.
The politician?
Yeah. It's a lucky thing for that cop I wasn't around.
Otherwise?
Otherwise, I would have broken his back before I let him walk off with the boss.
What's this all got to do with me?
Well, I love that guy. When Jack says to me, Rube, go out and get a lawyer.
You decided to get me into business.
Yeah. So you're the best mouthpiece in Chicago. Though it don't seem possible.
It isn't.
Well, we'll soon know. Now, I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to get dressed and go down to see Jack, and you're going to get him out.
Am I?
Well, you'd better.
Did it ever occur to you once I'm out of your sight I might tell this story to the police?
And did it ever occur to you that it might occur to me to visit you some other night with this razor? Only next time I might not bother to wake you up?
I see what you mean.
Then what are you waiting for, Malone? Get going.
Now, of all the idiotic stunts, wait till I get my hands on Rube, so help me, Malone.
No, don't upset him.
Well, I want you to know I never suggested that piece of business to him.
I'm sure you didn't.
What a schmo.
He seems awfully fond of you.
He's nuts. I don't know why I keep him around. I'm sorry he got in your hair, Malone.
That's all right.
Lieutenant!
What are you calling him for?
I thought you were ready to go.
Don't you want me for a lawyer?
Sure, but I figured...
Oh, forget it. No. Did you kill Christie?
Why should I?
Well, the police have a pretty convincing theory. They believe Christie was selling you protection for your club.
So?
So maybe Christie was told to close you up.
By whom?
Tony Milano.
Why couldn't Tony have killed Christie?
Well, he could have. Only there are a couple of things that argue against it. One, Tony had Christie in his hip pocket. You don't generally destroy what you control. But there's even a stronger argument than that.
What?
The rabbit foot they found near Christie's body.
Oh, that's a frame.
You generally carry it with you?
No, I don't believe in that stuff. Last I saw of it, it was in my desk.
Anybody else have a key to your apartment?
Nope.
Oh, that's just dandy. About this gal who gave you the rabbit's foot. What's her name?
Jean Patterson.
You think this Jean might...
No, I want her kept out of this, Malone.
You're asking the impossible,
She's
Jack.
got nothing to do with this.
Suppose you let me decide that for myself. Lieutenant! I want out.
Yes?
Hello, Jean.
Do I know you?
No, but that can be easily remedied. My name is Malone.
And you heard me singing one night and you decided I was the girl of your dreams.
No, not quite. You see, I'm a lawyer.
Well, when I want to sue somebody, Mr. Malone...
Oh, don't call me. I'll be tied up with Jack Reed.
Jack Reed?
Didn't you see this morning's papers?
No.
They're holding him for the murder of a politician named Christie.
Maybe you better come in.
Thanks.
Now, what's this all about?
Well, you see, this Christie...
I'm not interested in that. How am I involved?
Well, they found a rabbit's foot you gave Jack near the body.
You listen to me, Malone. I didn't even know Christie...
No one says you did, Jean. All I'm hoping to accomplish...
Don't tell me your plans. I'm not interested. Jack's got some nerve ringing me into this.
Well, in all fairness to him, lover, it wasn't Jack's idea.
Don't tell me it was yours.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Malone. This is just the kind of publicity I love.
You don't seem to realize your boyfriend's in a jam. He may go to the chair.
Well, I'm awful sorry for Jack. What about me?
What about you?
I got my career to think of, and if you'll excuse me, Mr. Malone, I'll give it some thought right now.
All right, take it easy. Yeah?
Is Mr. Milano in?
Oh, you're Gene Patterson, aren't you?
Would you mind telling Mr. Milano I'd like to see him?
He isn't here.
But when do you expect him?
Never. Now, if I were you, sister,
Who is it, Georgie?
It's nobody, boss. I'll
it's
be right...
It's me, Tony.
What?
It's Gene.
Hello, Miss Patterson.
It was Gene the last time.
Yeah, but you say then you don't want to be friends.
Can't I change my mind?
Should I throw her out, Tony?
You crazy? Jeannie, come on in.
Thanks. Say, this is quite a place.
Nicer than Jack Reed's?
Well, different. Who picked out this color scheme?
You don't like white?
Reminds me of a hospital.
It's very antiseptic.
Oh, yeah, of course, I forgot.
Sit down, baby, sit down. Maybe you like a drink, huh?
Yeah, but there's something else I'd like first.
Well, you just name it.
A little privacy.
All right, Georgie, you heard the lady.
What's the matter with you, Tony?
Go on and beat it. Jeannie and I got a lot of things to discuss.
Are you crazy? How do you know she wasn't sent here by Malone? Go on, sister, blow.
You gonna let him talk to me like that, Tony?
Now listen, sister, I know all
Shut
about...
up! Now get out.
Okay, Tony. I'll see you around.
Don't bother.
Why, Mr. Milano, you're all right.
That dirty lowlife. Look what he did to my knuckles.
Oh, you caught him. Maybe I can make it better.
No. We mustn't take a chance on infection. You sit there, baby. Tony be right back. And then we're going to have a nice long talk.
Hey, son, you see Georgie?
Oh, never mind.
Hello, Rube.
Where can we talk, Malone?
What's wrong with this?
Well, I did like you told me. I followed that Gene Patterson, and where do you suppose she went?
Where?
To see Tony Milano.
Tony Milano? You sure about that, Rube?
I swear on my mother's grave.
I wonder where they first met.
Well, it couldn't be so long ago. Jean's been going with Jack ever since she came into Chicago.
What happened?
Well, they got along swell. The boss was nuts about her.
I mean in Milano's apartment.
Oh, well, how should I know? I'm no peeping Tom. Oh, yeah, a couple of minutes after she walked in, Georgie Kelp came out.
Tony's boy?
Yeah, he was rubbing his jaw.
Sounds like they might have had trouble.
Well, what do you think, Malone?
You did all right, Rube. Let's hope I can do as well. Well, there it is, Lieutenant. What more can you want?
A little proof for
It's
one
as obvious
thing.
as a hole in your head. Tony framed Jack Reed.
Why?
Could be for a million reasons.
Oh, I love how you throw those figures around.
Well, it's true. Now, suppose Tony had a yen for Gene Patterson.
So he kills a politician he has in his pocket, just to get rid of Reed.
All right, maybe that came later. Maybe Tony didn't have Christie in his pocket. We know Christie was selling him out.
How do we know that?
Well, Jack was still operating. He couldn't do it without Christie's help.
You're changing horses in midstream.
Yeah. Well, the more I think about it, I bet it's the real reason. Milano had an exclusive on Christie's services. When Christie double-crossed him, Tony put him away.
And what about that rabbit's foot?
I don't know where Milano got his hands on that, but if you work hard enough, you'll find the answer.
You're amazing, Mr. Malone.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, you're making sense for a change.
And you believe my client was framed?
Yeah, the only thing that bothers me is how to prove it.
Well, Georgie Kelk must have been along with Tony at the time of the killing.
You don't think Georgie'd talk?
He might if you staged it right.
What do you mean?
Let Jack Reed go.
Are you stark raving?
It's our only chance. What do you think will happen when Tony finds out the police no longer suspect Jack Reed?
What?
I don't know either. Let's find out.
Come on in, darling. I'll be ready in just a minute.
Hello, Gene.
Jack.
What's the matter? Aren't you glad to see me?
Oh, of course, darling. Just... Well, it's such a surprise.
Well, that Malone's quite a lawyer.
Then they know you didn't kill Christy.
That was my impression.
Well, who did?
What's the matter, Gene? You thinking of hedging again?
I don't get you, Jack.
I heard about you and Mr. Milano.
You what?
Mm-hmm. Rube filled me in on the gory details.
Oh, listen, Jack, you gotta believe me. I was only doing it for you.
Oh, baby.
Oh, I mean it. I thought I could trap Tony into making some admission.
I gotta hand it to you, Gene. That's a nice piece of ad-libbing.
Oh, darling, when I cross you.
You'd cross your own grandmother if you thought it'd do you any good. What are you going to do now, baby? It's only a question of time before they pick up your new meal ticket.
You think you're so smart. Well, Tony's twice the man you are.
Good for him.
You think he's going to take this laying down?
No, what's he going to do?
You just watch and see, Mr. Reed. You just watch and see.
Yeah.
Malone?
Uh-huh.
Brooks.
I never would have known. How we doing, Lieutenant?
Great.
What do you mean?
That plan of yours is working like a million. Letting Jack Reed go certainly started the ball rolling.
What did I tell you?
You certainly did.
I'll bet Tony Milano doesn't know where he's at.
Probably not.
What about Georgie Kelk? You hear from him?
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago.
I figured he'd be scared, silly. What did he have to say?
Not very much.
Why won't he talk?
For 2 reasons. 1, he ain't in the mood. 2, he's got a bullet through his head. I want to see you, Malone.
You are listening to the amazing Mr. Malone. Everybody knows about today's critical housing shortage and the various reasons for this shortage. But there are many people who do not think of one very important contributing factor: forest fires. Last year, forest fires burned enough trees of saw timber to build about 86,000 five-room homes. 9 out of every 10 forest fires are man-made. Most of these man-caused fires are due to plain carelessness. And that's why everyone, therefore, should follow these simple rules of forest fire prevention. Crush out cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in 2 after using. And drown all campfires. Remember, you are a potential firebug, so be careful. Now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
20 minutes later, I was down at headquarters. When I walked into Lieutenant Brooks' office, the first one I noticed was my client, Jack Reed. He didn't say anything. He just shook his head sadly and motioned toward the desk. And then I saw Brooks. It's lucky I did, because he was sighting a revolver at me.
Well, if it isn't the amazing Mr. Malone. I got a good mind.
You haven't got a good mind, and put down that gun.
If you had any brains, I swear I'd blow them out.
What happened?
You tell him, Jack.
Well, I went up to Georgie Kelk's place about 8:30 tonight.
Now, what did you do that for? I told you to stay away.
Yeah, I see now it was a mistake. Anyway, Georgie was certainly surprised. I think if I'd had 5 minutes more, I would have gotten the whole story.
Well?
Suddenly, the door opened. All I saw was an arm and a gun. I yelled to Georgie to get down, but I was a little late. There was a shot. A second later, someone tossed that rod into the room and almost brained me.
That the gun there?
Yeah, want to see it?
Yeah, what about the...
Fingerprints. Area 1. It's as clean as a baby's thoughts.
Whose gun is it?
It's mine.
What?
Yeah, it's an old one I had in my apartment.
Well, how did it...
Well, how did my rabbit's foot get near Christie's body?
Here we go again.
Listen, Lieutenant, you looked into that angle?
Uh-huh.
What's the story?
The superintendent of the house, a boy named Grimes, has the only passkey.
You think this Grimes might have done business with Tony Milano?
We're checking that now.
Well, when you finish, give us a call. We'll be over at Tony's.
Tony, if I know Jack...
What are you worried about, Jeannie? I know Jack, too.
But you don't understand. Malone got him out.
He's a pretty good lawyer. Now you listen to me, Doc. You got nothing to worry about. Didn't Tony say he'd take care of you?
I know you will, darling. It's only that...
Yes?
Hello, Tony.
Malone. Gene and I was just talking about you.
Well, I appreciate that. You know Jack Reed, don't you?
Jack.
Sure. How are you, fella?
He's the boy, Malone.
I'm a water boy.
Where were you around 8:30 tonight?
Why?
That's the time Georgie Kelk was murdered.
Not a good old Georgie.
Yes, a good old Georgie. You got an alibi for that time?
Yeah. I was right here.
Uh-huh. And, of course, Jean's your witness.
That's right.
Oh, now, look, I don't want to be involved.
Sure, you got your career
What's
to think
the matter, doll? Don't you remember? We were sitting right there.
You're lying, Tony.
You sound like you can prove it, Jack.
I can't. He's the one who shot Kelk.
You're out of your mind.
You didn't see his face?
No, I didn't have to. You see that bandage he's got on his knuckles?
Where did you pick that up, Tony?
None of your business.
I'll tell you.
Shut up.
He hit Kelk when Kelk insulted me.
I didn't think that was possible. Go on, Jack. What about the bandage?
Well, when he tossed the gun into the room, I noticed it.
You're a liar.
I don't think so.
Whoa! Come in, Lieutenant. How did you make out?
Couldn't be better. The superintendent admits he sold Tony here the use of the passkey for $300. What do you say, Malone?
Nothing until I see a lawyer.
What's wrong with me?
You mean you take my case?
Well, it all depends. I think I could get you off for Georgie's murder.
Are you out of your mind, Malone?
Don't you think I can, Jack?
No.
You're just saying that because you killed him.
He what?
Let's have that again.
What for, Jack? You got it the first time. You killed Georgie Kelk.
I don't know how you do it, Malone.
Shall I tell you a secret, Lieutenant?
No, you don't either. All right, what's the real story?
Well, it all come down to Jack Reed's idea of poetic justice. He thought once we figured that Tony killed Christie and planted that rabbit's
We
foot...
figured Georgie Kelk's murder was the same routine all over again.
That's it.
What convinced you otherwise?
Jack's gun.
Why was that any different from the rabbit's foot?
Remember you told me there were no fingerprints on it?
Oh, there weren't.
Well, obviously then, Georgie's killer had to be wearing gloves.
How do you arrive at that?
Jack claimed he chucked the rod into the room right after the shot, taking no time to wipe it off.
So?
So, later, Jackie said he knew Tony was the man because he spotted him by that bandage on his knuckles.
But if the murderer wore gloves, how could you see a bandage?
You couldn't.
Oh.
See how simple it is?
Well, being simple-minded yourself must help you a great deal.
Yes, it does. When you work up to that state, you'll find out.
Well, you know who I'm sorry for?
Yeah, Jean Patterson.
I wasn't thinking of her.
Well, I was. Poor girl. She tried to play both ends against the middle.
Wound up with nothing.
I begged your pardon.
Where you going?
Well, I owe Jean something for putting away both her friends. Maybe I can further her career. Good night, Lieutenant. Ever hear the story of the blasé character who thought nothing could surprise him until he tried murder, and then he was shocked to death? I'll fill you in on all the details next week, so why not pick me up at my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
Frank Lovejoy was starred as John J. Malone. Our program was written by Gene Wang with direction by Bill Rousseau. Music by Rex Corey. The Amazing Mr. Malone is produced by Bernard L. Schubert. And now this is Dresser Dahlstedt inviting you to tune in next week. The events and characters depicted in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to actual places or people, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting.
Be sure to listen tomorrow night for Ted Mack and the original Amateur Hour, broadcast over most of these ABC stations. The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The American Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half hour of mystery created by Craig Rice and starring Gene Raymond. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, the amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone is the name. John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law.
And before we get underway tonight, I'd like to thank all our old clients and welcome the new ones who came by. We'll be here every week at this time, so if you're in the neighborhood, drop in. You're always sure to meet some interesting people. Take Paul Conrad, for example. Mr. Conrad is the stocky gentleman marching down the 4th floor corridor of the Benson building. You can tell from his walk that he's a man with confidence in himself. And when he comes to a door marked Larry Hogan, Private Investigations, he doesn't hesitate for a second but barges right in. Yes. Mr. Conrad is a boy who knows his way around.
Hello, Hogan.
Huh?
I said hello.
Oh. You know, it's a funny thing, Mr. Conrad, but I was just thinking about you.
All right. Let me in on the joke.
Huh?
You said it was a funny thing, and I could stand a laugh these days.
Oh, you know what I mean. Hey, why don't you sit down?
What's the matter, Hogan? Don't you think I can take it standing up? What have you got for me?
Well, it's like I told you on the phone, Mr. Conrad. You know, you can't rush these things. Now, you take a a lady like your wife.
Now we're getting down to cases. Who's the boy Doris has been seeing?
Well, we haven't been able to run him down yet, but I expect I'll have something for you by next week.
That's what you told me 1 month and $400 ago. Just what kind of a chump do you take me for, anyway?
No, I resent that, Mr. Conrad.
Oh, don't get me wrong, Hogan. I don't blame you. I certainly acted like one. What's the man's name?
Let me go.
Come on, Hogan. I'm losing my patience. Well?
You think you're smart?
Not where my wife is concerned. Otherwise, I'd never let a gun-off like you bleed me. Now, who's the boy Doris has been seeing? Didn't you hear me, Hogan?
Sherman. Jackie Sherman.
Jackie Sherman, huh? Where'll I find him?
At the Brighton Apartments.
That's very kind of you, Mr. Hogan. Now, if you'll be good enough to make out a check for all the dough you've clipped me for, why, I won't trouble you again.
Just a second.
Hello, Jackie.
Doris, what are you doing here?
Now, darling, you're not going to be angry with me. I couldn't stay away.
Oh, look, Doris.
Oh, don't be mean, Jackie. Honest, I couldn't help myself. I was sitting home all by my lonesome, and I started to think about you. Next thing I knew, I was in a cab.
You aren't the craziest dame.
Mm-hmm.
What am I going to do with you?
Well, if you're stumped for an idea, maybe I can give you one. Come here, darling.
You know, maybe you've got something there. Let's try that again.
Yeah, go on,
what?
Jackie. Don't let me stop you.
Paul.
Hello, Doris. Why don't you introduce me to your friend?
Listen, Conrad.
Oh, you won't have to bother, darling. Obviously, he knows me. Guess that gives you the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Jackie, I didn't find out about you until this afternoon.
Really?
Uh-huh. Doris, suppose you leave us alone for a while so we can get better acquainted.
No.
Go on, darling. I'll see you later.
No, I'm not going. You think I'm afraid of you, Paul? Well, I'm not. I'm glad you found out about it. I'm crazy about Jackie.
Crazier than you were about O'Neill or Burton or Wilson? And what was that fellow's name in Springfield?
Shut up.
I just want to make sure that this is different.
Well, it is.
I'm impressed. All right, clear out.
No.
I'm warning you, baby.
I'll call you later, Jackie.
Did you hear that, Jackie? She's going to call you later.
Look, Conrad, don't try and push me around. It's never been done successfully.
There's a first time for everything, isn't there?
Why don't you stop playing the outraged husband? You know your wife.
Yes, old friend. You're speaking of the woman I love. And she loves you, too. You mustn't forget that.
Why, you...
Yeah. She's crazy about you, Jackie. I don't know what you got, but it's a cinch you aren't going to have it long.
Yes, sir, Wadley. Hey, what happened to you, Mr. Shaman?
None of your business.
Ah, but look at your face. Did you have an accident or
I
something?
said none of your business. You know a boy named Daniel Seymour?
Yeah?
Is he here now?
Well, look, Mr. Shaman, like you say, it's none of my business.
Like I said. Now, where is he?
In the corner booth.
Send a bottle over to the table. You.
Huh?
You're Daniel Seymour?
Uh-huh.
You mind if I join you?
So happens I do.
You don't understand,
No,
sweetheart.
you don't understand, mister. I'm in no mood for company. Know what I mean?
My name is Jackie Sherman.
That doesn't change my mood.
I'm a friend of Sonny Wilson.
So?
So he thought you might be receptive to a business proposition.
Ah. Well, if it's a business, that's different. Sit down.
Thanks.
Yeah?
Seymour, how'd you like to make yourself $500?
It's a pretty ridiculous question, Jackie.
Well, all you gotta do is take care of someone for me.
And what might this someone's name be?
Paul Conrad.
Oh, is Conrad the boy who roughed... Pardon, I shouldn't even ask. This wouldn't be the same Conrad who owns the Club 59 with Jerome Barney.
Does that make a difference?
Certainly. Conrad and Barney are big operators, and a kid like myself don't bat in their league. Unless there's a big incentive. Know what I mean?
All right, what do you want?
Another 500.
Fair enough.
You know, Jackie, I like a guy who don't quibble over a couple of pennies. Let me tell you, fella, you'll be happy with the service. Know what I mean?
Come in.
Hello, Conrad.
What brings you here, Barney?
I just thought I'd drop by to see how you and Doris were getting along.
Just peachy.
You couldn't expect me to know. You haven't been down at the club in quite a while.
I've had other problems on my mind.
You got room for another? We're short.
What do you mean, we're short?
I just finished going over the books with Harold Plant. He tells me there's close to $50,000 that he can't account for.
It's what?
Well, I didn't mean to upset you, Conrad. Still, I can't blame you. 50 grand ain't peanuts.
What happened to it, Barney?
I was hoping you could tell me.
Well, let me get this straight. You think... just a second. Don't go away, Barney. I'll be right back.
Take all the time you need, Conrad. I'll be here.
What the... devil?
Yeah?
Have I the pleasure of addressing the amazing Mr. Malone?
Don't tell me. It can't be Lieutenant Brooks.
Can't it?
I know I'm asking the impossible, Lieutenant, but if you had a mind, what would be on it?
You know, that layoff did you good. Before your vacation, I didn't think your jokes could get any worse, but you fooled me.
You're wasting your time on homicide, Brooks. Have you ever considered radio?
You like my delivery?
I think it's the greatest thing since the U.S. mail. What's up?
Ever hear of Paul Conrad?
What about him?
Got himself knocked off at 5:30 tonight.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, silly fools that we are, we're holding his partner for the murder.
Jerome Barney?
Uh-huh.
You're crazy.
Oh, I bet you tell that to all the cops.
Barney couldn't have killed him.
You didn't even know Conrad was dead. You already got it figured out Barney isn't the killer.
That's right.
That's my boy who said that. Unfortunately. All right, Malone, we haven't been amazed in months. Come on down here and get to work.
You're listening to the amazing Mr. Malone. Today, more than ever before, Americans must be made to realize that freedom and the rights of the common man are a precious heritage. History has proved that people start to lose their freedom the moment they think it is forever secure. That is why we must all work at keeping our American heritage of freedom. For freedom is everybody's job. Many nations of the world today are standing at the crossroads between free government and dictatorship. But there are those who still aspire to political, economic, and religious freedom, and they look to America as an example. Well, it goes without saying that what Americans do during the troubled months ahead can greatly influence the decision that the war-exhausted peoples will make. To win against the totalitarian idea, Americans must become more aware of their citizenship. As a good citizen, remember your American heritage and work to defend your individual liberties. Do this by taking a more actual part in the affairs of your community and in fulfilling at all times the duties of American citizenship. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
Well, that's life for you. 1 minute you got it, and the next you haven't, as Mr. Conrad learned to his sorrow. And 2 hours after the police picked up Jerome Barney for teaching him the lesson, I was down at headquarters where I was greeted by the team that panicked the policeman's ball in 1922, and they were still using the same material.
Hey, Sussman. Look who's here.
Do I have to, Lieutenant?
Oh, now come, Sussman. Let's have a little respect for the gentleman. This is, you should excuse the expression, John J. Malone.
Attorney and counselor at law.
Oh, that's a great routine you got there, fellas. Do you do a repeat performance for the coast? Where's Barney?
Oh, well, Malone, seeing that he's one of your clients, we gave him the best seat in the house. Of course, it doesn't compare with the one he's going to get at Joliet.
Whatever happened to all the straight men on the force?
We traded him to the straight cleaning department.
That's enough out of you, Sussman.
Only he can make the jokes.
Personal jealousy, Hank.
Come on, open him up. Malone?
How are you, Barney?
Fine. How soon can you get me out of here?
What's the matter, Mr. Barney? Haven't we made you feel at home?
All right, Brooks, knock off already. What have you got on him anyway?
Where do you want me to start?
At the top of the page.
Okay, number 1, he was spotted leaving Conrad's apartment right after the murder. Number 2, the gun was in his pocket.
Why did you do that, Barney?
Because my fingerprints are on it.
Say what?
Well, I lost my head, and I picked it up when I saw Conrad was dead.
Oh, that's a jolly one.
Come on, Sidney. Fool us both and try to use your head. Where's his motive for killing Conrad?
Where's his motive?
Yeah.
Conrad was tapping the till down at the club. The books were short to the tune of almost $50,000.
Is that right, Barney?
Well, sure, but if I killed Conrad, how was I going to get my money back?
Because you boys had a partnership insurance policy on the lives of each other.
You know, I forgot about that.
Well, it's a pleasure to remind you. Well, what do you say, Mr. Malone?
I wish I could think of a smart exit line.
Oh, you leaving already, Counselor?
Yeah.
Why, you haven't been at all amazing.
Well, that makes us even because you haven't been at all amusing. I'll see you, girls.
Just a second.
Hello, Mrs. Conrad.
Yes?
I wonder if you could spare me a few minutes of your valuable time.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Oh, you can't be that busy. My name's Hogan.
Hogan?
Larry Hogan. I'm a detective.
Oh. Well, won't you come in?
Thanks. Hey, it's quite an establishment you've got here, Mrs. Conrad.
Can I offer you anything?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Of course, I told Lieutenant Brooks.
Oh, I guess there's been a slight misunderstanding. I'm not with the police.
But you just said...
Yeah, I know. I meant I was a private detective. Hey, is that bar just for show? Or
Get out.
Oh, no. Let's not be hasty, Mrs. Conrad. I know you're upset about your husband, but then he was plenty upset about you.
What's that supposed to mean, Hogan?
Just what it sounded like. I was doing a little research for him. Get me?
No.
Well, a couple of months ago, he dropped by my office and asked me to do some checking on you.
Well?
Well, if I say so myself, I'm pretty good. Didn't take me long to find out about you and Jackie Sherman. The next time you do something like that, honey, you want to use a little discretion.
I think I've heard enough.
Good. Now, let's say, suppose I drop around, let's say, every Wednesday morning.
What for?
Well, to pick up my check. Though, actually, I prefer cash.
You're wasting your time, Hogan. I don't intend to be blackmailed.
Oh, now, baby, who said it was blackmail? You're just buying my services.
I don't need them.
You're making a serious mistake, Mrs. Conrad.
Are you threatening me?
Why, I wouldn't dream of it. Still, I got something to sell, and if you don't want to buy, I'll bet I can find myself another customer.
Yeah?
I'd like to talk to John J. Malone, please.
You are now.
Well, you don't know me, Mr. Malone, but my name is Larry Hogan.
Who?
Larry Hogan. I'm a private eye.
A private eye. You've been seeing too many Bogart pictures. I bet you even own a trench coat.
Look, Mr. Malone, I call to do you a favor.
Why?
What do you mean, why? You're representing Jerome Barney in the Conrad killing, ain't you?
Well?
Well, what would it be worth to your client if I can clear him?
What do you want?
Well, I'm no pig, you understand. How does $500 suit you?
It suits me fine.
Well, the party for you to see is Mrs. Conrad. Her hubby hired me to keep tabs on her.
Who was you holding hands with?
A boy named Jackie Sherman.
Jackie Sherman.
Yeah, he lives at the Brighton.
Well, thanks a lot, Hogan. I'm forever in your debt.
Hey, wait a minute, Malone. What about my dough?
What dough?
You promised me 5 bills.
No, I didn't. I said 500 would suit me fine, and it would. I haven't made a penny since I came back from my vacation, so if you'll excuse me, Hogan, I got to get down to cases.
Yes,
Mrs. Conrad?
that's right.
You don't know me.
And what makes you think I'd like to?
I've got references.
What about samples?
Well, that can be arranged, too.
Well?
In public.
Uh-huh. In that case, you better come in.
Thanks.
What did you say your name was?
I didn't. But it's Malone. John J. Malone.
Offer you a drink?
You can try.
What'll you have?
Anything you've got.
You're taking quite a chance.
Well, I believe in living dangerously.
That's a reporter for you.
Pardon?
Well, you are a reporter, aren't you?
How could you tell?
Well, there's a certain something about all you newspapermen.
Does it show?
Oh, definitely.
Well, I guess there's no fooling you. You know Larry Hogan?
No. Am I missing something?
Well, if you are, I'll make up for it.
Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Good?
I don't know when I've had better. Now, tell you what I had in mind, Mrs. Conrad.
The name's Doris.
Well, I didn't want to presume. How would you like to do a personal series on the murder of your husband?
What do you mean, a personal series?
Oh, what it was like to be married to a big shot.
I'm afraid I couldn't.
Why not?
I never learned how to write. Now, maybe if I had someone to collaborate with,
That's an idea.
You'll be willing?
No, but maybe Jackie Sherman would.
What did you say?
Well, let's face it, lover, you and Jackie are a natural. He probably knows more about this case than anyone else. How long have you two known each other?
Get out.
Out? I haven't even finished my drinking.
You've got to get out of here.
Now, Doris, you wouldn't throw a glass at me. Hey, yeah, I guess you would.
Get out.
Now, don't be angry just because you missed. It's hard to hit a moving target. It's lucky your husband didn't present that problem. Don't say it. It's been grand, lover. Let's do it again real soon.
One, two, one.
Hello?
Is that you, Jackie?
Yeah.
Darling, you got to come over here.
You out of your mind,
You
Doris?
don't understand. A newspaper man named John J. Malone was just over here.
Who?
John J. Malone.
He's no newspaper man. He's a lawyer.
But he just told me...
He's representing Barney.
Well, that's even worse.
What did you tell him?
I didn't tell him anything. He knew about us.
Oh, how?
Hogan must have told him. Jackie, I got to see you.
Don't be any stupider than you have to be, Doris.
Well, I can't go on like this.
Look, will you try and get this through your head, baby? We're through. Washed up. Finished.
Oh, no, we're not.
I say we are.
And what about me?
You don't have to worry. According to the World Almanac, there are 1 million other men in Chicago.
How dare you say that?
It's the truth, isn't it?
All right, Mr. Sherman. I can see you're looking for trouble. Maybe I know just the girl to accommodate you.
Hello, Seymour. Remember me?
Well, the bandages look familiar. Squat.
I was very surprised to hear you were still in town.
Why? You expect me to leave, Jackie? I got nothing to hide.
I disagree with you.
Never seen it to fail. Look, Jackie boy, up to this point, my association with you has been very pleasant. You know why? Because you didn't tell me how to run my business. Know what I mean?
Well, don't you think with Conrad dead that you...
Conrad? Never heard of him.
Now, look, Seymour, you... All right, look. I'm willing to pay you $500 more to get out of town.
Well, if you're going to put it on that basis, Jackie boy, I'd be an ingrate to refuse. Know what I mean?
I don't. What?
That's what I hate about this place. They never keep out the riffraff. What are you doing here, Malone?
You probably won't believe this, Seymour.
Probably not.
I had no idea you were here. I was following your friend. Imagine my surprise.
Beat it, Malone.
Hey, what's the trouble with me today? Nobody seems to want me around.
Maybe you ought to start reading the ads.
That's a thought. And I got one, too. What do you suppose Lieutenant Brooks is going to say when I tell him that Mrs. Conrad's boyfriend has been consorting with a hired killer?
Is that what you think I am, Malone?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're wrong. I never harmed a soul in my life. But you keep talking like that, and I might surprise myself. Know what I mean?
Well, what are you stalling for, Sussman? King me.
King you? Wait a minute, Lieutenant. How'd that checker get there?
It was in that box all along.
Honey, I didn't see it.
Are you implying that I would cheat?
No, he wouldn't do that, Sussman. He's just dishonest.
Well, if it isn't the amazing Mr. Malone. What do you hear from Perry Mason?
Why don't you give up, Brooks? I don't think you boys will ever replace the Keystone Cops. What did you find out?
Find out about what?
Conrad's murder.
Oh, haven't you heard, Mr. Malone? We've got the killer under lock and key. It's a fellow named Jerome Barney who, by an odd coincidence, happens to be your client.
You mean you haven't done any more work on the case?
Well, it seemed like such a waste of effort with you on the job. Shall we get back to our game, Sussman?
Listen, you comics, you know darn well that Barney didn't kill Conrad.
Well, enlighten us, Counselor. Where did we make our mistake?
Mrs. Conrad was holding hands with a boy named Jackie Sherman.
Do tell.
20 minutes ago, Mr. Sherman met with a fellow named Daniel Seymour, and you know what Dan Seymour does for a living.
Yeah, I have my suspicions.
Well, what deduction do you Hawkshaws draw from that?
Now, you listen to me, Malone. As strange as it may seem, we occasionally get an idea once in a while.
Yeah.
Now, it's your theory that Seymour gunned Conrad on behalf of Jackie Sherman.
Yes.
Well, there's only one thing wrong with that. When Conrad was killed, Mr. Seymour was being questioned by the police 15 miles away.
He what?
So I guess you'll have to find yourself another suspect. It's your move, Mr. Malone.
You're listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. The United States Forestry Service has declared a state of emergency. Drought conditions across the nation have increased the danger of forest fires. Recently, 17 forest fire fighters lost their lives. Due to these unprecedented drought conditions, destructive forest fires are causing widespread damage in the West, the Rocky Mountains, New York, and in New England. The danger of similar disastrous fires elsewhere is rapidly increasing. The only obvious reason that 90% of forest fires are started is carelessness on the part of the average American. All persons entering wooded or forest areas, or even driving through in automobiles, are urged to exercise extreme care when smoking or using fire. Learn by heart these simple rules. Crush out cigar, cigarette, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two after using. Drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. And find out the law before starting any fire outdoors. Remember, 9 out of 10 forest fires are caused by people. You can help prevent them. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
I wonder if Professor Einstein had as much trouble with his theory as I had with mine. Here I had it worked out so beautifully that Dan Seymour had killed Conrad at the behest of Jackie Sherman, and according to Lieutenant Brooks, there was only one slight flaw. It never happened that way.
Say, Malone.
Huh?
Your mouth's still open.
Now, listen, Lieutenant, are you sure that Seymour couldn't have killed Conrad?
Positive.
How do you know?
Because at the time of the murder, we were having a little tete-a-tete. I got a phone call yesterday afternoon that Mr. Seymour had secured himself an assignment and a little interview might be in order.
Who was your tipster?
My friend didn't care to leave his name.
But the point is
that at the very moment Conrad got himself gunned, I was looking into Seymour's beautiful brown eyes.
Well, how about Mrs. Conrad?
Yeah, hey, how about her?
I mean, why couldn't she have killed her husband?
No reason, except she didn't. At 5:30, she was having cocktails in Evanston. Any further nominations?
Hogan.
Who?
Did you ever hear of a private detective named Larry Hogan?
Yeah, several times.
Well, he was the one who gave me Mrs. Conrad and Jackie Sherman.
Well, that was sweet of him.
Maybe Hogan killed Conrad.
Oh, Malone, don't you think you're reaching a little?
Well, why not?
Where's his motive?
He did some work for Conrad.
By you, that's a motive?
Suppose Conrad refused to pay him. Suppose they had a... Wait a minute, Lieutenant. I think I see it all now.
You do?
Yeah. Put your head on. We got work to do.
Hello, Jackie.
Doris, I thought I told you on the
now,
phone
sweetheart, you know you didn't mean that. You couldn't possibly.
Couldn't I?
No. You're crazy about me, and I'm crazy about you.
You're crazy, period.
You're wasting your time, Jackie. You can't make me angry. I know how much you care. But look what you did for me.
What did I do for you, Doris?
You know.
Yeah, but we don't. So suppose you enlighten us, Mrs. Conrad.
How did you get in here?
Oh, I suppose we should have knocked, Brooks.
Yeah, but they probably wouldn't have paid any attention.
All right, Malone, what do you want?
The party who killed Paul Conrad.
I thought you were a lawyer.
That's a common mistake. Actually, Jackie, I'm very bad in the courtroom, so I find it much easier if we never go to trial. All right, Lieutenant. Like they say in the police manual, Do your duty.
All right. And Mrs. Conrad, by the power invested in me,
No, Lieutenant, not her. Him.
What does that mean?
You killed Conrad.
Are you nuts?
Now, there's no reason to be sore, Jackie. You went to a great deal of trouble to work out this plot. I'm just seeing to it that you get the proper billing.
Say, Malone.
Huh?
If it's not asking too much, would you mind drawing me a diagram?
Oh, I thought the doctor told you to lay off those stupid pills.
Well, Malone, we can't all be as smart as you. After all, if I knew all the answers, I'd be doing guest shots on gangbusters.
Well, it had to be Jackie Sherman.
Had to be. Now, why?
Couldn't be anyone else.
What was his motive? Don't tell me he was in love with Doris.
Of course not, but you saw the shellacking Conrad gave him. Well, Jackie wasn't the kind to take it laying down.
No, that still doesn't prove anything.
Well, where do you think your tip came from to pick up Seymour?
Jackie?
Whom else?
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Sure it does. Jackie knew his name was bound to pop up in this case. He was the most obvious suspect.
So he hires a killer and then tips us off about it?
Exactly.
Oh, that's Miss Sugar.
It's not crazy at all. Jackie had a great knowledge of psychology. He banked on us figuring the way we did. It didn't seem possible that having hired a gunman, he'd do the job himself, which is just what he did. Why do you think I had no trouble following him to Seymour? He led me there, deliberately.
I can't get over it. Did you realize how unusual this case was?
You mean I didn't wind up with a beautiful blonde?
No, I've seen that happen before.
Oh, what then?
Well, I've been running around with you, man and boy, almost 3 years, and this is the first time I can remember where you didn't get your head parted in the middle with a lethal weapon.
Say, that's right.
Yeah, let's just hope it doesn't establish a dangerous precedent. Good night, Malone.
Ever hear the story of the gangster who was haunted by ambition? He was going to be public enemy number 1 if it killed him. You gotta give the boy credit, he made it. I'll tell you all about it next week, so why not pick me up in my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
Gene Raymond was starred as John J. Malone. Our program was written by Gene Wang and directed by William P. Rousseau. Music by Basil Adlam. The Amazing Mr. Malone is produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events and characters depicted in this story were entirely fictional. Any resemblance to actual places of people living or dead is entirely coincidental. Mr. George Fenneman inviting you to be with us next week. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from Hollywood. Now, a listening reminder. Listen now for the premiere of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half-hour of mystery starring George Petrie as the lawyer whose practice before every type of bar has become a legend. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, the amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone's the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. Those of you who've dropped by the office before know how proud I am of my collection of cliches. Tonight, let's explore the possibilities offered by Seek and Ye Shall Find. I suppose that goes for headaches, too. As a case in point, I'll give you Larry Barker. Larry's the rugged-looking boy making his way down the 4th-floor corridor of the Martin Building. Right now, he's looking for trouble, and when he stops in front of room 419, the odds are 20 to 1 he'll find it.
Tom? Yeah?
I'm looking for Frank Pulaski.
Well, if you don't find him, it ain't because you didn't try the right place.
Are you Pulaski?
Uh-huh.
My name is Larry Barker.
The bookie?
I don't think we have to go into that.
Whatever you say, Mr. Barker. Sit down.
Thanks.
What can I do you for?
That remains to be seen. Someone told me you're one of the best private detectives in Chicago.
Well, naturally, I ain't going to deny it.
Well, we'll soon find out. Take a look at this picture.
Hey, not bad.
That happens to be my wife.
That's even better.
I don't like those kind of jokes, Pulaski.
Sorry.
Now, do you think you could watch her for me?
I don't know why not.
Her first name's Sheila.
Sheila?
Yes. I want to follow day and night. I want to know everyone she sees, but everyone. Can you handle it?
Well, now, let's see if we understand each other, Mr. Barker. You suspect your wife's running around.
Did I say that?
Well, why else would you want to sick a tail on her?
That's none of your business. Now, either you want the job or you don't.
Going to run into a lot of dough.
So?
So, what about an advance?
No dice.
Look, for a job like this, I'll have to put on 3 extra men.
I don't care how many you put on. In my business, I only pay off on results.
I don't do business that way, Mr. Barker.
Well, I do.
In that case, we're both wasting time. You got to find yourself another boy, and I got to find myself another client. Let's hope we both know where to look.
Oh, taxi. Taxi.
Can I help you, honey?
Taxi.
You don't seem to be having much luck.
Maybe I'll do better calling a cop.
Now, wait a minute, baby. I'm not trying to pick you up.
Taxi.
I mean it, Mrs. Barker.
Look, how did you know my name?
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know about you, Sheila. Maybe you'd like to look at my card.
Frank Pulaski, Private Investigations.
Your hubby was in to see me yesterday.
Larry?
Mm-hmm.
What did he want?
This is no place to talk. Now, look, I got a brand new car right around the corner.
You can say anything you've got to right here.
Well, it's kind of embarrassing, Sheila. I don't like to be seen taking money from a woman in a public thoroughfare.
What are you talking about?
Well, naturally, you can't expect me to divulge this kind of information for free.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Pulaski. So you keep your information, and I'll keep my money. Taxi?
Looks like I ain't gonna make a buck from the Barker family, nohow. But I like you better than I do your husband.
Thanks.
No, I mean it. If I were you, Sheila, I'd watch my step. Larry's checking up on you.
You're lying.
Nope. As a matter of fact, I did a little checking on you myself.
Why, you...
Now, take it easy. As far as I can learn, you never once stepped out of line. What's the matter with that husband of yours, anyway? Must be out of his mind.
You may be right.
If I were you, honey, I'd never put up with it.
Thanks for your advice, Mr. Pulaski. I'll let you know if I take it.
Just a second. I said just a second. What's the idea? Oh, hello.
You must be John J. Malone.
I ain't a young doctor.
Your office told me I'd find you here.
They have orders not to tell anyone that.
So your secretary said, but when she noticed I was a blonde, she seemed to think it made a difference.
I come to think of it, she's right. Come on in, lover.
The name is Barker, Mrs. Barker.
I don't like to be formal with my clients.
What makes you think I'm going to be a client?
You mean this is a social call? That's even better. Sit down.
Thank you.
Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Drink?
If you don't mind, Mr. Malone, I'd like to get right down to business.
All you pretty women are alike. Okay, Sheila, when do you want me to start suit?
When do I want you to start suit?
Well, don't you want a divorce?
How did you know that?
Didn't they tell you I was amazing?
How did you know I wanted a divorce?
Well, you announced yourself as Mrs. Barker, and then I took a look at your left hand. That little white ring of flesh told me you were wearing a wedding band till a couple of hours ago.
That's pretty obvious.
It always is after someone points it out. What's your husband do?
He's a betting commissioner.
You wouldn't be married to Larry Barker.
Yes.
I'm impressed. I hope you do as well in your next marriage.
There's not going to be a next marriage. I just want a divorce. I don't even want alimony.
Why?
Have you ever been married to a jealous man?
Not recently.
I am not clowning, Mr. Malone.
Sorry.
Larry and I were married 6 years ago. And ever since the first day, he's suspected the worst.
Does he have reason?
No.
You know, I believe you.
Thanks.
It's quite all right. But if Larry had no cause to be jealous, why is he?
I don't know and I don't care. He's killed everything I ever felt for him. He even tried to hire a private detective to keep tabs on me.
Who?
A man named Frank Pulaski. That was the final straw.
I don't blame you. But suppose Larry won't agree to a divorce, what then?
I thought you were the lawyer.
That's right, I am. All right, Sheila, I'll let you know when I dope out something.
And in the last 3 weeks... Yes, sir, can I help you?
Larry Barker in?
Well, he's very busy.
Well, he can't be that busy. Tell him Al Donnelly's here.
What is it, Joyce?
There's a gentleman to see you, Mr. Barker.
Can't you handle it?
He wants to speak to you personally. His name is Al Donnelly.
Oh. Well, send him right in.
Will you please go in?
Thanks. Where do we go?
First door to your right.
Come on in, Donnelly. Glad to see you, Mr. Barker.
What have you got?
Plenty. I told you my outfit delivers the goods. Lucky you didn't get yourself tied up with that Frank Pulaski.
Well, what's the story?
Just what you thought. Your wife's been seeing some guy on the sly.
I knew it.
Spent practically the whole afternoon in his apartment.
Who is he?
John J. Malone.
A lawyer?
Mm-hmm. And you know his rep.
I've heard a couple of stories.
Well, there you are. Just a case of putting two and two together.
All right, Donnelly. Beat it.
Well, what about my check?
I'll mail it.
Oh, now look, Mr. Barker.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Our deal called for something quite different.
Well, just for that, you'll wait. Joyce,
Yes?
show him out.
Never mind. I can find my own way out.
What happened?
Nothing.
That wasn't the impression I got listening at the door.
So you were eavesdropping.
I guess I should be ashamed of myself.
I've got a good mind.
Sure you have, Larry. Mine's the one that's bad. I think in 9 years I would have gotten smarter.
What are you babbling about?
I was just reminiscing.
Well, do it on your own time.
I don't have any time of my own. Every minute belongs to you, remember?
Are you going to start that again?
Yes. I'm entitled to know where I stand. You've been stalling me long enough. 9 years. 9 rotten years. Well, now you got grounds for a divorce.
You're crazy.
I heard what that Donnelly said. Sheila's been running around with Malone.
Shut up. You didn't actually think I was going to marry you?
Yes, I did.
You stupid little fool. Why, Sheila's worth $1 million like you.
She's no better than I am. Ask Malone.
You keep your mouth shut, understand? Don't you dare say a word about her.
I only hope Mr. Malone is as gallant.
Don't give it a thought, Joyce. He won't talk. I'll see to that personally.
Just one of those crazy things, one of those bells that now and then rings. Just one of those
It's about
things.
time, Malone.
It was... How did you get in here?
What difference does it make? Shut the door.
I take it that gun is loaded.
What do you think?
Which proves conclusively I should never show up at my office as long as I stay in my apartment.
Yes. You do all right there, don't you?
Come again?
I understand you and my wife had a nice little talk today.
Oh, you must be Larry Barker.
How did you guess?
It figured.
How long have you been carrying on with Sheila?
How long have I what?
You heard me.
Yeah, but I'm sure I misunderstood. You think your wife and me?
Yes.
You got a real nasty mind.
Now listen, you.
Tell me something, Barker. How do you get like that? The way I see it, either you once took a beating from some woman or...
Nobody puts anything over on me.
Then I got another theory. You must be playing around yourself.
What?
Sure, I bet that's it. So because you can't be trusted, you don't believe anybody else can.
Why, you know.
I guess that means I'm right, huh?
You're going to stay away from Sheila, you understand?
Who's going to make me?
Me! You think you got a kick coming, you're absolutely right, Malone. All right, come on, Malone. It's time to rise and shine.
Oh.
Are you going to lay there and pamper yourself?
Who's that?
Well, just open those big brown eyes and look.
No, that wouldn't be Lieutenant Brooks.
You giving odds?
What are you doing here?
Now, that's no way to talk to a man who saved your life.
Who saved my life?
Sure. While you were out cold, I sampled some of your liquor. You know that stuff could kill you?
Help me.
If I were you, kiddo, I'd stay right there. May save you another trip down. All right, who did this job on you?
Never mind.
It was Larry Barker, wasn't it?
How did you know?
I'm psychic. How about Barker?
I'll take care of him.
A couple of boys down at headquarters think you did already.
What?
Yeah. They found his body 20 minutes ago with 3 slugs in his brain.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And you'll die when you find out who they think put him there. You want to put your head on, Malone? Or will you go like that?
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Now, Sunday, we've got more shows that promise to deliver the tops in mystery adventure listening. For example, Tom Conway stars as that always debonair gentleman adventurer, Simon Templar, alias the Saint. Then there's Dimension X with stories of science fiction, tales of the universe as it might be in the future. And a little later, join Mr. Moto in his latest adventure. Yes, Sunday means great listening for you with the Saint, Dimension X, and Mr. Moto, all over this NBC station. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
It just goes to prove you should never sleep in the daytime. Here, Larry Barker tucked me in. When I awoke, a police lieutenant named Sidney Brooks was standing over me. I couldn't make up my mind which was more frightening, Brooks' news or his face.
What's the matter, Malone? You look unhappy.
Now, let me get this straight, Lieutenant.
You got it straight. Larry Barker's been murdered.
And you think
well, it's a possibility. You had a run-in with him.
Well, when you found me, I was unconscious.
How do I know you weren't faking?
Listen, you
It's
Schlemiel.
a possibility.
Now, look, Brooks.
What are you getting so excited for? I said it was a possibility. The probabilities are something else again. Now, what was your trouble with Barker?
Oh, you had some screwy idea I was horsing around with his wife.
Were you?
No.
You're slipping. This is not the Malone I know and love.
Sheila came to me to get her a divorce.
Why? She got another guy on the string?
No, she just couldn't stomach Larry anymore. He was crazy jealous.
Well, so he probably never would have let her go.
Well, that problem's over now.
You know, I hate to disagree with you, Counselor, but I think her problem's the first beginning.
I don't see how.
You're not looking in the right places. You say Barker was crazy jealous. He would have fought a divorce.
So?
So she took the other way of getting rid of him.
You're crazy.
You know, I would have bet you'd say that. Whenever you're stuck for an ass.
I tell you, she didn't kill him, Lieutenant. Where is she now?
Now, where else would she be?
In the brig?
Now, how in the world did you ever figure that out? You know, I guess you are amazing. All right, Malone, let's go.
I didn't kill him, Malone. You've got to believe that.
I do, Sheila.
I'm sorry I can't make it unanimous.
Look, Brooks, why don't you use your head for a change?
Oh, why don't you? You admit her husband would have fought the divorce?
How would he know I was getting one?
Malone told her.
I did not. He thought our relationship was purely social.
All right, then she told her.
That's not true.
And when Larry said he wouldn't let you go, you let him have it.
You don't believe that yourself.
Well, she's here, ain't she?
Yeah.
Then I must believe
Look,
it.
Sidney, you got this all wrong. When was Barker killed?
6 o'clock tonight.
All right, Sheila, tell him what you were doing at that time.
Well, I was watching television.
Ooh, what you said.
Don't be so cute.
All right, Sheila. Where were you watching this, you should excuse the expression, television?
At home.
It's funny you didn't see your husband's murder. I guess Milton Berle was much more exciting, huh?
Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. At about 5:45, I went out for a walk.
Oh, come now, honey. You can do better.
Why don't you give that tongue of yours a rest? Listen, Sheila, did anyone see you while you were out?
No.
Well, when you got back to the house.
She never got back. We picked her up on Madison and Van Buren.
That's the police for you, always molesting innocent bystanders.
Yeah, that's us. We beat her, too. Sussman and I took turns. I got tired.
Well, why don't you scout around and find out who else had it in for Barker?
You got any suggestions?
Yeah. Larry was playing around on the side.
I don't believe it.
Of course he was. He practically admitted it in my office. That's why he was ready to believe the worst of you, to justify himself.
Well, assuming, and mark you, I say assuming.
I hear you.
There was another woman. So what?
We'll know that what when you find her.
You mean when you find her?
You expect me?
Uh-huh. I've done my part, Malone. I found Sheila. You'll get your own girl.
Who's there? Who's there?
Hi, Joyce.
You got your nerve.
That's what they all say.
Look, mister, I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of here...
You call a cop?
Yes.
The number is State 4, 8956. What are you waiting for?
Who are you?
Pulaski's my name. Frank Pulaski. I'm a private dick. You know, like the Falcon.
What do you want?
Look, why don't I sit down? So, this is what they call a love nest, huh?
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. It's too bad about your boss.
My boss?
Larry Barker. Somebody done him in.
You're lying.
Think so? Here, take a look at this headline.
Bookie killed in Gold Coast apartment. Lawrence Barker, better known as... Oh, no.
Well, that's the way it goes.
Larry. Is this why you came here?
Not exactly. You see, The cops think his wife knocked him off.
They're crazy.
Well, she seemed like the best bet. Of course, you and I know better.
What do you mean?
Well, Barker came to my office yesterday to hire me to keep tabs on his missus.
That's a lie. He hired...
Al Donnelly. Sure. But that was only after I turned him down. Now, he was a tough man to get a buck out of. You'd think his wife would be more generous.
Huh?
Well, I thought she at least would let me have $100 for tipping her off what was going on, but no. So, then I thought of you.
I don't understand, Pulaski.
Well, I wondered why a guy like Barker would be watching his missus when she never once strayed off the reservation. Then it occurred to me that maybe he liked to put on the war paint himself.
I wouldn't know.
Are you kidding, Joyce? Who would know better?
Are you suggesting...
Mm-hmm.
Get out.
Oh, now, you don't want to take that attitude, sweetie. Like I said, this was only a theory. Now, for 500 clams, I'd be willing to forget it.
Get out.
If I do, I'll go straight to Malone.
I don't care where you go.
Well, you can't say later that I didn't give you a chance. I'll bet you 10 Malone will be willing to take it.
Yeah?
Hi, Malone.
Do I know you?
No, but think what you've been missing.
I'm willing to pass it up.
Ah, you'll be making a great mistake, Counselor. You're representing Sheila Barker, aren't you?
Well?
How'd you like to get her off?
Maybe you better come in.
Thanks. Hey, you lawyers do all right.
I don't believe you mentioned your name.
I don't believe I did. It's Pulaski, Frank Pulaski.
Oh.
Don't tell me you heard of me.
Only this afternoon. Sheila Barker told me you were working for her husband.
Well, she got the story twisted. He wanted me to go to work, but I couldn't see it. We couldn't get together on a fee.
That's tough.
It's tougher than you think. Imagine me sitting here with everything I know.
And what do you know?
Is it worth 500 fish?
Might be.
Suppose I told you that Barker was playing around.
I figured that out for myself.
Yeah, but I know her name.
Wouldn't she pay off? Well, you must have braced her first.
You know, you're pretty cute.
I bet you say that to all the boys. Who's the girl?
First, let me see the color of your dough.
Come on, Pulaski. Who's the girl?
Let go.
I asked you something.
Don't ever do that again.
Don't tempt me. Now, what's her name? Well?
Joyce Crane.
You wouldn't be trying to kid me, would you?
Wouldn't I?
Not if you were in your right mind. Where can I find her?
The Comstock.
Thanks a lot, Pulaski. You've been a great help.
That's okay, Counselor. The pleasure was all mine. You'll be surprised what I'll do for you in the future.
Hello?
Whatever you're selling, mister, I'm not interested.
How do you know? Did you see my line?
I'll take my chances.
You can't afford to, Joyce.
Aren't you being just a little bit familiar?
Well, if you think I'm obnoxious now, wait till you know me better. My name is Malone.
So?
Well, let me give myself my full billing. It's John J. Malone, attorney in concert law.
Hooray for you.
Can I come in?
You can say everything you want to right there.
Everything?
Look, you're not fooling me, Malone. I know Pulaski's been to see you.
Oh, I kind of hoped it would be a surprise.
No, he announced his intention as he left.
I see. I see something else.
What?
Mary Barker was right. You wouldn't have made him a good wife. You're much too possessive.
Why, you know...
Be careful. There may be kiddies listening. But you are possessive. You proved it when you killed him.
Get out.
You're forgetting, lover. I am out. You never invited me in. Mr. Big Mouth, I had to go and remind her.
Hey, buddy.
Me?
Yeah. I wonder if you could settle an argument for me and my friend here.
What is it?
He says you're John J. Malone.
Well?
And I got a gun that says you're going to get in this car. Who's right?
Apparently, both of you.
Get in.
You fellas ought to be ashamed of yourselves. You're just confirming what every stranger thinks about Chicago. Things like this don't happen anymore.
Don't they?
Yeah, I guess they do. Well, whose lap do I sit on?
Move over, Wally, and watch him.
You know, I got a friend who won't believe this. He's a police lieutenant.
Think of that,
You're not even impressed.
You think his feelings will be hurt?
Absolutely.
So I tell him. You talk too much, Malone.
You may be right.
Sure I am. I ought to know. I talk too much, too. All right, Wally. Let's find a nice quiet spot where instead of all this dialogue, we can get a little action.
are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Sunday, the NBC Symphony inaugurates its 1951 Summer Concert Series. Conducting the orchestra will be the world-renowned Alfred Wallenstein, with Patrice Munsell, glamorous soprano of the Metropolitan Opera, as guest soloist. Also in the Sunday listening lineup is another visit with the Blandings. The Blandings, as portrayed by Betsy Drake and Cary Grant, are the proud but somewhat harried owners of that famed dream house. The NBC Symphony Summer Concert and Mr. and Mrs. Blanding Show are only two of the fine programs heard Sunday as part of NBC's Silver Jubilee. And now back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
Well, that's life for you. Obviously, somewhere along the line, I put my foot in it. 5 minutes after Wally found his nice, quiet spot, that same foot was around my neck. The next thing I knew, I was at police headquarters, and it had begun to rain. But I was the only one getting wet. Lieutenant Brooks was in charge of the downpour. Cut that out. You want to drown me?
I thought that would bring you around.
You didn't have to do that.
Oh, it was too good an opportunity to waste. Here's a towel.
Thanks.
Better get the back of your neck, Malone. You're not dry behind the ears.
Oh, that's a good one. How'd I get here anyway?
A prowl car found you in Evanston. Recognizing you as my comrade in arms, they brought you here.
Why didn't they take me to a hospital?
I would have scalped them if they had.
Where's Sheila Barker?
Where she'd been for the past 12 hours.
Well, you gotta let her go. Who do you think did this job on me?
Well, you tell me you were there.
Well, I don't know their names, but they were obviously hired by the same party who killed Larry Barker. If you want a description...
I wouldn't care to hear it.
Now, look...
We already picked them up. One is Wally Forbes, and the other is a boy named Tony Ferrara.
How do you know they're the right one?
They admitted it.
Oh. Well, then we shouldn't have any trouble getting them to confess that Joyce hired them.
That I doubt.
Now, look, Brooks.
They're friends of Frank Pulaski.
What?
Yeah. They were just doing him a favor.
I don't get it, Brooks. I just don't get it.
Well, you would if I had my way.
I tell you, Sheila didn't kill her husband.
All right, then who did?
Oh, wait a minute. I just thought of something.
Oh, no, not again. What does it take to stop you?
Barker had a private dick working for him.
Pulaski?
No, this was another boy named, what was his name?
How should I know?
Well, Joyce Crane would. What do you say we go up and see her?
Look, kiddo, you've had a tough day. Now, why don't you let me drive you home?
What's the point? There ain't no gal there. No, Joyce runs a much livelier spot. Let's try it anyway. Hello, Joyce.
Don't tell me you're back again.
I wouldn't slam the door, lover. This time I brought along a friend. This is Lieutenant Brooks.
How do you do?
Look, Lieutenant, I don't know what Malone told you.
Well, that's just the trouble. He didn't tell me a thing. Maybe you can help out. May we come in?
No.
I think we'd better.
Is that an official request?
Well, I didn't flash my badge. Look, why can't we keep this on a friendly basis?
Well, I don't like him.
Me?
Hey, the girl's got taste.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Now, what do you want to know?
Well, Mr. Malone here has come up with a very interesting theory.
You see, Joyce, there's one character in this little drama we've forgotten. Now, you don't believe that Sheila killed Larry Barker, do you?
Yes, I do.
You've changed your mind.
It's a woman's prerogative.
Well, let's hold Sheila in abeyance for a while. But getting back to this character we've overlooked, what's the name of the private dick Larry hired?
You mean Pulaski?
No, Pulaski never went to work for him. This is the boy who actually did the job, the one who tailed Sheila to my apartment.
Al Donnelly?
Donnelly, that's the name.
What's he got to do with this?
Well, let's suppose Larry never paid him for the job.
He didn't.
And that gives Donnelly a motive.
You're crazy. The only reason Larry didn't pay him is because he was busy.
But Donnelly expected to be paid right there and then.
No. Larry had a right to check and see whether his information was a McCoy. Once Larry found out Sheila was retaining you to get her divorce, he agreed to pay off.
How do you know that?
Because Larry told me as much.
Then it's your theory.
Sheila killed him. She knew she'd never be free any other way.
You really want to see her burn, don't you?
I most certainly do.
Bloodthirsty little girl, ain't she?
Well, what do you say, Counselor?
I say it's about time you did something.
Now, what are you mumbling about?
She's the one we want.
Are you out of your mind?
That's possible, too, but it doesn't alter the conclusion. You killed Larry Barker.
No.
Yes. Well, all right, Brooks. Fool everybody and make like a police lieutenant.
Malone.
Oh, what's the trouble, little man? Something bothering you?
Yeah, you're breathing. Why did Joyce kill Barker?
Well, I told you that at the beginning. She was in love with him, and she was getting older every day.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
She'd been going with him for 9 years, always deluding herself that someday he'd marry her. When she finally woke up, he was kidding her.
She pumped 3 slugs in him.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, how'd she discover that?
From Barker's actions. Here he thought his wife was giving him a dose of his own medicine, and he still refused to let Sheila go. But you'll never guess what clinched it for me.
Probably not.
Well, when Larry came to my apartment, he accused me of running around with Sheila. He slugged me before I had a chance to tell him Sheila merely retained me to get a divorce.
Yeah, but Joyce claimed Larry told her that.
Which proved conclusively she was lying.
Well, all I can say is all that publicity certainly went to your head.
What are you talking about?
Well, Time magazine said you were a great novelty.
Oh, that?
Yeah, a guy who doesn't get bopped on a noggin. Well, you certainly proved them wrong today.
They also said you were a great switch for a radio cop, that you seem to know your business.
Is there any doubt about that?
Well, show me where you did so great here.
Well, that's easy. I put Sheila Barker in jail, and you were the one who got her out.
You're darn tootin'.
Yeah, but now that she's out, where is she?
Hey, that's right. I ought to call her for a date.
You'd be wasting your time, Counselor.
You mean she's going out with you?
You know, I guess I'm pretty amazing myself. Good night, Malone.
You ever hear the story of the great athlete? This boy went in for field events. He used to put the shot. One day, he put it in the wrong place. I'll tell you all about it next week, so why not pick me up at my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
George Petrie was starred as John J. Malone, with Larry Haynes as Lieutenant Brooks. Our program is written by Eugene Wang and directed by Richard Lewis. The Amazing Mr. Malone is based on a character created by Craig Rice and produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events and characters in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. This is Fred Collins speaking. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from New York. Stay tuned for The Man Called X, next over most NBC stations. The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half-hour of mystery starring George Petrie as the lawyer whose practice before every type of bar has become a legend. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, the amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone's the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. Tonight in our study of the cliche, let's examine the familiar early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. If that's true, Jeff Lewis is destined for failure. Jeff's a good-looking boy coming home at 4 in the morning. It's easy to understand why he keeps the same hours I do. He's a musician. He plays piano with Rusty Gates' band. But Jeff's not the only musician in the family. He's got a wife who can sound off, too. But, of course, her solos aren't nearly as sweet.
That you, Jeff?
Uh-huh. Thought you'd be asleep, Claire.
How can I sleep? You realize what time it is?
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock.
Where have you been? You got off at 2.
I went out for coffee with Rusty.
You went out for coffee with Rusty.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I suppose you two were alone.
Oh, look, Claire, do we have to start that? I'm tired.
You're tired. Do you ever think of me sitting here till all hours of the night, worrying myself sick, wondering what's happened to you? Thinking maybe you got hit by a car?
Oh, now you're being ridiculous. Where are my pajamas?
Now I'm ridiculous.
Yes.
I don't know why you bother coming home at all.
I sometimes wonder myself.
Then why do you? Why don't you just say you're tired of me?
Well, if you want to know... Oh, wait, look. Look, honey, please. Let's not fight. You know how I feel about you, but every night it's the same thing over and over again.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
I don't mean to act like this. I just can't help myself. I love you so much I can't see straight.
I love you too, honey.
I don't blame you for being angry. But every time I see all those women hanging around the bandstand...
They're just a bunch of jerks. I wouldn't give 2 cents for any one of them.
You're a darling to put up with me.
Come on, forget it, will you?
I'll make you some coffee?
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
Okay. I'll get right to work.
Maybe you can make a sandwich, too, huh?
I thought you ate with Rusty.
What?
When you came in, you said you were out with him.
I was.
Then how come you're so hungry?
All I said was that
Was Rita there, too?
Rita?
Oh, haven't you met Rusty's wife?
Listen, Claire...
I thought you two were old friends. After all, she's been singing with the band for 3 years.
Now, look...
Don't think you're fooling me. I know what's going on.
You're out of your mind.
You must have been. And I am now, not to see it before. Oh. Well, I'll say one thing for you, Mr. Lewis. You were real clever. But you're not going to get away with it, understand? I'll kill you first.
Oh, that does...
Jeff! Jeff, where are you going? I didn't mean it, Jeff. Honey, please. Jeff!
Just a second. Give me a chance, will you? Look, you...
Hi, Malone.
What's the idea, Jeff?
Well, I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd just drop by.
What's the matter, Claire lock you out? Not that I blame her in your condition. You're loaded.
Ain't I, though, huh?
Well, that's one case I'll never get to handle. I thought you never touched this stuff.
Oh, I'm celebrating.
Hey, you better sit down.
I don't mind if I do.
Oh. What's the trouble?
Trouble? Who's got trouble?
Obviously you have.
Well, you know, you're right.
Claire?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it was bound to happen. What do you want me to do, start suit for divorce?
What makes you say it was bound to happen?
You forget I've seen her in action. Every time a dame asks you to play a tune, she goes nuts.
Well, she says she's crazy about me.
I suppose she is.
Well, why can't we make a go of it, huh?
Because Claire's not happy unless she's tormenting herself. She's sick. Well, I'll draw up the papers first thing in the morning.
Hey, you know what she said? She accused me of having a mad romance with Rita.
Rusty's wife?
Yeah. Imagine me and Rita. Hey, I suppose we did. That would teach you, huh?
If you're thinking what I think you are, forget it. Rusty would break your back, and I wouldn't blame him. You let me get you a nice divorce.
The only girl I ever loved, and you want to see us apart.
Now, look, Jeff.
All Claire needs is a lesson, and she asked for it, and she's gonna get it.
I tell you, you're handling this the wrong way.
How would you know? You were never even married.
Mm-hmm. And this sort of thing vindicates my judgment.
You know, your trouble, Malone, you're a cynic. And now I'm gonna prove that you're wrong.
Any of you guys want to get something to eat? What about you, Jeff? You coming along?
Well, I thought Rita and I were going to run over a couple of tunes.
We were going to what?
Well, don't you remember, Rita? You said you wanted to go over that new Cole Porter thing.
Well, that's right, I did.
Why don't you kids do it tomorrow, huh?
You know what they say, Rusty. Never put off for tomorrow who you can do today. Why don't you and the boys go to Mike's? We'll meet you.
All right. You fellas ready?
Yeah, what are you waiting for? We'll see you cats later.
You bet.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Well, I must be losing my mind.
I don't get you, Rita.
I don't remember asking you to run over any tunes with me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you did. I guess I misunderstood.
No, you didn't.
Why did you tell Rusty we were going to rehearse?
Because I've been working with you for 3 years, and this is the first time you ever gave me a tumble.
Well, if you'd like to skip it...
Are you kidding?
Well, shall we get right down to work?
You know you're cute.
Hmm?
I was wondering if you'd ever come around.
Look, Rita, I made a mistake. You see,
Did I ask for any explanations? It's enough you wanted to be alone with me.
No, you don't understand.
I
kid.
understand that we're wasting time. We got to meet Rusty.
No, but you don't... Hey, we shouldn't have done that, Rita.
Why did it hurt?
No, but I don't think
you
that...
aren't the darndest man for talking. Lucky I know a wonderful way to shut your mouth. Come here, baby. Let me show you.
Yeah?
Is that you, Jeff?
Oh, listen, Claire, I told you
Oh,
before
darling,
not to...
please. You can't hang up on me. You don't know what I've been going through all this week ever since you moved out.
I should have done it long ago. Maybe now you've got an idea what I've been through these past 4 years.
Look, Jeff, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. If only you'll come home.
No.
Jeff, please. I promise I'll never be jealous again. I know you're only seeing Rita to teach me a lesson
What makes you think so?
because you love me.
Maybe I don't anymore.
No. Jeff, you mustn't say that. You don't believe it yourself.
Look, Claire, you've got to get this through your head. Comes a time when a guy gets fed up. I've had it, baby. And you're the one who did the job.
Rita, see this in Variety? Ray Herback's working at the Riverside Hotel in Reno.
Can't hear you, Rusty.
I hope...
What?
I'll tell you later. I think we got company. Just a second. Claire.
I'm sorry to bother you, Rusty.
Oh, that's all right, honey. Come on in.
Have you seen Jeff?
Well, what do you mean?
He hasn't been home in a week. I'm going out of my
You
mind.
better sit down. You want a drink?
No, thanks. Rusty, you gotta help me.
Look, Claire, I don't like to interfere in somebody else's
But
business.
this is your business. It never would have happened if it hadn't been for Rita.
What?
She turned him against me.
You're nuts.
Look, maybe she can fool you, but she can't fool me. I knew she was after him the minute I saw her. If you don't believe me, just...
What's going on here?
There she is. Ask her.
Ask me what?
Don't play innocent, Rita. It's out of character.
All right, Claire, I think you better go.
You don't believe me? How can you be so blind? Can't you see she's nothing but a no-good...
Let's get out of here before I throw you out.
Why don't you ask about the other boys in the band? Why do you think Hank's wife made him leave? She was running after him.
That's a lie.
That's why you picked on Jeff. But he doesn't love you. He couldn't.
Listen, you, the day I couldn't take...
Go on, Rita. The day you couldn't take what?
Honey, what's the matter with you? Are you going to listen to a crazy dame?
Who are you calling crazy?
I don't know about you, Rusty, but I don't have to put up.
You see?
All right, Claire, all right. You said your piece. Now just clear out.
Not until
I've heard enough. Come on.
Let go of me. Let me go.
I'll let you go when you're outside.
No.
Yes.
Let go of me.
That girl's insane.
That's possible. Now, what is this about you and Jeff?
You're not going to believe her.
Not if you can convince me she's wrong.
Rusty, I swear there's nothing to
I
it.
wonder. Barney made a remark about you last night, about your rehearsing all the time.
Well, if you don't want me to approve
Look, how
myself...
come so suddenly you're interested, huh? You never cared before. Look, maybe it's time we did a little work together, huh? All right, Rita, you start singing. And you better make it good.
Hello, desk.
Yes, sir.
This is Jeff Lewis from 419.
Oh, yes, Mr. Lewis.
I called for a bellboy 20 minutes ago. What happened to him?
Oh, he's probably on his way up, sir.
How's he coming? By way of Cicero? Please see if you can... Oh, never mind. He's here now. Just a second. I said just a second. You take a year and then... What are you doing here?
No, you shouldn't have...
All right, Lieutenant, what do you want?
Well, Hey, wait a minute, Counselor. How'd you know it was me?
Well, I've been answering my phone this way all week. The law of averages said I'd be right once.
Oh, you're amazing, Mr. Malone.
That's what I keep telling you.
What are you doing?
Well, what else would I be doing at 4 a.m?
Ooh, what I know about you.
Don't be so funny. I assume you have a reason for disturbing me at this hour.
You assume properly. Look, how soon can you get down to headquarters?
Why, what's up?
You know Jeff Lewis?
Oh, very well. What did he get himself into?
The morgue?
What are you babbling about?
He was knocked off at 2:30 this morning.
Who did it?
Well, we kind of suspicion it was his wife, but naturally you're going to prove we're wrong.
Did Claire ask you to phone me?
You don't think I'd waste the taxpayers' money on a call of my own? Come on down, Malone. Your public's waiting.
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. For mystery adventure fans, there's more first-rate radio listening Sunday with The Saint and Dimension X. Tom Conway stars as that debonair gentleman adventurer Simon Templar, better known to the underworld as the Saint, who never eases his campaign against crime. Then later, Dimension X brings you the tales in the future tense. This week's feature, Pebble in the Sky. Written for radio by Ernest Kenoy, it tells the story of time when the civilization of the galaxy spreads across 200 million worlds, when the black void of space swarms with ships of interstellar commerce. But far off the trade routes, almost forgotten, lies the dying planet Earth, in the backwater of the universe, a place of exile, a pebble in the sky. Sunday on this station. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
Well, like the man says, that's life for you. 1 minute you got it, and the next minute you ain't. Jeff Lewis found that out the hard way. Half hour after I got the news, I was on my way to headquarters, and when I walked in, I was greeted by Lieutenant Brooks with the most original line of the year.
Well, if it ain't the amazing Mr. Malone.
You know something, Lieutenant? You could stand some new material.
Yeah, but where am I going to find a writer on my salary?
Where's Claire Lewis?
You want to see her now?
What do you think I came down here for?
Well, I kind of hoped it was me. Sussman, get Claire Lewis. Right.
What's the matter with him? He didn't even say hello.
Well, he didn't recognize you with that briefcase under your arm. What do you got near your laundry?
Excuse me. The sergeant...
Oh, come on in, Claire.
Malone. You came.
Uh-huh. Sit down.
They tell you about Jeff?
Uh-huh.
He's dead, Malone. Jeff's dead.
I know.
I don't want to live anymore.
You're talking like a fool.
I don't want to live without him.
Why'd you send for Malone?
What?
Well, he's got a point there, lover. Now, either you want me to get you off...
I don't know what I want.
What do you think killed him?
Rita.
Rita Gates?
Yeah. She did it, Malone.
Why should she?
Because she knew he didn't care for her. He was just using Rita to get back at me.
Did Jeff tell you that?
He didn't have to.
When was the last time you saw him?
I don't remember.
I can tell you. It was at 2:30 this morning. You went to his hotel when he opened the door.
No. That's not true. I love Jeff.
Why don't you lay off her, Sidney? Can't you see what she's going through?
Oh, use your head, Malone. She killed him as sure as you're standing there.
No.
All right, Lieutenant. You made a lot of accusations, but where's your evidence?
We'll produce it at the trial.
Then you haven't any yet, huh?
Have you any? She didn't.
No, I guess we're all in the same boat, and it's up to me to find a paddle. All right, Claire. Take care of yourself. I'll be seeing you real soon. Hello, Rita.
Why, Malone.
Can I come in?
Well, Rusty's not here.
It's all the better. I never believed it's so nice to have a man around the house.
You're not the one.
Ain't I, though?
Let me take your coat.
Oh, bother. It's fine.
Now, I should be mad at you.
What on earth for?
You haven't been over at the club to hear me sing in months.
Oh, I'll never forgive myself. Would you feel better if I slashed my wrist?
You're cute.
You ought to see me in my confirmation suit. I look like a doll in it. Too bad I got to break it in at Jeff's funeral.
Oh, do we have to talk about him?
What would you sooner talk about?
Us.
And then we have to come back to Jeff. I don't like to start a campaign with my last rival still warm in the morgue.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, it occurred to me maybe you killed him.
Are you crazy?
You know, when you found out he was playing you for a sucker.
He played me for a sucker.
Yeah, it was an idea he got one night in my apartment.
You're lying.
He wanted to give Claire something really to worry about. I tried to tout him off.
Get out.
What's the matter? Don't you think I'm cute anymore?
You gonna get out of here?
Now, Rita, don't you dare throw that bomb. Hey, you missed me.
I'll show you.
Don't bother, lover. I'm convinced a girl like you couldn't miss twice. Maybe I'll give you another chance later.
It's only me, Rita.
I'm so glad you're home.
Are you?
Yeah, I had a miserable afternoon. How'd the rehearsal go?
Real bad. Boys are all sick about Jeff.
Yeah, I guess it'll be tough breaking in a new piano player.
Is that all you can think of?
Oh, now, Rusty, I explained that. Claire was imagining things. Jeff didn't mean a thing to me.
What was Malone doing here?
Huh?
Malone, the lawyer.
Oh, he's representing Claire. He thought maybe I could help her out.
What'd you tell him?
What could I tell him?
Maybe about you and Jeff having a deal?
Oh, you're getting as bad as she is.
Look, if you mean I'm jealous, you're right. Only I got a good reason.
Look, Rusty, we've been all through this before.
Sure we have, and you convinced me Claire was nuts. Yeah, you really talked me out of it. But since then, honey, I've been doing a little checking.
Well, you've got your nerve.
You know, I'm crazy about you, Rita. But you're no good.
What?
Everybody knows it.
Don't you talk to me like that.
Who's got a better right? But you know what's funny? It doesn't make any difference. I don't care what you did. I still feel the same way about you.
Well, I'm overwhelmed.
Now I want to know what Malone said.
None of your business.
Yes, it is, baby. And I'm going to find out if I have to shake it out of you.
No, Rusty. Don't. Rusty.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy things, one of those bells that now and then ring.
A little flat there, Malone.
Just. Now, look, Rusty, I can go along with a gag, but this is too much. You know, this is the third week in a row I've walked in here and found the joint occupied.
You better get a new lock.
It's an idea. What do you want?
I just finished having a little talk with Rita.
Now I suppose it's my turn.
Mm-hmm. What'd you say to her?
Didn't Rita tell you?
Maybe I want to compare notes.
You don't have to worry, Rusty. This was purely business.
Is it about Jeff Lewis?
Yeah.
Yeah. And she was telling the truth. You're trying to frame her for his murder.
I don't have to frame her.
Malone, if you involve Rita in this, I'll kill you. I mean that.
I believe you do.
Her name is not to be mentioned at Claire's trial. Do you understand me?
Don't see how we're going to keep it out.
One of you bring her in and I'll break every bone in your body.
Even my little pinky.
What's the matter? Don't you think I can?
You're taking in a lot of territory. According to the encyclopedia, there are hundreds of bones in the human frame.
And if you think I'm
Now, wait a minute.
Malone,
you wouldn't hit a man who was yellow, would you?
I'll show you. You're pushing me
now,
too.
Hold it, Rusty. Why can't we be friends just to prove I've got no hard feelings?
Get away from that drawer.
I just want to get this bottle. Maybe we can split it. Together. Well, that's opening it the hard way, but you'll have to forgive me, friend. I forgot my corkscrew. Yo-ho, is anybody home?
Oh, no. What did I do to deserve this?
Nothing. That's why you should be grateful. Look, Lieutenant, I want to talk to you.
Must you?
Yeah, but first, how about shutting off that teletype?
Are you out of your mind? I'm expecting a very important flash. Score of the White Sox game will be through any minute.
Well, if you won't do it.
You know, that's what I like. I like to see a man make himself at home.
Where's Claire Lewis?
You know darn well where she is.
Well, you got to let her go.
Oh, I suppose you can prove she's innocent.
Yes, I got it all figured out. I'm telling you, Brooks, you bring her to court and I'll crucify you. You haven't even established a motive for the girl.
Are you kidding? Claire was crazy about Jeff and she lost.
No, she didn't. Jeff was only seeing Rita to needle her.
Look, Malone, I got work to do now. Now, why don't you go home?
I can't. Home ain't a fit place for me right now. You know who's there?
All right, I'll play straight. Who's there, Mr. Malone?
Jeff Lewis's killer.
No.
I'm serious, Lieutenant. It's Rusty Gates.
What's he doing at your place?
Right now, I imagine he's dozing. I put him to sleep with a bottle.
What are you talking about?
I had to conk him.
Why?
Well, it was either him or me, and naturally, I was prejudiced.
Did he have a gun?
No.
Well, why didn't you use your fist?
Are you kidding? Rusty must weigh 240 pounds.
So?
He would have murdered me.
That's no excuse.
Now, look, Lieutenant, quit the kibitzing. I tell you, he killed Jeff.
Why?
He thought Jeff was breaking up his happy home.
Oh, you make it sound very convincing.
Thanks.
I said it sounded convincing. Actually, it ain't.
What are you babbling about now?
Jeff was killed at 2:30 at the Hillcrest Hotel.
So
at 2:30, Rusty was doing a benefit on the North Shore where he was seen by 80,000 citizens.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's right. Now, how can one man be in two places at the same time? Unless he's amazing. And you're the only one who reads that, Billy. Well, it's been grand, Malone. Drop by again when you can't stay so long.
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. In this great year of decision, the armed forces of the United States offer a greater challenge to the young men of America than ever before. It's a vital, exciting challenge to anyone interested in his personal welfare, the welfare of his nation, or the welfare of the world. Service in today's modern armed forces means a career in which any man can take pride and satisfaction. The new training program prepares the serviceman not only for advancement and leadership in the armed forces themselves, but for positions of responsibility in civilian life. A career in the armed forces means education and technical training in the world's best technical schools. Yes, today's volunteer serviceman has opportunities never offered before. That's why alert, intelligent young men all over the country are entering the armed forces every day. The standards are high, and not everyone can qualify. You must have the brains, the ability, and the character to become a leader. But if you can qualify, go to your nearest recruiting office for full information. Here again is the amazing Mr. Malone.
Well, there was no use denying. Malone had done it again. Here I'd worked out so neatly why Rusty Gates had to be the killer and Lieutenant Brooks had to knock it out in my head. You'd think he had a grudge against me the way he kept ruining my theories. Actually, Brooks is crazy for me. He just hides it so well he even fools himself.
You know your trouble, Malone. You get emotionally involved with the clients you represent. Now, why can't you be like the other lawyers in town?
Why should I? You ever hear their names on the radio?
Now, look, I thought you were going to talk sense.
You wouldn't understand me if I did. Now, listen, Sidney, are you positive that Rusty was at that benefit?
Absolutely.
What'd he do?
He led the band. What'd you think?
And how come Jeff Lewis wasn't there?
He wasn't feeling good, so they used his sub.
And when did the band go on?
At 2:15.
Well, suppose Rusty got off the stand for a while.
Not a chance. Besides, he never could make it to the Hillcrest. It would take him at least 45 minutes to cut across town.
Well, he must have worked it somehow. Now, how could one man be in two places at the same time?
Hey, I asked you that.
You know something, Lieutenant? I got the solution.
Oh, no, not again.
I mean it. Don't you see the answer?
No.
Well, can we get all our suspects together?
Who do you mean?
Rita and Rusty.
What about Claire?
Oh, of course. We'll need her, too. We don't want to play to a house that's only 2/3 full. Well, get on with it, Lieutenant. I'm ready to give the downbeat.
Say, Sergeant. Sergeant.
You want me, Mrs. Gates?
Yeah. How long do you intend to keep us here?
Till I get orders, contrary-wise.
Well, my husband's sick. He needs medical attention. Can't you see he's got a cut on his hand?
I'm all right, Rita.
No, you're just trying to be brave. Does it hurt bad, sweetie?
You picked a fine time to start worrying about him.
Keep out of this, Claire.
She killed my husband and you asked me to keep out?
Oh, you're really crazy.
I'll show you who's crazy.
Rusty, help!
Come on, Claire. Now, cut it out.
Now, ladies, what'll the police think?
You let me go.
Better open them up, Lieutenant,
Let me go.
before we have a bloodbath.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Let me go.
I said that's enough. Now, behave yourself.
She started it.
If I ever get my
Are
hands on
you
you,
gonna behave?
I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Is it safe for me to come in?
Oh, don't worry, Counselor. The girls won't hurt you.
I was thinking of Rusty.
Oh, forget it, Malone. I had it coming.
Oh, that's very charitable of you.
What's the idea, Malone?
That's a very good question, Rita. Fortunately, I'm prepared with an answer. We're trying to solve the murder of Jeff Lewis.
She did it.
That's what I thought for a while, Claire, but I had to discard that theory. The truth of the matter is, Jeff didn't mean enough to her. As far as Rita was concerned, he was just another guy.
Well, you know...
Now, lover, that's no way to talk to a man who just gave you a clean bill of health.
Well, if she didn't kill him, who did?
You're leaving yourself wide open there, Claire.
What?
Yeah. You did it.
No. No, that's not true.
I'm afraid it is.
I'll kill you for this.
Me too? I just don't understand you women. Here you claim you couldn't live without Jeff, and when I arrange for you to join him, you complain. Well, I guess there's no pleasing some people.
I can't get over it. I just can't get over it.
Is something bothering you, little man?
Yeah. How you can have the colossal nerve to sit there and eat after lousing this whole case up.
That's gratitude for you, and after all the work I did.
After all the work you did?
What do you think clinched your case against Claire? Don't you know without me you'd have never gotten a conviction?
What do you eat that gives you so much gall?
I'm perfectly serious. Why, any decent lawyer could have gone into court and gotten an acquittal. All he would have had to do is cast a reasonable doubt on your evidence. I ended that doubt once and for all.
Well, I don't see how.
By taking care of all the other suspects, I proved Rusty couldn't have killed Jeff.
You proved?
With a little assistance from you. But the unknown factor in the case was Rita. I knew she wasn't guilty.
And how did you know that?
Because when I went up to see her this afternoon, she convinced me Jeff meant nothing to her by making a play for me. No woman who's lost a great love would have done that.
Aren't you forgetting your charm?
Now, what are you so bitter about? Here I demonstrate to the public that their police force is on the job day and night. And despite all the propaganda to the contrary, the cops are right once in a while.
Gee, thanks.
And what do I get out of it? 2 women in the case, and I wind up in a night spot with you.
Well, don't feel too badly, Counselor. I've got a feeling before this evening's over, you're going to wind up with something else.
Yeah? What?
The check. Good night, Malone.
You ever hear the story of the boy who worked out a scheme to convert common metals into precious ones? It paid off in reverse. For 2 ounces of gold, he got 1 of lead. I'll tell you all about it next week, so why not pick me up at my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
George Petrie was starred as John J. Malone, with Larry Haynes as Lieutenant Brooks. Our program is written by Eugene Wang and directed by Richard Lewis. The Amazing Mr. Malone is based on a famous character created by Craig Rice and produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events and characters in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Straight from the pages of the Saturday Evening Post comes that famous Oriental detective, Mr. Moto. Created by John P. Marquand, Mr. Moto stars James Monks in the title role Sunday on NBC. Fred Collins speaking. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from New York. Stay tuned for The Man Called X, next over most NBC stations. The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator? Operator! Get me the office of John J. Malone.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half hour of mystery starring George Petrie as the lawyer whose practice before every type of bar has become a legend. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, the Amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone's the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. Tonight, in our study of the cliche, let's take a gander at hard work never killed anyone. You can never prove that by Danny Braden. Danny is the dark-haired boy in the small furnished apartment on Chicago's South Side. Danny is what is known in the trade as a solitary drinker, and he's just made an amazing discovery. Your liquor goes a lot further that way.
Danny.
What the devil do you want, Thelma?
I don't want to nag you, darling.
You're certainly giving a darn good imitation.
I only meant...
What's the matter? You deaf? See who that is.
Sure, darling. Just a minute, I'm coming. Yes?
I'm looking for a Danny Braden.
What do you want with him?
I'm an old buddy of his from L.A. Just tell him it's Jack Bucktel.
Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, hiya, Danny. Good to see you.
What do you want, Bucktel?
Now, is that any way to talk? Your little girl here would think you weren't glad to see me.
She'd be right.
That's gratitude for you. And to think the minute I stepped off that bus, I made tracks right over here.
Shouldn't have bothered.
Was no bother at all. How you doing, Danny?
Swell.
You don't look it.
Well, you know me, Buck. I never believed in being ostentatious.
Can you use $100,000?
Are you kidding?
Darling.
Shut up.
What?
Where can we talk?
What's the matter with this?
2 things. One, you haven't invited me in.
What's the other?
Her.
They're both no problems. All right, Thelma, go take yourself a walk.
No. You're going to get mixed up in something.
Don't you understand English? I make it a nice long walk, like from here to Evanston. Well?
All right, Danny.
Better call me before you come home.
I like a girl who can mind.
Sit down.
Thanks.
You
Said something about $100,000.
Oh, not so fast, Danny boy. There are one or two things we got to iron out first.
Such as?
I got to be protected.
Okay.
Then, sign right here.
What is this?
Just a little agreement that we split 50-50 on your income for the next 10 years.
You think I'd be stupid enough to sign this?
Why? What do you got to lose?
Well, if I went to work, you...
You wouldn't do a thing like that.
Don't be so smart.
Let's not kid each other, Danny. I know you from a way back. You got no more intention of doing an honest day's work than I have. Now, if you want to sign that agreement, okay. If you don't, that's all right, too.
Give me a pen.
Mm-hmm. Here you are.
Daniel M. Braden. How's that?
Oh, it's fine.
Now, what's the deal?
You remember a little girl you were married to named Gloria Mason?
This your idea of a gag?
How long has it been since she got killed in that fire?
What are you, a comic?
Just humor me for a couple of minutes, will you?
Well, 6 years ago.
As I recall, they never did find her body.
Nothing left to find. Just some silver bridge work.
I bet you can afford platinum now.
What are you babbling about?
She's alive, Danny.
You're nuts.
She started that fire herself.
What? Why?
Get away from you?
What kind of crack is that?
I tell you, Gloria's right here in town. Only she calls herself Glenda.
Glenda?
Yeah. That isn't all she changed. She doesn't have that red hair anymore. And she's married.
Married?
Uh-huh. To a fella named Phil Stacy.
Phil? The Stacy that owns the Belmont Casino?
Uh-huh. I understand she's nuts about him.
You must be out of your mind.
Well, there's one way to convince yourself. Go up and see. And while you're at it, you might ask her for a couple of bucks. You know, so you can afford a cab back. I'm sure she wouldn't want her husband to walk.
Yes?
Well, what do you know?
What?
I never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Look, mister.
What's the matter, Gloria? Don't you recognize your one and only? It's Danny.
If you don't get out of here...
What'll you do, scream?
Yes.
Well, go right ahead.
Phil! Phil!
Of course, we both know he isn't home. I made sure of that.
Now, look, mister. I don't know who you are.
Oh, now, Gloria. You couldn't have forgotten all we meant to each other?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, maybe I know a way to show you. Does that bring back fond memories?
What do you want, Danny?
I knew it would ring a bell.
What do you want?
Only what's mine. You.
No.
Oh, now you're my wife, honey. You don't know how I missed you.
I'm sure you found someone else to beat up.
Oh, now, Gloria. Oh, I beg your pardon, Glenda. There never was anyone like you. Well, what do you say you pack your bags and I'll take you home?
Let me go.
Oh, come on, sweetie. You'll love it. Once you get used to the bugs.
What are you after?
I told you. You. I only hope Phil won't be disappointed.
You're not going to say a word to him. I'll kill you if you do.
Well, he's bound to find out. After all, he thinks he's married to you.
How much do you want?
Now, you think I came here for money?
How much do you want?
I never thought of it like that. But, if you'd rather stick with Phil, why, far be it from me to interfere with your happiness. Let's make it $5,000. That's a nice round figure.
Don't be a fool. Where would I get it?
Oh, it doesn't have to be cash, honey. I'll take your check. I'm sure you wouldn't stop payment.
How do I know you won't be back again?
Of course I will, Glenda. You're my wife. Now, what kind of husband would I be not to drop by when I'm in the neighborhood? And I intend to be around real often.
Hello.
Oh, Thelma. How goes the battle?
Who is this?
Jack Buxell. Is Danny around?
Just a second. It's for you, Danny.
Who is it?
Mr. Bucktel.
Hello.
Hiya, Danny.
Fine.
How'd you make out?
How'd I make out?
I understand you were up to see Mrs. Stacy this afternoon.
Where do you understand that from?
Oh, I got ways and means at my disposal. How did we do?
We didn't do.
I don't get you, Danny.
Very simple, Buck. This isn't the right dame.
Listen, friend.
Well, I ought to know. I was married to her.
Look, boy, don't try to hop me around.
Never entered my mind. Sorry it worked out this way, Buck. But maybe we can get together on something else sometime. Give me a call if you get any ideas.
Some more coffee, Glinda?
What?
I asked if you wanted some more coffee.
Oh, no, thanks, Phil.
What's the trouble, baby?
Trouble?
We haven't said 2 words since we sat down.
Well, I've got a slight headache.
You want some aspirin?
No, I'll be all right.
Maybe if you ate something.
I'm not hungry.
You haven't been hungry for a week.
If you don't stop picking on me.
Sorry, honey.
No, it's my fault, Phil. I'm just on edge.
Well, I'm going to call Doc Wilburn and ask him.
No, I don't want you to. I tell you, I'm perfectly all right.
Then what's bothering you?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I swear.
Look, Glinda. I promised when we got married I'd never ask any questions.
I know that, Phil, and I appreciate it.
But if something's worrying you and you want to tell Papa, he'll always be ready to listen. Remember that.
Hello, Doris. This is Danny Braden.
Oh, hiya, Danny.
My missus there?
Huh, what?
Thelma.
No, she ain't.
Oh. I just got in to find a note saying she's gone over to see you.
Well, she left here 10 minutes ago. I think she had an appointment with John J. Malone.
Who?
You know, that lawyer fella.
What does she want with Malone?
Well, I don't know, Dan. Oh, gee. I shouldn't have told you. You won't say nothing.
Don't you worry, Doris. I won't breathe it to a soul.
Danny!
Just a second. I said just a second. Yeah?
I'm looking for John J. Malone.
Have you tried the Prescott building? I understand he's got an office there.
His secretary told me he's never in.
Oh.
And then she said if it was real important, I could find him here.
She's just a great big blabbermouth, ain't she?
Uh-huh.
Skip it. Come on in, Mrs.
Oh, Braden. Thelma Braden.
Sit down.
Well...
You don't have to worry. I won't bite. I left my uppers in my other head.
What?
Don't try to figure it out. It's not worth it. What's your problem?
Problem?
There must be an echo in here.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Malone. It's just that I'm nervous.
Why?
Well, I've never done anything like this before. Danny would kill me if he knew.
Danny, I take it is your husband.
Yes.
On a divorce?
Oh, no.
Then what is it?
Well, you see, I married Danny 3 years ago after his first wife died in a fire.
Well?
Well, just for the sake of argument, suppose she didn't die. Suppose she was still alive.
Well, then she's still his wife. It doesn't matter.
Oh, don't stop on my account, Malone.
Didn't your mother ever teach you to knock, Lieutenant?
Yeah, she also taught me not to be noisy. Sit down, Lieutenant. Thanks, I will.
Look, Brooks, I happen to be very busy.
And you're going to be a lot busier before the day is over.
Pay no attention to him, Thelma.
I'm afraid she's going to have to. I'm with the police, Mrs. Braden.
What?
How did you know her name was Braden?
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know about her. She's 31, blonde, and recently widowed.
Widowed?
All right, Sidney, what are you getting at?
Her husband was murdered an hour ago.
No.
Yes.
You're lying. You're making this all up.
Ah, you know better.
Are you accusing her?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
Oh, I wouldn't worry, Thelma. Didn't they tell you Malone was amazing? Why, with him on your side, all you can possibly lose is your life. Ain't that a comforting thought?
You're listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. East and West meet as Mr. Moto moves swiftly against those who would corrupt and destroy freedom-loving people everywhere. On the national front, Martin Caine, Private Eye, will find himself involved in plenty of action as he becomes involved in whirlwind adventures beginning July 1st. Mr. Moto and Martin Caine, 2 invitations to suspense, intrigue, and mystery over your favorite NBC station. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
one nice thing you can say for my apartment. It's convenient. Within the space of 5 minutes, I had 2 visitors, and both gifted conversationalists. The first was Thelma Braden. The second, Lieutenant Brooks, and the dialogue was real scintillating. Then Brooks got started on a monologue. That's when the party got dull.
It's my duty to warn you, Mrs. Braden, that anything you say may be used in evidence.
Why don't you shut up? Can't you see she's in a state of shock? Thelma,
Huh?
can you understand me?
He said I killed Danny.
He didn't mean it.
Didn't I?
Now, look, Sidney, use your head. Where's her motive?
Oh, you're just talking to pad your part. Where's her motive? Why, that husband of hers used to beat her like she was whipped cream.
That's not true.
Are you kidding? The neighbors told me he cuffed you around regularly.
I didn't care.
Then why were you consulting Malone?
Well,
That's a confidential matter. How did you know she was here?
my friend must have told him.
You mean Doris? You're right.
Now, listen to me, Thelma. Remember that matter we were discussing before he walked in?
What?
Well, you know about this girl you knew whose husband thought she was dead?
The girl I knew.
Yeah, the one who was supposed to be burned in that fire. What was her name?
I can't think.
You've got to, Thelma.
Look, is this a private game, or can a stranger take a hand?
It's private.
It's Stacy. Glenda Stacy.
Phil Stacy's wife?
I don't know.
Well, I'll check. You go along with Brooks now.
You mean I can have her?
Don't get your hopes up, Lieutenant. She's only for a lend. I'll be back for her after I look up another prospect.
Come in.
Hello, Phil.
Well, if it isn't the amazing Mr. Malone. Come on in.
Thanks. Hey, it's quite a place. You know, I've never been up here.
Like it?
Why shouldn't I? Didn't I furnish it?
What are you talking about?
Well, I figure with the dough I dropped at your club, I must have at least bought the drapes.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Drink?
What do you got?
Scotch?
That's my boy.
Say when.
Yes, one of those things. Just one. Whoop.
Here you are.
What about you?
No, I'll sit this one out.
Well, like they say, here's to crime.
All right, Malone, what's in your mind?
Well, can't a man just drop around for a sociable drink?
Not if you're the man.
Well, I was kind of hoping to meet your wife. I've heard a lot about her. She around?
No.
When will she be back?
I have no idea.
In that case, suppose we have a little talk.
Does it concern Glenda?
Vitally.
Then I don't want to hear it. I don't discuss my wife with strangers.
How do you know I'm a stranger? Maybe Glenda and I have a big romance brewing.
Oh, don't make me laugh.
You know my reputation.
Yeah, you're a sucker for a long shot.
What's that supposed to mean?
Take it any way you like.
Look, Phil, I want to be on the level with you. I represent a Thelma Braden.
I told you I wasn't interested.
Well, you ought to be, because your wife...
That's enough, Malone. I think you better go.
You know, Phil, you're a remarkable guy. There are not many men around who would trust their wives so implicitly.
I wouldn't know.
Well, I would. Thanks for the drink, and tell Glenda I was sorry to miss her. Maybe I'll catch her on the next round.
That you, Glenda?
Yes, Bill.
Okay. Let me help you with those packages.
Oh, thanks, darling.
How do you feel?
Oh, much better.
Good. Would you like a drink?
I'd love it.
You sit down right over here, and Pop will take care of it. Did you bring the evening papers?
Oh, I forgot.
Oh, it doesn't matter. All the news is bad. Which reminds me, John J. Malone was up to see you this afternoon.
Who?
You know, a lawyer.
But he's representing Thelma. What did he want?
I didn't give him a chance to say. Hey, don't you want your drink?
What did he say, Phil?
I told you I wouldn't listen to him, but I will to you.
I don't understand.
Look, baby, you know our deal. I never asked you about anything, but if you're in a jam, I want to know about it.
I tell you, everything's fine, darling.
All right, Glenda. Let it be like you say, everything's fine. And Malone or no Malone, Papa's gonna keep it that way.
Tom.
Mr. Malone?
That's right.
I'm so glad to find you in. You don't know the trouble I had getting your address.
You shouldn't have bothered.
Oh, I don't mind.
All right, let's get it over with.
I beg your pardon?
Look, Junior, this is an old story to me, though generally I find him waiting inside. Weren't you sent here to warn me off?
How in the world did you know that?
I'm amazing. Besides, that bulge in your pocket gave you away.
Oh, you mean this old thing.
Hey, isn't that kind of heavy for a little man like you to carry? But then that makes you a big man, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely.
Who sent you, Glenda Stacy?
And why would Mrs. Stacy want to do that?
Because we both know she killed Danny Braden.
Did she?
Absolutely. She was legally married to Braden, and he was probably shaking her down.
Oh, so she took the obvious way out.
See my point?
Well, isn't there something you're overlooking?
You're right.
Pardon?
I'd completely forgotten about her husband. Did Phil send you?
Oh, why should he?
Well, by his own admission...
Oh, I wouldn't, if I were you.
I was just trying to get a cigarette.
That's where you can smoke mine. No nicotine.
Thanks.
And you were saying?
Oh, yeah. Phil would do anything in the world for his wife.
Would he?
Well, that's what he claimed, and I see no... Wait a minute.
Now, don't tell me you thought of something else.
Yes, indeed. Danny must have just recently found out Glenda was living.
Would you believe I've no idea what you're talking about?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I was just thinking out loud. You mind?
No, not at all.
Well, the way I see it, Danny must have learned about Glenda in the past few weeks. Otherwise, this whole affair would have been precipitated a long time ago. Now, how did Danny find out?
May I offer a suggestion?
Please do.
Maybe he saw her on the street.
No, that's too convenient. There has to be another party who supplied the information.
Does he?
That's the only way it adds up. Now, who could have tipped off Danny that Glenda was alive?
I have no idea.
Well, thanks anyway, friend. You've been real sweet to let me run on like this. Oh! What's the matter, kid? Can't you take it down there? Yeah, I know. I ought to be ashamed for hitting anyone smaller than myself, but you don't think a bully like me would hit anyone bigger.
C-O-N-C. Hey, Sussman, how do you spell consensus?
Don't tell him, Hank. You know stool pigeon.
Oh, no. Make for the hills, men. That man's here again.
Look, you idiot, I want to talk to you.
No speak at the end.
I'm not kidding, Lieutenant. I got the whole thing figured out.
When haven't you?
I'm serious. Thelma Braden didn't kill her husband.
Well, naturally you'd say that.
Naturally, and I've just been with the boy who can prove it.
Well, why didn't you bring him with you?
He was in no condition to travel. He had a gun, and I saw no point in letting him use it.
Coward. Who sent him?
Well, he wouldn't say, but I'd be willing to hazard a guess.
All right, let's hear it.
Try and stay with me. Now, Danny Braden was blackmailing Phil Stacy's wife.
Why?
Because she was really Danny's wife. She was never legally married to Phil.
Now, this couldn't possibly be as confusing as you make it sound.
Well, if you think it's rough, wait till you hear the rest. Danny thought she was dead. Recently, he learned she was alive. Now, that information had to come from someone. Who was it?
Well, you tell me. I'm the schlemiel, remember?
Okay. It came from the same guy who sent that punk junior grade around to knock me off.
And who's that?
Phil Stacy.
Are you out of your mind?
Well, who'd be in a better position to know all about Glenda's background?
Well, why would Phil want to blackmail his own wife?
That's what I keep telling you. She's not his wife.
All right, why'd he want to blackmail Glenda? He's in the chips.
Where do you suppose that bankroll came from originally?
Glenda?
Sure. She must be the one who's loaded. Phil's past is a mystery. And when Glenda left Danny, she must have waltzed off with all of Danny's dough.
This assumes he had money at one time.
Yeah.
Now, let's see if I understand you. It's your theory Phil was blackmailing Glenda through Danny.
Hooray, you caught on.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to give you credit, Malone. You were right on one count. The information that Glenda was alive did come through a third party, only it wasn't Phil Stacy. It came from a fella named Jack Bucktel.
But if Phil wasn't the one who supplied the information...
Then you were wrong on count two. Yeah, but don't feel too badly. You were 50% right, and for you, that's a 49% improvement. Keep it up, Counselor. You're doing fine.
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. They say there's a thin line between the real and the unreal. A place where time stands still. A land of silent mystery. We bring you excursions into the unknown. Journeys into the future and through the shadow-filled corridors of the minds of men on Dimension X, a program designed to bring you the unusual. Tom Conway brings us back to reality as the debonair gentleman adventurer Simon Templar, who finds suspense and mystery awaiting him as the Saint. And here's another program note. Be sure to hear Martin Caine, Private Eye, beginning on this station July 1st, and featuring the well-known screen star Lloyd Nolan. Dimension X, The Saint, and Martin Caine, 3 top programs designed for your summer entertainment over NBC, where the chimes are. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
They say you can't keep a good man down, and they're absolutely right. For if Lieutenant Brooks thought he had knocked me out with his haymaker that Jack Bucktel supplied the information to blackmail Glenda, he was wrong. It was a bad blow, all right, but I picked myself right off the floor and stepped into another.
So Phil needed Glenda's dough, huh? Why, you schmo boy. Phil's been in the chips since 1930.
All right, so I made a mistake.
It's nice of you to admit it.
I can't help myself. Where's this Jack Bucktel now?
You know, I had a hunch you'd ask that, and I happen to be prepared with an answer. Sussman, show in Mr. Bucktel.
Never mind, I can make it myself. Listen, Lieutenant, if you know what's good for you...
Don't be silly. If I knew what's good for me, I never would have been a cop. This is John J. Malone.
So
act impressed. He's a big man.
Sit down, Bucktel. I want to talk to you.
I got nothing to say.
Lieutenant, could you leave us alone for a couple of minutes?
So you think it's safe? He outweighs you by 40 pounds.
Yeah, on second thought, maybe you better stick around. Now, listen, Bucktel. How much did Danny give you?
What do you mean, how much did he give me?
The money he blackmailed from Glenda.
No, he didn't get a dime from her.
So he held out on you?
No, he didn't.
You just admitted there was no split?
That's because there was nothing to split. He told me Glenda wasn't the right girl.
But you knew better.
I knew nothing of the kind.
And when you learned Danny double-crossed you killed him.
No.
You went to his apartment and you shot him in the back.
Oh, you're crazy.
All right, Brooks. What are you waiting for? Did you hear him confess?
No.
Well, he practically admitted...
I didn't hear him.
You just haven't been reading between the lines.
And all the reading you've done must have strained your eyes. He couldn't have killed Danny.
Why not?
Because at the time of the murder, he was in Detroit.
He what?
You heard me. Had to fly Sussman there this morning to pick him up.
Well, that doesn't make sense. If he didn't kill Danny...
Then it's barely possible your client did. Well, thanks for helping us out, Malone. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Yes.
I bet you're Glenda Stacy.
I beg your pardon?
My name's John J. Malone. Didn't your husband tell you I was around earlier today?
No, he didn't.
Well, I was. Unfortunately, I missed you.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Malone?
Well, you can invite me in.
I think that'd be a mistake.
Oh, hi, Phil. I didn't see you.
It's pretty obvious. What do you want, Malone?
Well, I just dropped by to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. Can I come in?
All right.
Thanks. This lovely place you have here, Glenda.
Glenda?
Well, I feel I know you so well. After all, I've heard so much about you.
All right, Malone, what do you want?
You were much more hospitable this afternoon. You invited me to have a drink, remember?
What do you want?
I guess I'll have to buy my own. I don't know where the money's going to come from.
Gee, get to the point.
Well, as I started to tell you, I represent a Thelma Braden.
I think you better leave us alone, Glenda.
No, I want to hear this.
I don't blame you, lover. It's pretty good yarn. You see, Thelma was married to a boy named Danny.
You don't have to go into that. We read it in all the papers.
Not all, Phil. You see, Thelma wasn't really married to him. Legally, he was still Glenda's husband.
What?
That's a lie.
You should have told him, lover.
Look, Malone, what are you trying to hand me?
You folks have nothing to worry about. With Danny dead, there's nothing to prevent you from getting remarried.
I don't like those kind of jokes.
It's no joke, Phil. But I did do you an injustice. Some gunzel came up to my apartment early this afternoon, and like a fool, I jumped to two conclusions. One, that you sent him.
Now, look, Malone.
Just hear me out. I also came up with a weird theory that you were behind a blackmail plot to shake down Glenda.
Are you out of your mind?
I must have been. Lieutenant Brooks told me you were the one with the money. I didn't take his word for it, so I checked with your bank. He was right.
Where do you get
I know, I got my nerve. They told me something else. But in the last month, Glenda here issued 4 checks to Danny Braden.
I know about that.
No.
Sure I did, baby.
He's telling the truth, lover. He saw the endorsement.
So,
being the kind of man you are, naturally you took steps. And all of them in the direction of Danny Braden's apartment.
No.
Then later you sent that punk around to scare me off when you thought I was going to hang Danny's murder on Glenda.
You're trying to say I killed him?
I thought I did.
Why, you know...
Lieutenant! He wants to slug me.
I wish I hadn't come in so fast.
Go on, you're too big a ham to miss a cue. Now fool the public and act like a policeman. Hey, George, how about a little service here?
Oh, what are you complaining about, Malone? We're getting as little as possible.
Oh, I don't know why I come here every week. Everybody's a comic.
Listen, Malone.
What do you want?
How did you know Phil killed Danny Braden?
Well, it all came down to the process of elimination.
Mm-hmm.
You had a cast-iron alibi for Jack Bucktel. So that took care of him. And as far as Glenda was concerned, it wasn't in character for her to commit murder, or she would have done it long ago. Look what she went through to get away from Danny. And then when he turned up again, she paid him off.
Well, maybe she got tired of that.
Never. You know, the first touch is always the hardest for a blackmailer. Once the victim kicks through, from then on, it's clear sailing. So that took care of Glenda and left us Phil.
Oh, why didn't he let on to Glenda that he knew about Danny?
Because that's the kind of a guy Phil is. He was crazy about her. If she thought she was keeping something from him, he wasn't going to let on. Now, does that take care of all your questions?
No. This is all well and good about the process of elimination, but there's one party in this deal you overlooked.
Who?
Your client. Why couldn't Thelma have been guilty?
Because you made the pinch.
Well,
you were right last week, so now it had to be my turn. After all, I'm the one who's amazing. Good night, Lieutenant. Ever hear the story of a man who came up with an interesting theory about life? Then one of his friends shot it full of holes? As a lawyer, I can tell you it was murder. I'll fill you in on the gory details next week, so why not pick me up at my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
George Petrie was starred as John J. Malone with Larry Haynes as Lieutenant Brooks. Our program is written by Eugene Wang and directed by Richard Lewis. The Amazing Mr. Malone is based on a famous character created by Craig Rice and produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events and characters in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. Fred Collins speaking. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from New York. Stay tuned for The Man Called X, next over most NBC stations. The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half-hour of mystery starring George Petrie as the lawyer whose practice before every type of bar has become a legend. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, the Amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone's the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. Tonight, in our study of the cliché, let's examine the oldie, never judge a book by its cover. As Exhibit A, I give you Richie Holland. Mr. Holland is the good-looking boy behind the desk in 427 of the Wentworth building. To watch him check his gun, you'd think he was auditioning for the part of a private detective in some movie thriller. He certainly looks the type, which is surprising, because that's exactly what he is.
Yeah.
You're Richie Holland?
That's right.
I got a friend that wants to see you, sweetheart.
Well?
Suppose you put away the pop gun first, huh?
You think that'd scare him?
Yeah, his mother was once frightened by a wedding.
Hey, that's very funny. I must remember that.
I'll write it down so you won't forget.
You do that.
All right, Fred.
Everything okay, Sandy?
Everything's okay. Holland, this is Mr. Fontaine.
Hello, Holland.
Sit down.
All right, Sandy. Wait outside.
Hey, don't you think I better
said wait outside.
Anything you say, sweetheart. If you want me, just yell.
I'll try to remember.
Nice boy.
Somebody ask you?
No.
And suppose you keep your mouth shut.
I'll look.
Maybe you'd better take a look first. What are your rates?
I get $40 a day plus expenses.
I'll pay you $100 with $1,000 in advance. You interested?
No end.
I'm looking for a girl named Connie Burton.
Why?
If I'm willing to shell out this kind of money, I must have a reason.
Yeah, but you'd rather not tell it to me.
Obviously.
What did you say her name was again?
Connie Burton.
Connie Burton. Got a description?
I can do better than that. Here's a picture.
Wow.
This is business, Mr. Holland.
Well, it could be pleasure, too.
It's not going to be.
With all my heart, Connie. So, you know, that's very pretty sentiment.
You think you can find her for me?
Sure she's here in Chicago?
I'm positive. She came here from Boston a year ago.
Oh, then I'll find her. Where can I reach you when I do?
There's no telling. I like to be on the move, but don't worry, Holland. I'll keep in touch. That you can depend on.
Yeah, June.
Do you realize what time it is? I've been waiting with dinner for 3 hours.
It must be pretty cold by now.
That's not funny. This is the 4th time this week. Where have you been?
Working?
So that's the new name for it.
Look, June, I've had a tough day. Would you mind very much if we dispense with the arguments for one night?
I bet she never argues with you.
Who never argues with me?
That girl.
Look, June, there is no girl. I told you I'm working on a case.
Then why didn't you phone me? Or were the wires down?
Where's the paper?
Richie, I'm talking to you.
Well, fortunately, I can't hear you.
You'll hear plenty before I'm through. Is this the girl?
Where did you get that picture?
I found it in one of your suits, and I love the inscription. With all my heart, Connie.
It's not what you think.
It never is. Well, you can tell her that the next time I see her, I'll make it...
What do you mean the next time?
I know where she lives.
What?
You thought you put one over on me, didn't you?
What do you mean you know where she lives?
Let me go.
Well?
I saw her in Marshall Fields on Tuesday, and I followed her. Oh, you two are real clever.
What are you babbling about?
She must have thought that by bleaching her hair and going under the name of Lila Grayson, I wouldn't be suspicious.
Well, you're crazy.
I suppose she doesn't live at the Beverly.
You saw this girl?
Yes, I did.
And she's living at the Beverly?
You're not fooling me with this act. Richie, where are you going? Richie!
Hello?
Is that you, Connie?
What? What did you call me?
Well, isn't this Connie Burton?
No. No, you've got the wrong number. My name is Lila Grayson.
Well, then I guess you wouldn't be interested in my message. I'm sorry if I...
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Well, what difference does it make?
Well, I just thought that I recognized your voice.
My name is Richie Holland.
Oh, well, assuming that I was Connie Burton, what's the message?
A couple of your friends looking for you.
Who?
Fred Fontaine, a boy named Sandy.
Why are you telling me this?
Well, darned if I know. But I once saw a picture of you, and it did something to me.
Look, if this is a trap...
Would I phone ahead and warn you? I'd like to be your friend.
I could sure use one.
Well, consider me a volunteer. Can I drop around?
How does 10 o'clock tonight suit you?
It suits me fine. I'll be seeing you, girl. Take care of yourself till then.
I hate to heckle, Mr. Holland, but that was a red light you just passed.
Would you do me a favor?
What?
You call me Richie?
All right.
No. Go on. Say it.
Richie. How's that?
It sounded just the way I thought it would.
I don't understand you.
I don't understand myself. You mind if we park?
Not if you want to. Well?
No, I liked your hair better the other way.
What?
You know, the way it was in the picture before you bleached it.
I hope you realize you're not making sense.
Mm-hmm. Nobody knows that better than I do. Listen, Connie, I'm a private detective.
I see.
A week ago, 2 boys came into my office.
Fontaine and Sandy.
Yeah. They wanted me to locate you.
And you did.
No, that was a fluke. See, June saw your picture and remembered running into you at field. She followed you to the Beverly.
Who's June?
It's my wife.
She must be a real help to you in your work.
No, she was just jealous. And she had reason to be.
What do you mean?
Well, why do you think I called you without notifying Fontaine?
Maybe you wanted to check first.
No. Look, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I fell for you.
You what?
First time I saw your picture. It's pretty ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, things like that just don't happen in real life.
As I said before, you're not making sense.
I know that. I'm all mixed up.
Well, what do you intend to do?
Well, I want to go on seeing you.
And what about Fontaine?
That doesn't worry me.
Well, it worries me.
Oh, don't let it. Just don't let anything bother you.
No, Richie, don't. Don't, please.
Well?
Funny you saying you're all mixed up.
Why?
Because I think I'm going to be in the same boat. Move over, darling, and make room.
sweetheart.
Well, this is a surprise.
We meant it to be.
We?
Mr. Fontaine is here, too.
Oh.
All right, Fred.
Hello, Holland.
How are you?
Sandy and I were in the neighborhood, so we thought we'd drop by.
It's very nice of you.
Mind if we sit down?
No, help yourself.
Well, what's the story?
The story?
On the assignment I gave you.
Oh, well, I've been running into bad luck, Fontaine. I haven't been able to find the girl.
It's been 6 weeks.
Oh, time sure does fly.
Don't it?
Well, I'm sorry to let you boys down.
I don't think you did, Richie.
Tell me again.
You remember our deal?
Certainly.
You were to get $100 a day plus expenses.
So?
So, outside of that original 1,000 I gave you, you haven't asked for any more. That's not in character.
Why not?
Well, I pride myself on being a good judge of human nature. And I'd say you had a large streak of larceny in your makeup.
Really?
Really. And I can't figure out any reason why you'd miss an opportunity to clip me. Unless...
Unless what?
You found Connie Burton.
Well, then why wouldn't I tell you?
Because you're real clever. Where is she, Helen?
I have no idea.
What do you think, Sandy?
Well, if you want my humble opinion, I'd say he was lying.
That's my opinion, too.
You want me to try coaxing him?
Please.
Listen, you big lug, you put a finger on me.
No, you don't. Oh. So, Sweetheart was reaching for his pop gun, huh? That's not nice.
If you don't get out of here,
what?
You no good, dirty bum.
Where is she, Richie?
What do you think I tell you now?
All right, Sandy. Carry on.
Come on, sweetheart.
Charge!
I said charge! Well, what do you say?
Drop dead.
Okay, sweetheart. I'm glad you don't give in too easy. Because that's just how I get my kicks. And tonight I'm really gonna live.
Just a second. Yes?
Hello, Connie.
Who are you?
That's a very good question. But in the final analysis, who is anybody?
Are you crazy?
You're too literal-minded. Me? I'm a philosopher. Did you ever read Nietzsche or Schopenhauer?
Listen,
you should. Oh, isn't that silly? How are you going to find the time?
What's the idea of the gun?
I wish you wouldn't take this personally, Connie. Believe me, I got nothing against you.
Who are you?
Well, if you've got to call me something, try Harry.
I don't know you.
Does anybody know anybody else? It's hard enough to know yourself. As Spengler once wrote...
Who put you up to this?
Oh, now, you're not listening to me, Connie. You're like all the
Who put
rest.
you up to this?
See, you're obsessed with your own petty problems. But if you analyze any problem, the solution is perfectly simple. In your case, a mere tightening of the finger.
No!
See how simple it was? Now you can sleep, Connie. Your problems are over.
Just one of those things, just one of those crazy things, one of those bells that now and then ring, just one of those things. It was just one of those That's funny. It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy things. I must be in the wrong office. Uh-huh. Hello?
Is that you, Malone?
Who's this, Lieutenant Brooks?
Yeah.
I'm glad you called, Lieutenant. The darndest things happened. Just a second ago, I walked into the office singing just one of those things.
And there was no one there.
Ain't it amazing?
You were 15 minutes late, Counselor.
What do you mean?
Well, that's when we picked up a little lady who was waiting for you.
Who?
Her name is June Holland.
June Holland?
Yeah. We're inclined to think she's responsible for the murder of one Lila Grayson, alias Connie Burton.
And this June Holland wants me to represent her?
Yeah, so it figures she must be innocent.
Absolutely.
Well, maybe this is our week to amaze you. Come on down, Malone. We're waiting.
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Here's a special program note on NBC's lineup of top adventure shows. This Sunday evening, 4 outstanding mystery features are yours over NBC, starting with Tom Conway as the debonair gentleman adventurer Simon Templar, alias the Saint. Then Lloyd Nolan, one of the nation's most popular screen actors, is featured as Martin Caine, Private Eye. Next, the second broadcast in a new series starring Carlton Young in the double role of Philip Galt and The Whisperer. Later in the evening, we travel to the Orient to join forces with Mr. Moto. Yes, for the best in Sunday evening listening pleasure, tune to NBC for Tom Conway as the Saint, screen actor Lloyd Nolan featured as Martin Caine, Private Eye, Carlton Young as The Whisperer, and Adventures in the Troubled Lands of the Far East with Mr. Moto. And now back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
And that's where I got into the act. 2 hours and 47 minutes after the murder of Connie Burton, I was down at headquarters. As I walked over from my office, I made an interesting discovery. The path from my door leading to the Homicide Bureau was an inch lower than the adjacent territory. I was in a rut.
Well, as I live and breathe.
That's what amazes me, Lieutenant.
What?
Why you live and breathe.
Oh, that's a splendid one.
Where's my client?
Oh, wouldn't you care to pass a few pleasantries with me?
Where's June Holland?
Oh, I guess I don't have it for you anymore. Sussman.
Did someone mention my name?
Mr. Malone would like to see his client.
His slightest wish is my command.
Have you boys ever considered radio as a career?
Well, we're working on an act, but we're stuck for a name.
Why'd you call it the Bob Hope Show?
Oh, you heard that somewhere.
And shut off that teletype.
Well, as long as you ask so nicely.
Where is he?
Right here, Mrs. Holland.
Are you Malone?
Don't answer that, Counselor. It might tend to incriminate and degrade you.
Don't mind him, Mrs. Holland. His mother was frightened by the Happiness Boys. Sit down.
Thank you.
Now, what do you know about this Connie Burton?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I suppose you didn't know that your husband was running around with her.
That's a lie. It was just business with Richie. He was hired to find her.
What do you mean he was hired to find her?
He's a private detective.
What do you got to say to that, Lieutenant?
Oh, it was hardly business. You see, her husband was seeing this Connie for over a month. Right after they met, he made her move from the Beverly to the Marvin.
That's not true.
Then why were you around the Beverly checking on her?
Because I was just trying to help Richie.
Despite the fact that he moved out on you 4 weeks ago?
Well, I didn't kill her. I never handled a gun in my life.
That's possible.
Well, you mean she hired a torpedo for the job?
Yeah.
You got a line on him?
Give us time.
Meanwhile, you expect my client to sit here.
If you have no objection.
I've got 100, but I don't think they'll do me any good. Well, sit tight, Mrs. Holland. I'll get you dispossessed as soon as I can.
Yeah.
I'm looking for... Hey, what happened to you?
Forgot to mind my own business.
Oh.
Maybe a moral on that for you.
I can't see where. You Richie Holland?
What if I am?
I'm glad to know you. My name's John J. Malone.
Well?
I'm representing your wife.
What for?
Didn't you know the cops are holding her for murder?
What are you mumbling about?
A girl named Connie Burton was knocked off tonight.
What did you say?
Hey, easy, fella. You're ruining the drape.
I asked you something, Malone.
Obviously, the police haven't been here yet.
What did you say about Connie?
She was murdered.
And I must have told him.
You must have told who what?
None of your business. Where is she?
Your wife?
No, Connie.
Well, just where you might expect.
I gotta see her.
Now, wait a minute, Holland. Your wife is in a spot. The police think she was behind the kill.
Crazy. I know who did it.
Who?
Never mind. Handle this my own way.
They call your way murder.
Is that what they call it?
The last I heard.
Well, you shouldn't complain. You may get another case out of this yet. See what you can do for us on a family rate.
Did you see tonight's paper, Fontaine?
No, I haven't, Sandy.
There's a wonderful story on the front page. I mean wonderful. If the sword, it appeals to you.
And it certainly does to you.
Yeah, you betcha. Seems a little girl named Connie Burton was shot and killed last night.
Let's see that.
Connie Burton. Haven't I heard that name before?
I wouldn't know.
I'm probably confusing it with two other girls. Anyway, they're holding the wife of a private dick named Richie Holland for the murder.
This may come as a shock to you, Sandy, but I know how to read.
Well, I didn't want you to strain yourself. Seems this June Holland was Who's that?
get behind the door.
I got you.
Just a moment.
Hello, Fontaine.
All I can say, Holland, is your recuperative powers must be tremendous.
They are.
Sandy will be awfully disappointed in himself. What can I do for you?
I just wanted to check something. Did I tell you where to find Connie before I passed out?
What do you think?
I'm asking the questions now.
Well, put away that gun, Richie. Might give people wrong ideas.
Yeah, who, for example?
For example, me.
What?
No, as you were, sweetheart. Just drop the cannon. Would you be kind enough to dispose of that, Mr. Fontaine?
Gladly.
Hey, you made a field goal.
Now, listen, you guys.
Take it easy, sweetheart. We'll get back to you. What do you suggest, Fred?
Well, he's pretty persistent. Let's dream up something very special for the boy. Something that'll really discourage him.
Hey, I got an idea.
Well, suppose you illustrate on Mr. Holland. He's all yours, Sandy.
Hello?
Well, let me talk to John J. Malone.
You're mumbling, boy. Speak up.
I want to talk to John J. Malone.
Who is this?
It's Richie Holland.
You sound like you had another accident.
Listen, Malone. I'll tell you who killed Connie.
Who?
A couple of boys named Fred Fontaine, Sandy Oppenheim.
You must be mistaken.
I tell you, they killed her. Hired me to find her. And when I wouldn't spill, they beat it out of me.
What do they want with her?
I don't know. She came here from Boston a year ago, and then...
Hello, Holland. Holland.
Amazing. Simply amazing the way that man recuperates.
I must be losing my touch. I figured he'd be out for at least another couple hours.
Is it all right with you girls if I hang up now?
Why, of course, Mr. Malone. You followed instructions beautifully.
You thought you were responsible for Connie's murder.
The man's obviously a psychopath. Now, look, Malone, I've got a proposition for you.
Let's hear it.
We'll cut you in for 10%.
How much does that mean in dollars and cents?
Don't you know long division?
Never even heard of her.
You know something, Fred? I think we're wasting our time. I don't think he knows anything about Connie.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Sandy. I'm sorry if we inconvenienced you, Mr. Malone.
Now, wait a minute, boys. You can't walk off like that.
He's right, Fred. I forgot something. Thanks for reminding me, sweetheart. I'm much obliged.
You're listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. Independence Day last Wednesday was celebrated as a day of rededication to the principles upon which our country was founded. Each of us can play a part in this year of rededication to the principles of our founding fathers by taking several important steps. The success of the activity will depend on, first, a more active participation by citizens in the affairs of the nation, state, and community. Second, an increased awareness of our individual rights and liberties. Third, an augmented pride in America's past and its accomplishments. And fourth, a wider recognition of the importance of making this country an example to the world of the strength and effectiveness of our own form of government. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
Well, that's what I get for using my head. It never fails. And after Sandy threw me that kiss, I took off for Cloud 16. It's lovely up there this time of the year. There are 20 beautiful maidens for every man, and I'm the only man allowed. And then someone went and yanked my cloud from under me.
All right, Malone, time to wake up.
Mm.
Come on. Oh, I wish I had my camera here. I'd love to have a picture of this.
Oh. What happened?
Well, you tell me. You were here.
I'm not so sure.
Oh, my head. Oh, it's real pretty. Who does your makeup?
Shut up.
No, I mean it. That streak of red running through your hair gives you a certain, je ne sais quoi. That's French, you know.
Stop showing off your education.
Actually, I never got out of kindergarten.
Well, I guess this ought to convince you.
Convince me of what?
That June Holland didn't kill Connie Burton.
Now, what's one thing got to do with another?
What do you think Fontaine and his boy went to work on me?
Which Fontaine is that, Fred?
Yeah, you know him?
Not as well as I'd like to. He's a Boston product.
What do you know about a Sandy Oppenheim?
Well, it's rumored that he's been associated with Fontaine in several banking ventures.
Well, there was at least one other member in the firm.
Who?
Connie Burton.
You're crazy.
Listen, Lieutenant, they came to Chicago expressly to find her.
And it's your contention they did?
Definitely. Pick him up and pick up Richie Holland.
Anything else you'd like?
Well, while you're at it, you might as well pick me up, too. I'm not doing anybody any good on this floor.
Hey, sweetheart.
Me?
Yeah. How long do you intend to keep us here?
I really don't know.
Now, look, sweetheart,
That's enough, Sandy. You don't hear Mr. Holland complaining.
I never do, Fontaine.
That's what I admire about you. You always take your medicine like the little man you are.
Listen, why don't
All
you...
right, hold it, Holland. That'll do. Open him up, Sussman.
Hi, Hank.
Hello, Counselor. Hey, what's the idea with the towel on your head?
I'm doing a mind-reading act at the Orpheum.
Everybody here?
Everybody but Mrs. Holland.
Well, suppose you get it.
Aye, sir.
I think you gentlemen all know Mr. Malone.
Sure. Hello, boys.
My, it's awfully quiet all of a sudden.
What's the matter, Fontaine? Don't you remember me?
I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Sure you did. You and your friend were up to see me this afternoon.
You remember that, Sandy?
Well, you can't prove it by me.
Well, that's understandable. I've changed a little since then.
Look, Lieutenant, I got a headache of my own. Do I have to sit through this?
How about it, Counselor?
All right, Holland. In deference to you, we'll make it short and sweet. Now, you all know why we're here.
I don't.
Okay, Fontaine, we'll take it from the beginning. We're here to find out who was responsible for the murder of Connie Burton.
According to the paper I read, it was a lady named June Holland.
That was just enemy propaganda.
Then suppose you tell us the truth, sweetheart.
All right, Sandy. Connie Burton came to this town a year ago from Boston.
That's the place that's noted for its beans, isn't
It
it?
has a more recent claim to fame. About 14 months ago, 7 men entered a bank messenger company there and waltzed off with close to $1.5 million in cash.
Hey, remember that, Fred?
Vaguely. Seems to me they never caught the culprits.
You ought to know.
Why?
Because I got a hunch you were the brain behind that operation.
Thanks for the compliment.
Well, that's all you're going to get out of it.
What do you mean?
You had a girlfriend named Connie Burton. You slipped her the loot, and she was supposed to meet you later so the mob could divvy up. Instead, she took off for Chicago.
That's very interesting.
It gets better as it goes along, because that's where Richie comes in.
Yeah, what kind of a crack is that?
They hired you to find Connie, didn't they?
So?
So you held out on him. Why?
Well, not that it's any of your business, but I went for the girl.
Tell me something, Holland. What did she have that got you? I mean, besides all the money.
How's that?
Well, the money is why you had her killed, wasn't it?
Look, Malone, I don't like those kind of
Neither do
jokes.
I, Richie. Somehow I can't see anything funny in murder, but then I've got no sense of humor. Okay, Lieutenant, he's all yours.
All right, Malone, you've played with that coffee long enough. Let's have it.
You mean we have to go through this same routine again?
Why should this night be different from all other nights?
Well, it's perfectly simple, Lieutenant. Richie Holland killed Connie. He was the one who hired that torpedo.
Huh? How do you know?
He told you where to find the boy, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a guy named Harold Sherman, a philosopher-type fella. Yeah, but tell me something, Malone. Why did Holland go back to look up Fontaine?
Well, that was just an act. He thought that way he'd remove suspicion from himself, and he did.
How's for a little proof?
Well, who else knew where to find Connie?
How about your client, Mrs. Holland?
Nope. Remember, Richie moved Connie from the Beverly right after he met her.
Now, what about Fontaine and Sandy?
Holland never told them. He pretended to pass out. As soon as they left, he called his friend Harold and gave him his orders. Fontaine never would have killed her.
Why not? You claim she double-crossed him with that loot.
Sure. That's why they had to keep her alive if they wanted to recover it.
What makes you think they didn't?
Because they came to me later with an offer of a split.
They thought you had all that dough?
Uh-huh.
But you're sure Holland got it.
Well, doesn't he admit it now?
No.
You mean you haven't recovered that $1.5 million?
And it looks like we never will.
What's the matter with that, Holland? Doesn't he know you can't take it with you?
You know, I told him that. You know what he said?
What?
If he can't take it with him, he ain't going.
Let me talk to him, Lieutenant.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Because you're just amazing enough to figure out how he could manage it. Good night, Malone.
Ever hear the story of the Dixieland Band? The boy on trumpet was especially good. He got hot at a party one night and blasted himself clear out of this world. Yeah, he was dynamite. I'll tell you all about him next week, so why not pick me up at my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
George Petrie was starred as John J. Malone, with Larry Haynes as Lieutenant Brooks. Our program is written by Eugene Wang and directed by Richard Lewis. The Amazing Mr. Malone is based on a famous character created by Craig Rice and produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events and characters in the story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. Fred Collins speaking. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from New York. Stay tuned for The Man Called X over most NBC stations. The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half-hour of mystery starring George Petrie as the lawyer whose practice before every type of bar has become a legend. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, the Amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone's the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. Tonight in our study of the cliché, let's explore the possibilities of haste maketh waste. As a case in point, I give you Dutch Schneider. Dutch is the solid-looking citizen behind the mahogany desk at the Belvedere Club. He's a gambler by profession, but that doesn't mean he takes chances. No, Dutch likes to play it nice and safe. That probably explains why he stares with obvious disbelief at a light on his desk which flicks on and off with appropriate sound effects.
O'Neill,
Yeah?
what's going on out there?
Just what you think, Dutch. It's a raid.
They doing any damage?
Well, can't you hear it?
No.
Well, take my word for it. They're playing awful rough.
I'm glad they're having fun. Who's in charge?
I am, Mr. Schneider.
Never mind, O'Neill.
Do you want to see me?
Yes. What's your name, officer?
Brooks. Lieutenant Sidney Brooks.
Why wasn't I notified of this raid?
Would you mind repeating that, please?
I asked why I wasn't warned. Your boys must have done at least $100,000 worth of damage.
Oh, easy.
You know who's going to pay for it?
Who?
You.
On my salary, don't be silly.
O'Neill.
What is it, Dutch?
Get me Arthur Hall on the phone.
Oh, now I get it. Is Arthur Hall your lawyer?
That's right.
You know, this is the funniest thing I've heard yet.
You think so?
I know so. So he clipped you, too, huh? I'm surprised at you, Dutch.
What are you talking about?
I'll bet Arthur sold you a bill of goods he could keep us out of your hair if you paid off to him.
Well?
Well, he was kidding you. Arthur Hall has as much influence in Chicago as my brother-in-law. And even with me on the force, he can't get himself arrested.
Well, if Hall was bluffing, why wasn't my club knocked off before?
Oh, you're just lucky, Dutch. We're understaffed. We didn't get around to you.
I see.
I can't get over it. Arthur Hall clipping a hep character like you.
You're right, Lieutenant. It is funny. But you'll pardon me if I don't laugh. Right now, the joke seems to be on me.
That you, Arthur?
Yes.
You're late.
I was detained at the office, Peggy.
Why didn't you answer your phone? Dutch Schneider's been trying to reach you all evening.
Oh, did he call here?
Mm-hmm. You know, Arthur, I got the idea he was a little annoyed with you.
Oh, well, what did he say?
It wasn't what he said, darling. It was the way he said it.
Listen, Peg, I gotta leave town for a few days.
Oh, really?
Yeah, something's just come up. Remember the Morris estate?
Arthur, you don't have to explain. You know I trust you implicitly. When are you leaving?
I'm taking the super chief to Los Angeles.
Oh, that explains it.
That explains what?
Why they called and confirmed your reservation to St. Louis.
Well, I must have made a mistake.
Obviously. Well, have fun, darling. If there's anything I can do for you here.
There is. I want you to sign these papers.
What are they?
Nothing to be concerned about. Here, on this first line here.
Didn't you once tell me never to sign anything without reading it?
Well...
This is to acknowledge that I, Peggy Hall, hereby...
Now, look, Peggy...
Arthur, I'm shocked. Utterly and completely shocked. Well, I couldn't sign anything like this. If I did, all the bonds and money you put in my name would revert back to you.
It's my money in bonds, isn't it?
Oh, sweetheart, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't want to see you penniless in St. Louis. Los Angeles. Suppose I write out a check for $25.
Now, listen, Peggy.
There's no use arguing, Arthur. I think I'm being very generous. After all, I'm not obliged to give you anything.
Ah, you dirty little double-crosser. Just what do you think you're doing?
It's not nice, Arthur.
Huh?
I said that's not nice. Hello, Peggy.
Hello.
What, Dutch, what are you doing here?
Oh, there are a couple of things I want to take up with you. Would you mind leaving us alone for a little while, Mrs. Hall?
It would be a pleasure.
No, Peggy. Come back.
That's a swell girl you've got there.
Now, listen, Dutch, I know what you're going to say.
That's good. Then I won't have to say it.
There was a slip-up. You see, I've been on the phone all day. Those boys had no right to raid your place.
But they did.
Well, I've got an appointment to talk to the commissioner tomorrow.
I don't see how you're going to manage it.
Wow. What do you mean?
Well, to talk properly, you should have teeth. And comes tomorrow, Arthur, I don't think you're going to have many left.
Come in.
Are you George Kelk?
Mm-hmm.
I'm Arthur Hall. I spoke to you on the phone.
Oh, yes. I'll be with you in a minute. I've got to hear this record.
Oh, now, look, Kelk, I'm a busy man.
If you're in a hurry, Mr. Hall, you better take your business elsewhere. Well?
I'll wait.
That's the ticket. It's pretty, isn't it? It's Debussy.
Yeah.
You know what's responsible for most of the troubles in this world, Mr. Hall? People assign the wrong value to things. Now, take music, for example. That's important, because there is a common denominator.
Look, Kelk, I didn't come here for a lecture.
There's no extra charge. All right, Hall, what can I do for you?
Want to do a job for me?
Not particularly.
What?
I'm a craftsman, Mr. Hall. I only accept commissions I like.
I'll pay you $500.
You're not even in my register. You'll have to go higher.
1,000?
It's a little better. Have the money right on you now?
Well, yes, but it's all I have at the moment.
It's enough for me.
All right.
2, 4, 6, 8. Now, what's the name of your party?
Dutch Schneider. You know him?
Only by reputation. He the one who bounced you around?
That's my business.
As you say, Mr. Hall. That's your business. So if you'll allow me, I'll be getting down to mine.
Just a minute.
Yes?
Are you Dutch Schneider?
That's right.
Kelk's my name. Georgie Kelk.
Kelk? Haven't I heard that name before?
Well, I don't know. Have you?
Why, sure. You're the...
Well, go on, Dutch. You won't hurt my feelings.
I'd rather not take any chances.
Frankly, it won't make much difference. Sit down.
You mind if I smoke?
Here, try my brand. They're king size.
Well, if nothing else, it'll give me a little more time. A match?
Sure. Catch?
Thanks. Well, where do I get it, Kelk?
What's wrong with right here?
Aren't you afraid of the noise?
Guess you didn't notice the silencer on this baby.
Excuse me for trying to tell you your business.
It's quite all right.
You don't mind talking?
Not at all.
How'd you find me here, anyway?
Oh, it took me a couple of hours, but I managed. What is this, a hideaway?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Nice place. Oh. Your phonograph?
Mm-hmm.
Whose records?
They're mine.
See, you go in for the classical. Whose album is that you've got on the Tchaikovsky piano concerto?
Rubinstein.
Ever hear Horowitz play?
I like Rubinstein's better. It's got a lot more fire.
Oh, you're out of your mind. No one can touch Horowitz when it comes to execution.
You ought to know.
Hey, it's all right. Say, tell me something, Dutch. Why is it the nice guys always get it?
There's no reason why they should. Look, Kelk, I don't want to insult you, but can't we talk this over?
I'm afraid not.
Well, I know who put you up to it. It was Arthur Hall.
What difference does that make?
A lot. You have nothing in common with Hall. Wouldn't you rather work for me?
Definitely. But it's too late now.
Why? You can't tell me that you're afraid of Hall. And I don't know what he gave you, but I'll pay you $10,000 for that gun, fully loaded.
I don't know, Dutch. I've never done anything like this before. And if I did now, I wouldn't want you to think that the money you're offering had any effect on my decision.
Oh, of course not.
But there was something about that fellow Hall that just rubbed me the wrong way. All right, Dutch. Get the dough.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy things, one of those bells that now and then rings, just one of those...
Don't stop on my account, Mr. Malone. I think you sing real pretty.
Well, I always say a pretty girl deserves a pretty tune. Imagine coming into my office and finding you. How'd you get in here, anyway?
I told the superintendent I was a friend of yours.
Good for you. I'm glad you made yourself at home.
You don't mind my taking off my shoes?
Not a bit. I like to see people comfortable.
You ought to get some better reading material.
Oh, you don't care for Professor Wigmore on evidence?
I thought it was pretty dull.
There's a racing form you overlooked.
No, I didn't. It's last week.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Miss...
Hall, Peggy Hall, only it's Mrs. No, I'm the one to be sorry. Shall I put my shoes on?
Why be formal?
You know, Malone, you're a welcome change from most of the lawyers I know.
You know many?
I've got one in the family. Arthur Hall. You ever hear of him?
Unfortunately.
He's my husband.
Oh.
I once heard him say he'd never do business with you.
Well, that's a wonderful recommendation.
That's what I thought. Can you get me a divorce?
On what grounds?
Grounds?
Well, this may come as a shock to you, Mrs. Hall.
Exactly.
But judges are peculiar people. Before they grant a divorce, they like to know if there's a reason.
I've got a million of them.
Will your husband contest it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Oh, now look, Lieutenant, I'm busy.
Oh, you're always busy, Malone. Why don't you take a little time out once in a
I'm
while?
not clowning, Brooks.
Neither am I. Oh, this lady's Peggy Hall, isn't she?
How would you know?
I'm a detective. Like to see how I operate?
Love to.
Well, first I went to your home, and the maid told me you left a message that if anybody looked for you, you'd be closeted with the legal eagle here.
What?
Oh, Malone, you are a devil.
Look, Brooks, what are you getting at?
Didn't she tell you?
No, all she told me is she wanted to get rid of her husband.
And she did. We just found his body. Put your shoes on, Lucy. Those stone floors at headquarters can be awfully cold on your tootsies.
You're listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. NBC has long been known as a leader in programming. NBC prides itself in this leadership and promises to continue to schedule programs of interest, taste, and entertainment. We'd like you to note the programs we have prepared for your Sunday radio entertainment. These programs are designed for high adventure, and we start off with The Saint. Then screen actor Lloyd Nolan brings you the fast-moving action of Martin Caine, Private Eye. A new series called The Whisperer brings Carlton Young to the NBC microphone in a double role, that of Philip Galt and The Whisperer. Then Mr. Moto, Mr. I.A. Moto. Next week, be sure to hear Dimension X on Thursday evening with stories in time and space, presented in future tense. Then on Friday, we have a premiere on NBC with the program Mr. Keen Tracer of Lost Persons. Yes, we bid you walk down the corridor of mystery, through the doorway of danger, and into the realm of high adventure on this, your NBC station. And now back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
There's an old cliche. It's always darkest before the dawn.
And judging by the signs here, daybreak was a way off. While Lieutenant Brooks gazed about my office, I watched my client, Peggy Hall, put on her shoes. Little thing like that can tell you a lot. To me, it proved two things. One, my client was innocent. And two, she had lovely ankles.
You like what you see, Malone?
I love it. You're going to hate me for asking this, Peggy, but did you kill your husband?
Do I look like the kind of girl who would?
Oh, you're a bounder, Malone.
I know. I ought to wash my mouth out with soap. All right, lover, who do you think did it?
I have no idea. But if you asked me who would have liked to...
I'll amend the question.
Dutch Schneider, for one.
Who for two?
I think Dutch ought to be enough to hold you for a while.
Boy like Dutch could hold me for life. What do you have against Arthur?
Arthur convinced him he was a man of influence.
Oh, I get it. How much did he nick Dutch for?
I really don't know.
Must have been a substantial amount.
Figures.
That's quite an achievement to take money away from Mr. Schneider. I wonder if I could get in Dutch. I'll let you kids know if I score.
All right, you guys, will you step on it? Those dice tables will never be ready in time. And where's the roulette set up?
Oh, we got it here, Dutch.
Well, it's doing me no good in that case. Get it open.
Hello, Dutch.
Why, if it isn't the amazing Mr. Malone.
You mean the amazed Mr. Malone? I thought they closed you up.
They did.
And what's all the activity for?
Well, it gives the boys something to do. I like to see them occupied. Keeps them out of trouble.
Oh.
What's on your mind, Counselor?
Can we talk someplace where there's less danger of me being hit on the head by a hammer?
Sure. Come into the office. Oh, watch your step.
I always try to.
Sit down. Drink?
Malone never says no.
Soda?
Just a squirt.
There you are.
Thanks. Well, salute.
Salute. All right, Malone, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Well, for one thing, I was wondering whether you found a successor to Arthur Hall.
Successor?
Well, Arthur used to represent you, didn't he?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Malone. I could use a good lawyer.
Wish I could think of one.
And what's wrong with you?
Me? Oh, I got a client.
So what?
So I'm afraid your interests are diametrically opposed.
Well, how do you figure that?
I'm representing Peggy Hall.
Don't tell me the police believe she killed her husband.
How did you know he was dead?
From several sources. As a matter of fact, I think there was a flash on the radio about an hour ago.
What'd it say?
Nothing much. Only that someone sent a .32 slug through Arthur's brain in his office, and the cops were holding a hot suspect, but they didn't drop any names.
It's Peggy Hall.
Well, now that proves that they're out of their minds. Why would Peggy kill him?
Well, it seems Arthur signed everything he owned over to her, and she didn't want to give it back.
That's no motive.
I forgot to mention that everything Arthur owned amounted to close to $100,000.
Hey, you lawyers do all right.
Well, there are lawyers and lawyers, Dutch. Now, Arthur had a few soft touches. He convinced a couple of clients he had political connections, and he was rooking them for a fat little fee each week.
You don't have to tell me. I was one of the principal contributors.
So I've heard. What gets me is why the police haven't talked to you.
Well, maybe they have.
What'd you tell them?
Obviously enough to convince them that I didn't murder Arthur.
Want to try convincing me?
Where's my percentage? How's your drink?
Oh, the drink? Fine.
Want one for the road?
Oh, I'm in no hurry. I can spare another few minutes.
Well, I can't.
That's okay, Dutch. You don't have to beat me over the head. I can take a hint. See you around the pool room.
Hello, Dutch.
Why, Kelk, you're the last man I expected to see.
I hope you don't mind my dropping around. I brought over the Horowitz recording of the piano concerto. I thought maybe you'd like to compare it with the Rubinstein job.
You didn't really come for that, did you, Kelk?
I guess there's no use in my trying to kid you.
No use at all.
It's funny, Dutch. I've known you, how long? Maybe 24 hours. And yet I feel that there's a bond between us.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. You know me better than I do myself. For example, I used to think that I was incorruptible.
Oh, come now.
No, I mean it. I always prided myself that once I undertook an assignment, nothing could swerve me from my purpose. But you did, didn't you, Dutch? And you did it with money.
Did I do that?
Yes. You put ideas in my head.
Get to the point, Kelk.
Well, all I'm trying to say is that suddenly money has become tremendously important to me.
So?
So, I want lots of it.
And do I look like Fort Knox?
Well, a reasonable facsimile. I sold you your life at 9 o'clock last night for $10,000. Now, that was pretty cheap, Dutch. I'll bet I could have gotten 5 times that.
Easily, if I had that much here.
Well, you better start raising it.
Otherwise?
Otherwise, I go to a fellow named John J. Malone.
No, you wouldn't do that.
Why not?
I just don't think you would.
Well, you're wrong, Dutch.
How can I be? You admit that I know you better than you do yourself. And I don't see you going to John J. Malone. I just don't see it.
Hello?
Mr. Malone?
Yeah?
Are you busy?
Who is this?
My name is George Kelk.
George Kelk?
Yes, you don't know me, but it might be worthwhile if you did.
In what respect?
I know who killed Arthur Hall.
Is this a rib?
I'll let you judge that for yourself. What time does your office staff leave?
5:30.
All right. I'll be there at 6. It'll be much easier with just the two of us.
Let me see if we understand each other, Kelk.
I think we do now, Malone.
You'd be willing to repeat this same story in court?
Why not?
Well, you admitted that you'd been hired by Arthur Hall to take care of Dutch Schneider.
Well, nothing happened to Dutch, did it?
No.
Then what can happen to me?
You got a nice logical mind.
Thank you.
What do you think will be Dutch's reaction when he learns you've been up here?
Oh, I'm not worried, Malone. I can look after myself. You want me to prove it?
Yeah.
All right. Open up your desk drawer.
Why?
Go on. Start with the bottom one on the right.
What are you talking about?
You've got a recording machine somewhere in there, Malone. You've been taking down every bit of this dialogue.
How'd you know that?
Oh, you're talking to a man who keeps up with the latest in that field. I do a little home recording myself.
Oh.
Who thought of placing the microphone in the wastepaper basket?
Me. Picked it up from a story I once read.
Cute idea.
Yeah.
All right, Malone. Get away from that desk.
Put away that gun, Kelk.
I said get away from that desk. How do you feel, Counselor? Oh, it's too bad. Next time, remember, you're not dealing with an amateur. I never audition for free.
Listen, Kelk.
Give him a little more water, Sussman.
No more.
Come on, Malone, come on.
Let me...
Ow! Take it easy, chum. Something new has been added.
Huh?
Yeah, 3 stitches in your scalp.
Oh. When did you get here, Lieutenant?
Oh, about an hour ago.
Let me see that desk.
Oh, there's nothing to see there. You'll have to buy yourself a new recorder.
Listen, Brooks, a boy named George Kelk was up here.
Yeah, I know. You kept babbling his name.
Well, he can clear Peggy Hall.
Now, look, Malone.
I tell you, I had the evidence on that machine.
Sure.
Will you stop trying to humor me? Arthur Hall originally hired this Kelk to bump Dutch Schneider, only Dutch was lucky and bought his way out. Now, is that a strong enough motive for you?
You mean for Dutch getting back at Arthur Hall?
Yeah.
I'd be out of my mind to say it wasn't.
Well, Kelk can prove the whole business.
No, he can't.
Look, Lieutenant, I talked with the man. He told me that at 9 o'clock last night he went up and braced Dutch.
Well, that's where you run into trouble.
I don't see why.
That's because you haven't seen the autopsy report. Arthur Hall was dead at 8.
What?
Yeah, that's right. A full hour before Kelk even got to Dutch. You better get the aspirin, Malone. Your headaches are just beginning.
You're listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. Now that vacation time is here, the danger of forest fires increases all over the country. Millions of people will be enjoying the mountains and woodlands on hiking, camping, and fishing trips. Of course, the more people there are in the forests, the greater danger there is of fire. But we can prevent forest fires if each of us will be careful. Crush out cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in 2 after using. Drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. Forest fires are a shameful waste because they can be prevented. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. And now back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
If Georgie Kelk made me sick, Lieutenant Brooks wasn't exactly what the doctor ordered either. When I refused to believe that Arthur Hall was killed an hour before Kelk even met Dutch Schneider, the lieutenant showed it to me in black and white.
There you are, Malone. Now will you behave?
When did this autopsy report come through?
Around 6:15 tonight.
Why didn't you call me?
I tried to, but you were out.
Well, you could have left... Oh. You got any other leads?
No. Your client, Mrs. Hall, still refuses to tell us what she did with the gun.
What gun?
The one she bought 3 months ago in a pawn shop.
Why?
Well, to hear her tell it, she was afraid with Arthur away from home so often.
That's possible.
Sure. But why'd she buy it under a phony name?
She's a woman.
Oh, of course. That explains everything.
Well, how'd you finally run it down?
Through the car. The pawnbroker remembered she was driving a Nash. He got the first 4 numbers of the license.
Pretty observant boy. What kind of a gun was it?
A police special.
Is that what was used on Hall?
Could be. The slug we pried out of the wall was too battered to tell.
Look, Lieutenant, Peggy didn't kill her husband. It's all out of character.
Oh, that's good, that is. You've spent all of 60 minutes with the girl, and already you've got her analyzed.
I tell you, Wait a minute. Oh, I'm the original idiot, boy.
Well, I've been saying that for years.
Where's Peggy now?
Oh, where would she be?
Well, I got to see her immediately.
Why?
I just thought of something, and the way my mind is functioning lately, I can't take a chance of forgetting it. Shall we go?
If there's anything I can do, Peggy, anything at all, I want you to let me know.
Thank you, Dutch, but I can't think of a thing. Malone's taking care of everything.
Well, much as I dislike the guy, I've got to admit he's capable, but if you want anybody else...
Open him up, Seth.
Hello, Peggy.
Malone, what happened to you?
Oh, I used my head when I shouldn't have. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had company.
That's all right, Counselor. I'm leaving.
Oh, don't on my account, Dutch. The lieutenant here has a call out for Georgie Kelk.
Kelk?
Hadn't you heard he was up to see me tonight?
I didn't think he would.
Why not?
I didn't think he knew anything about Arthur's murder.
You're right. He didn't.
Hey, Malone, you said there was something you wanted to ask Mrs. Hall.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you reminded me, Lieutenant. I almost forgot again. You got any plans for tonight, Peggy?
That's not funny, Malone.
No, I'm serious. I'd like to take you out.
Hey, haven't I got anything to say about that?
But don't get me wrong, Lieutenant. With the housing shortage what it is, I wouldn't leave you with an empty room. Mr. Schneider can move in and take her place. How about that, Dutch?
What are you trying to say, Malone?
You killed Arthur Hall. There, I said it, and I'm glad.
I can't believe it, Malone.
Can't believe what?
That Schneider killed Arthur.
Suit yourself, Peggy, but it obviously had to be one of you.
Well, in that case, I'm glad you picked on Dutch. What convinced you he was guilty?
That gun you mislaid. Lieutenant Brooks said it was a police special, and that's a .38 caliber job.
What does that prove?
Well, when I asked Brooks if he was positive the bullet was fired from a police special, he admitted they couldn't tell for sure.
So
how come when I first went to see Dutch Schneider, he knew definitely it was a .32?
Oh, Dutch must have had inside information.
The very best. After the raid on his club, Dutch went to your home and beat the devil out of Arthur.
Why didn't he kill him then?
Arthur must have promised to return the money he got from him.
Well, how could Arthur do that? He'd signed over practically everything he owned to me.
Sure. And then when Dutch realized he had no chance of recouping, he went to your husband's office and killed him there. But in between, Arthur hired Georgie Kelk. By the time Kelk located Dutch, Arthur was dead.
Should I say I'm sorry?
Well, not if you don't feel like it. But, you don't want to let this prejudice you against all men.
Oh, it won't. I know now the type I can handle. And when I see one of the other kind, I'm going to start running.
How will you recognize the other kind, huh?
That's easy. They're lawyers. Good night, Mr. Malone.
Well, like the man says, that's all there is, there ain't no more. Which merely means that this is the last Malone show in the current series. If you want us back, all you gotta do is say the word. When it comes to that department, you're the judge and jury. So here's hoping you'll be dropping us a line at the office and that the verdict will be a favorable one. Good night, And good luck.
George Petrie was starred as John J. Malone with Larry Haynes as Lieutenant Brooks. Our program is written by Eugene Wang and directed by Richard Lewis. The Amazing Mr. Malone is based on a famous character created by Craig Rice and produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events in this story were fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. Fred Collins speaking. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from New York. Stay tuned for The Man Called X over most NBC stations.
The Armed Forces Radio Theater presents The Private Eye, starring George Raft.
It's early morning, and behind the grim, forbidding walls of a penitentiary, two men are talking in a cell, whispering so their cautious words might not bring a guard down the long hall to flash a light into their cell. Two men whispering. One, doomed to spend a lifetime behind these bars. The other, a free man in just a few more hours.
So, you're getting out this morning, Judge?
Yeah.
I wonder what it'd be like if I got out. I could go fishing, maybe. I could find myself a girl. A girl. You know, George, I ain't seen a girl for 11 years.
Maybe you're better off, Harry. Dames can be trouble.
But you got a girl, George. The guys told me. She's got black curly hair and big brown eyes, and they say that she sure is...
Shut up. Have a smoke?
I can't, George. You know what the screw said the last time. Gee, I can see you now. You're buying a new suit. You're eating in a swell restaurant. You're even getting married.
Cut it out. You're making me sick.
But, George, you're a free man.
What's free about being an ex-con? I might as well wear a sign on my back saying I've been in the pen.
I don't make you at all, George. Don't you want to get out?
Yeah, sure I want to get out. I'm going to get out and get the guy who framed me.
I wouldn't talk that way if I was you. You'll be back here inside a month.
Harry. Not me. They're not sending me back here. I'm going to be smart.
Yeah. My first cellmate said that, too. He went out to get even. He died in his cell 4 years ago.
Forget him. It's me I'm thinking about. And I'm not dying.
You'll be back, George, unless you change the way you're thinking.
Sit down, George. Thanks, Warden. I'll stand.
Cigar?
No, thanks.
Cigarette?
Thanks again. I'll wait.
Raft, you're leaving here in a few minutes. It's customary for me to have a word with all of our graduates.
Go on, I'm listening.
I'm worried about you, Raft. Your mind is filled with nothing but revenge, isn't it?
I spent 3 years in this rock crib on a bum rat. I was framed.
So you still claim you're innocent?
Yeah, and I'm going to prove it.
It's not my place to judge what the law does or says, but the law said you were guilty.
The law? You mean the kind of law that concrete doll on top of the courthouse looks down on? Shut up, Warden. You're killing me.
Just how do you propose proving this innocence?
Listen, Warden. The guy came up to me and started an argument, and I slapped him down.
And when he fell, he cracked his head against a bar stool. He died. You were sent up for manslaughter.
I'm not through yet. He was alive. Somebody killed him after I left.
That's going to take a lot of proving.
I've got lots of time.
You'll be back if you start anything.
I don't scare, Warden.
Okay, Raft. There's nothing I can say, I guess. Here's your suit of clothes, a ticket back to town, and $5.
You keep him, Warden. For some sucker.
What do you mean?
I mean that I'm not trading 3 years in this joint for a lousy suit of clothes. Or a train ride and a $5 bill.
Just a minute, Raft.
I wouldn't be dead in this getup. And I don't want the train ticket. Because I'd rather thumb my way back. Now, how do I get out of this joint?
So long, Georgie.
Benny.
Bye, George.
So long.
George, over here.
Laura!
George, it's been...
Okay, baby. Don't take it so big. I'm out.
But 3 years in that terrible place.
Forget it, kid. I want to get back to town. Step on it.
I am, George.
I want to get a new suit of clothes and take about 5 showers to get the smell off.
And we'll go places, George. Do things like we always used to.
Yeah. Only I need to get my fingers on a little dough.
But you've got money, George. It's all in the bank. Every cent. We saved it for you.
We? Who's we?
Why, me and Frank. Your lawyer, Frank Blinn.
Oh.
Now, tonight we'll go out and dance. No, George, I haven't danced for ages.
Yeah.
And then we'll... George, you're not listening. What are you staring at?
The town up ahead. We'll be there in a little while.
Now, George, you're not going to do anything crazy.
No, I'm just going to find the guy who really killed that fella.
Congratulations, George. You're the most popular man in the place tonight.
Thanks, Glenn.
Isn't it wonderful? Just like old times. You and me and Frank.
That reminds me. I want to talk to you, George. Got a job.
If it's going to be business, I've got an errand for a minute or so.
Thanks, Laura.
Hurry back, kid. I miss you.
Let's keep it that way.
Okay, Frank. What's the lay?
I know you want to get the man who sent you to prison.
Yeah, I want him worse than anyone.
I think I can put you on his track. If we can make a deal.
What kind of a deal?
I'll give you more dope in my office. This is a little public for that sort of talk.
Lynn, is this deal on the up and up?
Well, it's just a little on the fence.
Who's in it besides me?
Manny, Slim, Joe Blodgett, couple others, small fry. I need you for the head man.
Frank. If those characters are mixed up in it, it's out of my department.
There's big dough in this, George. Big dough.
Get another boy, Frank. My first job is to find the smart guy who jugged me.
Don't turn it down so fast. Drop in at my office. We'll talk deal. Maybe make a trade.
Yeah.
The guy who framed you did some work for me. Think it over.
I will. Oh, what happened to Rusty Ellis?
He's a wrongie. He got jammed up.
You're nuts. Ellis was the straightest private dick in this business. Where is he?
In the cemetery, George. He was shot the day after you were sent up.
Well, you two, business over?
Yeah, it is, Laura, for tonight.
Good. Now, I'd like to... George, where are you going?
I've got to run an errand. I just remembered something. 175 11th Street.
Yes, sir.
Step on it, Hacky. I'm in a hurry.
Sure, boss. Hey, ain't you Raph, the guy who was let out today?
No, I'm the man in the moon, and I'm looking for my green cheese. Hey, you in there, open up.
You, looking for Brandy Ellis?
Yeah.
She ain't in, mister.
Did you see her go out?
Sure, I seen her. Left about an hour ago. I guess she couldn't wait for you. She was with another guy.
Got that cackling.
Sure, mister.
Where does she usually go when she goes out?
She don't go out much. This is the first night in a long time.
Where does she go? Can you tell me?
Well, I just happened to hear her mention the Green Lantern tonight.
Thanks, Pally.
I wouldn't go down there if I was you, mister. Not in that nice new suit.
Never mind the suit, wise guy. Get back in your room. Take a look at yourself in the mirror.
Mirror? What for?
Notice how much better you look. With your mouth shut.
Yeah, what'll it be, buddy?
Scotch and water. And the name isn't Buddy.
What am I supposed to... George.
Hiya, George.
Where's Brandy Ellis?
When'd you get out, George? You sure look good. Honest you do.
What's the matter with you?
Why, nothing, George.
I asked you a question. Where's Brandy Ellis?
Why, she, just a minute. I'll let you talk to Joe.
I don't want to talk to Joe. Where's Brandy Ellis?
Now, look, George, I better not...
Come here, you.
But be a good guy, will you?
Where is she, pal?
She's in the back room.
Thanks a lot.
Now, look, don't tell Joe I told you, please. There's no telling what he'll do. Hey, George!
Hello, Blodgett. What do you want down here? I've got a little business with you, Blodgett. See me tomorrow, George. I'm busy right now with something else. And that's why I'm here. I wouldn't start anything, Georgie. You just got out this morning. You might get right back in again. Shut up and listen. What do you want? Rusty Ellis' sister. She's here. You're nuts. Where is she?
She's in there.
Thanks. Brandy.
George. Oh, George.
Come on, get your hat. You're going home.
Yes, I certainly am. I might have had quite a stay in here if you hadn't popped in.
He locked you in, huh?
You don't think I was playing hard to get in this room, do you?
Come on, baby.
Well, you found it, George. Now what?
This, Blodgett. Now, that's for nothing. Try something and see what really happens to you.
That's all I can tell you, George. Rusty was very secretive about the job. Said it would make him a mint of money. Well, the next day they found him in that little park by the river.
What'd the cops do about it?
They poked around, only there wasn't much for them to work on.
They still on the case?
It's still in the file marked unfinished, if that's what you mean.
How was Rusty killed?
He'd been shot 3 times. He wasn't killed in the park. They just left him there.
Well, how about his files at the office?
No soap. Someone got there before I did. I've got a hunch, though.
What kind of a hunch?
Rusty was always convinced that you were innocent.
I get it. He was working for me. Well, what have you been doing for a living since then, Brandy?
Oh, I thought you knew. Here, sir. My card.
Brandy Ellis. Private Investigations. That's very funny.
Is that so?
You, a private dick.
Now, just a minute, you big lug.
Yeah, what?
If you'll check me over carefully, you'll notice that I'm not a gangly kid with stringy hair any longer. I'm 3 years older than I was when you were when you went away.
You are, aren't you?
I should say so. Take a look. Coming from you, that sounds suspiciously like a compliment.
Cut it out, kid. You're my best friend's sister.
Oh, fine. That makes a world of difference.
It sure does. With me.
George, look. An ambulance pulling up where I live.
Come on, let's find out what's going on.
I hope it isn't old Mrs. Crandall. She's been terribly sick. Wait, they're bringing someone down in a stretcher.
That isn't Mrs. Crandall, Brandy. That's a man.
Why, it's Charlie Foster. I wonder what happened to him.
Oh, big mouth.
What did you say?
Nothing. He answered his door when I knocked on yours.
He always does that.
All right, out of the way.
Let's get out of here, Brandy. I've got a funny hunch.
So have I. Come on.
What's your hurry, folks? This is only the overture.
My old partner, Lieutenant Lansing.
Oh, what do you want, Lansing? We don't know a thing. We haven't even been here.
George was here. Weren't you, George? Just about a half hour ago.
Sure. Why?
You talked to that guy they're dumping in the ambulance?
Yeah, I did.
Have an argument?
Nope.
You didn't tell him to keep his mouth shut, huh?
So what?
You couldn't wait to get out, to get right back in again, could you?
Oh, you let him alone, Lansing. He hasn't done a thing.
That's right, he hasn't done a thing, except to murder Charles Foster.
It's the following afternoon. Raft has been held in a cell overnight after long questioning. No one has been permitted to see him, not even his girlfriend, Laura Carruthers.
He's sitting in his cell, smoking, when the door is open.
Honestly, George, I don't know what to say to you. You leave a perfectly good party and walk right into a murder rap.
I know, Frank. Maybe I'm a sucker for the bizarre.
Stop talking like that. You're in a jam. What's the idea of running around with that crazy Ellis girl?
I like her.
You like her. And why punch Joe Blodgett in the nose?
Maybe I'm the quixotic type.
What brings you down here this hour of the morning, Blinn? Sometimes I think you're nuts. I come down to get you out of it. You know that.
I also know that it's a neat trick if you can do it.
I've got a writ. It's on the way down now. You'll be out in a few minutes.
Thanks, pal. Glad to hear that you're still my lawyer.
And your best friend, too. And when you get out, go to Laura's apartment and wait till I call you. And above all, stay away from that Ellis girl. I had to fire Joe Blodgett on account of her.
She getting in your hair?
My hair? Your hair, my friend. Didn't you know that her brother was mixed up in every shady deal in town? That's why he was knocked off.
The kid's all right.
All right, my foot. She's just trying to derive a little revenue from her brother's unfinished business.
She claims she's looking for the character who bumped her brother.
Ah, fool. Now, please, George, will you do what I tell you to?
Sure.
If you don't, you'll get in, boy, will you?
Okay, teacher. Will you make out my report card now?
No, I won't. But I hope the judge does. If he doesn't, you'll become a permanent guest around here.
George, come in. I've been worried to death. If Frank Blinn hadn't called me, I think I'd have gone out of my mind.
Now, kid, stop worrying about poor little me.
Poor little you. Honestly, George, you get into more trouble than a small boy with sticky fingers in front of an apple bin.
That's me, baby. How about a little coffee?
Oh, of course, darling. You must be tired after spending the night in jail.
Well, not me. I'm used to that sort of thing by now.
I'll put the water on. And, George, I got out your bank books. They're on the desk.
Thanks, baby. First National Bank. 6,463. Lexington Bank. 8,700. Broad Bill Savings and Loan. 5,000 flat. If this is hay, I wish I were a horse.
Find them, darling?
Yeah, I never knew I had that kind of dough.
Well, after all, George, you always were a fool about money.
Well, just the same, this is a lot of dough to win just on playing the nags.
It's all yours. Every cent. That's your reward for having a smart manager.
That's you, kid.
That's me. Now, sit down, darling. I'll tell you all about your fortune.
I'd like to listen to that. If you're in it.
I am, darling. I am, but definitely.
Say, I just noticed something, Laura. How come your name is on these bank books, too?
That. I had to have my name on them, too, so I could make the deposits and some little withdrawals.
Yeah, sure. Say, I just remembered something I forgot.
You can't leave, George. Frank told me to keep you here.
Oh, don't worry, kid. I'll be right back.
George, if you go out and get mixed up in another murder, I'll never marry you.
Sugar, if I get mixed up in another murder, you won't have the chance to. Call Brandy Ellis to the phone, will you? Oh, she's not? Thanks. Let me talk to Frank Blinn. He's not. Where'd he go? Uh-huh. Thanks a lot. Is this Lansing in the homicide? Stay in your office, pal. Yeah, I'm coming right down. You guessed it. This is your old friend, George. Get your clothes on, Blodgett. We're going for a little trip.
The old rideroo, eh, Ralph?
Get up.
Can't get away with it, George. The cops want you for knocking off Charlie Fox.
I said get up.
Yeah, sure, George. I'll get up.
You never learn, do you, smart guy?
You can't get away with it, George. You're not going to use that.
You heard me. Get up.
Sure. Anything you say, George. We're pals, ain't we, Georgie?
Sure. Put on your pants, Pally.
Now, look, George. I ain't got the Ellis dame. That's who you're looking for.
You know where she is, Joe. You know something else, too.
I don't know from nothing, George.
You know plenty. You know who knocked out that guy I punched in the saloon.
The bum rap deal, Joe.
You're nuts, Georgie. Besides...
You're going to tell me who it was, Joe?
I can't. I'll get knocked off, Georgie. I can't.
If you don't start talking when you get your clothes on, you'll stay here, holding your ears in your hand.
He'll be back, Frank. He knows something. We've got to be careful.
Leave it to me. I'll handle him.
George, you're back.
Lay off, will you?
Why, George, what's wrong? I got worried and I sent for Frank.
You send for Frank pretty often, don't you?
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm a jerk, sister. You and Frank here. You got it all framed. You got it all fixed for me to go back to that rock pile again.
You're crazy. Come on in. Sit down and have a drink. We'll talk it over.
Yeah, maybe we should. Maybe we ought to talk about why you killed that guy 3 years ago in the saloon after I punched him.
You're getting pretty gay.
You had a contracting deal on. You made a lot of dough. Only this guy had the dope on you and blackmailed you. But you wouldn't pay off.
Your boyfriend's talking like a wild man, Laura.
Come on, darling, sit down.
Get away from me. Sure, Blinn. You saw your chance that day. You carried that guy into a booth. Then you kicked him to death.
Oh, really, George? What an imagination.
That dough in the bank. That's imagination, too. It's a smart place to hide hot dough. Nosy people don't check convicts' accounts. Do they, Blinn?
Who's been talking to you? That crazy Ellis girl?
Your stooge, Joe Blodgett.
Joe? Oh, no, he wouldn't. We've got too much...
Shut up, Laura. Let her go on, Blinn. Let her tell about how you knocked off Charlie Foster. For no reason. Except to frame me again.
I got you out, didn't I?
Yeah, so you could hang a good one on me. Now, where's the Ellis dame?
She's here, George. In this room.
George. Oh, George, you walked into it.
Yeah, looks like I did.
All right, Frank. What do we do with it, chump?
2 minutes ago, I was your sweetie. Oh, don't you remember?
This is a gun, George. Open the apartment door a little.
So this is it, huh?
Move to the door.
Frank, you can't, not in here.
Why not? He come up here, he was out of his head, he tried to kill you, Laura. I had to shoot him. Remember that.
Well, hurry, will you?
What about the Ellis dame?
I feel sorry for the poor little girl, George. She never got over the death of her brother. They find her body in the river. Open the door, George.
Why not? You can take him now, Lancey.
Yeah, hands up, you two.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't get me.
Well, you're in the clear now, George. That was smart thinking.
Thanks. But what about my shooting Blinn?
My man in the hall got his whole story. You know, for getting him, you should get a medal on the steps of the courthouse.
No, thanks.
The mayor will pin it on you.
That might be a good idea. Only don't make it the mayor. Make it the warden. That's the whole story, Warden. It was Blinn and the dame I thought was in love with me.
So you came back to the penitentiary to see me. Why, George?
Well, I owe you something for the way I acted my last day.
Oh, forget it. The state owes you a lot for 3 years spent in prison on a false charge.
I know. That's another reason why I came. I want you to do something for me, Warden.
Name it, my boy.
Brandy Ellis asked me to be her partner in her detective agency. It looks like a good thing.
But I don't understand, George. Where do I fit in?
In the application for a license, it asked for a character reference. I thought you might give me one.
Private Eye, starring George Rapt, has been a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Theater. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Armed Forces Radio Theater presents Blind Alley, starring Edward G. Robinson, Broderick Crawford, and Isabel Jewell.
I am William Anthony Shelby, and I am professor of psychology at a Midwestern college. Mrs. Shelby and I were sitting quietly at home one evening last June, talking over the end of another school term. The nurse, whom we have for our little boy, was upstairs putting him to bed. Suddenly, there was a noise from the front hall.
Listen, Will. Wasn't that the front door?
Yes, Mary, it did sound like it. I'll see what...
Just stay right where you are, mister.
What?
How dare you walk in here?
Take it easy, lady.
What are you doing here?
Stand over there, mister. Take a look in the other room, Maisie.
Okay, Hal.
Pull them window shades, Buck.
Sure. Say, look here. Who are you?
The name's Wilson, Hal Wilson.
Hal Wilson.
The notorious gunman?
Guess they heard of you, Hal.
Nobody downstairs but these two, honey.
Frisk the dame, Maisie. Buck, give the guy a quick once-over.
Well, what possible reason have you for breaking in here, Wilson?
Cops are right on my tail. I need a hideout.
Just an overnight visit. A fella called Nick's picking us up in a motorboat in the morning to take us across the lake. The dame's okay, honey.
The guy's clean, Hal. Get back to the car, Buck. Pull it around back of the house where nobody can see it.
Sure.
How many are living in this house, mister?
Just my wife here, my young son, and a nurse.
Where's the kid and the nurse?
Upstairs.
Go upstairs, Maisie. Tie him up.
Oh, you won't hurt my baby, will you?
Ah, don't worry, lady. I got a kid brother myself.
Take the dame along with you, Maisie. Tie her up, too.
Oh, no.
Okay. Come on, sister. Get moving.
Wait, is all this necessary? Can't you see for yourself we're entirely helpless?
Can't afford to take chances, mister. Yeah. And if I catch you in any funny business, I'll fix it so you won't get no second chance. That goes for you, the dame, and the kid. It's up to you, buddy, so watch your step.
Looking back on that night, it seems unreal, fantastic. We were at the mercy of a desperate, cold-blooded killer. I decided that the safety of my family depended on placating Wilson, disarming his suspicions by appealing to his vanity with seemingly innocent questions about himself. It was like being face-to-face with a cobra, not knowing what moment he would strike.
Say, mister, you ain't trying to get funny with me, are you? Because if you are, don't. Better men than you tried it and got over it sudden-like. Very sudden-like.
Oh, good heavens, Wilson, don't be so touchy. What's wrong with a few simple questions? I meant no harm.
You didn't, huh? I got a good mind to let you...
lay off the professor, Hal. He's okay. He's sort of regular.
Yeah, he's too regular. That's just the trouble. There's something very funny about you, mister. You're too quiet, too friendly-like. Something fishy somewhere.
Well, it's only that, I don't meet people like you every day, Wilson. You interest me.
Oh, I do, huh?
Yes, you're not like other people.
And I?
You're an individualist.
He's what?
Well, he knows what he wants, and he's not afraid to go after it.
I'll say I ain't.
Yeah, and he gets what he goes after, too, Professor.
Yeah. You know, now and then you cough up what sounds like sense, Professor.
You see, Hal, I told you he's all right.
I still say he's too nosy. Just like the cops.
Oh, no. The police are interested in your crimes, Wilson, but I'm a psychologist, and what I want to know is something different.
Such as what, Professor?
Well, things like his boyhood, the dreams he had.
Oh, that's a lot of baloney.
I had a book all about dreams once. It was swell.
A lot of junk.
Say, Professor, I had a dream the night before
Pipe
last.
down. He ain't interested in what you dreamed. Look, Professor. You ever heard of anyone having a dream more than once? The same dream, I mean?
Yes. Many people have recurrent dreams.
What does it mean?
Well, usually a very deep-seated fixation.
What's a fixation?
Well, something one did that left a deep effect on the subconscious mind. You see, Wilson, we all have two minds.
Yeah?
They're the conscious and subconscious. It's in dreams and instinctive feelings that the subconscious comes out.
Oh, gee, Doc, I could sit and listen to you talk all night.
Yes, it is interesting, isn't it?
So other people get them too, huh?
Yes.
You know, Professor, I've had a dream. I've been dreaming ever since I was a kid.
Well, tell me about it.
Well, you see, it's... no, why talk about it?
Well, why not? Perhaps I can help you.
I don't trust you, mister.
You don't trust anyone, do you, Wilson?
I ain't never found anyone I could trust.
Well, tell me about your father and mother, Wilson.
They both kicked off when I was a kid.
Who brought you up?
My aunt. She was the meanest, no good, drunken...
Did she beat you?
Yeah, when she was drinking. She was always that way.
Well, didn't you have anyone you were fond of?
No. That is, no, nobody at all.
Oh, but Hal, what about Tiny?
Shut up!
But you told me you liked her.
I'm telling you to keep your nose out of this.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me.
She was your cousin, wasn't she?
Tiny ain't got nothing to do with this.
Oh, gee, Professor, I don't know why he always gets sore every time anybody mentions
Are you going to
her.
shut up?
All right, Hal. Forget it.
I guess you must have thought a lot of this, Tiny, didn't you, Wilson? Was she your aunt's daughter?
Yeah.
You grew up together?
Yeah, she always used to...
Well, go on. You were about to say that...
Oh, nuts. I wasn't going to say anything.
Yes, but if you tell me about her,
I said I don't want to talk about it. Skip it.
The situation, already bad enough, was further complicated by the untimely arrival of Fred Landis, one of my students who came to bid me goodbye. Wilson forced me to admit Fred and then proceeded to taunt the boy over his helplessness. Fred, young and hot-headed, threw caution away and...
You better keep that trap of yours shut. I'm telling you, wise guy.
Now, supposing I don't like being told. Supposing I tell you what I think of you and your yellow kind.
Fred, don't be a fool. Do as Wilson says.
Let him shoot his mouth off, Professor. Look at him. He's scared stiff.
Sure, I'm scared. But don't kid yourself. It's not you I'm scared of. Give the credit to that gun of yours. Just how brave would you be without it?
That's one thing you ain't never going to find out, sweetheart. Get over by that wall. Come on, move.
Wilson, what are you going to do?
I'm going to teach this college chump a lesson. I've been aching for a long time to take a crack at one of those rah-rah saps, and now I got a chance. So you think I'm yellow, do you? Well, wise guy, this'll learn you how yellow I am.
When Wilson shot and critically wounded that defenseless boy, while I stood helplessly by and then refused to let me send for a doctor, I determined on a desperate chance to destroy the gangster by pitting the one weapon at my command, my knowledge of psychology, words against his grim guns. For the 4 long hours that followed, I plagued Wilson with questions in a ceaseless effort to gain his confidence and break down his mental defenses. In some measure, I succeeded because the next morning the girl, Maisie, came down the stairs worried and angry.
Say, Professor, what are you doing to Hal anyway? When he got through talking to you last night, he was wringing wet and shaking like a leaf.
Well, I'm only trying to help Hal, Maisie.
Oh, don't make me laugh. Why should you want to help him? Hal said there was something fishy about you, and there is. Now, I'm getting wise to you. Yeah, and Hal's getting wise to you, too. And if you don't want to end up on a marble slab, well, you lay off that screwy talk of yours.
Come on, sister. Get on downstairs.
Oh, what's the idea, Hal? What are you bringing the nurse down here for?
She can take care of the door and the phone. Hey, you remember what I told you, sister?
Yes, sir. Nobody's home. Doctor and Mrs. Shelby went out of town and won't be back until tonight.
That's it, and see that you don't forget. Oh, Professor, how'd you like spending the night in handcuffs?
I didn't sleep much, Wilson.
Neither did I, so we're even.
What kept you awake?
Nothing you had to say, mister.
You gotta stop listening to him, Hal.
He can spill more things in 5 minutes to make a guy think.
Oh, promise me you won't pay no attention to what he says.
He ain't putting nothing over on me. I know what he's trying to do.
Do you, Wilson?
Yeah, I got a hunch you're trying to get me all balled up so I won't know where I'm at.
I told him you was wise to him, Hal.
Something tells me to drill you right now. I keep on letting you talk. Why?
Because you know down deep these things worry you, and you've got no one else to turn to but me.
Oh, yeah?
Hal, let's get out of here.
Stop worrying, will you? I ain't afraid of this guy and his talk. Now get upstairs and keep an eye on the dame and the kid. Go on, get going.
But Hal, Oh, all right. Only the sooner we get out of here, the better.
Now, you're in bad shape, Wilson.
Nuts.
Did you know you're suffering from paranoia?
What's that?
Well, we'll say, for instance, you're driving a car. You can see the road, trees, automobiles, houses, just like anyone else. But then sometimes you become aware of another thing, something you can't see but can feel.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. It drives you into going faster and faster, and it follows.
No.
You can't shake it off. You can't get rid of it. It's always just behind.
No.
And then...
No, it's a lie. It's a lie. Who told you that? Who's been talking about me?
All right, it's a lie. But if it's a lie, why bother about it? Sit down. Don't get excited.
What do you want to talk that way for? It don't get you no place with me.
No, perhaps not.
No. How'd you know that about me?
It is always behind you, isn't it, Wilson?
Yeah. Yeah, I get so as I look back, only I know there's nothing there before I look. And it don't go away. It almost drives me nuts. It kind of moves.
Moves, huh? How?
I don't know. Sort of like it was swinging.
Yes. Well, that's the same impression you get from that pillar of stone in your dream, isn't it? As though it were high and swinging, as though it were always just about to crush you.
Yeah. In the dream, it's like I was running like blazes, but I couldn't get away from it.
Yes, there's this feeling, this danger seem to come from any specific source connected with a man or a woman?
I don't know.
Have you ever had a feeling that is an almost instinctive sensation that something horrible, something in the shape of a girl or a woman was about to spring on your shoulders from behind and above you?
Don't!
Have you?
Yeah.
Is it always a girl?
Yeah! I don't know. Doc, what makes me say yes? Then when I think about it, I don't know.
Well, the yes or no, as the case may be, is your instinctive reaction answer. And then your conscious brain goes to work and you lose it.
Listen, what's that noise?
You're jumpy. It's only your girlfriend, Maisie, coming down the stairs.
Oh. What do you want, Maisie?
Oh, the missus and the kid are safe. I found a big room in the attic that can be locked up from the outside, and I figured that Say, where's that nurse?
What's that?
The nurse. Hal, she's gone.
Gone? You mean
Oh, snap out of it, Hal. She's made a getaway.
Yeah, quick. Out the back way, Maisie. Get Buck. Don't shoot unless you have to. I'm going out the front as soon as I tie this guy up.
Okay, Hal.
Listen to me, mister. If that nurse gets away, I'm going to get that kid of yours down here and let him have it. Then your wife, and then you. Now get that great mind of yours working and figure out a way around that one.
It seemed like hours that I stood there, tied to the banister, waiting for Wilson and the others to return. In reality, they were back in a few minutes. Buck and Wilson had caught the nurse before she had been able to give the alarm. Moaning and sobbing, she was taken upstairs. Maisie stayed behind to give me a word of warning.
Now get this, Professor, and get it straight. This was your fault. And from now on, you lay off all that talk you've been handing Hal.
Now, why don't you let Hal speak for himself?
Well, 'cause he ain't wise, that's why. He gets himself in jams sometimes, and I have to look after him. I'm kind of crazy about him, see?
Well, you think you know this Hal of yours pretty well, and you probably do under most circumstances, but not the present one. If you interfere at the wrong moment, you may get the shock of your life.
Oh, you're not telling me about Hal, are you?
Take care of the nurse. I'll untie this guy myself.
Okay, honey.
Is the girl hurt?
Not that much. If she means anything to you, Professor, it might make you feel better to know it was your fault.
Well, why don't you put the blame where it belongs?
What do you think I'm doing?
You mean me? But you're wrong. You fell down on your job. Well, suppose Buck had let her slip out that door. What would you have done?
I'd have plugged him.
Exactly.
I won't ever let nobody. But this was different. I never let nothing like this ever happen before. I'll take good care it never happens again, mister.
Yes, but it will happen again. It must happen again and again, as long as that something follows you and drives you into going faster and faster, till you can't going faster and faster, till you can't think, until nothing matters except that horrible thing swinging behind you, always just behind you. Swinging.
It's a lie! It's a dirty, rotten lie! Well, why don't you say something?
You had to hit me, didn't you, Wilson? You know why? You're scared.
Scared? I've never been scared in my life.
Well, that's not true.
Don't call me a liar. I don't take that from nobody.
Well, I'm sorry.
You better be.
But if you're not afraid of anything, what are you trying to escape from?
What do you mean?
Well, you're like a man running down a blind alley in the dark.
Suppose I am.
Well, what are you going to do when you reach the end, the place where you can't go any further?
I'm going to shoot. Keep on shooting.
Well, don't delude yourself.
What do you mean?
You're on the run now. You can't stop to think. You have to depend entirely on your instinctive reaction. Sooner or later, that's going to fail, and when it goes, you're not going to wind up in any blaze of guns and glory. You're going to crack up.
Crack up? You mean I'll...
Yes, quick, Wilson. The cop! Right behind you!
Where? What are you trying to do? Knock a sucker out of me?
Oh, no. I'm merely trying to show you what I mean. You had a mental picture of a cop in that window, and your reaction was automatic. You whirled around, gun in hand.
Sure I did.
Yes, but suppose there had really been a cop there. And when you turned, ready to shoot, the cop suddenly became someone else.
Someone else?
Yes, Buck or Maisie or Tiny, for instance.
Huh?
That would be a nice mess, wouldn't it? You pull your gun on a cop and he suddenly turns into Tiny. You couldn't shoot him then, but in that split second, the cop could shoot you. And he would, Wilson.
That's junk. How could a cop turn into Tiny?
Yes, it does sound foolish, doesn't it? But it's not. Your brain has been doing things to you. Lots of things you don't understand. Why did you beat that nurse so badly?
Because she run out. I wanted to teach her a lesson.
No, Wilson, that wasn't it. Who did you see when you looked at her and started to hit her?
What do you mean? I saw the nurse. I didn't see nobody but the nurse.
Hal, I'm getting worried about Nick.
Whom did you see, Wilson? Answer me.
You let Hal alone. Now you let him alone, do you hear me?
Answer me, Wilson. Whom did you see?
Don't answer him, Hal. Don't pay no attention to what he says.
You beat that nurse because she looked like your cousin Tiny.
No, it's a lie. It's a lie.
You gotta stop hounding at him. Hal, honey, look at me and don't listen to him.
Keep away from me. Let me alone.
But I want to help you, honey. Can't you see he's driving you nuts?
Oh, keep quiet, Maisie, or I won't answer for the consequences.
You can't scare me, mister. Now, Hal, you gotta come away with me. Or... Hal, what's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for?
So you come back. You couldn't stay away.
Hal, what's the matter? It's me. It's Maisie.
You're Tiny. That's who you are. Tiny, you dirty double-crossing little...
Hal, stop. You don't know what you're saying.
I'll fix you so you won't come back no more.
Hal, don't. Oh, please, Hal. It's me. It's Maisie. Drive that gun. Hal!
Wilson.
Wilson! I'll give it to you, too.
Now listen to me, Wilson. Listen to me, I say. I'm not going against you. I'm trying to help you. Put that gun down. Put it down, I say.
Hell, what was the shooting? Anything wrong?
Oh, an accident, Buck. Come on, pull yourself together, Wilson. You hear me? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Gee, it's Maisie. She's dead, Hal.
What?
What you want to knock her off for?
Knock her off? Knock who off?
Maisie.
Oh, her. She had it coming. I ain't got nothing to do with you, Buck. Get back to the car and stay there till Nick comes, you hear me?
Okay, Hal, okay. Nick ought to show up in a minute now.
She looks quiet, don't she? She was a nice kid. As good as you'd hope to find. I don't know. I can't figure. I can't figure nothing. Why don't you say something, Professor? What do you stand there staring at me for?
You killed her for the same reason that you beat that nurse. What about that dream of yours? Who were you looking at when you shot Maisie?
Who was I looking at?
Yes, you were looking at Tiny. You thought Maisie was your dead cousin Tiny.
No, lay off. I can't stand no more.
It was Tiny, wasn't it? She was your aunt's daughter. Did she look like your aunt?
Yeah, the spitting image.
Was she fond of you?
Sure, she was always round my neck when we was kids.
Well, what became of her later?
I didn't see her no more.
Well, why? What made you keep away from her?
I ain't gonna tell.
Well, why won't you tell me?
Because I ain't, that's why.
Well, how long was it until you saw her again?
I tell you, I didn't see her no more. Nobody didn't see her no more.
What did she look like after she was dead?
Like my aunt did. I didn't say she died. She ain't dead. She ain't, I tell you.
Well, how did you kill her?
I ain't gonna tell no one.
Why not? You're ashamed of it, aren't you? You were always ashamed of it. You pushed it away from you and forgot it, didn't you? But I'll tell you how it was.
No, don't do it. I won't listen. I didn't kill her. I didn't.
Yes, you did. I'm going to make you tell me. I'm going to drag it out of your subconscious and make you look at it. Don't you remember how it was?
No, I don't remember. I don't want to remember. Don't make me. I don't want to.
You used to beat Tiny often, didn't you?
How did you know that?
Yes, but she loved you anyway. You used to beat her up because she looked like your aunt, and you hated your aunt. And when you beat her up, you used to think about your aunt, didn't you? Tiny would then seem to become your aunt.
It's a lie. Don't talk about it. It's a lie. It's a lie.
You used to dream about murdering your aunt, didn't you?
No, don't.
Yes, you dreamed and dreamed about it until it was almost a fact. And then you tried to make it a fact by killing Tiny. Now, how did you kill her? Come on, how did you do it?
I don't know. Leave me alone.
All right, I'll tell you then. What about this dream of yours? You choked her, didn't you? You hit her on the head, and then you choked her to death. Didn't you? Didn't you?
All right, Doctor. You're right. I knocked her out. Then I strung her up by her neck to a beam. I let her swing there for an hour before I cut her down. I didn't mean to do it. Just come over me sudden like. She looked so much like my aunt. And I dropped her down an old cistern back of the house. After she was gone, I didn't care. I couldn't get it out of my mind. The way she was swinging up there above me. So that's what's been behind me all of this time. Huh? It's been Tiny. Tiny swinging and swinging. But she ain't real. Tell me that she ain't real, Doc.
Oh, yes, Wilson, she is real. She's right there behind you.
Where?
Oh, you can't see her, but she's there just the same. Swinging and swinging. You can feel her right this moment, moving back and forth, back and forth. You can't run away. There's no place you can go. You can never escape.
No, no.
Never.
It's a lie. Take her away. Take her away. What are you doing to me? Why do you tell me this if it don't do no good?
Yes, but it does do good. It's for that reason I've done it. You're a menace to society, Wilson. Now you're finished. You came in here last night to escape the law, but you had to stay and listen to me while I drew you a mental picture of yourself. And that picture of yourself as the unbalanced mess you really are, and not as the big shot you always imagined yourself, has destroyed you, just as surely as though I'd blown your brains out.
Why, you dirty double-crossing...
Well, go ahead, Wilson. Try to kill me. Well? You can't even shoot now, can you? I've been telling you the truth, and you know it. I've been holding up a mirror of your life. Take a look in that mirror, Wilson. Maisie's in there, and Tiny. Tiny, you look like your aunt. Your aunt whom you hated. Look, Wilson.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I killed Tiny. She looked like my aunt, and I hated her. No, I didn't. I loved Tiny. I loved her, but I killed her. I loved Maisie. I killed her, too.
Yes. One by one, you've destroyed all the things you set store by. You're alone now, Wilson. All alone.
Yeah, I know, but it wasn't my fault. I never had a chance. They drove me. They haunted me. Fellow's got a right to fight for his life, ain't he?
Yes, but not to go against the whole structure of society the way you have. Now you know what you've done and why, and you can never escape that knowledge. You're finished, Wilson. You know that now, don't you?
Hal, Nick's here with the boat. Come on, let's beat it.
You and Nick get going.
Why, ain't you coming with us?
Get out. Do you hear me? Get out!
Okay, Hal, I'm going.
No, why didn't you go, Wilson?
I guess you're right. Just ain't no place for me to go. Here's my gun, Doc. Go on, take it. I got it coming. You won't?
No, Wilson. It's your problem now. You'll have to work it out yourself.
All right. I guess I can take it. So long, Doc.
Hello, operator. Operator, let me have the police. Hello, this is Professor Shelby. Yeah, will you come out right away? What? It's a suicide case. Hal Wilson is dead. Yes, thank you, I'll be waiting. Lord. I feel like a murderer myself.
Blind Alley, starring Edward G. Robinson, Broderick Crawford, and Isabel Jewell, has been a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Theater. Corporal Fred Darwin speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond.
The music fades. Your local announcer's voice superimposes itself over the theme music, just as my voice did when I started speaking. Your opening announcement would sound like this. Tonight, the Blank Company presents another of the exciting adventures in the life of Bulldog Drummond, amateur detective, soldier of fortune, champion of lost causes, the most celebrated adventure detective of fiction and the screen, who now comes to his loyal friends through radio with more of his baffling and intriguing mysteries. We invite you to follow in the footsteps of Bulldog Drummond. We invite you, too, to try Blank. At this point, your announcer will describe your product, store, or service, followed by 40 words of selling copy.
And now to tell you about tonight's adventure, here is Bulldog Drummond.
Come with me to one of the great highways which spread like ribbons across the broad expanse of the United States. It is late at night, and a driving storm beats down on the countryside. Coming up toward the crest of a steep hill, a huge express truck laden with goods slowly climbs. In the driver's cab, two men peer intently into the night.
Hi, Bill.
Yeah, Red?
What time is it?
3:30. Say, did you see that?
Yeah. Another truck behind us, signaling with their lights.
I wonder if it's anyone we know. I'll give them my signal. 2 long flashes and 1 short one.
Here comes their reply. Long, 2 shorts, and the long.
It's funny. I never got that signal on the road before.
I guess it must be some new outfit.
Yeah. Boy, I'm sure glad we ain't alone on this road.
What do you mean?
The Richards mob.
You ain't worried about them, are you?
Well, they got away with 6 hijackings in the last 2 weeks. 2 of them were on this road.
Yeah, but they wouldn't pull another job so quickly. They're not so dumb. They know the cops are looking for them.
Yeah, well, I hope you're right.
Hey, that truck's coming close.
Only it ain't a truck, Red. I can see it clearly now. It's a car.
Yeah, here they come.
Okay, you in the cab. Pull over and stop. Say, Red, they got guns and rifles.
Yeah, 4 men in that car. Better do as they say, Bill.
Come on, stop or we'll let you have it.
I mean business, Bill.
Business or not, I ain't stopping.
They're firing at us. You better duck. Hey, the road's wet. Be careful of skidding.
I know what I'm doing.
I hope so.
Are you going to pull over? This is your last chance.
Bill, you better stop.
No, I can manage her.
Now you did it. We're skidding.
Hold tight. I'll bring her out of it. Just take it.
Bill, you're heading for the bank. Get her in the center of the road.
I can't. She's out of control. Watch it, Red. We're going to crash. Red, you okay?
Yeah. You were crazy to try a thing like that.
I wanted to get away from them.
Fat lot of good it did you. Here they come. All right, get out of that cab, both of you. Guess the jig's up, Bill.
Not yet, it ain't. There'll be other trucks along this road and cars, too. I'm going to stall them.
Come on out or we'll drag you out.
Come on, Red. You must be Richard.
Never mind who I am. Okay, boys, you two cover him. I'll take over the truck.
Oh, no, you don't.
Hey, you look like the kind that's going around looking for trouble.
Yeah, you got me right, buddy. He dropped his gun. Grab it, Red. Grab it. Why didn't you help?
Dr. Wilson wanted in Ward 8. Calling Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson.
Captain Drummond?
Denny?
Oh, I got your message, Captain Drummond, and here I am.
But would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Well, Denny, I've asked you to meet me at this hospital because we've got one of the most important commissions we've ever been assigned to since we landed in the United States.
Oh, I say, what's up?
It seems there's a gang of hijackers stealing truckloads of goods consigned for shipment to England.
Hijackers?
Yes, Denny, it's an American word for a sort of road pirate.
Oh, I understand. When did you receive this commission?
Well, we must work as quickly as possible. You know how badly they need those American goods back home.
Oh, yes, of course. Just how do these modern descendants of Captain Kidd operate?
Instead of ships, they use automobiles, Denny. Instead of cutlasses, they use sawed-off shotguns and submachine guns. Otherwise, the methods are exactly the same. Terrorize or even kill the drivers and make off with their trucks. They're a particularly nasty lot, Denny.
As I can well imagine, Captain.
One of their victims, a man named Cassidy, is in that room. He was courageous enough to resist them. They beat him, shot him. If a doctor will permit it, we'll have a chat with him. Ah, there's Dr. Wilson now.
May come in, Captain Drummond.
Come, Denny.
Fred. I don't think you'll be able to have much of a talk with him, Captain Drummond. He's been delirious for the last 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Talks coherently for only short periods.
I understand, Doctor.
Red, why don't you help me? Grab his gun, Red. Help me, Red.
Cassidy.
Red.
Cassidy.
Who are you?
I'm Captain Hugh Drummond. I'm investigating the hijacking.
Oh, yeah, the fight. Did they get the truck? Did they get my load, huh?
Yes, Cassidy, yes. Now, look, do you feel well enough to answer some questions?
Yeah, I guess so.
Good. Now, can you tell me exactly what happened when you were held up 3 days ago?
Yeah, well, Red and me crashed into the embankment. Then they came up in their car.
How many men did they have in the car?
4, I think.
Did you recognize any of the men who attacked you?
No. I guess I was kind of crazy of me to wail into them like I did, but it was dark and I figured they wouldn't be able to shoot straight anyway. I thought I could stall them till another car came along the road, but I guess it didn't work. You know, Red didn't help me much.
Oh?
In fact, he just stood there. Say, Captain Drummond.
Yes?
Now I come to think of it, the way them lights were signaled.
Yes?
A long in 2 shorts and then a long. And then the way Red... Oh, my head.
Yes, Cassidy, go on with what you were saying.
Light signals. Red.
Yes, Cassidy. What about Red?
Red, why don't you help me? Grab his gun, Red. Give me a hand here, will you? They're coming at me. Don't let him, Red. Oh,
Dr.
Red.
Wilson. Dr. Wilson.
I'm afraid this will be all for the present, Captain Drummond.
Yes, I understand, Doctor.
Why don't you...
Denny.
Coming, yes.
Help me,
I say, Captain Drummond, who's this Red person he's talking about?
Red Nelson, the driver who was with him when the truck was held up. And strangely enough, he wasn't injured in the fight at all.
Oh, that's curious. Well, have you questioned this Nelson person yet?
Yes, I had a little talk with him before coming here. He's scheduled to take a cargo of goods worth $30,000 to New York tonight. He doesn't know it yet, but I'm going to be on that truck with him, Denny.
Hey, Michaels. Come on, I'm ready to leave. Hey, Michaels, what's keeping you? Well, it's about... Oh, Captain Drummond.
Yes. Hello, Nelson.
What are you doing here?
I've decided to take Michael's place.
Why?
You're carrying a valuable cargo, you know. You haven't any objection to my coming along, have you?
Well, it's hard work. I need someone to relieve me.
Oh, that's all right. I can drive.
Can you?
Oh, I've handled trucks like this before. Well, what do you say? Ready to leave?
Okay, Drummond.
Well, Nelson, when do you want me to take over?
I'll tell you when, Drummond.
Oh, you've been at the wheel for 5 hours now. I think you're rather tired.
No, I ain't tired.
Say, what's that?
What?
Those lights in your mirror.
Signals.
Signal from whom?
Another truck in back of us. You can see it in the mirror.
I can see a pair of lights. Why, it looks more like a car from here.
Oh, cars don't signal like that. It's another truck.
Look, they're flashing their lights again.
Yeah.
Well, what does that signal mean?
He's asking if everything's okay.
Are you going to reply?
Yeah. I'm going to tell him everything's fine. Like this.
2 long flashes and a short one. Interesting. I suppose they'll respond.
Sure. Here it comes.
Long one, 2 short ones. What does that mean?
It means this.
What, a pistol?
Yeah, get him up, Drummond. Come on, get him up.
All right, Nelson. What are you going to do?
You're not going to leave this cab alive, Drummond.
I'm afraid you won't either.
What do you mean?
Look, your truck's going off the road.
Where? Hey, let go of my hand.
Drop that gun. Drop that gun.
Oh, you ain't going to...
Drop it, I tell you.
No. You ain't going to get away with it, you...
The fight to the finish in a truck running wild down the highway. Can Drummond save the precious cargo? What is the secret of the blinking highlights? In just a few moments, we'll know the answer to this secret.
The music fades, and at this point in the program each week, your local announcer presents a minute and a half of your selling copy. However, as is customary on the premiere performance of network shows, let's listen to the following suggested personal message to be read on the opening program by your local announcer or a chief executive of your company. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is a great one in the career of the blank company. For tonight, we present for the first time the most celebrated adventure detective of fiction and the screen, Bulldog Drummond, who will now be brought to you, our good friends and his loyal friends, through radio. We have developed this program for your entertainment, to make your Sundays more pleasant, and to circle a weekly date on your calendar to get together with the blank company. The Adventures of Bulldog Drummond come to you directly from the stage of the Mutual Playhouse just off Times Square in New York City, where every Sunday, for your entertainment, we will assemble a sparkling cast of dramatic stars from radio, Hollywood, and the theater to bring you the very best, the most brilliant in mystery adventure stories, just as we of the Blank Company always bring you the best in blank products. Be sure to tune in every Sunday when Bulldog Drummond will thrill you again with another complete, pulse-pounding story in his career of breathtaking adventure. Such is the program that we have arranged especially for you, and we of the Blank Company sincerely hope that Bulldog Drummond brings you as much pleasure each week as it gives us in presenting him to you. And now, on with the show.
We left Drummond struggling with Red Nelson in the cab of the huge trailer truck, which is swinging crazily down the highway as the 2 men grapple. Drummond is relentlessly twisting Nelson's gun hand.
Drop that gun.
No, you ain't gonna get away from it.
Now to stop this truck. There we are. All right, Nelson, snap out of it. Come on. Get your pistol now, so you better not try anything.
What are you going to do with me?
You better talk fast, Nelson. You're smart and tell me what I want to know. It'll take years off your sentence.
What do you want to know?
Those light signals we saw. They came from Richard's car, didn't they?
Yeah.
Did he plan to hijack this truck?
Yeah.
What was the signal you gave him? Was it the signal to stay away?
You ain't got a thing on me, Captain Drummond. You ain't going to get any information out of me.
I don't understand it, Captain Drummond.
What, Denny?
Why that Nelson person is so foolish as to withhold the information.
Oh, it's quite simple. He thinks Richards will help him. As soon as we got back here, he saw a lawyer, and we haven't been able to get a word out of him since.
It's rather discouraging, isn't it, Captain Drummond?
Yes, rather. I thought Nelson's capture would give us an important lead, but it's just another blind alley. We're back just where we started from, and it is...
Well, what are you laughing at, Captain Drummond?
Denny, have you seen the seat of your trousers?
The seat of my trousers?
You must have sat in some paint.
Oh, dear me, so I have. Looks quite ghastly, doesn't it?
Well, that rich yellow doesn't exactly harmonize with your blue suit.
Oh, I must rush home and change.
No, don't.
Oh, but Captain Drummond, it's most embarrassing.
Embarrassing? Why, Denny, those trousers have just given me a plan that will lead to the capture of the Richards mob.
Have they? I don't see how a pair of trousers can capture a gang of hijackers.
Oh, you will, Denny, you will.
Oh, do you mind telling me what your plan is, Captain Drummond?
Of course not. In every one of these hijackings, the truck was taken from the drivers on the highway.
Yes, that seems to be the general method.
Yes. 2 days later, the truck would be found empty miles away from the spot where it was held up. The hijackers had unloaded the goods, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, stored them somewhere.
Oh, can you be sure of that?
Well, not absolutely sure. You see, the police in New York and Chicago have received very little of the stolen property. These hijackers are clever. They know that it's rather easy for the police to trace large quantities of stolen property.
Oh, yes, I see.
And so they're selling only small amounts of it. In that way, they protect themselves.
Very clever.
Yes, but here's the rub. They must have some place where they can unload and store the stuff. And that's the place we're going to find.
But how?
With a clever paint trail, which we'll find in the crime laboratory here at police headquarters. Come on, Denny. We have a lot of work to do. Here, Denny, try this new mixture.
Very well, Captain Drummond. Paint. Upon my word, Captain Drummond, I'm fairly sick of the smell of the stuff.
Now, Denny, we're getting close to the mixture we need. Don't lose patience now.
Captain Drummond.
Yes?
Do you realize that we've spent the entire night in this laboratory?
Have we? Oh, wait, Denny. Come here. What is it? Look, this mixture. 104. When did you set it out to dry?
Oh, I look at the chart. 104. Here it is. It was set out at 5:10 a.m.
5:10. And what was its original color?
Dark blue.
Well, look, Denny, it's turned a cream color.
Yes.
I think this is the mixture we need. What time is it now?
5:40.
Are you sure it didn't change color before this?
Oh, I'm positive. Here's the chart, Captain Drummond. Mixture 104, dark blue paint, set to dry at 5:10 a.m. 5:15 a.m., same color. 5:30, still blue. 5:35, starting to turn to cream color.
This is what we need to really track down the stolen trucks. Turn on the lights, Denny. I want to make one more test.
Righto.
Where's that spotlight? Here it is. Now, Denny, you watch while I turn on the spotlight. There we are. See, Denny? We can see that mixture 104 without any trouble. That cream shade looks white under the spotlight.
Yes.
All right, Denny. Today is the 21st. I'm going to call the Trans-State Transport Company and tell them to spread the word that a valuable truckload of goods will be sent to New York on the night of the 23rd. And, Denny, I think that date will mark the end of the Richards outfit.
Hey, look, Jerry, I think that's the Trans-State truck coming up the hill now.
Yeah.
You better get set. I want you to swing out into the road as soon as it passes it.
Okay.
You fellows ready back there?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Now, we're in luck. I can't see another pair of lights on this road, and we can see for miles from the top of this hill.
Yeah. Say, boss.
Yeah?
Are you sure this load is worth the risk?
Sure. Hey, listen, I got a gilt-edged tip that the load coming through tonight is worth close to $100,000.
Yeah, but what I'm worried about is that it might be a trap.
Hey, what's eating you? Getting cold feet?
No, but you know what happened to Red Nelson. Without him slipping us the dope from the inside, we might be taking a big chance.
Hey, listen. I checked this road for 20 miles in both directions. There ain't a trace of a cop around here. Stop your worrying, Jerry. This looks like it'll be the easiest load we ever grabbed.
Oh, I hope you're right.
Here it comes, Jerry. Yep, this is our baby. It's the Trans-State, all right. All right, Jerry, turn on the lights and get started. Jerry, pull over close to the cab.
Right.
You fellas in the back, get ready those Tommy guns. Okay, Jerry, blast your horn.
Right.
Hey, you in the truck. Pull over. Stop or we'll let you have it. Come on, pull over.
Yeah, that did it, Richards. They're stopping.
Pull up in front of them.
All right.
Come on, man.
Right behind you. Hey, you two get out of that cab. That's right. Now make it quick. Come on. Keep your hands up.
Okay. We're getting out. Come on, Denny. All right.
Now, we won't shoot you if you don't give us any trouble. Jerry, you get in the truck.
All right.
I'll follow you in the stick-up car.
Okay.
Well, there they go, Denny. Yes, it worked like a charm, Captain Drummond. I don't think they were in the least suspicious.
I hope not.
And the way you said okay, sir, it sounded so authentically American.
Denny, look at the road here.
Our paint mixture, 104.
Yes. It's dark blue. And the trailing gangster car with Richard in it will never spot it. But in 30 minutes, it'll turn cream-colored. And we'll be able to follow that truck to wherever they're taking it.
I wonder what they'd do if they knew they were leaving a trail behind them leading straight to their hideout.
Well, Denny, in half an hour, Sergeant Johnson of the State Police will be along, and we'll be able to follow that trail. Sergeant Johnson, I think we're reaching the end of the trail. Better slow down.
All right, sir.
Look, Denny. The line of paint goes right up to the entrance of that warehouse.
Yes.
Stop here, Sergeant, please. Now, look, Sergeant. You'd better turn out the lights on this car and radio headquarters the location of this warehouse and tell them to send some men at once.
All right, Captain Drummond.
Come on, Denny.
What are you going to do, Captain Drummond?
Have a look at that warehouse.
It seems to be dark and deserted.
They probably have blinds over the windows. Look, Denny. You can see how the white line made by our paint mixture goes right through that garage entrance.
Yes, it does.
Look, there's a door over there. Quiet now as we approach.
Righto.
It's open, Denny. Better get your pistol ready. There may be trouble.
Right.
Oh, come along, come along.
Look, son. Huh? There's a light up there near the back.
Yes. Look, there's the truck we were in tonight.
Yes, but where are the men? There doesn't seem to be a soul about.
Yes. That's curious. Denny, the door. Somebody close the door. Come on back, quick.
It's locked. I'm afraid, Captain Drummond, we've walked into a trap.
Yes, they must have seen us come in and slipped out through another entrance.
Well, Captain Drummond, if we didn't succeed in getting the pirates, at least we succeeded in getting their booty. Look at this place. Why, there are hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stolen goods here.
Denny.
Yes?
Do you smell smoke?
Smoke?
Yes, Captain Drummond. Well, look there in the back.
A fire.
Yes, Denny, those bounders are far cleverer than I gave them credit for. They knew that the game was up, and they set this place on fire to destroy the evidence before they fled.
Captain Drummond, what was that?
Denny, look over there. Crate upon crate of chemicals. This place will be a roaring furnace in 5 minutes. We've got to get out of here. Try the door over there, Denny.
Right. I say this door's locked. Try the window, Captain Drummond.
Any of these windows are barred, too. We can't get out through them.
There goes another crate of chemicals. Captain Drummond, this fire's spreading as fast as lightning. All these doors seem to be locked. What are we going to do?
Back to the smashing climax of our mystery in just a moment. But first, a message from our sponsor.
Again, your local announcer presents another minute-and-a-half sales message. At this time, we ask you to try and visualize what the adventures of Bulldog Drummond means to you. Here are the facts. In the past, as a local or regional advertiser operating on a limited budget, you could not hope to compete with the big network radio programs for a listening audience. Talent costs alone making this impossible. Today, however, as a participant in our cooperative group, you pay only your prorated share of the total talent cost. This is possible because Bulldog Drummond is a nationally syndicated cooperative network radio program, which is simultaneously fed by direct wire from the Mutual Playhouse just off Times Square in New York City to the 175 affiliated stations of the Mutual Broadcasting System from coast to coast. This fall, starting Sunday, September 28th, you can exclusively sponsor an audience-tested radio program in your city which has proven itself the equal of the brilliant network shows sponsored by the world's largest advertisers. Bulldog Drummond is not a phonograph record, but a live show presenting top-name dramatic artists in person at a good Sunday hour when most people listen, and at a program cost prorated to the potentialities of your trading area. And remember that Bulldog Drummond's fiction fans and movie fans are pre-sold Drummond radio fans.
Now back to Bulldog Drummond. We left Drummond and Denny trapped in the blazing warehouse, surrounded by exploding chemical crates, choking from the dense fumes and facing an almost certain death. Licking tongues of flame bar all exits. Desperately, Denny cries,
There goes another crate of chemicals. Captain Drummond, this fire is spreading as fast as lightning. The doors are locked. The windows barred. What are we going to do? Denny, look, there's a truck. Into the cab, hurry. Righto. We're in luck, Denny. Look, they left the keys in. What are you going to do, Captain Drummond? Use the truck as a battering ram and smash through those garage doors. Hold on, Denny. Here we go. Denny, are you all right? Quite, Captain Drummond, quite. Come on, let's get out of here.
Captain Drummond, are you all right?
Yes, Sergeant Dawson, yes.
I saw them speed by in two automobiles a few minutes after you and Denny went into the warehouse.
Oh, did you radio in a description of their cars?
Yes. I also radioed in a report about the fire. The fire engines are coming up now.
Good work. I want to get to that radio and tell headquarters to block all roads in a radius of 50 miles of this place. Come on, Denny.
Calling all cars. Blockade all roads in 50-mile radius of Old Simmons Warehouse. Richards mob believed in vicinity. Calling all cars.
Calling car 29. Barricade Road south of Hollis Head. Calling car 38. Barricade Road south of Robbins Turnpike.
State Police Headquarters. Special orders to Police Chief of Martinsville. Barricade all roads west of your town. Richards mob believed in vicinity. Description of cars there.
Sergeant, are you sure that this is the road they took?
Yes, Captain Drummond.
They have quite a start on us, Captain Drummond. Yes, I know.
Calling all cars. Richards and his mob spotted at Glenville. Police fired at their cars and knocked out one of their headlights. They turned around, went south on Route 14.
Route 14? That's the road we're on now. Sergeant Johnson, how far is it to Glenville?
Only 3 or 4 miles from here, Captain Drummond.
Then we may meet them coming toward us, unless they've taken a side road. I say, Captain Drummond, look up there. 2 cars just came over the crest of that hill. One of them has a headlight out. Yes, but we can't be sure it's Richards. I say, they seem to be signaling to each other with their headlights. Look, a long flash, 2 short ones, and another long one. That's Richards, all right. It's that all-clear signal. Johnson, swing your car around and block the road.
Okay, Captain Drummond.
Hurry, we won't be able to make it if you don't. Come on, Denny. Johnson, out of this car, quickly now. Come over here to the side of the road. Here they come. Yes, they've had to stop now. Get your pistols ready, men. We'll close in when they stop. We'll be able to hold them until help arrives. Captain Drummond, I don't think they're going to stop. They're trying to swing down the side. Come on, make it. Captain Drummond.
Yes, Denny?
I say, did you see this account of the capture of the Richards gang and the Blade?
No, Denny.
Well, there's a very good photograph of you in it. Yeah. The one they have of me is simply horrid.
Oh, well. Denny, I think you better say goodbye, or rather au revoir to our American friends.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, we're leaving on the Clipper for England. I received the cable only an hour ago. I'm afraid we won't be able to come back here until the fall.
Oh, dear me, it will be difficult to say farewell. I've made so many good friends here.
And so have I. But there's a great deal of work to be done in England, and we're needed.
Again, the music fades. Again, your local announcer presents a half-minute sales message. We suggest you have your selling copy at this point feature specials, traffic items, price merchandise, or special promotions. Strong do-it-today copy with plenty of sell. In the case of a sponsor distributing through dealers, we suggest here a mention of dealer names and addresses. And so into the night walks Bulldog Drummond, seeking new adventure and excitement. Join us again next week at the same time when Bulldog Drummond solves the exciting mystery of death with gloves on. Until then, we bid good night to Bulldog Drummond and beg to remind you... Now, right here, insert not more than 10 words of sponsor identification, followed by usual network signature. This is the Mutual Broadcasting.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
San Francisco police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Investigate a bombing at the Saints Peter and Paul Church on Filbert Street. Get over there right away. That's all.
Daring, fearless, up-and-coming men who do things invariably prefer Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Police officers, like those portrayed in the following drama, are of this type: courageous, quick to make decisions, quick to act. When they get a call from headquarters, they have to jam down the throttle and go. More police officers use Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand. Los Angeles, Oakland, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties throughout California, Nevada, and Arizona choose Rio Grande cracked gasoline. And they chose Rio Grande cracked gasoline after official competitive tests, and now use it month after month in all police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment. Doesn't that mean something to you? Rio Grande cracked gasoline starts quicker, accelerates faster, and delivers far more power and speed because it is refined by the famous Sinclair cracking process. It is the only gasoline you can buy that is refined by this patented process. So, if you are the vigorous, hard-hitting type who likes to do things, fill up your tank with Rio Grande cracked gasoline and enjoy the satisfaction of police car performance. After this thrilling crime drama to be enacted immediately, you will hear another announcement that presents a worthwhile opportunity. Wait for it. Meanwhile, remember, for police car performance, use Rio Grande cracked gasoline. We take you now to our San Francisco studios, where you will hear Sheriff Hollenberry, San Francisco County. Sheriff Hollenberry.
Good evening. It has almost been 10 years since the bombing of the St. Peter's and Paul Church in the section of San Francisco known as Little Italy. Yet San Francisco has not forgotten the work of Chief Dan O'Brien and his men in bringing to an end the reign of terror that gripped the citizens of that district. 5 different times the phantom bomber left his deadly package of dynamite on the steps of the church. 4 times his attack was successful. What happened on his 5th visit will be told in a moment in the true dramatization you are about to hear. Before we return you to Los Angeles, however, I should like to say that we of San Francisco are proud of the crime prevention record we have, and especially in the case of the St. Peter's and Paul bombing. The solution of that case was a fine piece of police work.
It is a cold, rain-driven Saturday night in San Francisco. In Little Italy, there are no sounds of gaiety, no late parties. For tomorrow is the feast day of St. Francis de Sales. From somewhere deep in the interior of the church of Saints Peter and Paul on Filbert Street, the deep tones of a clock strike 11. Victor Grafero, the sexton, stands surveying the result of his efforts toward decorating the altar. There is no sound other than the clock to disturb the peace and quiet of the moment. Then, suddenly, an earth-shaking explosion shatters the silence. Its deep-throated roar echoing and re-echoing through the nave of the church. Priceless stained glass windows crash to the floor. Plaster rains from the walls and ceiling. In one split second, the interior of the church becomes a shambles. It is now all through the district. Lights suddenly flash on. Half-clad Italians rush out into the street, fear lurking in their eyes, memories of the great quake of 1906, striking sudden terror to their hearts. Then, as suddenly as it began, a deep silence. Grafero, dazed and shaken by the explosion, slowly rises from the floor, stumbles to the back door, out onto the wet cobblestones of the alley. To him, it is altogether too clear what has happened. Someone has bombed his church. And as he stands there, the rain splattering down on his bare head, he breathes a quiet prayer of thanks for his escape. And in police headquarters, the scene is one of complete confusion. Hundreds of calls from terrified residents of the neighborhood pour in through the switchboard. Sleepy-eyed policemen snap into sudden action. Sirens, screaming police cars roar to the scene of the explosion. But upon their arrival, detectives learn nothing that might lead to the bomber. There is no single clue that can be followed. All agree that it's the work of some madman, perhaps some religious fanatic, but nowhere is there a lead as to his identity. And after weeks of inquiry, questioning of hundreds of suspicious characters found in the neighborhood, the investigation slowly cools off. The world forgets the bombing of the Saints Peter and Paul Church. Peace and quiet is restored to Little Italy. Four months later, 3:22 Sunday morning. With no warning, the mad bomber strikes again. And again, as on that wet evening 4 months before, terror strikes the heart of Little Italy. The police are again requested to find the fiend responsible. And as before, there is no trace of him, nothing to work on. 5 months later, another explosion rocks the district. And 3 months after that, another, and this time more powerful one, tears great ragged holes in the sidewalk, smashes the great door to splinters. And the following morning, Chief of Police O'Brien summons 10 of his most trusted detectives to his office.
Men, I'm going to place you on a secret detail. You must tell absolutely no one what it is. Upon that one thing depends the success of the whole plan. Are you willing to be sworn into this trust?
I am.
Good. Now, you're all familiar with the fact that the St. Peter's and Paul Church has been bombed 4 times in the last year. You also know that so far, in spite of all our inquiries, we have no suspects. In fact, we know just about as much as we did when it happened the first time. Now, the job I'm going to give you men is just this. Stop those bombings. We can't risk another one.
How do we do it, Chief?
I've explained the details to Captain Lane. He can pass them on to you and work out the assignments.
Well, now, the plan depends, as Chief O'Brien said, primarily on the fact that no one knows about it. By that, I mean no one, and that doesn't exempt your wives.
My wife would like that.
Boys, that's going to be the hardest part of your job. Well, now to be serious, here's the idea. You 10 men are going to be stationed at 4 different points in and near the church. You're going to take your posts, and you're going to stay there every night until you nab the fellow who's doing this.
And if he doesn't show up?
He will. There's no reason to suppose he'll stop until he's completed his mission, and that won't be until the church is in complete ruins. I don't think you'll have to wait very long for him, though. The time between each visit has been shorter. He's getting impatient.
A good thing, incidentally. It's liable to make him careless.
I hope he doesn't get careless as one of those bombs. I understand they carry quite a wallop.
Well, the idea is to get him before he gets you, which makes this job dangerous. So dangerous that I'm going to give every one of you a chance to pull out now with no hard feelings. How about it? Well, that settles it then. Now, we have established 4 watching points. One in the apartment across from the church, commanding a view of the entire street. Another one in the upstairs window of the church. And one just inside the front door of the church. And the last, which will be the headquarters, is in the parish house next door. There will be telephone communication between each of these 4 points with buzzer. Each station will have a buzzer number, and when you hear your number, you answer your phone. If you hear a buzzer that isn't your number, listen in anyway and hear what's going on. Now, tonight you men will go to your posts. And from that time on until you catch the bomber, it's up to you. Are there any questions? Good. McInerney?
Yes, sir?
You can pass for a priest, so you let the boys in. Now, here's the key to the parish house. And tonight at midnight, you go through the front door of the church and let the boys in the back way. And then proceed directly to your various stations and keep your eyes open. I think that covers everything.
Well...
one thing I forgot. Joe Wickstrom.
Yes, sir?
I've got a special job for you, and one that's right up your alley. Now, Chief O'Brien and I figured if the bomber didn't see any guard at the church, he'd get suspicious and beat it. So you're going to be it. You're going to dress up in full uniform and parade up and down in front.
Then why the rest of the boys?
Well, I'm getting to that. You won't be a very efficient guard. In fact, you'll be the sort of a guard that the chief here would break if he saw you.
Uh-huh. I think I began to understand.
Sure. Your main function will be to parade up and down for a couple of hours each night and then get tired or something and apparently sneak away for a nap. You think up some good gag to get out of the way. You've got a reputation on the force for being a clown. Now, here's your chance to make some use of it. So don't let me down.
Thus, at exactly 12 midnight the same evening, Detective McInerney slips silently into the church, makes his way to the extreme back, finds his companions waiting in the alleyway.
Come on, let us see what's the matter with us.
All right, boys. Come on in. Hey, keep quiet.
You got any kind of a light so we can see where we're going?
Can't risk it, do we? We'll just have to be plenty careful and pick our way along the aisle here. I think I can lead the way.
Well, I hope so. I can't see an inch in front of me.
You and me both, Joe.
The main thing's to watch the pews along the aisle here. If you can sort of feel your way along without stumbling on them, you'll be all right.
Everyone's in there. Shall I shut the door?
Yeah. And watch it doesn't squeak on you.
It did.
Oh, that's all right. No one can hear that. Come on now, follow me. When we get to the front, we'll split and go to our stations.
I'll lead on.
Okay.
We're with you. All right. Careful there. Careful there, boys. Come on, quiet, boys. Take your time.
Here, come over this way.
Look out. All right. Hold it. This is where we separate. You all know your stations?
Yeah, sure we do.
Good. Well, then you go through this door here and up the stairs. Window's right at the top of it.
Right.
DeMette, you and Tom, that door over there leads to the parish house. The priest will share the window.
Good enough. Let's go, Tom.
Ed, you and Grumminger here. There's the phone and the buzzer right by the door. Dewey and I'll go up this way. As soon as we get to our station, we'll buzz and check the phone system.
Okay, Larry. Keep those eyes peeled.
Don't worry. I haven't any more desire to get blown out of here than you have.
So long. See you in the morning, if everything goes well.
Right. Come on, Dewey.
Yeah.
Easy now. Just keep close to me. That's it.
So, this is to be our happy little home, huh? Nice roomy spot.
Yeah, it's cramped, all right.
Well, at least it'll keep us from getting sleepy at the wrong time. That's something.
Yeah.
You gonna buzz the phone?
Yeah, right now. I hope it works.
Reminger. Station 1.
Hello, Joe. McInerney speaking. Just making a check on the phones. Hang up and see if you can hear the others as I ring them.
Okay, Larry. Ring ahead.
DeMette speaking, Station 2.
Hello, DeMette. McInerney speaking. Testing the phone. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, fine. Clear as a bell.
Good. Hang on and listen while I check the other stations. See if you can hear us.
Right.
What's up?
Just checking phones, that's all.
Great idea. These phones makes everything hunky-dory.
Yeah, as long as they work.
Seems here.
Wait a minute, let me listen.
Station 3. McInerney, testing phones.
Sounds fine here.
Good. Keep the phone open. Okay, Larry.
I can hear the others talking on the line.
Anything doing?
No, just testing.
Lennon, Station 4.
Okay, Lennon. McInerney, testing the phone.
Yeah, there's Lennon over at 4.
Everything's fine here, Larry.
Okay. Gonna ring off now. Keep your eyes open.
Don't worry.
If the rest of you stations can hear me, check back as soon as I hang up. Start with 1 and follow in numerical order. That's all.
Keep your eyes on the street, Tom. I got to check back with Larry as soon as Station 1 is finished.
Okay.
There's Reminger up at 1 ringing.
McInerney, Station 5.
Reminger at 1, checking back.
Okay, Joe, that's all.
Right.
I'm going to buzz Larry.
One after another, the 5 stations check and recheck the elaborate phone communicative system. Find all in perfect working order. Settle down to the long vigil ahead of them. And in the street outside the church, Detective Joe Wickstrom paces slowly up and down, to all observers an obviously tired guard, not too enthusiastic over his job.
What a job, walking around by myself like a night watchman. 1 o'clock and all's well along the Filbert Street front. What a life.
Good evening, officer. Cold enough for you?
Yeah, plenty cold.
You've certainly had a lonely job here. I don't envy you at all.
All a part of the night's work, ma'am. But I got to admit, I've known better jobs.
You watching the church?
Yes, ma'am, that's the main idea. But just between you and me and the lamppost, I don't see much sense to it.
It seems to me there's a lot of sense to it, officer. What with all the bombings and all that's been going on, about time the police did something about it.
That's what the chief says. Maybe he's right. I still don't see the idea.
Well, come along, my dear. We can't stand here all night talking to an officer.
Good night.
Good night, ma'am.
Night. Not a very conscientious officer, if you were to ask me.
He didn't seem overly enthusiastic about his work, did he?
That's the trouble with this police force. The men are lax inefficient. Now, when I was in the army...
George, look back at that officer. Is that a flask he's holding in his hand?
What? By heavens, I believe it is.
He's drinking from it. An officer on duty, openly drinking. Why, I never heard of anything so disgraceful in all my life.
I have a good mind to report him.
I think you'd be in the right, too, George. After all, we do pay taxes and things that go for their salary.
We do indeed. Matter of fact, I not only have a mind to report him, I think I will. Come along, my dear. I shall telephone from the first available place.
Thus, so well does actor Detective Joe Wickstrom, with his coffee-filled flask, carry out his role of slipshod guard the very first night a complaint is phoned into headquarters. And so it goes, night after night of nerve-wracking watching, days spent at home sleeping. In the minds of each of the 10 men, one single thought: get the bomber and end the vigil. But the nights drag on, and no attempt is made to bomb the church. 6, 7, 8, 9 nights. Still no alarm to break the monotony of the 10 weary men's vigil. It is the 10th evening of constant surveillance. In the apartment across from the church, Detective Sidney Du Bois and James Simseri sit, staring into the empty street, lighting cigarettes one after the other, striving to keep alert.
10 nights. 10 nights of just sitting and staring out that window. It's enough to drive a guy screwy.
Oh, take it easy, Sid. We may be here for 10 more, or even 10 more after that.
I hope not. It's getting so I imagine I see things out there in the street. My eyes are beginning to play tricks on me.
You better see if you can't grab a snooze. I'll keep watching.
No. I'll be all right. Just the nerves jumping around in me. You got another cigarette?
Sure. Help yourself.
Thanks. I'll get a light off this butt.
I know how you feel, Sid. I'm getting jumpy myself lately. You know, I could have sworn I saw somebody over by the church door a few minutes back. And when I got ready to ask you to look, I couldn't see anything anymore. Gives you a funny feeling in your insides, doesn't it?
You said it. Makes you want to get up and yell all of a sudden.
Only that wouldn't be such a good...
What's the matter?
Shh, wait a minute.
See someone?
I think so. Look down the street there. Is that someone coming this way? Or...
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on him. I'm going to buzz McInerney. What's he doing?
Still coming this way. Looks like he's carrying something under his coat.
McInerney,
Suspicious character approaching church. Be on your guard.
Right. Keep me posted.
He's heading across the street for the church.
Watch it, Larry. He's heading for the front door.
We're ready. Can't see him from here yet. Repinger speaking. Station 1. We're ready here.
Good. He's at the steps.
Okay, Subsari. I can see him now. I've got a gun on him. Shall we bust out and nab him? No. Wait till we see what he does.
He's going up the steps. You'd better nab him before something happens. You'd better nab him.
Easy, Sid. Larry has a gun on him.
But if he has a bomb there, he'll blow the boys to bits. He's liable to let it go any second.
Easy.
Look, he's kneeling down. Looks like he's praying or something.
Relax, boys. It's a false alarm.
Larry says it's a false alarm.
Yeah. The guy's just kneeling there praying.
Let me look. Whew. Yeah, there he is, getting up.
He's leaving. Man, what a start that gave me.
Hey, you and me both, Sid. I think my heart stopped for good.
So the first activity in 10 nights turns out to be no more than a devout Catholic stopping to offer his prayers. Nerves stretched to the breaking point suddenly ease off. Faces lose their mask-like expressions. Silence settles on the 5 stations once again. Days become weeks, weeks become months, and still the 10 detectives stay at their posts. And as the weeks drag by in each man's heart, the conviction becomes stronger. The phantom bomber has disappeared.
If you ask me, the guy decided he'd done enough damage and left town.
Maybe the phantom bomber's wise to the trap we've set.
This business is getting on my nerves. Why doesn't he bring his bomb and get it over with?
My eyes are playing tricks.
I thought I saw something.
It can't go on much longer.
My wife's going to leave me if something doesn't happen soon.
Thoughts running crazily through tired minds. Bodies aching from cramped positions. And still the endless watch continues. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the Sabbath. In the apartment window across from the church, Simseri and Du Bois listen to the ticking of a clock. Count the ticks as the minutes turn into hours.
You awake, Sid?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. You haven't moved for an hour.
I was listening to the clock. I got it all figured out how many ticks there are to an hour. I'm going to figure out how many there are in a 12-hour day, Nick.
Yeah, that is if you don't go bats first.
Right. How much is 12 times 7,200?
I wouldn't know, Sid. I never was much at arithmetic.
Well, that's how many ticks there are to a day if I can multiply that far.
Hey, why don't you give the clock up in favor of the spots on the wallpaper? I've counted them 5 times now, and I get a different answer every time.
Why don't we give this whole thing up and start living normal lives again?
That's simple. Because we stay here until we get our bomber friend. Any more questions?
Seriously, though, Jimmy. How long do you think this thing is going to last?
I can't answer that one. In fact, I've tried not to think about it. Doesn't do any good.
If only something would happen. I think I'd even welcome a bomb at this point.
Oh, no, thanks. Not for this one. I've seen what bombs do to people who get in their way. You know, they don't leave much to take home to Mother.
Yeah, I've seen the results of bombs, too. Not very pleasant when you come to think about it. I remember once when I was over on...
That's us. Station 3. Simsari speaking.
Keep your eye on the street, Jimmy. There's 2 men coming this way from Powell Street. You'll be able to spot them in a minute.
Okay. A couple of birds coming this way, Sid. Stand by.
Right.
You on the line, Larry?
Sure thing. Keep me posted.
I can't see them yet. Wait a minute. Yeah, now I can.
One of them's carrying something.
Yeah, I can see it. Hey, Larry.
Yes?
They're right below me now, and they've stopped. Looks like they're talking together.
One of them's starting across the street for the church.
Stand by, Larry. One of them's heading for the steps. He's got something under his arm.
Watch him, Jimmy. If he starts running, let him have it.
Right. He's starting up the steps now.
Okay. I see him now. Stand by, Greminger. All stations ready to attack.
Slowly, the man in the street starts up the 13 concrete steps. Unaware of the 3 pairs of eyes glued on him from the church windows, of the 2 pairs from across the street. Slowly, cautiously, the dark figure edges on, deep into the shadows of the church portals. Then, suddenly, he stops, casts a quick look around, then stoops and places a bundle on the concrete. With amazing speed, he strikes a match, applies it to a fuse sticking out of the mysterious bundle, and simultaneously, McInerney throws open the window above, barks a sudden command.
Stand where you are! That got him. Come on, get out of here, Kaufman.
Come on. We gotta get that bomb before it goes off. The fuse is almost gone. I'll get that.
Hey, go the other one. Come on. Hold off, fire! You get the bomb, Joe?
Yeah, just in time, too. Look.
Good Lord. An inch more and we'd been blasted off the earth.
Yeah, then some.
Let's go over and see that fellow to manage just wing. He's lying in the gutter across the street.
Okay.
Nice work, boys.
You made short work of that other bird. He's dead if they make him. This one's still kicking, though. Well, what was the idea of bombing the church, buddy?
I had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it at all.
And what were you doing with that other bird who had the bomb?
I was not with him. God sent me here to the church. I had nothing to do with it.
He's just crazy alone. I'll get an ambulance. I'll get to pick him up.
Right. Well, it looks like we put an end to our bombing, Ben.
Yeah, I don't mind telling you, I'm not sorry about it.
I guess every one of us feels the same way. But there's one thing about it. In spite of the long wait, it was worth it. Worth every second of it. To get rid of the bomber and put an end to this reign of terror. I, for one, say thank the Lord it's over.
And I, for one, will now go home and introduce myself to my wife.
And now we take you once more to our northern studios, where you will hear District Attorney Matthew Brady of San Francisco County. Mr. Brady.
Thus, the apprehension, trial, and sentencing of the phantom bomber were dispensed with in a few seconds by San Francisco police without further cost to the county. The bullet-riddled corpse was identified as that of G. Rickey, a religious fanatic. His accomplice, the man across the street, died from his wounds a few weeks later, and the police records were closed. The 10 detectives whose daring solved the bombings were each given 2 weeks' vacation by the police commission and a gold badge for distinctive service by Mayor Rolfe. Once again, the faithful congregation of the Church of Saints Peter and Paul began to climb the 13 steps to worship without fear.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Perhaps these police dramas affect you as they affect this listener who recently wrote in.
So many calling all cars programs that now every time I hear a siren, either on the air or on the street, I say to myself, there goes some police car performance. I said it jokingly at first. Then I tried Rio Grande cracked gasoline myself. Now I'm serious when I say it is absolutely everything you claim it is. No wonder the police cars use it.
Every time you hear a siren, a fire engine, or an ambulance, let it remind you, too, that there goes some police car performance. And that you can have the very same performance in your car by driving into the Rio Grande Independent Service Station just down the street. There you can get the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline that powers more police cars and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. Your Rio Grande dealer will also give you free a toy police money with your change, which you can trade for junior police badges, handcuffs, fingerprinting sets, bracelets, G-Man pistols, and other valuable gifts to make some boy or girl happy, and a full-fledged member of Rio Grande's Junior Police Department. Ask for a copy of Calling All Cars News and learn all about it. This is the opportunity to make some youngster happy without it costing you a cent. As you get acquainted with your Rio Grande dealer, you will discover that he also sells a motor oil as fine as you can buy anywhere on earth. Sinclair, Pennsylvania. It is thoroughly de-waxed and de-jellied in the world's largest refinery, located in the heart of the Bradford Allegheny field, recognized as the source of the best, the most expensive lubricating crude in Pennsylvania. Yet it costs you no more than motor oil refined from cheaper Pennsylvania crude.
San Francisco Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. A cancellation broadcast 152 regarding the bombings of the St. Peter and Paul Church on Filbert Street. Suspect in this case killed while trying to escape. That's all.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 5 regarding a man wanted for murder. Description later. Rolls and clerk.
For several years, you have been hearing the statement that more police and emergency cars are powered with Rio Grande Crack wherever it is sold than any other gasoline. Year after year, this statement is proved. Can you ask for a more convincing testimonial? The competition is intense, yet no gasoline has yet been made that will outperform Rio Grande Crack. That's why, year in, year out, the leading cities and countries, wherever Rio Grande Crack is sold, select this gasoline above all others. They have yet to find any gasoline which is quicker to start, which accelerates as fast, which is as speedy and powerful. If Rio Grande Crack gasoline performs so superbly in these emergency cars, obviously it will give better performance in your car, too. If you are one of the many who think all gasolines are much alike, we challenge you to try a tank full of police car performance. Hundreds of thousands of motorists have accepted this challenge and have discovered that Rio Grande Cracked has remarkable features which other gasolines lack. You can expect unusual performance from your car when you change to Rio Grande Cracked gasoline. And now is the time to change. Now present Captain Bert Wallace, head of the homicide squad of the Los Angeles Police Department. Captain Wallace.
Good evening, friends. I doubt if the respectable citizens listening to this broadcast have any idea of the brutal methods used by lawbreakers in their illegal extortion of money. During the Prohibition era, some mighty tough characters developed among the bootleggers, and the cold-blooded shooting and torture you will hear on this program are typical of their heartless and brazen methods. It is a tribute to the efficiency of your police that practically all of these cold-blooded killers of the bootlegger era have been tracked down and are now paying the penalty for defying society. It still amazes me that modern racketeers continue to think they can get away with it, when the record shows so plainly that every one of these tough guys is eventually caught by the police and punished. Our policemen, on their daily rounds, are in constant danger of being shot and killed. But as you will soon hear, the crook who attacks a police officer can never escape. Every law enforcement officer in the land joins in the hunt, and we always get our man.
Tonight, we have selected the story of the killing of Deputy Sheriff Cookie VEJAR for this episode of Calling All Cars. The story goes back to the middle of November 1932 for its beginning. The activities of the Los Angeles Police Department had made business bad for the bootlegger, and Raleigh McAllister, a petty whiskey peddler, and his friend James Rogan, a sailor bootlegger, are discussing the situation.
Can I tell you, Jim, it's getting tougher and tougher.
Yeah, I know, Mac.
The feds are clamping down so you can't get it in off the boat, and Davis's gang down at City Hall slap you down when you try to sell the stuff you make yourself.
Yeah, it's tough, all right. You got another drink there?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, that's good stuff. That's the goods you've been selling.
Think I'm crazy? This is real whiskey. I wouldn't wash my feet in that stuff I peddle.
I don't blame you. When I had a territory up north, I boiled up the same poison for the suckers.
Well, we gotta get some dough someplace. This is getting tough. You got any ideas?
Well, like I was telling you the other night, there ought to be a lot of dough in Blackie McKnight's joint down there on 7th Street. Their take on the tables every night must be a couple of grand.
Yeah, but I don't like the idea of a stick-up job. It ain't in my line.
You got buck fever.
No, it ain't that. But I always run my business respectable. I've been an honest bootlegger, and I don't like the idea of breaking the law that way.
Well, there ain't no dough in being an honest bootlegger anymore. You ought to know that yourself.
Yeah.
Well, it won't hurt the case, the joint. Let's go down tonight.
Blackie's a cagey guy. You think we can get in?
Sure. I got a card I borrowed. I'll go down in our shirt sleeves, and they won't suspect nothing.
Okay.
You got any dough?
Yeah, about a C.
Well, we'll need it. We're going to have to spend a little before we can get the lay of that joint.
All right, you ready?
Right. Let's have another drink before we go.
Okay.
Sorry, boys, I can't let you in. We got a card, ain't we?
Yeah, you got a card.
And it's got your signature on it, ain't it?
Yeah, that's just it. I never saw you boys in my life. I never made out this card to you.
Look here, we got a card and we're coming in.
No, you're not. Not until I make sure you're on the up and up. This card's made out to Tom Walsh. You him?
No, I'm not. He's a friend of mine. You call him up and tell him Jim Rogan's down here. He'll tell you I'm okay.
All right. You guys will have to wait outside, though.
Okay.
You're right. He sure is a cagey guy.
He's got a lot of cash in this joint, and he ain't taking any chances.
Ever been here before?
No. But I got an idea it'll be a cinch to knock over. Looks like there's only one way out, and this is it.
Looks that way. This guy got a very big mob hanging around?
Not that I know of. I understand there's just himself and a couple of dealers and a bartender. Dealers will all be gone by the time we come back with the heaters.
Maybe we'll have to pull a job without ever getting in first.
Nah. Tom will okay me.
Yeah, if he's home.
Well, we'll know pretty quick. Blackie's coming back now.
Well, what about it?
It's okay, boys. Tom says you're all right.
What did we tell you?
Well, you know how it is, boys. You can't afford to take no chances in this business.
Yeah. Blackjack. Sure is a cold deck you got there, mister.
Pipe down. Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, might as well. He's got all my dough.
Listen, Stiff, we'll come back in a while and take it from him. It's a soft spot to stick up.
Yeah? I'll get that dough I lost and a lot more.
Sure you will. Don't shoot off your face now. We'll talk later with a pair of gats.
Okay, let's go.
Well, tough luck, boys.
Yeah.
You'll do better next time.
Yeah, I think we will.
And in the early hours of the same morning, Deputy Sheriff Cookie VEJAR drops into Blackie's place looking for a suspect.
Hello, Cookie.
Oh, Blackie.
Come to make a pinch, Cookie?
No, not this time, Blackie. Just looking for a guy, that's all.
Oh. Nobody here now, Cookie, except Mike the bartender and one of the girls.
Yeah? Well, I think I'll come in anyway.
Okay, Cookie. See, Cookie? What did I tell you?
Yeah. Who's in the back room?
Nobody.
I'll take a look.
Okay, Cookie. You go ahead. I gotta answer the door. Oh, have a drink on the house, Cookie.
Not when I'm working.
Oh. Hello, boys. Back again. Looks like it, don't it?
Yeah, we got some more dough. Let us in.
Okay. We came back to get back the dough we lost.
Where's the blackjack game?
Game's all over for tonight. Yeah? Yeah. Well, we came back for the dough. You lost it, didn't you? No. We had it lifted off us by your crooked card. What are you welching about? You lost the dough, and that's that. Yeah? Well, we're getting that dough back. Now, put up your hands.
Hey, what's going on in here?
You two, Mr. Reach. Now, all of you, over to the side. Now, come on, you behind the bar. All right. Now, sit down on the floor.
Me too?
No, you can sit on the beach. Hey, over there. Now, all of you, take off your shoes.
Hey, you better watch what you're pulling, fella. Cookie here's a deputy sheriff.
Yeah? Well, that's just dandy.
How do you like looking at the wrong end of a cat, mister?
Don't worry me none when there's a yellow rat on the other end.
Yeah, you better watch your lip or I'll put a slug to it. Hey, where you going?
I'm getting out. I don't want to get mixed up in nothing.
Yeah? You're staying right here until this little party's over.
Ouch! You're hurting my arm.
Oh, go on, get over. Now, Blackie, my boy, where'd you keep the dough?
There ain't no dough here.
We come back for that dough we lost.
Yeah? And any more that's hanging around?
Well, there ain't any here.
Come on, Blackie, come clean.
Listen, boys. I don't know nothing about the dough. I just work here.
Oh. You're lying, Blackie.
Hey, don't do that.
Here's another.
Oh,
Now, where's that dough?
listen, I tell you, God's honest truth, I ain't got no dough.
Got those matches, Mac?
Yeah. Here they are.
Hold up his feet, Mac. Maybe these will make you talk, Blackie, huh?
Oh, boys, now look. Don't do that. Please, boys.
Stop your wiggling.
Oh.
All right, Jim.
Hold his feet up. Now, how about it, Blackie? Where's the dough?
I tell you, I ain't got that. No! Oh!
You sure about that, pal?
No, I ain't got it.
Where is it?
Oh! 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 My partner's got it. Jaime's got it.
Oh, let him go. Please let him go. You're killing him.
He'll live, the rat. Dodge.
What's the matter, Jim?
And he's burned my finger. Come on, Blackie, you're lying. Where's the dough, Blackie?
No! Come on, you mugs, let up. He doesn't know where it is.
Shut up, Flatfoot. Your turn's next.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, come on, Blackie. Tell Papa where the dough is.
Stop out, Jim. That dick's got a gun.
Why, that dirty rat pulling around on me.
Oh, you killed Cookie. You killed him.
Stop your yapping. Stop your yapping. He ain't dead yet, but he got my pal all right through the heart. Well, Mac, old boy, I guess you won't be needing this gat anymore where you're going. And I may find use for it. Hey, you.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Hold me a cab.
Oh, all right.
Now, no funny business. I said a cab and not the police. Well, how are your feet, Blackie?
Don't hurt me again, will you? I've been telling you the truth. I ain't got the dough.
Okay, Blackie. I got more important business now. I got to get myself out of here.
The cab will be here in a minute.
Thanks.
Oh, you're wounded.
Sure I am. What of it?
Oh, can I bandage it for you or something?
No, you can't. I don't want any of your help.
You realize that you shot a police officer? They'll be looking for you everywhere now.
Oh, what of it? You keep your mouth shut and you'll be safe. If that dick hadn't started blazing away, there wouldn't have been any shooting. And my pal would still be alive. I got a good mind to finish that Flatfoot right off now.
Don't cause any more trouble.
Blackie, you're the scariest guy I ever knew of in this racket.
Well, maybe I am, but don't bump off Cookie. He's a good guy.
Okay, Blackie. You're probably going to bump off anyway, so I'll leave you here to watch it. Only, Blackie, if you love your life, keep your mouth shut. So long.
As soon as Rogan drives away in the cab, the bartender calls the police. A few moments later, Detectives Condapper and Ryan of the Homicide Squad, arriving on the heels of the ambulance, are investigating the scene of the crime.
Yeah, what's it look like to you, Doctor?
Well, I doubt if he has a chance.
Poor Cookie. Laughing right up to the last. He's a rough hombre, that Cookie. I'll do everything you can for him, Doctor.
You can bet we will.
Now, any of you people know who this guy was that did the shooting?
I never saw him before. He had somebody else's card. I phoned and checked on him, and he said he was okay.
You don't know what his name was, eh?
No, I don't. He did tell me his name, but I forgot.
I heard just one here that's dead, call him Regan or Rogan or something like that.
When was that?
Well, when they was in earlier in the evening.
Rogan. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here's his name in this dead guy's notebook. That's him, all right. Rogan. Jim Rogan.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast number 70. Be on the lookout for following described man warrants for robbery and attempt murder. One James Sidney Rogan. Described American, 5 feet 10 inches, 165 pounds. Blue eyes, dark chestnut hair. Age 32 years. Nose flattened and large nostrils. This man shot and seriously wounded Deputy Sheriff Fahar during a holdup on West 7th Street early this morning.
Search of Rogan's apartment reveals a phone bill, among the items of which are several calls to a Bakersfield number. Bakersfield police are asked to trace down this clue. They call at the address where the phone is located. It is a well-known resort.
Hello, Amy.
Hello, Bert. What you doing down this way?
Oh, just paying a call.
Anything wrong, Bert?
No, everything's okay.
Come on, spill it. You never come down here unless there's some trouble.
Any of your girls been getting any calls from L.A.?
When?
Oh, recently?
I don't check on them that close. They got a lot of calls.
Yeah, I know, Amy, but you might know if one of the girls got, say, 6 calls from L.A. in a month.
Might.
Well, then, what's her name?
She ain't here anymore.
Where is she?
She left for L.A. yesterday on the bus.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What was her name?
Mabel's the name she went by here.
Mabel what?
Just Mabel.
What'd she look like?
Blonde.
Young?
Oh, 22 or 3.
Where'd she go in L.A.?
How should I know?
Did she ever call L.A.?
I don't know that either.
Why not?
It's a payphone, you dummy. Look for yourself.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the phone company will have a record on that.
A check with the telephone company in Bakersfield leads to the apartment of Nick Charters, a petty bootlegger. Con Dapper and Ryan visit the apartment and find Charters and Mabel there. They arrest them on a technical charge of suspicion of murder and bring them in for questioning. Hour after hour, Charters stoutly protests his ignorance of the whole affair. And then...
I don't know what you got me here for. I don't know nothing about it.
Rogan's a friend of yours, isn't he?
No.
He's a friend of your girls, isn't he?
No.
He isn't cheating on you, is he?
Oh, no. Why?
Well, Rogan called her up in Bakersfield 6 times last month.
He did not.
Did you call her 6 times?
Yes, and more.
Where from? Rogan's apartment?
No.
Then she's kidding you. Because we know somebody called her from Rogan's apartment 6 times last month.
Oh, come on, Charters. We know all about it. Let's not waste any more time. Come on, tell us all you know.
I don't know nothing.
Oh, yes, you do.
Now, look here, Nick. We know you weren't in on the shooting. But we also know Rogan went right to your place after the shooting.
Well, how do you know that?
That's right, isn't it, Charters?
Well, yes.
All right, let's have the rest of it.
Well, he came over and told me what had happened.
Was he wounded?
Yeah.
Where?
Well, in the chest and in the leg.
What'd you do with him?
Well, he wanted to get out of town, so after we'd laid low a couple of days, he was well enough to travel, and so we took him to San Francisco.
What address there?
Well, I dropped him in front of the Ferry building.
Is that the truth, Charters?
Yes. On the level. He said something about having relatives there, so I said goodbye to him and came on home. That's all I know about it, honest. You ain't got nothing on me. I didn't have nothing to do with it. Can I go now, huh?
Yeah, Nick.
Can I go?
Yeah, you can go.
And the trail ends at the Ferry building in San Francisco. Although Rogan's relatives are watched by the San Francisco police, there is apparently no communication with Rogan. The earth seems to have swallowed him up. Descriptions of the killer are sent to police departments all over the world. In Balboa, in the Panama Canal Zone, a suspect answering Rogan's description is arrested. Fingerprints from Los Angeles reveal him to be the wrong man. The Oregon State Police hold a suspect. A checkup reveals their man to have a missing finger. He is released. Rogan is reported recuperating in a hunting resort near Redding. The sheriff of Shasta County investigates the place and finds nothing. A girlfriend of Rogan's is discovered in San Diego. She claims she hasn't seen Rogan in a year, but she admits if she did know where he was, she wouldn't tell for fear of what he would do to her. Rogan is reported bound for Hawaii. The chief of police of Honolulu combs the red light district of Evalai and finds nothing. So for months, the fruitless manhunt drags on. Clue after clue is followed, leading nowhere. VEJAR's brother officers of the sheriff's office raise a fund of $500 and offer it for Rogan's capture. The detective magazines print Rogan's picture and description in their show-up departments. Avid amateur detectives the nation over are on the lookout for the killer. Corinth, Mississippi.
Howdy, stranger. What can I do for y'all?
Fill her up.
Yes, sir. Reckon y'all come some distance from the looks of your car.
Maybe I have.
Are you going far?
Maybe.
Sir, there you are.
How much?
That'll be $168.
Oh, here, $2.
Just a minute, I'll get your change.
Oh, keep it. I'm in a hurry.
Well, I'll be doggone if it ain't. Martha! Martha!
Yes?
Bring me that detective book.
Which detective book? Have you got the picture of the dead girl in the cover?
Yeah, that's right, the green one. Hurry.
All right, I'm coming. Hold your horses. I'm coming as fast as I can. My, she was a pretty gal. Well, here you are. What you doing, seeing things again?
Martha, I do think we all seen $500 flying down the road. Yes, sir. Here he is.
Ooh, talk then.
Why, that fellow that just bought gas. James Sidney Rogan. Wanted. Dead or alive.
Well, what's his license number?
His what?
His license number.
Martha, I didn't get it.
And you call yourself a detective?
Well, just the same. I'm going to write to the chief of police in Los Angeles. He ought to know about this.
And in Milford, Connecticut, the editor of the local newspaper has a short order cook in a dining car under suspicion.
Let me have a donut, too, huh?
Coming up.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, say, you might give me some butter. Hey, just put it on the coffee sauce there, huh? Yeah, it's fine. Hey, you ain't been here long, have you?
No, a couple weeks.
Where'd you come from?
Worked over in Jersey City.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Yeah, ever been west?
Oh, no further west than Newark.
Huh. California's a great country, they tell me.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Sure is, from all I can hear. Oh, say, could I have some more coffee?
Sure. Oh, sorry, I stuck my finger in that butter. Wait, I'll get it cleaned off.
No, that's all right. That's a silly habit I got when I was a kid, smearing butter around a saucer like that.
Oh, I'll get you a clean one.
No, this is fine. Say, you don't mind if I drink this over to the office, do you? We're going to press soon. I guess I better get back.
It's okay with me. Just leave a dime deposit.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. There you are.
Carefully preserving the finger-printed coffee saucer in his icebox, the amateur detective editor writes Chief Davis for Rogan's fingerprints and finds to his chagrin that his suspect has probably been telling the truth about never being west of Newark. At least he is not Rogan. So months pass, and Rogan remains at large, and then one day Inspector Davidson of the homicide detail calls Condapper and Ryan into his office.
Well, here's the letter I thought would interest you boys.
Yeah, what's it about?
Rogan.
Well, let's see it. Say, listen to this. Do you really intend paying $500 reward for the information leading to the arrest of Rogan? Because if you do, I can tell you where to find him. Just write me, care of General Delivery, San Francisco.
Probably another one of those nuts.
Well, what did you do about it?
Well, I wrote and told him the reward absolutely would be paid. And we'll see what comes of it.
Following up this latest clue, San Francisco officers, working under the direction of Chief of Detective Charles Delea of the San Francisco Police Department, throws a stakeout on the house pointed out to them. Seeing Rogan enter and leave the place several times, on the night of October 11th, 1933, they close in on the place.
Open up. Now we'll have to break it open. The men all posted around the house?
Yeah.
All right, let's tear down this thing.
Deliver your gas. You may need it.
I already have.
Throw your flashlight this way. Well, he's not in there.
No, not in here.
Now, wait a minute. Just heard a sound down the hall here.
Look, the door's closed.
All right, let's open it. You hear him?
Yeah.
Come on out of there.
I will give you 3, and then I'll shoot through the door. 1, 2.
Okay, don't shoot, I'm coming.
Hello, Rogan. We're mighty glad to see you.
I ain't glad to see you.
I don't suppose so.
If you'd have come a day later, you'd never had me.
Yeah, how's that?
I was lambing out where you'd never got me.
Well, we figured we'd better pay your call pretty soon.
Yeah?
Well, how about it, Rogan? Are you ready to talk about that job down in L.A.?
Yeah, I'll talk. Let's get out of here. I'll talk as soon as we get to headquarters.
But an attorney was waiting for Rogan at headquarters, and on his advice, Rogan refused to talk. Lieutenant Ryan went to San Francisco a couple of days later and brought Rogan back to face trial. A speedy trial was scheduled and successfully prosecuted by Deputy District Attorneys Grant Cooper and George Stallman. Rogan's attorney tried to enter a plea of guilty to murder in the first degree in exchange for a life sentence, but the prosecution refused this move, and on December the 5th, Rogan was found guilty of murder in the first degree with no recommendation for clemency. On December the 15th, 1933, Rogan was given the death penalty by Judge Fletcher Boren. He was sent to San Quentin in February 1934 and fought his hanging. But on February the 8th, 1935, he was hanged by the neck until dead. Thank you, Captain Wallace. Hundreds of thousands of boys and girls have joined the Rio Grande Junior Police Department. These Junior G-men are outfitted with uniform belts, pistol and holster, handcuffs, fingerprint outfits, genuine metal police badges, and many other items of equipment, all given away absolutely free by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Ask your independent neighborhood Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer how you can get the oil company. Ask your independent neighborhood Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer how you can get these free gifts. All over America, hundreds of thousands of gasoline service stations are now warning motorists to Sinclair Eyes for summer. As warm weather comes, your car needs entirely different lubrication. Your motor oil, for example, should be of an entirely different grade. But every car is different, so we can't tell you here what oil to use. Your Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer can tell you, for he has the latest information flashed from the factory that made your car, telling exactly what grade of oil and lubricant should be used on every part, and what changes should be made as your car grows older. Sinclair is one of the world's largest manufacturers of lubricants. Take your car wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold, and you'll get expert, scientific lubrication when you Sinclair Eyes for summer.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 5. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. Rolls and clear.
This is Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 6 regarding a holdup on Terminal Island just before noon. There's 2 bandits. Number 1, dark complexion, Mexican or Filipino, about 20 years of age, wearing a dark suit and gray cap. Number 2 is also dark, wearing a gray suit and gray cap. These men may be heading north toward Los Angeles. Keep your eyes open, boys. That's all. Rolls and clicks.
Mrs. Hazel Berg, living in Hollywood, is awakened at 2 a.m. by the ringing of her telephone.
Hello? Goodbye, Hazel. This is Virginia. I've turned on the gas. I'm dying.
But before I leave this world I hate so much, I wanted to say goodbye to you. Goodbye, dear.
Oh, hello? Hello, Virginia. Hello. Oh, operator, give me the police department. Quick, it's an emergency. Quick, please.
Authorities police calling car 42, car 42. A woman committing suicide with gas at 7566 North Edinburgh in Hollywood.
That's us. Let's go. Less than a minute after the emergency call was received by the police department, radio policeman crashed down the door, gave Virginia first aid treatment, and saved her life. A few seconds longer, and it would have been too late. And because the police meet hundreds of emergencies like this every day, when seconds saved mean the difference between life and death, they specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline to power more police and emergency cars than any other brand. This emergency gasoline galvanizes into action at the touch of the starter. It accelerates so much faster than ordinary gasoline. Police and emergency car drivers in Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, and many, many other cities, as well as deputy sheriffs in Maricopa County, Arizona, and many other counties where great distances must be covered at top speed, all swear by Rio Grande cracked gasoline as the fastest, most powerful, most efficient gasoline they have ever used. And every day, scores of motorists who try Rio Grande cracked gasoline for the first time get the thrill of police car performance in their own cars. And now it is our pleasure to introduce Chief of Detectives H.S. Seeger of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Seeger.
Good evening, friends. The law enforcement problems of the Los Angeles Police Department are complicated by the large colonies of foreign language-speaking people in our city. These people do not always understand the work of our police officers. When our department attempts to solve a crime occurring in one of these foreign colonies, we meet many difficulties, as you will hear tonight. It is hard to make our mission understood, and it is even harder for our police officers to understand the meager explanations in a foreign tongue. Despite these handicaps, there are mighty few unsolved crimes of any magnitude. Our detectives must merely work harder and longer tracking down clues. Eventually, we always get the culprits. Tonight's case is a typical of the disadvantages under which our police work. The description of the bandits was so vague it seemed almost impossible that we could even locate them. The story of the missing Mexican Sheiks that you are now about to hear is typical of the almost superhuman diligence of your police officers in working out a successful conclusion to a case that had no clues.
It is late morning of February 5th, 1930. Mrs. Taki Nago, as is her custom, visits her branch bank on Terminal Island in Los Angeles Harbor.
Good morning, Mr. Nago.
Oh, good morning, Priest.
What will it be this morning?
Oh, I think I take out money today. All money in bank.
Oh, today's your big banking day, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Today, many fishermen, many cannerymen, he pay off. He come eat at my extra special #1 restaurant.
And you cash their checks, is that it?
Yes, I think maybe I fix for them.
Well, I can see what you get out of it. Making a bank for those boys.
Oh, very fine man. Extra special. Come find Japanese fisherman. Come #1 American fellow. Give money. Spend money. Lots money in my restaurant.
Well, from what they tell me, they'd come anyway to eat your cooking.
Oh, you hear? I cook very good.
Well, that's what they tell me.
Oh, very fine. You come to my place. I fix you something nice. Oh, you like some special seaweed?
Seaweed? Well, not exactly.
Maybe so. You like fish. Oh, very good fish. He's 6, maybe so 8 months old. You like?
Well, I don't know, Mrs. Nago. You see, I'm not used to Oriental dishes. Well, here's your money. $1,000 in $10, $5, and $20 bills. Oh, yes. There's $100 worth of ones.
Oh, you count him. They all right?
Yes, I counted it. It's right, just $1,000.
Oh, very good.
Now, be careful of that money.
Oh, yes, I careful. I hold tight in hand.
All right. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. And you'll not forget, I made special #1 Japanese dinner for you.
All right, Mr. Nago. I'll drop in and see you someday.
As Mrs. Nago leaves the bank and walks down the street toward her chop suey restaurant, a sedan, which has been parked across the street, makes a U-turn, passes the little Japanese woman, and comes to a stop a few feet ahead of her. A young man gets out and stands with one foot on the running board, talking to his companion at the wheel as Mrs. Nago approaches him. Then, just as she is passing...
Give to me that money. Keep your mouth shut, you. Come on, give it to me.
Stop.
Get it aboard.
Oh, stop. He's your money. He's your
All right, come on,
money.
go ahead. Come on.
$0.17 for the registered letter, 20 cents in all.
Oh, Miss Gordon. Stopping, ma'am.
Well, what's the matter, Mrs. Nago?
Oh, Monsieur, money. All money I have. You grab money and run away. You're stopping, please.
What's this? Someone stole your money?
Yes, all money in well. He got it. Take him from me. You stop him. You work for government. You're
Oh, but
stopping,
Mrs.
please.
Nago, I can't stop him. I only run the post office.
No. You work for Uncle Sam. You can't stop him. Please, stop.
Now, look, Mrs. Nago, pull yourself together. I can't do anything about it. But you run over to the fire engine house across the street.
Please?
Right over there, to the fire engine house. And you tell them, and they'll call the police.
They do?
Yes, now hurry.
Oh, thank you, Miss. Thank you. I'll go.
Oh, my boy. You never should have left an opening like that. 1, 2, 3. There, make that a king. There's 2 more. That wipes you off the board.
Yeah, I guess you got me that time.
Hey, look at that Jap woman streaking across the street. Oh, that truck nearly got her.
Oh, here's a fireman. Your help, please. I find very great trouble.
What's that?
Oh, man, he grabbed money from my hand. He ran away fast in automobile.
What's that you say? You've been robbed?
Yes, I robbed. All money in well. I got no more money. Please, you're stopping. You make money come back.
How much money did he take?
Oh, maybe so. I think $1,000.
$1,000? What did he look like?
Oh, he's dark. I think he maybe so Mexican.
How was he dressed?
Please?
What did he wear?
He wearing gray suit. Cuff too, I think.
What kind of a car was it?
Please?
What kind of a car?
Oh, automobile.
Yes.
Maybe so bright green.
Anybody with him?
Yes, he has friend. Friend drive car very fast.
What did the friend look like?
Oh, he Mexican too, maybe. He wears dark suit. Cuff too, I think.
And which way did he go?
Oh, down that way.
Toward the drawbridge.
You think you'll find him? You're stopping him, maybe so. Bring back my money.
Well, ma'am, I'll do the best I can. Give me the drawbridge. Hello? Harry? Christ at the engine house. Say, Harry, a couple of Mexicans just pulled a strong-arm job down here and got away with $1,000. Lift that bridge of yours, will you? Yeah. Yeah, I want to hold up all the traffic from the island until the Dicks can get over there from San Pedro. Yeah, I'm going to ring them right away.
Captain A.L. Gentry, Detectives Evans and Dunphy answer Captain Price's call. Dunphy is detailed to keep a lookout in San Pedro for the car and occupants answering the Japanese woman's description. And Captain Gentry and Evans cross to Terminal Island on the ferry. At the open drawbridge, a long line of irate motorists greet them with honking horns as they are joined by Officers George Finn and C.H. Hidley from the Wilmington Station.
Hello, Captain. We've been waiting for you.
Hello, Finn. Got here as soon as we could.
Hey, come on. Let's get going.
All right, you'll be moving in a minute.
It's about time.
Hey, they're getting sort of restless back there, aren't
Well, a little delay won't hurt them any. Now, here's what I want you men to do.
Yes, sir?
We'll drop the bridge. Then sift this line of cars and trucks up. Get the license number and description of every car and the name and address of every occupant.
Yes, sir.
And if you find a light green sedan with 2 Mexicans or Filipinos in it, one dressed in a gray suit and the other in blue, both wearing caps, arrest them and bring them in.
Right.
I doubt if you'll find them in this lineup, though. The chances are they've abandoned the car. Evans and I are going to take a look around the island and see if we can locate it.
piers where the great liners lie moored after their journeys from the Orient and the South Seas, and up and down the docks where scrubby tuna clippers sway at their moorings, Gentry and Evans search for the robbers. Their hunt leads them past warehouses that smell of cargoes from far places of the earth, and through streets where the fishermen are drying their nets, past canneries and past lumber freighters. Finally, as they turn into Seaside Avenue...
Say, Captain, this might be it.
What?
You see that sedan down there? Parked right in the middle of the street. Both front doors are swinging open.
Yes, sir. Say, we'll have a look at that.
No, that couldn't be it. The description is light green. This car's blue.
Oh, that don't mean nothing. That poor Jap woman was probably so scared she couldn't tell the difference between light green and dark blue. Come on, let's have a look.
Okay.
Looks like somebody left it in a hurry. Yeah, they've been running it fast. That radiator's hot. Who's it registered to?
Let's see. Now, you might know it's a rented car. California Auto Park in San Pedro.
I'm going to ask that woman over on the porch there if she saw anybody in the car.
Okay.
Pardon me, ma'am. You know who owns this car?
No sabe.
Did you see anybody leave it there?
Sí, dos hombres.
2 men, eh?
Sí.
What'd they look like? Were they Mexicans?
Maybe.
How were they dressed?
One, he wear gray suit. Other, he wear blue.
Well, did they wear caps?
Sí. You know him?
No. Do you?
No sabe.
Do they live around here?
No sabe.
Well, ever see him around before?
No sabe.
Well, that's good enough. Thanks. Well, Evans, her description tallies. I guess this is the buggy we're looking for.
Yeah, a lot of good it'll do. These mugs didn't give the right names when they rented it, I'll bet.
Well, we'll follow it up anyway. I'm going to phone the California Auto Park and see who rented this car. In the meantime, you'd better dust and photograph what fingerprints you can find.
Right.
The auto park manager informs Captain Gentry that the car was rented by one J. Colano of 8328 Street, San Pedro. On the way back from Terminal Island, the detectives check this address and discover that it's a school building. They return discouraged to the San Pedro police station to determine their line of action.
Well, we're pretty much up the well-known tree. Phony address, phony name without a doubt. And they didn't catch a shadow of a suspect while they were sifting at the drawbridge. Those birds must have abandoned the car and come over to town on the foot ferry. They're probably miles away by now.
You're forgetting one thing, Gentry.
What's that?
Those prints I photographed this afternoon.
Yeah, if the guys have ever been up before, well, they may help us.
Well, anyway, it's not as bad as it could be.
Huh.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Sebastian. How's the merchant's patrol?
Okay. I dropped over from the island to get the latest dope on the crime.
Well, there isn't much dope. We found an abandoned car with some prints on it.
Well, that's something. I've been up at the bridge with the boys checking cars.
You didn't have to do that. You're paid to guard warehouses, not to do our work for us.
Oh, well, I wanted to get in on the excitement.
Yeah, from all I hear, there wasn't any.
Not very much. But I thought I'd drop over and give you some dope I got on a hunch.
Still playing hunches, Sebastian?
Yeah. Sometimes they're a good idea. Well, I don't know whether this is worth a nickel to you, but a few days ago I saw a couple of Mexican sheiks over on the island that were dressed like the ones described in this holdup.
Yeah?
What were they doing?
Oh, they were innocent enough. Had a couple of girls with them. And they were taking pictures. But here's where the hunch comes in. Somehow they didn't look on the up and up to me, so I took the license number of the coupe they were driving. I got it here someplace. You want it?
Sure.
Here it is. Here. 5 Edward 1495. Wait a minute. I took down that number again while I was checking at the bridge. I'm sure I did, too. Wait till I look at this other list. Yes, sir, here it is. 5 Edward 1495. Chrysler coupe with 2 Mexican dames in it. Yeah, here's their name. Dolores Gonzalez driving, accompanied by Mona Martinez, both employed by the Gold Star Fish Cannery. And they live up on 8th Street near the school.
Yeah, we know all about that school. That's where this guy who rented the car lives.
Hey, you'd better hop up there to the girls' rooms and see if you can find them, Evans. Try to wire Sacramento and get the registration on this license number.
The department Department of Motor Vehicles quickly replies to Captain Gentry's query with the information that license 5E1495 is registered to Dolores Gonzalez at an address on 3rd Street in San Francisco. In the meantime, Detective Evans is calling at the girl's lodging.
Yes,
You the landlady here?
I am.
I'm trying to locate Dolores Gonzalez and Mona Martinez. They live here, don't they?
Well, they did.
What do you mean?
They checked out a half hour ago.
They did?
That's what I said.
You know where they went?
No. And this ain't no information booth for their boyfriend.
Wait a minute. Don't shut that door in my face. I'm not a boyfriend of theirs. I'm a police officer.
A police officer? Oh, I always knew them two would get into some kind of trouble.
No, they're not in trouble. I want to question them.
Well, they ain't here. I told you that.
Are you sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure of it. Oh, here's the money they paid the rent with.
Here, just a minute. Let me see that dough. New $1 bills. 5 of them. I'll give you a $5 bill for them.
What for?
Because I want them.
Well, all right, I guess, if your 5's good money.
Well, if it isn't, you can always find me at the police station. Look here, you said something about the boyfriends of these two girls. Did they have many?
Oh, it wasn't the number. It was the kind there was.
What do you mean?
Oh, a couple of sheiks used to hang around here most of the time.
What'd they look like?
They was Mexican. One was sort of dark, and the other was lighter, with curly hair.
You don't have a picture of them, do you?
Why should I have a picture of them?
Well, I just wondered. Did the girls have any pictures of them?
They was always taking pictures. That Dolores girl had a roll of film in her hand today when she paid me the rent.
Oh, she did?
Yes, she did. Look here, I don't see where this is getting anybody, and I got a lot of work to do.
Quite all right. You told me all I want to know.
Why, I haven't told you a thing.
That's what you think. Thanks very much. Good day.
Well, I declare.
The landlady's dollar bills bear the same serial numbers as the money issued to Mrs. Nargo. Every drugstore and Kodak store in San Pedro is searched for the roll of film. Every traffic policeman and motorcycle patrolman is furnished with the number of the Chrysler Coupe on their daily hot sheet of wanted cars. San Francisco police are asked to watch for the two girls in the coupe, and police in Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, every town between San Francisco and Los Angeles are requested to be on the lookout. The following morning, Lieutenant Barlow, police department fingerprint expert, sends his report to Captain Gentry, who is opening it just as Evans bursts into his office.
Well, here they are.
What?
Why, the missing pictures.
Where'd you get them?
Picked them up at the Green Cross drugstore. They were in the name of that Gonzalez girl.
Oh, that's swell. And say, look here. Barlow reports that the prints on that car are the same as those of Paul Jojola, alias J. Colano.
Well, I'll be. Used his old aliases when he rented the car.
Yep. He's on parole now after serving time for a robbery job in 1928.
Up to his old tricks again, eh?
Looks like it. And say, here's a kick.
Yeah?
Oh, this is good. His address entered on his police record is 832 8th Street. At school again. Well, let's have a look at those pictures.
Yeah, here they are. 2 women and 2 guys.
Well, so far so good. They fit the description. Yeah, here's the wavy-haired one wearing the gray suit and the darker one in the blue suit.
Yeah. And look at this. The wavy-haired one poses full face with one of the dames in this picture. And then in this one, he poses profile. That's as good as shooting him for the mug book. If we can find a mug on him, it'll be a cinch to identify him.
Well, one of these guys is Colano. The question is, which one?
Better get Barlow to send you his mug.
I'll do that right away. And you take these snaps over to the island and see if you can get an identification from the Japanese woman. Oh, yeah, and you'd better stop in on that landlady and the parking station manager. See if they recognize him, too.
Right.
Mrs. Nargo, the distraught victim of the robbery, is doubtful in her identification of the man in the blue suit, but is certain that the one in the gray suit is the same as the criminal who seized her money. The landlady identifies the curly-haired man as Dolores' boyfriend, and the darker one as Mona's sweetie. The manager of the auto renting park identifies the darker suspect as Colano, the man who rented the car. But the police are stopped when they try to identify the curly-haired man in the gray suit. Then, the next day, as traffic officer L.H. Bowden stands his watch at 6th and Spring in Los Angeles.
Hey, buddy. Out of that green
2 going downstream.
Okay, jump on. What's up?
Well, I wanted car and they didn't stop.
Well, you can't get through that traffic on 5th. Here we are.
Pull over to the curb.
Who, me?
Yes, you. The big idea of not stopping when I blew my whistle.
Were you whistling at me?
Yes, I was.
Dolores never stopped when men whistle at her.
Well, she better stop when the man wears a badge. I gotta put you girls under arrest.
Arrest? What for?
Well, we stopped with that light back there.
Yeah, I know. It ain't that. This car's wanted.
Wanted by who?
Wanted by the police.
Oh, but this is my car. It's not stolen. It's mine. Hey, we ain't done nothing.
I can't help that, girls. I gotta take you in.
Loudly protesting their innocence, the 2 girls are booked at Central Station and then transferred to San Pedro, where they are questioned.
Ah, come on, boys. What's the big idea of pinching Dolores and me? We ain't done nothing.
Nobody said you have, Mona. We just want to ask you some questions, that's all.
Yeah, and show you some pictures.
Pictures? What kind of pictures?
Oh, some friends of yours?
Some friends of mine. Who?
Did you ever see this guy before?
Him? No. Never saw him before in my life.
Sure of that? How come he's posing with you in this shot?
Oh, Say, what's the idea of copying our pictures,
Oh, you can have them back after we're through with them.
Sure you can. But right now, we're interested in this guy in the picture with you. A pretty cheeky-looking boyfriend, ain't he, Mona?
Yeah, he's okay. But he ain't mine.
No? Whose is it?
Dolores. We just posed that way for fun.
Yeah? Who took the picture?
Dolores.
Sure it wasn't this guy.
Why, who's that?
Oh, come on, Mona. You wouldn't fool us now, would you?
Oh, I don't know who he is. I never saw him before.
Well, how about you, Dolores? We found a money order for $25 in your purse. Made out to a Julia Gonzalez in Puerto Rico and signed by Ignacio Gonzalez. Who is this Ignacio Gonzalez, Dolores? Your brother?
I haven't got any brothers. He's just a friend of mine.
How come you got the money order?
He asked me to send it.
How'd you pay for it? In new dollar bills?
What do you mean?
Maybe the dollar bill was taken from that poor Japanese woman a couple of days ago on the island, eh?
Say, what are you trying to pull off? I don't know nothing about no new dollar bills or hold up.
Who is Ignacio Gonzalez, Dolores?
Just a friend of mine.
Is this a picture of him?
Margaret, how did you...
Never mind how we got them. Who is this man in the gray suit? Is this Ignacio Gonzalez?
No, I tell you, I never saw him before.
But you must have. Why, here's a picture of your friend Mona and him, and Mona tells us you took the picture. Now, who is this Sheik Dolores? What's his name?
Well, we call him Buddy. That's the only name we know. He's a friend. He's been visiting down here from San Francisco. But it ain't done nothing. You can't pin anything on him.
Convinced that the man in gray is the same Ignacio Gonzalez, whose name appears on the money order in Dolores' purse, Captain Gentry has Los Angeles and San Francisco check their mug books for the man. A couple of days later, the records from San Francisco arrive, and the police pictures checked with the snapshots. After 4 days, the girls are released for insufficient evidence and declare they are leaving for San Francisco at once. Gentry asks the San Francisco police to keep a lookout for the girls' coupe and also to watch the Gonzalez girls' address in the northern city. A week later, as detectives George P. Wafer and P.H. Keneally are cruising the waterfront in a radio car looking for stolen automobiles, they pick up Dolores and Mona parked in their Chrysler coupe. They arrest the girls on suspicion of robbery, send them to the station, and remain on watch near the Chrysler. Shortly, a big sedan comes up beside the coupe.
Hey, Dolores, what are you doing? You're sleeping?
Just a minute, boys. We want to talk to you.
Hey, stop. We're police officers.
Threading their way at breakneck speed through the narrow streets around the waterfront, the police car follows the fleeing sedan. So fast is the pace of the police car that it smashes into the rear fender of the sedan before it can be stopped.
Well, This baby won't run away anymore.
Dead?
Look at him. 4 bullets in the head.
Yeah, but there was 2. Where's the other one?
He must have jumped out as they hit the curb. Come on, he can't be far away.
In the wrecked car, Detectives Wafer and Keneally find the body of CALIENTE, apparently shot at the wheel as he sought to escape. But Ignacio Gonzalez had escaped in the darkness, and although police scoured the vicinity, he was not found. But so extensively did we advertise for him, and so persistent was our search that, nearly a year later, when he was admitted to a hospital in Stockton for treatment of a minor injury, he was promptly recognized and arrested. Gonzalez was a confirmed criminal who had been arrested 11 times in 5 years. This time he was convicted on a charge of first-degree robbery, and it is doubtful if the parole board will again release such a habitual offender from his present home in San Quentin Penitentiary.
Thank you, Chief Seeger. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Seeger has been talking tonight to an audience of millions of people, which includes many boys and girls who are anxious to help the police departments of their cities enforce the laws and capture criminals. The Rio Grande Junior Police Department has enrolled hundreds of thousands of these boys and girls on the side of law and order. Rio Grande supplies police badges, detective microscopes, fingerprint outfits, and other detective and G-man paraphernalia free to all members. We invite every boy and girl listening tonight to join. See the Rio Grande dealer in your neighborhood and ask how you can get your detective outfit free. And parents, bring your youngsters with you when you drive in for Rio Grande cracked gasoline. While they're enrolling for crime prevention, why don't you enroll for accident prevention? Now is the time to lubricate for safety, and your Rio Grande dealer is equipped to give your car scientific Sinclair lubrication. This is entirely different from the ordinary grease job you usually get. Sinclair engineers have worked with the manufacturers of your car, of every car, and both have agreed upon a certain Sinclair oil or lubricant for every moving part. Sinclair lubrication is the kind your car maker specifies. Sinclair makes over 120 different oils and greases to ensure that your car is scientifically and correctly lubricated. All Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealers are equipped and trained to give your car Sinclair scientific lubrication, the kind that prevents accidents.
Please, calling all cars, attention all cars. Compilation Broadcast 6. Suspects described in this broadcast are now in custody. That's all. Roll the clerk.
Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
San Diego Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 7. Regarding a holdup and murder on the National City site. Bandits wearing tan coveralls, dark glasses, and driving a black Ford Roadster without a windshield. These men are armed, so be careful. That's all.
had hundreds of radio-equipped police cars prowling about your city every hour of the day and night, would you risk your reputation by letting ordinary gasoline slacken the speed and cut down the power of your emergency cars? Or would you select the finest gasoline money could buy, so your police cars could answer emergency calls at top speed, so they could catch any criminal getaway car in a chase? Many of your brother police chiefs would advise you that Rio Grande cracked gasoline has the reputation in police circles of being the fastest, most efficient gasoline made. The police chiefs of Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, or Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties use Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively because it comes as close as possible to perfect performance. Yet it fits expense budgets. For the cost records of these cities show year after year that Rio Grande cracked gasoline delivers more miles as well as faster miles from every gallon. Every motorist can get this same gasoline that powers more police and emergency cars than any other brand from the independent Rio Grande dealer in your neighborhood. Ask for Rio Grande cracked and enjoy the thrill of police car performance in your car. It is now our pleasure to present Mr. W.A. Huggins on the staff of Chief Sears of the San Diego Police Department. Mr. Huggins.
Every man who plots a holdup or some other crime invariably thinks he is smart enough to get away with it. He knows that in crimes committed in the past, the law has captured the criminals in practically every case, but always he is going to be the exception. We have confronted scores of lawbreakers captured by our police officers, and always they are baffled at the ease with which we tracked them down and blew up their alibis. They marvel at the apparent uncanny ability shown by the police in singling the right man out of the many who might have committed the crime. The secret of our success is simply that we take advantage of the mistakes every lawbreaker makes. Carefully as he plans his crime, there's always some detail he overlooks. Our job is simply to discover these mistakes and use common sense. There are always one or more clues to lead us to the criminals. The case you will now hear, for example, was carefully planned and daringly executed. But the hold-up men made plenty of mistakes. They were not smart robbers. They were stupid. All criminals are stupid. The story that follows is proof that crime cannot pay.
Shortly after midnight, in the middle of May 1929, two shadowy figures stealthily work at the lock of the service entrance of a Ford agency in San Diego.
How you coming?
None of these keys seem to fit.
That's funny.
Well, here's the last one. I'll try it. Nope. Hey, give me that hammer.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to bust this padlock open.
Oh, you're nuts. You'll wake up the whole town.
Listen. We're getting in there, ain't we? I don't care how we do it.
Yeah, but maybe somebody will hear us.
Well, if anybody comes snooping around, just get 'em. I'll take care of 'em. Go on, give me that hammer.
Well, all right. Here you are.
Swell. Here goes. Yeah, that's more like it.
It did the business all right.
Sure, it did the business. That's the way to get things done. Force, my boy. There once was a mug that lived in the old days by the name of Alexander the Great. He found that out. When he couldn't untie a knot, he cut it with his sword.
Yeah? Well, let's drop the history lesson and get into this joint. Here, give me a hand on this door. Sure there's no watchman here?
I told you I cased the joint, didn't I?
Yeah.
Well, you heard me. There ain't no watchman.
Okay.
Hey, douse that flashlight, will you? You want to invite the whole world to this party?
But how can you see what you want?
The street light shines right through the showroom good enough, don't it?
You're going to take a new car?
Sure. Right off the floor.
Yeah, but that's taking a chance. They can spot a new car.
Not when we get through with it.
I think it'd be a better idea to take one of these into service.
Listen, dummy. They wouldn't be there if it was running good, would they?
No.
We gotta be sure we got a good car. Well, here we are. What looks good to you?
Well, how about that coupe over there?
Nah. I think we better take that roadster.
Oh, that's too flashy.
Well, we'll fix that. You see, we can drop the windshield on the roadster and shoot straight ahead. If we take a coupe, we'd have to take that windshield out, and that might attract attention.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, well, come on, hop in.
She got gas?
Careful with that light.
Yeah, she's quarter full. Let's have those 4 keys of yours.
Okay, here you are. Find one to fit?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, let's go.
While police scour San Diego for the stolen car, Cochran and Colson are working on it in the garage back of their bungalow. Finally, after 2 days of secret activity, they pridefully view the result of their labor.
That's a big difference from the shiny gray job we drove off the floor the other night, eh, Morty?
Yeah. Nobody could call it a professional paint job, but it's just what we want.
And that rotten black paint makes it look like any number of other heaps around the town.
Oh, say, listen. Don't you think we better put some damp rags on the headlights and radiator so they'll rust?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Now, listen. The way I figure is this. That wide stretch of road along the National City Dike is the best place to pull the job.
Yeah, there's not much traffic there. What time does the money car come to?
Well, it leaves Caliente in time to get to the bank in town here around noon. So it'll come along and, well, about 11:30. We'll knock over Monday, see, you know, when they're bringing in the take for the weekend.
Figure we'll have much trouble with the Mex guard?
Nah, there's only 2 of them. They bring the dough over in a coupe.
They've never been knocked over before, have they?
No, that's why they're so careless, I guess. But if they get tough, why, we'll just bump them off.
Oh, gee, we don't have to do that, do we?
Might. What of it? Ain't $100,000 worth of beef?
Yeah, I guess so, but...
Remember that mug Alexander? He had the right idea. Cut right through the knot.
On the morning of May 20th, 1929, Nemesio Monroy and J.V. Barrigo, 2 Mexican police officers, call at the Agua Caliente Casino for the weekend receipts.
Well, here it is, boys.
How much dinero we take today, boss?
Almost $100,000.
Madre de Dios.
$100,000? Oh. Make nice present for my woman and me, eh?
Yeah, so it would. But don't you go waltzing off with that dough, or I'll beat your ears in, Nemesio.
Oh, do not worry.
By the way, how's your wife?
Oh, pretty good. Will not be long now before we have another little one.
Is that so? You're acquiring quite a family, Nemesio.
Oh, see. 4 already, all boys. And soon it will be 5.
Nemesio, he's raising his own army for the next revolution. Well, you better get started with the dough, boys. See, muy pronto.
Adios, senor.
Goodbye, boys.
Parked on a side street from which they can see far up the highway along the National City Dike, Cochran and Colson await their victims. Ignorant of their peril, they are approaching, laughing and joking as they drive through Tijuana, bumping along the dirt road to the customs gate. They pass over the line, through San Isidro, and on into National City.
Hey, it's 11:30. Maybe we missed them.
Nah, how could we? We've been here since 8 o'clock this morning.
But maybe they went the other way, through Chula Vista.
Hey, listen, I tell you, this is the route they take. You don't think I'd go into this thing before I checked every angle, do you?
Well, no.
Hey, that looks like them now.
Yeah.
See that big coupe coming down the road?
Yeah.
Yep. Them's the boys. All right, kick that motor over.
Okay.
All right. Pull over there and get in right behind them. Boy, oh boy, what a break this is, eh? Not another car in sight. Swell. Now, just like this. Keep that distance behind them while I turn this heater on them. There you are. That pulled them over all right. Hey, just a minute. What's the matter? This tomcat's jammed. Wait till I clear it. Ah, darn it. All right, there it is. Okay, let's go. You take that side, and I'll take this one. Come on now.
What do you men want from us?
All right, boys. Hand over that dough.
Caramba, what's the big idea of shooting at us?
Let him have it, Lee. Let him have it.
But, Marty...
Shut up. Let him have it, I say.
What's the matter, Marty?
Oh, you darn fool. You didn't have to hit me, did you?
I'm sorry, Marty.
Well, it could have been worse. Oh, you only got me in the arm. There's the satchel. Come on, grab it.
Okay.
Now to duck these overalls and dark glasses and get me to a doctor.
Gee, Marty, it was a crying shame to bump off those poor devils.
Hey, what are you bawling about? You nearly murdered me, didn't you?
Oh, well, it wasn't necessary to kill those guys. They didn't have a chance.
You remember that mug Alexander the Great? He turned on the heat first and talked afterwards.
Detective Bureau, Sergeant Kelly speaking. Yeah? Where? On the National City Dike? Yeah, okay. Be right out. What's up? Murder, O'Connor. Come on. Now, did any of you people see this happen?
No, sir. That is, yes, sir.
Well, now, which do you mean?
Well, you see, me and my friend George, when we was over there in the dumps and we done here the shooting.
Well, what did the men look like that did the shooting?
Well, I couldn't exactly tell, mister.
What do you mean you couldn't tell? Didn't you see them?
Well, sir, I did, and again I didn't know.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, sir, you see, when these here now bullets started whizzing around, why, George and me, we just naturally hid under some tin roof until it was all over.
Well, didn't you see anything?
Well, I done saw them drive away.
How many were there?
Well, the two. That's all I seen.
What were they dressed like?
Well, I don't take no particular notice. Seems like they had on these here now jumper things like the garage mechanics wear.
Anything else?
Well, sir, let me see now. If I just remember correctly, they had on them sunglasses.
Did you get their license number?
No, sir. I wasn't paying no notice to license number about that time.
Well, what kind of a car were they in?
Well, it seemed to me like it was an old Ford.
A Ford? What color?
Well, kind of dark, I guess. A black, maybe.
Anything else?
Well, I think that's about all I know.
Anyone else see this happen?
Maybe your friend George saw something else.
George? Oh, no, sir. George, he didn't see nothing.
Oh, we want to talk to him. Where is he?
George? George, he's still hiding under that tin roof and over in the dump.
Meager are the clues the police have on which to work. Old black Fords are under suspicion, but finding the right one is as easy as finding the proverbial lost needle. Things look black for the police when help comes from an unexpected source.
Well, this is a tough one.
Yeah, it sure is.
Two guys dressed in jumpers and dark glasses in an old Ford. I'll find 100 people answering that description in a half an hour.
Yeah, and you won't be any closer to the right ones.
That's right. Detective Bureau, Sergeant Kelly speaking.
This is Frank D. Hartaylor.
Yeah?
Well, I have some information that might be of assistance to you.
Yeah? What's that?
Well, a couple of men drove up near my house about noon today in an old Ford.
Yes?
Well, they met by another car, which, took them away. One of them seemed to be wounded. The Ford is still parked here in the street.
What's the address, Mr. Hartel?
It's marked in B.
Thanks. We'll be right out. Now, what did these men look like, Mr. Hartel?
Well, they were both about 25 years old. One was around 5 feet 5 inches tall, and the other one was maybe 2 inches taller.
How were they dressed?
Oh, had on some old clothes.
Could you identify them if you saw them again?
Absolutely.
Well, here's hoping you get a chance to.
Well, let's have a look at this car. Dealer's license. Is that number on your hot sheet, O'Connor?
Let's see. Yeah. That's the number of the car stolen from the Ford agency last week. But this is an old Ford. The one that was stolen was a new car.
Oh, just a minute. This is a new car, too. Take a look at the position of the brake and gear shift. Well, this is a new car.
Painted over, huh?
Sure.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this?
What?
Something stuffed into the corner under the brake pedal. Well.
The jumpers and the dark glasses.
Well, what's that mean, hey?
That means this is the car the murderers used, Mr. Hartel.
Still, the murder remains a mystery. Although Kelly and O'Connor have a slight description of the criminals, they have nothing definite to go on. But the fact that a machine gun was used starts them on an inquiry among underworld characters.
Well, Kelly, I got a lead.
You have? What is it?
I found out that Ted Barnes has a submachine gun. Or at least, he did have one a week ago.
Ted Barnes. Oh, yes. He's that bootlegger up the line, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the guy.
But as I remember him, he doesn't fit the description of these mugs. He's about 6 feet tall, and he's fat. The guys that did this job were both short. They were young fellas, too.
Sure, that's right. But Barnes might have lent them his machine gun, mightn't he?
Yeah?
Well, it won't hurt to go up there and look Barnes' joint over.
Okay, let's do that.
Armed with a search warrant, Kelly and O'Connor follow up this latest elusive clue. More than sure that it will end nowhere.
Mighty quiet around here.
I'll be prepared for anything. This Barnes is a bad egg.
Here comes somebody.
Well, what is it?
We want to see Ted.
He isn't here.
Where is he?
Out.
Well, we'll come in and wait for him.
You can't do that. I don't know when he'll be back.
We'll come in just the same.
Say, what's the big idea? Who are you?
We're police officers.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. See that?
That buzzer don't mean anything. This is a private house, and you can't come in without a warrant.
Well, we thought of that. Here's the warrant.
Oh. Well,
Come on, Kelly. Oh, I see you've got a hospital here.
What's that?
Look, there's a guy in bed over there in the corner. Keep your hands off that gat, mister. I got you covered. Get that automatic out of his reach, Kelly.
Right. What's your name, pal? What's the matter with you? You won't talk, yeah? Well, I'll take a look.
What's the matter with him, Kelly?
Bullet wound in his arm. This looks like our man.
Who is this guy?
I ain't saying nothing.
Well, you're Barnes' wife, aren't you?
Yeah?
Well, where is he?
I don't know.
So he and this bird held up the money car, and he ducked out and left you to care for his pal, eh?
That's a lie.
Well, that's the way it looks to me.
Ted didn't have a thing to do with no holdup.
What about this man here? Who is he?
Let him tell you.
Did he hold up the money car?
I don't know nothing about it.
Well, we'll have to arrest you, too.
What for?
Well, we'll book your friend here on suspicion of murder, and we'll book you on...
You can't arrest me. I ain't done a thing.
Looks to me like you're an accessory after the fact. At least that's the way we're going to arrest you.
Hartel positively identifies the wounded man as one of the two he saw leave the Ford 2 days before. Police cover the town and discover the bungalow court in which an apartment was taken by a Joseph Renane, who answers the wounded man's description. However, effects discovered in the apartment identify Renane as one Marty Colson, an ex-convict on parole, after serving part of a sentence on an arson charge committed in Los Angeles County. Papers in the apartment show that his partner is one Lee Cochran. Mrs. Barnes is the important link in the chain of suspects. Police question her closely.
Now, look here, Mrs. Barnes. We've got this case just about sewed up.
Yes, it isn't going to do you any good to hold out on us.
Listen, I don't know anything about it.
Now, that's not true, Mrs. Barnes.
It is true. I don't know a thing.
Now, we know that Ted wasn't in on this job.
What are you trying to do? Trap me?
Why, of course not. You told us yourself he had nothing to do with it. And that's true, isn't it?
Sure, it's true.
But Marty Colson, the man you were caring for in your house yesterday, he was on the job.
I don't know. How did you find out his name?
Oh, never mind.
And Lee Cochran, his pal, was the other bandit. We know that.
So, Marty Cochran, eh?
Looks like it.
Said he wouldn't open his mouth.
Now, look here, Mrs. Barnes. You're a woman. Did you know that one of those poor Mexican officers who was murdered the other day left a wife that was about to have a baby?
Is that the truth?
On the level.
Oh, we know Ted didn't do the job, but we want to get Cochran. We want to see some sort of justice done. We can't give that poor Mexican woman back her husband, but at least we can make Cochran pay for the penalty of his crime. Now, if you were in that poor woman's place, and if Ted had been murdered, you'd want to see justice done, now wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I would.
All right. You can help us.
Oh, we want Cochran. Where did he go?
Well, I think he went up to L.A. He and Ted. Oh, I mean, he...
Oh, so Ted is with him, huh?
Listen, you said you wanted Cochran. I ain't talking about Ted. I got constitutional rights. You can't make me testify against my husband.
Furnished with a description of Cochran and Barnes, the sheriff's office of Los Angeles County takes the two men into custody within 24 hours. For more than 2 months, while they were awaiting trial, and all through the courtroom proceedings, Colson refused to talk. He makes the communications that are necessary in writing. But from the moment of his arrest to the moment when he stands before the judge to receive his sentence, Silent Marty, as he has come to be called, has never uttered a word.
Martin Colson, Lee Cochran, you've heard the jury's verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. Before I sentence you, have you anything to say?
Nothing to say.
I suppose it is useless to ask you, Martin Colson, if you want to break the silence you have obstinately maintained throughout the trial. No, Judge. I have got something to say. Before you sentence me, I got something important to say, Your Honor. I want to die. I want to pay my debt to society. Let Lee go, Judge. I'm the one you want. I plan the whole thing. Hang me, Judge, and let my partner go.
But Colson's magnanimous offer is refused, and he and Cochran are both sentenced to life imprisonment in Folsom Prison. Ted Barnes is sentenced to a year in the county jail as an accomplice after the fact. In Folsom, Martin Colson retains his grim silence, only rarely talking to his fellow prisoners. His nickname of Silent Marty follows him behind the grim gray walls of the northern prison. Desperate, morbidly brooding, Colson determines to beat the rap. For months, he works secretly on a crude diving apparatus, and then one day he attempts to escape through the powerhouse water intake pipe into the prison moat. But his apparatus fails to function, and he is dragged from the moat half-drowned. Serves a hitch in solitary for his attempted break. But as soon as he's back in the cell block, he and his cellmate set about fashioning 2 pistols from the bits of metal they conceal in the machine shop. Then, on the morning of February 27th, 1933, as the men are marching to their daily tasks,
All set, pal.
Right. Oh, what's the matter, Marty?
Oh, I'm sick. Oh.
Hey, keep going there. What's holding up the line?
My pal here's sick.
Come on, don't go.
Oh, quit prodding me, will you? Oh, on the up and up. I got cramps, something awful.
You better let me take him to the hospital.
Okay, pull out.
Work like a charm. Yeah, but you better keep on looking sick.
Now, you hold up the guard in the hospital.
Yeah?
And I'll make the operator call the warden down here.
Yeah.
If anybody gets fancy, bump them all.
You know what that means if they catch us?
Sure I do. But remember that mug, Alexander the Great, right through the knot.
Okay, here we are. You all set?
Let's go.
What do you want?
My partner here's sick.
Come this way, then we'll...
All right, grab his gun. Okay. I'll get the operator.
Okay.
What are you? Shut up, you. Don't ask no questions. Call the warden and tell him to come down here right away. Tell him it's important.
But look here.
George, I tell you, will you? Or you're breathing your last this minute.
Oh, all right. Hello, warden. This is the hospital. Can you come down right away? One of the men is very sick. Yes, it's important. Please,
all right,
hurry.
That's enough. You don't have to cry over the telephone. Don't touch that board. It's hot, I say. Now get into that other room.
The warden comes?
Yeah.
This guy here nearly tipped us off, but it's okay. The warden tried to call back. When he doesn't get an answer, he'll think that guy's awful sick and he'll be down on the double. Good. Then he'll listen to us. He'll hand over the keys and give us a safe conduct out of this hole. Yeah. He ain't got no guts. Wardens never have. No. It's strong guys like us. Yeah. Like that Alexander mug that gets places in this world. Yeah. You bet I'm telling you, pal. Listen. What's that? The prison siren. They're wise. Hey, where you going? They'll never get me. Okay, you win.
Where's your pop?
He wasn't. I guess he shot himself. He said you'd never get him. Say, and he was a swell guy, too. Lots of education. Say, do any of you guys know who this mug Alexander is he was always talking about?
And so ends the career of the man who thought he was smart enough to beat the law. He died a victim of his own stupidity. Any man who thinks he is smart enough to beat the law is mentally unbalanced. Common sense will convince any intelligent person that the forces of law and order are too strongly organized. Let tonight's story of criminal folly serve as a warning to any criminally minded listener that you can't get away with it. The time-worn old slogan is today truer than ever. Crime does not pay.
Thank you, Mr. Huggins. If you like these radio crime dramas, you'll be interested in reading the Calling All Cars news. This month's issue illustrates 15 free gifts for boys and girls. Get this unique publication free wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. And wherever you find Rio Grande cracked gasoline, you'll find Sinclair motor oils, too. These independent dealers know that Sinclair has pioneered most of the refinements recently announced by other oil companies. It was Sinclair who perfected the de-waxing and de-jellying processes to purify motor oil. Modern high-compression engines need Sinclair motor oils to ensure continuous lubrication of those fast-moving, finely fitted parts. As one of the world's largest makers of lubricants, Sinclair engineers work with every automotive manufacturer to develop perfect lubricants. The manufacturer of your car has specified a Sinclair oil or lubricant for every moving part. And your Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer is equipped to give you this Sinclair scientific lubrication.
San Diego Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 7. Regarding a hold-up and murder on the National City Dike. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all.
Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 109. Be on the lookout.
Thousands of boys and girls listening tonight proudly wear the Rio Grande Junior Police Badge. They have fingerprint outfits, police microscopes, sirens, G-Man guns, and other detective equipment. Rio Grande offers every boy and girl a complete police outfit absolutely free. Read all about these free gifts
in the latest issue of the unique Calling All Cars News. Out today. Ask for your free copy wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. Rio Grande publicizes the heroic deeds of the police in their war on crime because more of the West's police and emergency cars are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline than any other brand. Leading cities and counties of the West specify the same Rio Grande crack you get from your neighborhood dealer. Because official records prove they get faster miles and more miles for the money. And now we present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Our prisons are full of young men and women who made just one misstep off the straight and narrow path of honesty and were caught. It is a pity that the lives of these young people must be ruined merely because they made one mistake, but the law cannot make exceptions. The beautiful, young, blonde girl in tonight's case was a good girl at heart, but she got into bad company. A few years ago, Burma White was enjoying life. She went to parties and dances. She met a man she knew was the wrong kind. She should have hinted her association before the inevitable happened. She was drawn into a life of crime, fascinated by its cheap excitement and thrills. Soon, she was so deeply enmeshed with the underworld that she couldn't fight her way back to respectability. Today, Burma White is in prison. When a good girl gets mixed up with the wrong kind of men, they usually have to be separated by the police. So the moral of the story you will hear tonight is plain. Don't associate with those who try to beat the law. They can't succeed. They'll drag you down with them, and the only way to stay out of jail is to stay on the right side of the law.
In 1930, Tom White was sentenced to San Quentin to serve a maximum term of 10 years for grand theft. He proved to be such an incorrigible prisoner, getting into fights and fomenting trouble among fellow convicts, that he was sent to Folsom. In spite of his incarceration in that haven of the two-time losers, he was paroled in April 1933. At a nightclub, he meets Burma Adams, a young blonde who worked in a beauty shop. And then, on the night of August 16th.
You see, baby, the first thing you need in this racket is a car.
Yeah, but we ain't got one, Tom.
Sure, I know that.
We might have to stick up people in the street.
Oh, that's small-time stuff. We're going to operate in a big way.
Yeah, but where are you going to get a car?
Right here.
What do you mean?
You see that car stopping there?
Yeah.
Well, that's practically ours right now.
Gonna take it from him?
Sure.
Gee, you're a hard guy, Tom.
Sure I am, baby. How about you? You scared?
Me scared? No. I get a kick out of this.
That's the way I like to see him. Come on, babe.
All right, I won't forget. Good night, Leslie, and thanks for a marvelous evening.
Good night, Mary. I'll see you Tuesday.
Pick him up.
Oh.
What do you mean? Pick him up and give me your dough.
I haven't very much on me.
All right, give me all you got. And you too.
Oh, I have the same.
Hand over that person.
Oh, but I tell you, I haven't a
Shut up and get out of the car, the two of you. Now get in, babe, and start her up. You'll get your car back sooner or later. And if you know what's good for you, you'll not swap to the bulls too soon. You see, babe? That's all there is to it.
Gee, Tom, you're a smart guy.
Here. Let's turn up this street. Pretty swell dumps along here. Ought to be some dough in some of them.
Gonna stick up an apartment?
Oh, I don't know yet. No. We're transferring right here. Parked right behind that car. The one that just pulled up in front of that apartment house.
Well, what are you going to do now?
Well, we'll take that one. This heap will be hot by now. You can bet that mug has already reported to the Bulls as a stolen car. Dig down. This is a holdup. What?
Say, what?
Just keep your mouth shut, mister, and hand over your doll. Look, baby. That car ahead's got to stop for that red light. Pull up close to the curb, and I'll knock him over. Right here. Now, that's swell. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hold up your hands.
Huh? What is this, a joke?
No, it's a holdup, and I mean business. Now, keep your hand off that gear shift. Lady, you're not going to pull away from this.
Well, I can assure you, Mr. Withington won't try. I'm just teaching her to drive. I don't think she knows how to start the car, unless I told her.
All right, then. But hand over your money.
Don't you think this joke has gone far
Now,
enough?
this ain't no joke. Now, give me your watch.
Yeah, but you don't have to rip it off my wrist.
Well, all right, if you don't want me to rip your coat off, hand me your pocketbook.
Yeah. There you are.
Is that all you've got?
Well, yes. You see.
Well, it ain't enough. Okay, babe. Turn up here to the right and step on it.
What was that shot I heard?
Oh, the mug's trying to get fresh, so I let him have it.
All Los Angeles is horrified the following morning to learn of the brutal and needless shooting of Cora Withington and Crombie Allen. Public sympathy wells up as Miss Withington's life hangs in the balance. The Los Angeles Police Department goes into action. Chief Davis orders his first police blockade throughout the city and attempts to capture the car used for the bandits. More than 300 patrolmen are deployed to strategically located intersections, where from 7 o'clock in the evening until 1 a.m. every passing automobile is scrutinized, its license plates checked, its occupants interrogated.
I never heard of such a thing. Holding decent people up like this, throwing everything out of kilter. What?
Listen, Martha, do you have any idea what this is all about?
No, and I don't care. I know I want to get home. I've got a headache, and these policemen are holding me up with their silly flashlights and questions. I won't.
Well, listen here. They're looking for those gangsters who shot that school teacher.
They are?
Yes. And you ought to be glad we've got such an efficient police department. Would you rather be delayed a few minutes or maybe get shot like that poor woman was?
Well,
6 days later, Tom White changes cars again, holding up Mr. and Mrs. F.E. Bobria and taking their Chevrolet coupe from them. Furnished with the license number of this car, the police intensify their manhunt. On August 31st, C.C. Lewis is held up as he's entering his apartment house. He grapples with a thug who fires a shot at him and then runs away. Mr. Lewis's description of the bandit tallies with that of the other victim. Chain stores and drug stores are burglarized. Pedestrians held up on the street, and every time the bandit is seen, the description is the same. Usually he's accompanied by his blonde companion. On the night of September 6th, the radio police car covering its beat sees the missing Chevrolet parked in a filling station lot.
Yeah, that's it, all right. License plates and description fit.
We've got to pull in and find out about it.
Okay.
Want some gas, boys?
Nope. Know anything about that coupe over there?
Why, no. What do you mean?
Who's it belong to?
Oh, some blonde lives up the street here.
Oh, a blonde, eh?
Yeah, she brought it in yesterday to have the battery charged.
What's her name?
I don't know.
Where does she live?
I don't know that either. What's the matter? Is it hot?
Oh, no. We thought for a minute it was a car we were looking for, but I guess we're mistaken.
Yeah, the car we wanted is owned by a redhead.
Well, good night, buddy.
Good night.
That's it, all right.
Got to get to a box and call headquarters.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Robbery detail, Burris speaking.
Officer Dillon, radio car 13 speaking.
Yeah?
We just located that stolen Chevrolet, 5P389.
Where?
It's parked in the filling station at Sutton, Canondalet.
Okay, we'll be right out. Stay away from that car.
We are staying away from it. It's parked on down in the dark.
That's right. But don't let anyone see you there. We don't want to scare them away.
Right.
Okay, Anderson and I will be right out. Hello, boys.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Anything happened yet? Not a thing. Where's the Chevy?
In the filling station at the right-hand corner down there. You can just see the hood of it by the grease rack there.
Oh, yeah. Did you talk to the station attendant? Yeah. What did he say?
Said the car belonged to a blonde.
Well, that fits okay.
Said she left it to have the battery charged and she'd be back for it any time.
And she probably won't. It's 1,000 to 1 that car's abandoned for good. But I'll play the long chance that she's coming back for it. It's worth trying. Right. Now, you boys better get out of here and stay away from this corner. We'll hold the stake from now on.
Okay.
Tell the boys to relieve you to stay away out of this neighborhood and tell them to tell the boys to relieve them.
Right. Good night.
Well, let's see. Where'd we better hide? We can't stand out here on the sidewalk all night.
Say, Andy, look. Right next to that filling station is a garage, see? We could get in there.
Hey, that's a swell idea. Come on.
Don't look like there's anybody home.
Yes, there is. There's a light in the back.
Yeah, this will be a great spot. Those hedges hide everything. We can see right through them.
Yes?
We're from police headquarters.
Well, what's the matter? Is there some trouble?
No, nothing's wrong, but we're looking for a car thief.
A car thief, is it? Worse than horse thieves they've got to be. Well, what do you want with me? I ain't no car thief.
Oh, we know that.
We'd like to hide in your garage.
One of the cars this man stole is parked in the filling station next door, and we want to watch it through your hedge and try to pick up the crook when he comes back for it.
I see. Well, I can't figure no reason why you shouldn't hide in the garage.
Well, that's fine.
Look here. You got a car with you?
Why, yes.
Well, I'll take my car out of the garage. You can park yours in there.
Well, that's swell.
I'll park mine on the street. That is, if you don't give me no ticket.
Don't worry about that. All evening and past midnight, the hidden detectives watch the filling station. The attendant closes up and goes home. The stream of traffic dwindles as the city goes to sleep. Still, the guardians of the law keep their watch.
Well, it doesn't look like they're coming for this crate tonight.
Maybe not. And again, maybe they will.
If the girl comes back alone, we'll have to follow her. You realize that?
Sure, we can't let the guy get away.
Well, I've been thinking maybe we'd better get a couple more men in case we have to surround their hideout.
Yeah, not a bad idea. I'll call in for a relief so we can get some dinner. And I think it'd be a good plan to change clothes. Got any dirty old pants at home you use when you grease your car?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, you'd better get them. Detectives Maxwell and Bergeron relieve Burris and Anderson. As dawn throws her roses spread over the waking city, they return, clad in old clothes, disguised as mechanics.
Well, what's the idea of the Glenrag?
You want to wake up the neighborhood?
Hey, what is this, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Don't be funny. That girl comes back for the car, I'm getting a good look at her. And these greasy clothes won't arouse suspicion.
Anything happen while we were away?
Not a thing. Quiet as a graveyard.
Well, we ought to get some action soon. The boy's opening up at the filling station.
It's the day shift man. Maybe he'd know something more about the car.
Might have passed.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, hello. How are you this morning?
Well, I declare I never would have recognized you with them duds on. You ready for some right first sleuthing, ain't you?
Maybe. Hey, look here. Do you want to help us?
Anything I could do, I'd be glad to.
Good. You know that bird in the filling station?
Bob, sure I know it.
Well, mosey down there and find out what you can about this car here. Ask him who left it and what they said, will you?
Yes, indeed, I'll be glad to.
But don't let on about us.
Oh, no, don't worry about that. I got better sense than that.
Well, here he comes back.
Took him long enough to find out anything.
He's a great old character. Trouble he had to settle the international debt situation while he was at it.
Well, it's people like him that are a big help sometimes.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Dad, what'd you find out?
Well, not very much. It seems that this blonde girl left the car to have the battery charged. That was 2 days ago, and she ain't been for it since. Bob said she lives up on Coronado somewhere, and that she's got 2 other cars, a Ford and a Essex.
2 others, eh?
Well, is there anything else I can do for you?
No, I don't think so.
The missus is getting some breakfast. I might be able to get her to warm up some coffee for you.
Well, that'd be all right. I could do with a little coffee.
Throughout the long, hot morning, the 4 detectives remain on watch. Then at 3 in the afternoon, just as they're beginning to feel that their vigil is in vain, a blonde girl arrives at the filling station.
Hey, there she is.
Who?
The blonde. Yeah, that's her. She's gone over to the Chevrolet.
Well, we'll have to follow her and get the guy, too.
Well, I'm going to get a good look.
Weaving unsteadily, apparently a drunken hobo, Burris, clad in his greasy old clothes, wanders down 3rd Street past the filling station. As the blonde girl fills her tank with gas and chats with the station attendant, Burris has plenty of time to look her over and check her appearance against the description given by the many hold-up victims. As she pulls out of the filling station, Bergeron and Maxwell follow her in their car. Burris staggers up Carondelet until he's out of sight and then breaks into a run. Joined by Anderson, he streaks between houses to Coronado. They watch as the blonde turns into an alley and parks the car in a garage behind an apartment house, where she is joined by a man in a blue sweater. Bergeron and Maxwell drive by them as they are locking the garage. After the 2 suspects have entered the apartment house, Bergeron and Maxwell join Burris and Anderson.
That's the girl, all right.
Yeah, that's the guy, too. He fits the description to a T.
All right. Maxwell, you and Andy guard that alley entrance to the apartment. Come on, Bergeron. You and I are going to talk to the landlady.
Yes?
How do you do, ma'am? We're police officers, and we'd like you to help us.
Why, come in. Is anything wrong? What can I do?
We're looking for a blonde who lives in this building.
A blonde? Well, there are several blondes here.
And who are they?
Well, there's Miss Arnold.
What's she look like?
I wouldn't want her to go any further, for she is heavy. In fact, she's very fat.
Yeah, that's not the one.
Who else?
Then there's Mrs. Gilman. She's 40 if she's a day, though she's tries to tell people she's only 32.
No, that's not the one.
And then, oh, yes, there's young Miss Adams. She hasn't been here long.
What's she like?
Well, she's just a child about 19 or maybe 20. She's thin and foot in a way.
That's the one we're looking for.
What apartment is she in?
She's in 218. Now, look here, I don't want any trouble in my face.
Don't worry, ma'am. There won't be any trouble. You just stay right here in your apartment.
Burris and Bergeron call Anderson and Maxwell in from the alley, and the 4, guns drawn, climb the stairs to apartment 218. They find the door unlocked.
Stuff her. Grab her for us.
Okay.
And just let the guy down the hall. Hey, get that gun coming. We're police officers. Get him up. Grab that gun. Get him up for what? Hey.
What are they doing? Kill us all?
Now, just sit still until we find out what this is all about. I don't know what's the matter myself yet. We'll be as good to you as you let us.
What are you, police officer?
Yes, ma'am. We're police officers.
Oh, mercy. I thought you were hold-up men.
And just who are you?
I'm Burma's mother.
Well, boys, what happened? That guy in the blue sweater opened up on us, so we let him have it.
Is he dead?
I don't know. Where's the phone?
Over there on the wall.
Who's Violet?
Well, that's his sister.
What's she doing here?
Came down here to see him. Tom's out on parole, you know.
Hello, Phil. Anderson. Send the ambulance out to 2nd and Coronado. Yeah. And then shot. I don't know. Make it snappy, though.
Don't let my mother know what I mean to.
She'll find out from the papers.
Well, I guess if you found out that way, then no.
All right. Anderson, place these two women in technical custody. I want to talk to the girl. Come on in the kitchen, Burma. Now, let's find out all about this. What's your name?
Burma Adams.
What's the boyfriend's name?
Tom White.
Where's his gun?
Where's what gun?
The one that blinded Miss Withington, that 32.
Oh, that one. That's in his room, I guess.
What room?
327.
Maxwell. Yeah. Get up to that guy's room, number 327, and see if you can find that 32. Right. Now, where's your car?
What car?
The Chevrolet.
I haven't got any Chevrolet.
Oh, yes, you have. I saw you drive it away from the filling station.
Well, then you ought to know where it is.
Where's the key to it?
Nice talk about it. Oh, please, mister. Don't let my mother know about this.
I won't tell her a thing. How many jobs have you and Tom pulled, Verma?
Oh, not so many.
Did you hold up that drugstore on Western Avenue?
Yes?
Those chain grocery stores?
Yes?
About how many?
I can tell you all that later, can't I? I don't want my mother to hear about this.
All right, Burma. Oh, by the way, why did you hang on to that Chevrolet? Didn't you know we had the license number?
Oh, I don't know. Tom wanted to get rid of it. But gee, I fell in love with it. Honest, it was a honey. Had a rattling in it. Oh, boy, what a pickup. Gee, it was a swell car. It was a kid driving it.
Pardon me, boys. Ambulance just arrived. The guy's dead.
Hey, Burris, let me get a statement from the girl, will you? What's your name, kid?
Shall I tell him, or do you want to?
Her name's Burma White from now on.
Burma White? What do you mean?
I married him on Friday.
Hey, why didn't you bump her off, too? Look, she's all hopped up.
If that's what they're going to say, I'm through talking.
Get out of here, you.
But I got to get a statement.
Get out.
Okay.
The pig. I want you to sit right with me.
Oh, don't worry, kid. I will. Come on, we'll get you out of here. There's the kitchen door leading to the hall.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'd better go out the front way.
No. Well, that's all right. I guess I can step over his body.
And on November 6th, Burma White, tool of the parole convict Tom White, was sentenced to serve from 30 years to life on 7 counts of first-degree robbery, 1 count of attempted robbery, and 3 counts of assault with deadly weapon with intent to commit murder. This series of crimes in which Burma White participated would never have entered a career of crime had the parole system been stringent enough to prevent desperados from having their freedom. It is my sincere hope that you, the citizens, will demand a proper parole system so that you and yours will not be in constant danger from the ruthless viciousness of men of the stripe of Tom White.
Thank you, Chief Davis.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are almost certain to see a Rio Grande service station tomorrow, and we hope you'll drive in to ask for a free copy of the Calling All Cars News. To read about the free gifts for your boys and girls. Or to fill up with Rio Grande Cracked, the gasoline that gives you so much more and costs you no more. And remember, more police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande Cracked wherever it is sold than any other gasoline. And if you'll take the advice of America's most expert oil buyers, you'll take your car into a Rio Grande station every time you need oil. Sinclair motor oils are featured at all Rio Grande stations. The same Sinclair oils that are specified by 150 leading railroads and by the leading airplane lines. Sinclair oils are de-waxed and de-jellied so that all the useless filler you get in other oils is removed, and you get more real lubrication for your money than ever before.
Please calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 109. Regarding a man.
Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Police calling all cars. Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 3. Be on the lookout for LaSalle Coupe. 8 X-ray 3072. 8 X-ray 3072. 3 men in the car. An American, a Mexican, and a Negro. He's been wanted for robbery and murder. That's all. Close and close.
Will you help the police in their war against juvenile delinquency? Every boy and girl should be trained to respect the law and despise lawbreakers. Already, many thousands of young boys and girls have joined Rio Grande's Junior Police Department. We offer 15 different free gifts to members, complete G-Man and Junior Detective outfits. Your neighborhood dealer who sells Rio Grande cracked gasoline will show you how to get all 15 of these gifts, all free. If you are interested in police and crime stories, you should read the Calling All Cars News, an interesting, illustrated monthly publication given away wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. One of the most effective weapons used by your police in their war on crime is Rio Grande cracked gasoline, which gives so many police cars the lightning-like acceleration, the sensational speed and power which enables them to quickly capture speeders and fleeing criminals. Police cars have made an enviable reputation for these quick captures, and police say Rio Grande cracked gasoline has proved to be the fastest and most efficient gasoline they have ever used. Every year, more and more cities contract with Rio Grande to use cracked gasoline exclusively in all their emergency cars. For years now, more police and emergency cars have used Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand, and the list is constantly growing. We invite you to make a test in your car with the same tetraethyl-treated Rio Grande cracked gasoline used by police cars and enjoy the thrill of police car performance. And now we are pleased to present Captain Bert Wallace, head of the homicide squad of the Los Angeles Police Department. Captain Wallace.
Good evening, friends. We hear much about the reformation of the hardened criminal. It rarely happens that way. Once the criminal has stepped across the borderline into dishonesty, it seems that he can't resist the temptation to turn another trick. It is very discouraging to police officers to spend so much time and so much of the taxpayers' money to capture a bandit and then have him turned loose by the parole system after a short jail sentence. Police know only too well that they will soon pick up evidence that the so-called reformed criminal has returned to his erring ways. Police records are full of cases of men and women arrested again and again and again. Police know that most major crimes are committed by experienced criminals who have police records. Tonight's broadcast tells the story of a gang of hold-up men composed, with one exception, of ex-convicts. It gives a typical example of how these men, whose minds have already been poisoned against law and order, delight in pitting their strength against the law enforcement agencies. Their punishment by the courts does not teach them a lesson. As you will see, it is necessary for your police department to keep a watch on all known criminals and paroled convicts. And it is from their ranks that the police make most of their arrests. I hope that the moral taught by tonight's program will be instrumental in keeping many potential law violators from making that dangerous first step. I very much fear that, once having tasted the forbidden fruits of crime, it is almost impossible to return to a respectable life, and that the police must arrest the criminally inclined again and again, if necessary, until they have been put behind the bars for good.
Our story opens on a warm summer afternoon in 1932 in a little jewelry store on South Vermont Avenue in Los Angeles. The proprietor, black magnifying glass in his eye, is repairing a watch when a customer wanders in, followed by two companions, one a Negro.
Yeah, well, good afternoon. And what can I do for you?
I want to look at your watches.
Yeah. About what price watch you have in mind?
Oh, something around $35.
$35. Yeah. Yes, we have some very nice numbers at that price. Just a minute, and I will show you. Here. Now here's a very smart watch. Swiss movement. Guaranteed.
Here? Hold up your hands.
What?
Hold up your hands.
My God, what is this here?
Now, shut up. Dump those watches into the bag, Frank. Take this bird into the back room, Hank.
Okay, boss. Look, Bob, here is a bag of jewels, diamonds, rubies.
Okay, dump it in and don't talk so much. We gotta make time. I don't miss that silverware back there.
No, I get in.
Hey, boss, did your doors open back here?
Well, lock it, dummy.
Yowza.
Look up, here comes somebody.
All right, pile that junk into the sack. I'll take care of him. What do you want?
I'm looking for the manager. You the manager?
No, I'm not.
Oh, I see. Well, I'd like to get my wife's watch fixed. It seems the mainspring is...
Get in the back room.
Yes, that fall will be here soon.
I said get in the back room.
What's that in your hand? Well, I declare, a gun.
I'll give you 3 to get in the back room.
Well, the police will hear of this.
1.
And it'll go hard with you.
2.
I never was one to stand by and see the law broken.
What's going on in here, boss?
Never mind now, Hank. You got the junk, Frank?
See, the sack is full.
How about you, Hank?
I ain't had time yet, boss.
All right, forget it. Get going. This will be a tough beat. We'd better scram quick.
Oh, my God, they've killed him. Help! Police! Police! Police!
A few moments later, the police arrive. The clues are meager. The frightened jeweler's description of the bandits, the bullet which is later removed from the skull of the murdered customer, and a pillowcase which one of the bandits had dropped in his flight. This pillowcase, which was used as a sack for the loot, is turned over to Ray Pinker of the police department's laboratory. Later in the day, he makes his report to Inspector Davidson of the homicide detail.
Well, Ray, what did you find?
I was able to make out this erased laundry mark. It's 1471.
1471. Just a minute till I make a note of that.
Well, there seems to have been a name worked into this material in the thread. Probably the name of a hotel. I've carefully pulled all the threads out, and I haven't been able to decipher that yet.
Very well. Keep after it.
You bet I will.
But the clue of the pillowcase leads nowhere. For a search of the hotel whose property it is results in no suspects fitting the description of the bandits. It looked like a clean getaway. That night, York returns to the gang's hideout from the fence.
Who is that? I guess that's the boy.
And maybe the bulls.
You answer him, Hank. And then get all shot up? No, sir. Not me. No, sir.
Ah, it's Bob. 3 rings. I will get it.
Well, boss, how you make out?
Not bad, not good.
How much is that?
Well, he gave me $500 for the stuff.
Only 5 C's?
You should have let me take it to this fence, I know, Bob. I could get lots more.
That's the best I could do.
How much you holding out for yourself?
I cut that talk, Mug. I don't do business that way.
Okay. Drop the gat.
All right, boys, this will not get us no place. Let us at the door.
Okay, here you are. I figure the cut this way. 150 for Frank and me, and 100 apiece for Hank and Tiny.
Hey, what is
No,
this?
just a minute there, boss.
Now, listen. Frank and I really pulled the job. Hank mussed around in the back room all the time. I don't know what he was doing, playing kiss the pillow with a Dutch jeweler or something.
Now, listen here, boss. I can explain all that. I'll tell
And
you.
Tiny only drove the car. Frank and I did the real work.
Yeah, and you pulled a beef bumping off that old man.
Yeah, you didn't have to do that, boss.
Well, how'd I know the guy was deaf? I can't stop to ask questions during a job.
Listen here, York. You pulled the beef, but if the bulls get us, we'll all take the rap for it. Oh, maybe only life for us while you swing. We're all in it. We're cutting even, see?
Yes, Bob. Me, I do not want more than the rest.
And if you don't cut even, York, I just soon turn the heat on you as look at you.
Well, I don't want no trouble.
Yeah, bet you don't. You don't want me to press the button on this toy I got here, do you, York? Now, how do we cut?
Okay. It's an even split.
That's more like it.
Here you are. 125 apiece.
In marked money, York?
Oh, shut up. Where's Rosita, Frank?
Oh, my little niece. I do not know. Back in the kitchen, maybe.
Well, I'm going out and talk to her. Rosita,
Yes?
where are you?
Here in the kitchen.
Hello, Chiquita.
Yorkie. Hello, querido.
I got something for you, honey.
For Rosita? What is it?
Here.
Oh, Yorkie. How beautiful. A real diamond. It is real, no?
Well, if it ain't, I did a lot of work this afternoon for nothing.
Oh, it is beautiful. Oh, Rosita love you so very much for it. Rosita, she give you big kiss for him.
I like that.
Oh, Rosita, she knows how to kiss, eh?
I'll say. Now, look, here's something else for you.
Something else?
Yeah, here's $50. Go ahead and get yourself some glad rags.
Oh, Yorkie, you are so nice to me. I give you another kiss. So.
Say, Rosita, how'd you like to marry me?
Marry you? Be Mrs. Yorkie? No, really?
Yeah, only up and up. Have a padre hook us and everything.
Me, I think that would be one swell good idea.
You do? Gee, that's great. No, wait a minute. Listen, I'm liable to be in trouble. You know that.
Trouble? Tell me, he said something had gone wrong today. What is it?
Well, truth is, I killed a guy.
Well,
Don't that make no difference?
why should it? We can go to Mexico. We can run away. I will take you to the little town where I was born. They will never find you there.
Yeah, but we ain't got no dough.
Get some. Go get some like you got these. Only get a lot. Rob a bank.
Rob a bank? That's an idea. A good idea. I'll talk to the boys about it right now.
Yorkie,
Yeah?
you forgot to kiss Rosita.
Oh, yeah. Chiquita, here are the berries. Hey, boys. I got a great idea.
Like bumping off an old man?
Oh, shut up. Now, listen, Rogers. I'm sick of the sight of you. Now, get out.
What do you mean, get out?
You pulled your last job with me, and I'm through with you.
Now, look here. What
You heard me. You got your cut. More than you deserve. You're paid off, so scram.
Well, if that's the way you feel about
Well, it is the way I feel about it. You're nothing but a small change, Rogers. Why, I've been strung out of more big houses than you ever heard of.
Yeah, well, listen. I done my time, too.
You'd never know it. You talk like a kid sticking up gas stations. Now, beat it. I got no time for you.
Okay. But maybe you're making a mistake.
Yeah, and maybe I'm just wising up. And don't slam the door when you go out. That guy gets on my nerves.
Doggone, he's a good man, boss.
Well, I don't want him around me. You get it?
Yes, I sure does, yeah.
Okay. Now, here's the idea. We're going to stick up a bank.
A bank? That's a big job, Bob.
You're telling me? Well, we're doing only big jobs from now on. Now, look here. We're in up to our necks now. If they ever get us, we're on our way to the big house. But if we pull a couple of nice jobs, we can all get out of the country with enough to live on for the rest of our lives.
You're figuring on getting some real important money, is that it, boss?
Right. Now, we'll need another guy. A good hard guy to pull a bank job. Now, can you think of anybody? Say, I've got it. Turcott. You know him?
Don't seem as if I does, no.
See, I know him. He is all right. He is very good with the gun.
All right. We'll start on one of these little branch banks out this way. And then, just to be sure we get enough for the rest of our lives, we'll knock over one of the big downtown banks. Listen, we got everything to gain. And if we stick around here too long, the bulls are bound to pick us up. It's in the cards. The homicide squad down at the city hall is a tough bunch of monkeys. And don't ever forget it.
The gang works slowly, cautiously, planning their crime. They do not strike until a month later, and then, late in the morning of August 23rd, 1932, as the manager of a branch bank on South Broadway answers the telephone.
Oh, hello, Dave. How are you? Yes, indeed. Oh, that'll be all right. Yeah. Yes, we can handle you for that amount. Yeah. Say, Dave, don't hang up. 3 tough fellows just walked in. One of them's a Negro. Yeah. Yes, Dave, it's a holdup. They just pulled their guns. Call the police right away. I gotta hang up.
Hey, you over there.
Who, me?
Yeah. You move to the back. Now get going. Keep them covered, Hank. While I get the dough.
All right, boss.
All right. Pass it out, Frank.
See.
Hank, I told you, watch that guy's gotta go.
Oh, he got me. He got me, boss. He got me.
Stop that car! Stop that car! Yorkie caught a son. Have you brought me the money?
I don't have it, Rosita. Frank's got it.
Well, where is Gio Francisco?
He's shot.
Shot?
Yeah. They plugged him.
Will, what happened?
Oh, the boy's got buck fever. It didn't turn out like we figured. Everything went wrong.
Well, where is Gio Francisco?
We left him on the street.
You left my uncle on the street to die?
Oh, listen, baby. We couldn't help it. There wasn't time to get him. That manager was blazing away at us.
You left my uncle to die.
Oh, honey. He ain't bumped off. Hank is. He's dead. But Frank's okay. He's just wounded off it.
You left him to die. You're a thief. He was the only one in the world who was good to me.
Oh, now listen, Rosita. Listen to me. I swear I'll spring him from the hospital. I'll spring him if I have to bump off a half a dozen guys to do it.
No, he's dead. I know it. You let him die. I never want to see you again. Get out! Get out! Get out!
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Metro. What's the trouble?
The 10th bank holdup.
These the bandits?
2 of them.
Dead?
Yes, both of them.
Okay. Keep that card back, will you?
Yes, sir. How you folks there?
Here's the manager of the bank, Romero. He shot these 2 guys.
I see. How many others were there?
Well, there was one more in the bank at the time. He seemed to be the leader. And then there were 2 more in the car. I shot at the car as it drove away. Maybe I hit one of them. I don't know.
What kind of a car was it?
It was a LaSalle coupe.
You get the license number?
No, I couldn't get it.
Officer,
yeah?
Officer, I've got the license number of that car.
You have?
Yes. I was just coming into the bank when I heard the shooting. I hid in the doorway and watched them drive away. I wrote down the license. Here it is. 8X3072.
Well, that's fine. Thank you very much. Very much obliged, lady. Oh, Burris.
Yes?
Call headquarters and get this on the broadcast on teletype. Bandits escaped in a LaSalle coupe. License number 8X3072.
Right. And say, here's some addresses and telephone numbers from the Mexican's body.
Good. These ought to lead us someplace.
Say, Romero, I just found this in the teller's cage.
A pillowcase, huh?
Yep, and the same kind as we found in that jewelry store murder on Vermont last month.
Say, it is at that. Now we're getting someplace.
pillowcase turns out to be a mate to the one used in the jewelry store holdup. And the addresses found in Alvarado's pocket lead the officers to the gang's hideout on Mercury Street. Under the direction of Inspector Davidson of the homicide detail, a stakeout of the place reveals only a young girl as the occupant of the house. Late in the day, the officer decides to pay her a call.
Yes?
We're police officers, ma'am.
Mateo Francisco, how is he?
Who?
Uncle Frank, he is all right?
You must mean Frank Alvarado.
Frank? What's his last name?
Alvarado.
Frank Alvarado, huh?
See, is he all right?
He's dead, ma'am.
Dead.
There.
Oh, pobre Tio Francisco. Pobre Tio Francisco. That pig, leaving him on the street to die.
What's that?
That Yorkie. He let my uncle die.
Yorkie? Who's he?
You want to know, eh?
Yeah.
You want to know everything so you can catch him, eh? Well, I will tell you everything. He left my uncle to die, so you shall know everything. Come in. I will help you find that pig.
Rosita's information leads the officers to a rooming house on Maple Street operated by an Oriental, where York and Alvarado stayed on August 15th.
Oh, hello. How do you do? What can I do for very nice American gentleman?
Let's see your register.
Oh, what for I show register?
Don't ask so many questions. We're from police headquarters.
Oh, yes, very fine policeman. I show. Here, you please look.
Yeah, let's see now. 19th, 18th, 16th. Here we are.
Just two names. Thomas Kern and William Cummings. Probably phonies.
Yeah.
Hey, you. Know anything about these two fellas?
Oh, what a fellow. Oh, these are... Oh, what do you want to know?
What do they look like?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, I scared. I not remember. That many days ago. I forget. Many people come, many people go. I not notice.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Please?
Try to think what these two men were like, will you? It wasn't so long ago. Only a week.
Oh, no. I'm sure I cannot think. I no remember.
Well, then, that's that.
Well, maybe he doesn't remember.
Yeah, maybe.
Rosita willingly accompanies the officers as they search all night through the hills in the vicinity of the hideout for the fugitive. Then she suggests that they may be at a coffee house she knows of on South Main Street. Early in the morning, they visit this place, and Burtis goes in, but soon returns to the car.
What luck?
None.
No, they're not there. Nobody's seen anyone like them for days.
Maybe.
Say, I got a hunch.
Oh, what?
Let's go back to that dump on Maple Street.
What dump?
The one Boris and I looked over yesterday.
Well, it's worth a try.
See, it is a good idea. They will be there, maybe. Then the pig will pay.
Oh, what the for? You wake me up before honorable sun in sky?
I want to look at that register again.
Oh, very good. I show.
Anybody else come in since we were here before?
Oh, people come, they go. Yes, I think very fine people he come. You please to look?
Now look, Romero.
Huh?
Here's the same birds registered yesterday as registered on the 16th.
Let me see. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, let me see that handwriting. Well, say, that checks with this, you see?
Now, what's that?
York's writing from the police records.
Well, then I think we've got the boys.
Hey, you. What room are they in?
Oh, what a room? Oh, I think number 16, I think.
Are they there now?
I know nothing.
Did you tell them we'd been here before?
Oh, I run extra special fine rooming house. I know nothing else.
Okay, you got a key to 16?
I think maybe I find him here on the desk.
All right, find it and let us into that room.
Oh, I wonder if this is good thing for a customer.
Don't forget, we're police officers.
Oh, yes, sir. I remember now. I open now. You come around this way, please.
Have your guns ready, boys. These are tough monkeys.
All right.
Well, here we are. All set?
You bet.
Okay. Open her up.
All right, I do. Oh, I know can do. Bolt on other side. He's locked.
They got it bolted from the inside, eh? open the door.
Who is it?
Open up.
All right, don't break the door down.
All set, boys. Okay. On your toes now.
Hey, what's the big?
Yeah, we're police officers. Stick 'em up. Stick 'em up. You two over there.
Okay.
Watch the guy on the bed. He's got a gun.
Drop it. Look out, Andy. He's going to shoot.
Let him have it.
Now, drop it.
Okay. You hit the bed?
Pretty bad.
Where?
Down here.
Sorry, but you shouldn't have whipped that rod out from under the covers.
I know. I asked for it.
Snap the braces on him, boys. Hey, Buddish, you call the ambulance and take CIRCUS to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, will you?
Okay.
Andy and I'll take Mr. York here to Central.
It's okay with me, boys. I can take it.
It ought to be okay.
Okay.
All right. Come on, let's go.
Listen, keep a stiff upper lip, Turk. And don't say nothing.
Right. So long, pal.
Robert York confessed to the murder of William Kirkpatrick in the jewelry store holdup and implicated his previous accomplice, Rogers, in the crime. LeMay, the driver in the bank robbery, was sent to San Quentin for 7 years to life. Turcotte permanently wounded, and Rogers were given life sentences on a verdict of first-degree robbery and murder. And Robert York was hanged. So these habitual criminals again learned that you cannot beat the law. This time, the evidence presented by the police was so damning that the courts meted out stiff sentences. I hope that a mistaken sense of mercy will not result in these confirmed criminals being released from their life sentence to prey again on respectable citizens.
Thank you, Captain Wallace. Warning. When you change your motor oil, you should use a different grade entirely. You have been using winter oil. It's time to change to summer oil now. And if you want to know exactly what grade of oil your car should have, ask the independent dealer in your neighborhood who sells Rio Grande cracked gasoline. He has been trained to apply the Sinclair law of lubrication, and he has the latest factory information on every car. He can tell you exactly what grade of motor oil is best for your engine. And he can tell you exactly what kind of lubricant should be applied to every moving part. Sinclair is the recognized leader in the manufacture of scientific lubricants, and the Sinclair Lubrication Manual is the recognized authority on the correct application of oils and greases. Sinclair has become America's largest manufacturer of lubricants, and Sinclair experts work with every automobile maker to determine the correct lubricant for every part of your automobile. This information, revised from week to week, is placed in the hands of the Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer in your neighborhood, so he can lubricate your car scientifically and accurately. It costs you no more to get Sinclair scientific lubrication or Sinclair motor oils, and you get a lot more for your money.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation of broadcast 3. Regarding 3 men wanted for murder and robbery. These men are now in custody. That's all. Rosenberg.
Frederick Lindsley, your narrator, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars. A copyrighted program transcribed and dedicated to the prevention of crime.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 4. Proceed at once to Central Police Station. There's a man in the chief's office threatening to blow up the building. That is all. Gordon. It is true that law enforcement departments are better equipped to fight crime than crime is to fight them. The departments are furnished with every time-saving device and reinforced by modern science. Peace officers are trained by experts skilled in every phase of police investigation. And last but not least, the men who protect society are willing to give their lives in performance of their duty. In the story you're about to hear, a police officer made a decision that took the kind of courage for which our law enforcement agents are noted. Took a chance with the odds of 100 to 1 against him. Listen to the true story of the human bomb. We reach far back in the police records to bring you a story of one of the most daring and desperate plots ever attempted by one man. A dynamite terrorist held an entire city police force at bay and threatened to blow the city hall to bits as he calmly sat in the chief of police's office with his infernal machine on his lap. One morning, a strange apparition looking like a man from Mars appeared at the chief's office. His face was completely covered with a sheepskin hood, which was pierced in two places by ghostly green goggles. Atop the hood, he wore a battered soldier's campaign hat. He carried a large box painted blood red. One hand he held inside the box. The other, supporting the box on the outside, was also painted blood red. The chief secretary, amazed at his appearance, accosted him as he pushed through the swinging gate into the office.
Who did you wish to see?
I want to see the highest officer of the city.
Well, you're in the wrong place.
Let me by. I'm going in there.
You'll have to state your business.
Let me by if you know what's good for you.
Out there, Miss Jim.
This man wants
Let
in, but he
me
won't.
by.
Let him in. I'll talk to him.
I want to see the highest officer of the city. Are you him?
Well, I'm chief of police, if that's what you mean.
Are you the boss around here?
Well, and this building is. Where did you come from? A fancy dress ball?
It don't make no difference where I come from.
Well, who are you?
That is my business, too.
Well, maybe you'll tell me why you're dressed up like this. Are you advertising something?
No, I'm not advertising anything. I mean business. I came down here for a reason. And I got something here that's going to make you do as I say.
Well, now, that all depends.
Depends? On what?
Depends on what you've got there.
Oh, it will do the business.
And what do you want me to do? What's in the box?
A machine that will blow this building and everyone in it to bits.
What did you say?
I said a machine that will blow this building and everyone in it to bits.
Indeed.
Yeah, indeed. You want a demonstration?
Oh, no, thanks. Perhaps there's no need for it. Now, maybe you'll tell me what's on your mind.
I want you to send for Paul Shoup, the president of the Pacific Electric Railroad, and make him come down here. I want to talk to him.
Paul Shoup?
Yeah, Paul Shoup. That's the man I mean. Get him down here.
Now, whatever in the world do you want with Paul Shoup?
That is my business. He's the whole shooting match down at the railroad company, and I want to talk to him.
But he couldn't help you. He doesn't own the railroad. He's just the president.
You heard me. I want you to get Paul Shoup down here. I got something to say to him. Remember, all I have to do to set this thing off is to jerk my hand out of the box.
Yes, that's all right. Now, we'll try to get in touch with him in just a second. Oh, Snively.
Yes, sir?
Get in touch with Paul Shoup, president of the Pacific Electric Railway, and ask him to come down here at once.
Yes, sir.
And show him in the moment he gets here.
You're not going to call him, are you?
Didn't you see the chief wink? I'm going to take the call. I'll go into my desk in the chief's office. You ring me from the switchboard, and I'll answer on a dead line. Get it?
Yes. Oh, but I'm scared.
Do as I say.
All right.
They're ringing him now, sir.
Oh, that's good. Now, look here. Did it ever occur to you that you'd blow yourself up as well as the building if you let that thing go?
That is my business. I've thought it all out. I'm going to see that those railroad men get a square deal or die trying.
Well, there's the call, Chief. I'll get it. Hello, Pacific Electric? Mr. Shoup, please. Chief Sebastian calling. Oh, he's not there yet. Well, just as soon as he comes in, ask him to come down to the Chief of Police's office. Yes, it's very important. Thanks. Goodbye.
Well, when will he be here?
Well, they said they expected him any moment.
Good. When that guy gets here, he'll listen to me. He'll give those poor railroad men the wages they should get, or else.
Well, good morning, Grace.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Who's the scarecrow in the chief's office? Huh?
He says he's going to blow up the place with that box.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, it's terrible. I'm so scared. Maybe he really will, Lieutenant.
Well, just to be on the safe side, maybe you'd better get the other girls and get out of the building.
Where are you going?
I'm going in there and see if I can kid him out of it. Good morning, Chief. Oh, yes, it's Sam. I want to speak to you about that Gonzalez case and... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were busy. Well, for the love of... Oh, what's this?
Keep your distance.
What have you got there? A shoe-shining outfit?
You won't think so about the time I pull the trigger inside this box.
Oh, is that so? What is it? One of those infernal machines?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, fine. I've always wanted to see one of those. You mind if I look?
Wait a minute. I'll show you something. You see this?
Mm-hmm.
That's dynamite. There are 59 sticks like it in here. Enough to blow this whole building into a cloud of dust. Now, do you believe me?
No, I think you're joking. Listen, we've got a jailer here named John Shams who knows all about that stuff. Let him have a look at your box. And if he says it's dynamite, we'll all believe it.
Okay. Tell him to come ahead. But if he tries anything fun...
Oh, he won't. I'll see if he's around. Oh, John! John Shams! Yeah? John! In the chief's office, will you? Come in!
Shoup had better hurry. I'm getting tired of holding this trigger. And all I need to do is let her go.
Now, don't get excited.
Good morning, Chief. Did he call?
Oh, yes, sir. Brown here calls.
Yes, sir.
Oh, this man here claims he's got dynamite in that box, and I doubt him, John. I want you to tell me if it's the real stuff. Here, let me have that sample.
Here you are. You'll find out quick enough.
Yeah.
Well, John, what about it?
It's the real thing, all right. Huh? Looks like about 80%.
Yeah? Well, he says he's got 60 sticks there. Claims that's enough to blow us to bits. Is that right?
Blow us to bits? I'd say it would. And scatter the bits over the county.
Rumor spreads like wildfire through the downtown district.
There's a maniac loose.
He's going to blow up the police station.
Murder. Wholesale murder. There's a madman in the police station. Hurry up to the police station.
Crowds of imprudent people bear down on the police station, mill round the entrance on First Street. Mounted police strive vainly to push them back to a safe distance.
Get back
back there! Get back there! Move back! You gotta get back! No use, Harry. We'll have to get some more men and rope the street off.
And in the jail on the third floor, the excitement of the crowd informs the 260 prisoners of their helpless plight as a sergeant rushes through the building, warning the city employees to get out at once.
Get out of the building, folks.
What's the matter?
There's a man in the chief's office with a bomb. Everybody out of the building. Hurry, girls. Get out as fast as you can.
Get me out. We don't want to get blown up. Get your ass out of here.
Hey, John, what are we going to do with these men?
You get them out, all right. Get some of the boys and help me herd them into the drunk tank. They've sent for a streetcar. It'll be waiting by the time we get them out the back way.
Good, okay.
Pipes down! Pipes down! We can't get no place with all this noise. Now listen to me. I'm unbarring the doors. File out and bar in the doors. File out and march down to the drunk tank. And don't try any funny business. All right, boys, get along there. Make it snappy. Come on, boys, we haven't all day. Now listen carefully, men. Down in the chief's office, there's a nut with a load of dynamite threatening to blow up the building.
I'm serving 30 days for beating the old lady. I wasn't given no death sentence.
All right. Pipe down now and listen. The boys are stalling this bird along, trying to kid him out of it.
Let them be heroes if they want to. You don't want to get...
Yeah, but we're caught like rats in a trap. Boys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you'll all be quiet, we'll be out of here in 5 minutes. Now listen, we're taking you out the sideway and we're putting you into a streetcar. Now for the next few minutes, act like men, not cowards. Okay, Bob, get him into the handcuff chain. We'll get you out of here in no time, boys. All right, come on.
Under the watchful eye of Jailer Shand, the 260 prisoners are emptied from the jail, loaded on the waiting streetcar, and transported to the East Side station. In the chief's office, Sebastian and the terrorist face each other silently. The hooded man keeps his hand within the blood-red box, balefully watching the chief through his green goggles. In the outer offices, detectives discuss the situation in hushed tones.
Could use an ammonia gun on him.
Yeah, that ought to work. Well, he claims that the thing goes off when he releases his hand. If we used ammonia, then the relaxation of his hand would blow us up.
How about clapping a chloroform sponge on his face?
Oh, that's not good. Couldn't get behind him. He's sitting plumb against the wall. And remember, he's wearing that sheepskin mask.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hello, John. Get the prisoners out okay? Yeah, they're all gone, thank heaven. Any change up here?
No. We're trying to figure out how to get that box away from the guy.
See here. I could draw a bead on him from where I'm standing with his coat of mine, and he'd be dead before he knew it.
Yeah, and so would you probably.
Too late now, anyway. He just moved his chair. Say, I got an idea. Let's tell him that Paul Shoup will meet him at the corner of First and Broadway.
Yeah, then when you get him down there in that mob of people, what then?
Well, we can clear the streets first.
Not without calling out the National Guard.
Yeah, wait a minute. We could try it. Get him out of the building, and then make a break to get out of the way and take a pot shot at him from a safe distance.
Okay, we got to try anything.
All right, go ahead, Snively. Give him the message.
Beg pardon, Chief, but Mr. Shoup just called and said he'd meet you on the corner of First and Broadway in 5 minutes.
Very well. Shall we go down and meet him?
You think you're pretty smart, don't you? Don't you think I'm wise to dodge like that? Well, I am. And it won't go. Here I am, and here I stay until Shoup shows up. And what's more, I'm getting tired of waiting. I've been here a half hour now. If he don't show up in 15 minutes, I'm going to jerk my hands off this box. Now, think that over.
Oh, but that wouldn't accomplish your purpose. You said you wanted to talk to Shoup. Something about the railroad men's wages. Oh, that doesn't concern us. Now, if you let that thing go, you'd kill a lot of policemen and yourself as well. There wouldn't be any point to that.
Well, I don't count. And I don't like policemen.
Minute after minute ticks on as the grotesquely clad killer faces the chief of police in sheer defiance. Seated stiffly upright, the skin hood outlining his nose and mouth, he looks like some brooding god from an ancient Assyrian temple. Outside, held in check by policemen and jail trustees, the mob grows by the hundreds every minute. While the detectives ponder some sort of solution to the dilemma, a newspaper photographer, at risk of his life, poises his camera for a picture of the terrorist.
What was that? Oh, a picture. That is all right. Put it in your paper as a lesson to the exploiters of the working men. And you'd better get that camera out of here fast, because I'm yanking my hand out of here in just 3 minutes.
All right, now wait a minute. Listen. Hadn't you better use some common sense about...
Oh, be quiet. I'm ready to die even if you're not. Get Shoup over here in the next 3 minutes.
You hear that? He's going to set it off in 3 minutes. He will, too. We've got to do something.
I can't figure a thing out.
Are you game to go in there with me?
I'm game to go in with you anywhere, anytime, Sam. You've been in tough spots before.
All right. You got a blackjack?
Yeah?
Now, we'll go in there and ask him about the thing, and then...
What are you two whispering about? If you're ready to put that guy out, count me in on it.
We don't need you, John. Sam and I can pull it okay. No use in anyone else risking his neck.
The two of you together aren't big enough to keep me out.
All right, here's the plan. You crown him, Jim, and I'll grab the box and run to the street.
I'll grab the box.
No, I will, Fitz.
Oh, listen, Jim. You got a wife to think about.
Now, cut the argument. I'm grabbing the box. If we don't get in there in a minute, he's going to let that thing go.
Okay, let's go.
All set, Jim?
Set. Mr. Shoup will be here any minute now, but whether you come to an agreement with him or not, I wish you'd give us fellas time to get out of here before you set that thing off.
When Shoup gets here, I don't care what you birds do.
Pretty neat little contraption you got there. Must have taken you quite a while to rig that up. What's this thing for?
What thing?
This gadget down here. Got it, Jim! I got it!
As the terrorist slumps forward, both Fitzgerald and Brown grab at the box. Brown yanks it from Fitzgerald and runs down the stairway. Seeing a fuse sizzling within the infernal machine, he plunges his hand through the glass top of the box, extinguishing the flame. Down the stairs he leaps and out the front door of the police station. A cameraman has set up his tripod in front of the entrance. Hurtling out of the door in his headlong flight, Brown stumbles over the tripod. He has the presence of mind to throw the bomb from him. Sticks of dynamite spill from it as it careens down First Street, scattering the frightened crowd. Jumping to his feet, Brown runs to the smashed box and, holding it high over his head, smashes it again and again on the cobblestones.
All right. Well, it's all over.
Oh, great work, Sam. Oh, a hero.
Say, Brown, you're bleeding. Huh? Oh, that's funny. I didn't notice it before. I must have cut myself when I jammed my hand in there to put that fuse out.
You mean you actually stuck your hand in the thing and put it out?
Oh, sure. It was the only thing to do, wasn't it?
Certain that no damage could come from the infernal machine, the broken parts are collected from the street and carefully pieced together by police experts attempting to discover how the apparatus was to work. The machinery centers round a gun hammer mounted on a base. Under the hammer is a shotgun shell. Evidently, when the terrorist released the hammer, it would explode the shell. This explosion would ignite a slow-burning fuse leading to the 60 sticks of dynamite. One stick of this dynamite, tested in Elysian Park, blew a rock the size of an automobile into tiny bits. A few hours later, Brown and Fitzgerald visit the human bomb in the receiving hospital.
Well, how is he, Doctor?
He'll pull through, I think. He's semi-conscious now. For a while there, I was afraid we'd lose him.
Now, don't lose him, Doc. We want to talk to him.
Well, you can go in now.
My head.
Hello, my friend. How do you feel now?
Where am I?
You're in the hospital.
Yeah, mighty lucky you're not in the morgue.
Where's my machine?
It's been taken all apart, and it did blow us to bits like you promised it would.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Now, you guys sneaked up on me and slugged me. But I can't understand why it didn't work. I must have made the fuse too long or something. It should have gone off.
Well, it didn't, thanks to the bravery of Sam here.
Oh, come on, John, cut it. Now, look here. We want to find out something about you.
Well, fire ahead.
What's your name?
Carl Weiss.
Mm-hmm. Age?
35.
Where do you live?
Over on Lake Street.
Now, tell us, what was the big idea of that show you put on today?
Well, I thought the railroad men ought to have a little more money. That's why I told you to send for Paul Shoup. I thought I could scare him into promising to raise their wages. Besides, lots of men are out of work now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you got a job?
Yeah. I do a little carpentry work now and then. I worked for the railroad company once. That's when I got the idea that they didn't get enough pay.
So you thought you'd do something about it, eh?
Well, I tried.
What do you think we should do with you? Don't you realize what a terrible thing you were going to do?
No. I don't think I committed any crime. I kept telling you men to keep away from me. If the machine had gone off as I expected, well, it was their fault. You committed a bigger crime than I did.
Well, I don't follow your reasoning. But let's hear how that machine was to operate.
Well, it was fixed with shotgun caps, with powder connecting up to dynamite caps. I had a fuse in there, and while I was arranging things inside the box to get it connected properly, I made a mistake and put the cap in the wrong place.
Yeah?
Yeah. So in order to hold the powder, I used a little dynamite to fill up the hole. I guess that's why it didn't burn fast enough. Mm-hmm. You guys didn't give it time to burn through.
No, we didn't.
Be quiet. You see, this machine was different from most. Instead of having to pull the trigger to make it go off, I had to hold on tight to keep it from going off. You see, I can't understand what happened when you hit me over the head. I thought sure the minute my fingers let go of that trigger, the thing would explode. And it should have. Because it was a beautiful machine. It was a beautiful piece of workmanship.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can't share your admiration for the thing. But I would like to know, what was the idea of the 2 red wooden fingers we found on the street near the box?
Oh, them. Well, you see, I got 2 fingers missing on the right hand, and I knew if you ever looked in the box and saw them, you could identify me.
Why? Have you ever been arrested before?
Yeah, once. You got me in the Rogues Gallery.
Now, look here. Why did you go to the police station after Mr. Shoup? You knew you wouldn't find him there.
Because I was afraid if I went to the railroad office, the bomb might cause a panic, and some of those poor workers might get hurt.
But you didn't worry about killing a bunch of policemen.
Well, that wouldn't have mattered so much.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, why have you got it in for policemen?
Oh, nothing in particular. Only they're always going around arresting somebody. And anyway, I didn't think you'd be foolish enough to monkey with the box. I was just getting ready to yank my hand out when you started asking fool questions. I don't know why I didn't see that blackjack in time. I don't...
What other part of your scheme didn't work?
Well, the railroad man didn't show up.
Well, what if he had shown up and refused to do what you asked?
We found a pair of handcuffs on me, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, I intended to handcuff Mr. Shoup to me. Then I was going to make him walk out of the station with me like he was an officer, and I was a crazy man. I was going to make him keep walking until we got out into the open country somewhere. Then I'd have kept him right there until he did what I said.
And if he'd still refused, you were going to set off the dynamite.
He'd have promised all right. And I'd have given him 6 weeks to make good.
What do you mean?
Well, if he hadn't given the men a raise in 6 weeks, I'd have come back down to the police station again. But I wouldn't have waited. I'd have blown it up as soon as I walked into the place. I intended to see that a working man got a square deal.
You didn't choose a very effective way to see it done.
Oh, I guess it was as good as any.
Don't you think it was pretty brave of Sam here to grab that box from you?
No. I don't see where he deserves any credit. You had no right to hit me. I was only trying to get a raise for the railroad man.
Have you ever been confined to an insane asylum?
An insane asylum?
Yes.
An insane asylum. You don't think I'm crazy, do you? Why, I'm perfectly sane. I'm all right. It's you people that can't see the injustice and suffering in the world. It's you people that are crazy.
In just a moment, you will hear the summation of our story. test of insanity in a criminal case is whether or not the accused is conscious of the difference between right and wrong. If he is conscious of this distinction, then he is not legally insane. This test was applied to Carl Weiss. He reacted to it just like an average, intelligent person. Therefore, from a legal standpoint, Carl Weiss was sane, though he did suffer from the martyr complex. But this did not becloud his mind as far as knowing right from wrong. He was perfectly aware of the distinction. Carl Weiss was then duly tried on the charge of illegally transporting and depositing explosives in a public place, in this case, a police station. The jury found him guilty, and the court sentenced him to prison for 20 years. No, crime does not pay. Calling all cars. Attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 4. Suspect now in custody. That is all. Gordon.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide. Somewhere in the tangled web of your city, there's a killer on the loose. A young woman has been brutally murdered. The weapon, a steel bludgeon. Your job is to get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment. Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, March 19th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 9:14 p.m. when I got to the old Central Jail building, 3rd floor. The crime lab.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, coming, Lee.
Just ran a spectrograph.
What'd you find?
The paint flake from the victim's head matches that paint on the hunk of pipe.
Any prints?
The pipe was clean, no latent prints.
Well, that figured. Anything else?
Got those blood test reports. A couple of slides for you to look at under the comparison mic.
Thanks, Lee.
Oh, hi, Joe. Didn't hear you come in.
What's it look like, Ben?
Here's the blood test reports. This one is blood found on the piece of pipe.
Type A.
This one's blood from the victim.
Type A.
They match.
That's right, boys. Doesn't mean too much, though. Did you look at these slides under the microscope?
No, not yet.
Well, this is your clincher. Wait till I get the light. Okay, take a look. Got a make?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, this slide here on the right, that's a slice of hair from the victim's head. On the other slide is hair found on the steel pipe.
Yeah?
She had wavy hair. Both specimens are flat. Same hair, Joe.
You got anything on that piece of pipe, Lee?
Nothing. Just ordinary steel pipe, 14 inches long.
What else you got?
The plaster impressions of those footprints we found by the body. Here they are.
Crepe sold?
Tennis shoes, new ones, size 9, good impression. Ground was soft. Man about 150 pounds, according to the length of stride, roughly about 5 feet 10 inches tall.
Yeah, new shoes, all right. You can still read the manufacturer's label.
That's right, made by the Sport King Company.
Well, that's something to follow up.
Yeah, sure, you could start with the tennis courts. Only about 1,000 or so in L.A. Maybe you'd rather track down the brand. These particular tennis shoes are the biggest sellers in the country.
Yeah.
Where'd you like to start, Minneapolis or Pullman, Washington?
What about that glove?
Yeah, you might look for a missing glove.
Yeah.
They go well with the shoes, just about as common. White cotton work gloves with a blue top. Here's the right glove. You find the left one.
Blood on the glove?
Type A.
Well, that's good evidence, Jones, but where's the lead?
Now, look, I don't ask you to pay my parking tickets. You want to see blow-ups?
Yeah, okay.
Right over here.
Yeah. This is the vacant lot where they found the body.
Yeah, that's right. Here's a close-up of her showing the location of the murder weapon, the glove, and the footprints relative to the position of the body.
Looks as bad as yesterday. Sure did work her over, didn't he?
The rest of these are morgue shots. Interested?
No, I checked them this morning. Once is enough, Lee.
Yeah, that winds it, boys. You want to go over the stuff in her purse again?
You find anything more?
No, nothing you haven't seen already. The usual. Makeup, comb, barrette. It's a hair clip. Few cheap stones in it. Loose change, a quarter, nickel, few pennies. Her ID card.
Yeah. Helen Corday. 33 Naomi Place. Age 21. 21. That's not very old, is it, Lee?
Not to die. No.
Helen Corday. Who could kill Helen Corday? Why?
Why do you say that, Mr. Meyer?
People kill for money. They kill for love. Helen Corday had none of these.
No boyfriend?
Not in here. No, she was a good worker. 5 different waitresses the union sends me 1 month. 5.
Did the union send Helen to you?
Oh, sure. All the girls come from the union, but none like Helen. Oh, she was sweet, honest, and courteous.
Mr. Meyer, did you know anything about her personal life?
Only that she was a good worker. Everything else she took home with her from this place.
Did she ever mention any men to you? Anyone at all?
No gentleman, not one. No.
How much money did she make here?
Well, I paid her $26.50 a week, every Tuesday. And not much salary for so much work, but the tips are very good here. Nice customers.
Mm-hmm. This her home address, 33 Naomi Place?
33 Naomi, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meyer, for your time.
I wonder what kind of a person does things like that. Who could kill Helen Corday? Everybody liked Helen.
Helen Corday? I never liked her. Come on in the office, boys, where we can talk. Never liked her because I never knew her.
You the head of the union?
Just a steward. I know most of the girls. This Corday girl, what she look like?
Small brunette, about 5'3". Here's a picture.
Yeah. Pretty girl, wasn't she? Oh, sure. Placed her out at Otto's place. Nice little Dutch fella. Otto Meyer.
That's right. He seemed to think quite a lot of her.
Yeah, she was a fine worker. Oh, sure. Always right up on her dues. Paid all the assessments right on time.
Thought you said you didn't know her.
Well, not right off, I didn't, but when you showed me that picture there, placed her right away.
You know anything about her personal life?
Wait a minute. Why all these questions?
Helen Corday was murdered last night.
Oh. Who did it?
You know anything about her personal life?
Well, you can see my position, Sergeant. 1,200 girls. Check them in, check them out. Just names to me till I see a picture of them.
You wouldn't know if she had any boyfriends here in the union? Waiters, busboy?
That I wouldn't know. Like I tell you, Sergeant, I never knew Helen Corday.
Sure, I knew Helen Corday. Gus plays a nice piano, huh, Sergeant?
Yeah.
I read about it in the paper this morning.
How long you been selling pianos here at this place?
About as long as I knew Helen. 3 years. How'd you find me?
Helen's landlady, we talked to her yesterday. She told us she worked here at this piano store.
Oh. It's funny, isn't it?
What's funny?
See Gus over there? That fellow demonstrating the piano? A few weeks ago, I made a deal with him to give Helen piano lessons. I figured it would help her with her singing lessons. Wanted to be a singer, you know.
Did Helen know that fellow, Gus?
No, she never met him.
Who gave her the singing lessons, Miss Olson?
She took from Ostrander. Paul Ostrander out on Melrose. A lot of movie people used to take from him.
What do you know about her personal life?
How do you mean?
Does she have any boyfriends?
Well, yes.
You don't seem sure, Miss Olson.
Well, it's just that I don't know. I never asked Helen. But she did have a few dates with Paul Ostrander. I don't think she was serious.
How about Ostrander?
Gee, I don't know, Sergeant. I don't want to involve anybody.
You want to help us find the killer, don't you?
Well, yes, but if you're thinking Paul Ostrander did it, no, I'm sure he didn't kill her.
That's all for today, Victoria. No, gentlemen, I did not kill Helen Corday.
You gave her singing lessons, Mr. Ostrander. You knew her pretty well?
Yes, I gave her voice coaching for about a year and a half. Helen showed a little promise. Not a great voice, a bad vibrato.
You knew her pretty well?
Why do you say that?
Mr. Ostrander, didn't you used to take her out once in a while?
No, I didn't know Helen socially at all.
We know you had dates with her.
That's not true. Only times I saw her was when she came here to the studio for lessons.
You better tell the truth, Mr. Ostrander. We can prove that you've been out with her.
Afraid of the publicity, is that it?
Certainly that's it. I have a successful business here. I've spent years building it. Anything like this would ruin me.
Then you have been out with her.
Only a few times. Nothing serious. I had nothing to do with her murder. Now, that's the truth.
Don't you know that withholding information about a thing like this can go kind of hard for you?
Yes, I know that. What else could I do?
Mr. Ostrander, somewhere in this city right now, there's a guy who beat a young girl to death. He crushed her skull with a piece of steel pipe. We need every bit of information we can get to track him down.
I know that, Sergeant.
You could have come to us. We wouldn't run to the newspapers with it. If the information's confidential, that's the way we treat it. Most of the time, it's the people who run to the newspapers first. Then they come to us. That's right, Mr. Ostrander. People are their own press agents.
Sergeant, I'd like to know what right you have to invade my privacy and lecture me on my civic duty.
All right, I'll tell you what right, Ostrander. We want the man who murdered Helen Corday. I got as much right as he had at 12:14 this morning.
Come on, Joe.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Ostrander. Sorry if I invaded your privacy.
Chief of Detectives Office, Helen. No, I'm sorry, ma'am. You got the wrong extension. Try 2511. You're welcome. Hi, Friday, Romero. Chief's been looking for you.
Thank you, Mike. Come on, Joe.
Yeah.
Hello, Joe. Ben, sit down. What'd you get?
A notebook full of notes. A crime lab full of evidence. Nothing to tie them together.
These some of the people you interviewed?
Yeah, those and about a dozen more we didn't even take notes on.
It's hard to figure, Skipper. Everybody seemed to like this girl.
Helen Corday. No known relatives.
Single, unattached girl, living all alone in the city.
Few friends and no enemies. None we can find anyway.
Are you satisfied that all the people you interviewed are in the clear?
Well, if we're going to stick to the simple robbery motive we are, the kind of money Helen Corday made wouldn't interest those people.
How are you doing on the outside leads?
Nothing.
If we could just find one hole someplace, anything.
All right, now look. You've got a lab full of evidence across the street. You've got a book full of names here. You've got the pieces. Now fit them together.
They just don't add.
Well, go over them and keep going over them until they do add. Anything from the informants?
No, nothing so far. No tips on anybody that's been dough-heavy lately. Nobody shooting off their mouth.
The guy we want won't advertise. Figures himself a pretty smooth operator. But he probably made a mistake somewhere along the line. We'll find it.
Got a hot shot, Ed.
Yeah?
3220 Casino. Woman. Probable attack.
All right, Friday. You and Ben run it down.
We ran down the hot shot call for 3220 Casino. Turned out to be a typical dead-end lead. Her name was Mrs. Lillian Horn. For the past 5 years, Mr. Horn had been paid regularly on Wednesdays. He spent all day Thursday drinking up his paycheck and beating his wife. The call had no connection with the Corday murder. We made the usual call into communications. Unit 80K to Control 1, 80K to Control 1.
Control 1 to 80K, go ahead.
On that probable attack, 3220 Casino, code 4.
80K, roger.
80K to Control 1, KMA 367. That was the beginning. For the next 3 days, we followed up every lead and every call, but they were all blind. All units were alerted, and they had as much information on the killer of Helen Corday as we did. Ben and I cruised throughout the entire Central Division. We covered every probable call that might have some connection with the murder.
Attention, Unit 41R. 1654 Swanson Terrace. A woman. Victim of probable attack. Code 3. Unit 41R.
It didn't make any difference what the call was. If there was a possibility it might tie in with the Corday murder, we ran it down. We made it a 24-hour job. So far, if the killer made a mistake, we hadn't been able to find it. The Corday funeral was on Monday. They were all there. The girl's landlady, the voice teacher Ostrander, the girlfriend Marie Olson, the man from the union, and her boss Otto Meyer. But nobody else we hadn't checked. That was Monday afternoon. Monday night, we went back to the old routine, tracking calls during the night in the squad car, picking up small threads that led nowhere. 3 more days of the same thing. Thursday morning, 1 week after we found Helen Corday's body, we got an anonymous phone tip.
I know who killed Helen Corday. His name's George Barlow. He lives at 418 White Oak Avenue. He used to date her up all the time. Get him and you've got the murderer.
We checked George Barlow and about 10 others just like him. None of them knew Helen Corday. Saturday night, Ben and I were back in the squad car cruising the Central Division. Saturday night's a good night for robbery. By 10 p.m., we'd run down 4 various calls.
123, code 1. 123, roger. 12G, call your station. Unit 13R, 1254 Tower Road. A woman screaming. Investigate the trouble. Code 2.
Let's handle that one, Ben.
Yeah, okay.
I'll notify communications. Unit 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1.
Control 1 to Unit 80K. Go ahead.
On your 1254 Tower Road call, we're in the vicinity. We will handle.
80K, roger.
80K to Control 1, KMA 367. Let's go, Ben.
Control 1 to 13R. Disregard your last call. Handled by 80K.
Yeah, it should be right about here. Oh, here it is. 1254.
That man who tried to kill me is running down the street there.
Where?
He's getting to that corner street. He tried to kill me.
Come on.
Where'd he go, Joe?
Turn right at the next corner.
That's him up ahead.
He's got a good lead on us. Hit the siren.
He's gaining, Joe.
Took a left at the next corner. Oh, he isn't going to stop. Close in as tight as you can, Ben.
Down to the floor now.
Swing out to the left a little. I'm going for his tires.
Right.
All right, that'll slow him down. Pull up on him.
Yeah.
All right, you. Keep both hands on that wheel and get over to the curb.
Cover me, Joe.
Right.
Out of that car, mister.
Shake him down.
Hey, take it easy, will you? I haven't got a gun.
Put the cuffs on him.
Hey. Well, you boys work fast. What am I do with the gas chamber?
Just save that, mister.
It's pretty rough treatment for speeding.
All right, come on, you.
Look, I got a right to know where you're taking me. What's the charge?
We'll let the girl tell you.
What girl?
You just sit there and be quiet, huh?
Oh, I know where you're going. The place back on Tar Road. Well, I asked to use the phone. The girl slammed the door in my face. I don't know what you cops are trying to prove. I just wanted to use the phone, that's all. I even tried to scare her a little. I told her I'd hit her over the head if she didn't let me use the phone. It's a laugh, huh?
All right, you get out.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Get out.
Hey. I got nothing to hide. That little girl's gonna lie. You know that, don't you?
Who's there?
Police officer.
It's the man. That's him. He tried to kill me.
His full name's Frank Philip Larson. They had no previous record.
This the girl's report?
Yeah, that's it, Skipper.
Judy Scott. How old is she?
He's 19. She's a babysitter.
Real tough boy, isn't he? Forced his way into the house, beat her about the neck and arms. A tire iron.
We found it in his car. Jones is running it through the crime lab.
Asked her if she had any money. She told him no. Struck her again. Where's this Larson live?
Hotel out near Santa Monica.
He's a clothing salesman, Ed. Works for a big men's store, Burns and Company. According to the house book sales record, he bought a pair of tennis shoes 2 weeks ago.
Weighs 158 pounds, 5 foot 11 inches.
Tennis shoes are missing. They're not in his hotel room, and he's not wearing them.
What else did you find?
A rhinestone.
You mean a pin?
No, just a small loose stone recovered from the rug in Larson's room.
Crime lab got it?
Working on it now.
Ed, I think... we got the man who killed Helen Corday. A few scraps of circumstantial evidence and a hunch. That's not much to go on. Larson had gone after the little Scott girl with a tire iron. Wasn't much of a tie-in, but we had to be sure. All that day, we checked Frank Larson's alibi for the night of Helen Corday's murder. We interviewed the personnel manager at Burns and Company where he worked. We talked to all the clerks who knew him, the manager of the hotel where he lived. We found out everything we could about Frank Larson. And that night at 10 o'clock, we had the prisoner brought to the interrogation room.
How are you, Larson?
Fine. Just fine. I like jail.
Sit down. Lousy weather, been foggy all over town.
I wouldn't know. I've been inside all day.
How old are you, Larson?
31, same as the last time you asked me.
Where'd you go to school?
I didn't. I was born smart.
You sell clothes, don't you, Larson?
We know you work for Burns and Company. Remember, you told us.
What is all this? What are you guys trying to build?
Just want to know if you like selling clothes. That's all.
What do you coppers know about clothes? One blue serge a year is your speed.
You know quite a bit about clothes, don't you?
I've been selling them for 5 years.
Can you tell me something I've been wondering about?
What's that?
Are your socks and tie always supposed to match?
That's what the style books say.
Bet you always know the right things to wear, don't you? You wouldn't wear black shoes with a brown suit, would you?
Is that what you're keeping me here for? Stylism?
Oh, would you? Would you wear black shoes with a brown suit?
Most people wouldn't.
Bet you wouldn't wear brown shoes with a tuxedo either.
I've been smoking too much. You got a glass of water?
Oh, yeah, sure. There you are, Larson.
Thanks. That's good and cold.
How about it? Would you ever wear brown shoes with a tux?
Nobody would.
That's a navy blue flannel you got on there, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a good-looking suit.
Stop around sometime. Get you a good deal.
Suit like that flannel there you're wearing, you'd never wear tennis shoes with an outfit like that, would you?
What do you think?
I think you did. I think you wore them the night you killed Helen Corday.
Who?
Maybe you didn't have the blue suit on, but you were wearing tennis shoes, Sport Kings, size 9. Sell for $5.95. You picked them up at a discount. Cost you $3.25.
Where'd you get that?
Out of the house book, Burns and Company. You wouldn't have those shoes around now, would you? We couldn't find them in your hotel room.
Your boss, Mr. Craig, used to think a lot of you, Larson. Before you started drinking on the job, your commissions used to run pretty high up the last couple of months. What happened? That cheap rye get to you?
Well, you two really nosed around, didn't you? When are you going to tell me what I eat for breakfast?
Cornflakes, cup of coffee, donut, sometimes 2 donuts when you're hungry. Elsie waits on you at the Royal Cafe. She gets a dime tip.
Can I have some more of that water?
Help yourself, there's a cooler.
They're good and cold.
How about it, Larson? Where are the tennis shoes?
They wore out.
In 3 weeks? Can't be very good tennis shoes.
No, they didn't wear out. What'd you do with them?
You know all the answers. You figure it out.
We know you bought the tennis shoes. We don't know where they are now. We know you had them. Size 9.
3 feet from the body of Helen Corday, we found 2 size 9 footprints made by a pair of Sport King tennis shoes.
We figured the man weighed about 150 pounds.
You weigh 158.
Figured he's about 5'10".
You're 5'11".
You come awful close to being the same build as the man who killed Helen Corday, don't you, Larson?
And you wear the same size tennis shoes, same brand name.
A lot of people wear 9s. It's the average size. They sell a lot of Sport Kings, too. Everybody wears them.
If we could find your pair, might make a difference.
Doesn't mean your tennis shoes made the prints with the body. Doesn't prove it didn't, neither.
What'd you do with them, Larson?
I threw them away.
That's too bad. Might make a difference.
No, what difference could it make? I threw them away, that's all.
Now, how about the mate to this glove?
I never saw it before.
Found this right-hand glove by the body of Helen Corday.
Just an ordinary cotton work glove. Everybody wears them.
If we could find the missing left glove, why, might make a difference.
Size medium. That's average, too, isn't it, Larson?
I never saw work gloves. I wouldn't know.
No, but you bought work gloves, haven't you?
Not a pair of those.
I mean like this, don't you? We only got one.
What kind of work gloves did you buy?
I didn't buy any.
You just said you did.
I never said I bought any work gloves.
You bought tennis shoes, though, didn't you?
I told you I bought the tennis shoes.
Didn't I tell you I bought them?
No, you didn't tell us. We told you. Found out from Burns and Company where you work.
All right, you told me. I bought them. You know that.
Same kind of tennis shoes that made footprints by Helen Corday's butt.
It wasn't me.
Then why won't you tell us what you did with these
I've
shoes?
already told you I threw them away.
They were only 3 weeks old.
Must have worn out awful fast.
I didn't say they wore out. They got too dirty.
No, you told us they wore out. Remember, Larson?
I don't remember what I told you, but I don't have them now.
We know you don't have them now. Where are they?
He told us. They got too dirty. Right, Larson?
Yes. Yes, that's what I said.
Anyhow, you haven't got them now.
No, I haven't got them now.
All right, now, just for the record, Larson, which was it? Did they get too dirty or did they wear out?
Whatever I said before.
You said both before, Larson.
All right, I said both. You haven't got anything on me.
We got that little Scott girl statement from last night. She says you tried to kill her.
She's lying. I told you she'd lie, didn't I? I only wanted to use the phone.
She says you hit her with a tire iron. Did you hit her with that iron?
No, I only tried to scare her. I didn't hit her with anything.
Then how'd you get those marks around her neck and arm?
Police doctor says they were made by that tire iron.
I don't care what your doctor says. I didn't hurt her.
Now, what do you mean, Larson? You didn't hurt her or you didn't hit her with that tire iron?
Neither one. I just wanted to use her phone.
How'd you know she had a phone?
I didn't know if she had a phone. I just went up to find out.
To find out what?
To find out if I could use her phone.
Thought you said you didn't know if she had a phone.
I don't know anything the way you twist everything around.
Sorry, Larson. We only want the truth. How about a cigarette?
Yeah, I could use one.
Here's the light.
Larson, where were you Wednesday night, March 18th?
How many times you going to ask me that same question?
Just want to make sure we got it right.
I told you this morning. I went to a show. I got out about 11, had a beer, and I went home.
What time did you get home?
About 11:30.
Did you stay home?
I went to bed.
What'd you see at the show?
I never remember the names.
You ought to try to remember this, and it's pretty important.
Well, it was a deluxe theater. It was Spencer Tracy and something.
What was on when you walked in?
The news. I never go in the middle of a picture.
Neither do I. Spoils them for me.
Yeah, that's right.
The girl in the box office doesn't remember seeing you go in.
What'd she know? It was Keno night. There was a big crowd.
Did you win anything?
I never do.
Anybody hit the jackpot?
I don't remember.
They give away a lot of money at those neighborhood theaters. I always remember who hits the jackpot.
Well, all right, you do. I don't.
Do you remember if anybody won the jackpot?
I told you, no.
Did they have a jackpot at that show?
I guess they do. I don't know.
You knew it was Keno night. You should know if they had a jackpot.
Maybe they had a jackpot. I don't know. I went out for a smoke.
You said the cartoon was on when you walked in.
Why do you always twist what I say? I told you the news was on when I went in.
You remember anything about the newsreel?
It was 10 days ago. How do I know what was in it? I only know it was a newsreel, that's all.
You're lying, Larson. We checked your alibi. The manager of the theater had to cut the newsreel Wednesday night because the show was running long with Keno night.
You didn't go to the show Wednesday night, did you?
All right, maybe I didn't. I don't remember. What's the difference?
The difference is you could have been in that vacant lot the same night, the night Helen Corday was murdered.
I didn't kill her. You can't prove I did.
Interrogation room Friday. Hiya, Jones. It did, huh? You're positive. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Lee.
Sure you don't want to tell us what you did with those tennis shoes?
I'm not going to go back over all that. I've told you guys all I'm going to tell you.
You know how the Corday girl was murdered?
How would I know? I don't know anything about it.
She was on her way home from work, as usual. About midnight. Of course, you were home in bed about that time.
But you didn't go to the show that night, Larson.
On her way home, Helen Corday always took a shortcut across a vacant lot. She was about halfway through the lot when the murderer tried to grab her purse. She screamed and he struck her. Hit her several times with a piece of steel pipe 14 inches long. He beat her to death with that piece of steel pipe.
Then he dropped the pipe in the right-hand cotton work glove. He left 2 footprints, size 9, Sport King tennis shoes.
I know all that.
Well, here's something you don't know. When the killer scooped the paper money out of that girl's purse, he accidentally took along a loose rhinestone. A stone that fell out of a cheap barrette in the bottom of her bag. He carried that stone home with him. When he reached in his pocket to pull out the money he stole from her, the rhinestone fell on the floor.
So?
We found that rhinestone on the rug in your hotel room.
Well, I haven't lived in that hotel room all my life. Maybe the tenant before me dropped it there.
No, not this one. We checked the cement that held it in that barrette. It matches the glue on the stone. No, Larson, that rhinestone came from the hair clip that Helen Corday wore before she was murdered.
And that's enough to take you to the district attorney with.
What am I supposed to say?
We want you to tell us the truth. Why did you kill Helen Corday? Yeah.
You want the sandwiches and coffee now, Sergeant?
Bring them in, Mike. Looks like we're going to be here a long time.
Yeah, I brought you ham, cheese, and liverwurst. And some fruit. Coffee's black. Cream and sugar on the side.
Thank you, Mike. It looks good. What kinds you want, Larson? Ham, cheese, or liverwurst? Oh, you're not hungry? Okay. Sandwich, Joe?
No, thanks. I think I'll have an apple, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I fixed you a plate there, Larson. Coffee's right here.
It's a fine apple. Nice and fresh. This a Washington apple?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that coffee hot enough?
No, it's fine. Where'd Mike pick these up?
Well, across the street.
Eddie's?
Yeah, Oh, take good.
Well, drink your coffee anyway, Larson. It's getting cold.
All right! I didn't want to kill her. She screamed and I hit her. All I wanted was her purse. That's all I wanted. She wouldn't give to me. She had to fight back, so I hit her. I didn't want to kill her. All she had to do was give me the purse. I wouldn't have hurt her. I was drinking and I didn't know what I was doing. I was drunk. I didn't mean to kill her. I didn't mean to kill her.
Mike.
Here, Joe.
Stay with him. We'll call the stenographer.
See you tomorrow, Joe. Good night.
Yeah. Sour racket, huh?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Frank Philip Larson was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the fifth in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Police Officer Charles A. Brady of the Chicago, Illinois Police Department, who on the night of September 2nd, 1945, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. A ruthless fiend roams the streets of your city masquerading as a police officer. For months, helpless citizens have been robbed, beaten senseless, and kidnapped. The criminal is a twisted genius, vicious, cunning. Your job is to get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files, from beginning to end, from crime to punishment. Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, June 4th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from communications, and it was 11:13 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail.
Oh, hi, Joe.
Hi, Ben. Did you get that message to call home?
Yeah, bad news.
What's the matter?
That doggone kid of mine, chicken pox.
Oh, again?
Last year it was the mumps. Year before that, the measles. Every time I get set for a vacation, he decides to catch something.
Well, forget it, Ben. Think what a comfort he's going to be in your old age.
Go ahead, laugh. You'll find out.
Yeah.
How are you, Friday? Romero?
Fine. What can we do for you?
You don't look like you remember me.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Name's Savage, isn't it? George?
It's Johnny, Sergeant. Johnny Savage. Remember now?
Oh, sure. Those liquor store robberies out in the Wilshire district. About 6-7 years ago, wasn't it?
10 years, Romero. You ought to remember that. You were at the trial.
We testify in court every week. 10 years is a long time.
It's longer in the state pen. It's a lot longer.
Yeah, you cried a little at that trial, didn't you, Savage? You said we beat that confession out of you.
Yeah, that's why I figured I'd drop in for a little visit. Kind of apologize to you fellas.
You gave me a square deal. I guess I kind of lost my head. I figured I'd apologize.
Oh, that's all right, Savage. When'd you get out?
A couple of weeks ago. I did it the hard way. Served 10 flat. I don't know my day.
You find a job yet?
Yeah, Friday. I'm working nights.
What kind of a job?
Laborer in a warehouse, south end of town.
Good. You decided to level?
10 years in prison's a long time. You learn a lot of things. Nights are long, you think a lot. You get things straightened out.
I hope you mean that.
Sure I mean it, Friday. I've got everything straightened out. I know who my friends are, and I know who to watch out for.
You sound like maybe you're on the right track.
I got it figured, Romero. Not like you two fellas. You caught me red-handed, and you sent me up for 10 years.
Well, you did all right, Savage. 5 armed robberies. You got off pretty easy.
You got a break, Savage. Make the best of it.
Sure, I'm not kicking. 10 years, a real break.
That's right.
Well, just dropped in for a little visit. Maybe I'll see you fellas sometime.
All right, Savage? Keep your nose clean?
Sure. No hard feelings.
No?
You just took 10 years of my life, that's all.
There's no such thing as a man going through prison without changing. And Ben and I have seen him switch in both directions. Some men learn their lesson after they land behind bars, and when they're released, they turn into good citizens. Johnny Savage was sour. We made a mental note to check him out later on, and then we went down to the record bureau and pulled his coming out mug. That's about all we had time for, because about an hour later, we started to get busy.
Hot shot, Joe. Grab it.
On the corner of Selma and Naples, the drugstore, 211 and probable attack. On the corner of Selma and Naples, 211 and...
What you got, Joe?
Selma and Naples, 211 and attack. Come on.
Here we are, Joe. Over there on the far corner.
Yeah. All right. Come on. We got the story from the victim, the store owner, Mr. Thomas. For the most part, it was the usual rundown of an early morning holdup. There was only one exception.
Oh, I've had young hoodlums try to hold me up before, but there was nothing like this one.
How you mean, Mr. Thomas?
Well, he came in here just before closing, and ordinarily I'd have kept an eye out, because that's the time to look for him. But this fella came to the door and said he was a policeman, so I let him in. He looked like a cop. Barged right up to me and the wife behind the counter and pointed a gun. And she screamed, and he hit her in the face with the butt of the gun. Sergeant, it was horrible.
That's the way it started, and that's the way it kept going. Because most of the victims and most people don't realize that as a citizen, they have the right to check on police officers' identification when in doubt. After we got the story from Mr. Thomas and checked the store in the neighborhood, Ben and I headed back for the office.
Attention, all units. At the end of North Baxter Road near Hillcrest, victim of 211 and slugging. Car 7172 takes a call, code 3. Attention, all
That's
units.
4 blocks away from the last one. Let's roll on it, huh, Ben?
Right, I'll hit the siren. You get the light.
By the time Ben and I got up to the end of North Baxter, the men from car 71 were already there. The victim was telling his story. His face looked like it had been through a meat grinder.
We're just shifting the car into second to make the hill when I hear this siren behind me, and I see this red light flashing in the side view mirror. Well, naturally, I pulled over to the curb, and I was just reaching for my driver's license when the cop runs up, yanks me out of the car, and starts clubbing me in the face with the butt of his gun.
Did you get a look at him? Think you can describe him?
No, I'm afraid not. He swung me around and kept me staring into that red light on his car all the time he was beating me. After a while, everything just went black. When I woke up, my wallet was gone, all my money's...
45 minutes later, Ben and I were interviewing the third victim, a young housewife out in the Wilshire district. Same trademark.
I tried to tell him, Sergeant. I tried to tell him I didn't have any money, but he wouldn't listen. He kept holding me by the throat, beating me with his fist like he enjoyed it. Beating me.
Yeah, all right, Mrs. Jameson. Could you tell us how he got in the house?
He came in the front door and rang the bell. I opened the door, but I left the burglar chain on. He said he was a policeman. So when he demanded I open the door all the way, I did. Then he grabbed me.
And you can't describe the man for us, Miss Jameson?
He was tall, and he had dark hair and big hands. Oh, it was like a nightmare. A horrible nightmare.
Tall, dark hair, big hands. Your guess the same as mine, Joe?
Maybe. Let's wait and see. Come on, let's check with the boss.
Hi, Mike.
Hi. He's waiting for you. In there.
Come on, Ben.
Chief of Detectives Office. Hannon. Sit down.
Yeah, Skipper.
All right, you two, let's have it.
The guy with the red light?
Yes, the guy with the red light posing as a policeman. Why hasn't he been picked up?
You know as much about it as we do, Ed. We got our first call around midnight. He knocked over a drugstore out on Selma. He hasn't stopped working since.
Didn't you get any definite lead on him? No description, no license number?
Nothing. He's tall, big hands, dark hair, that's all.
Fine. Either of you got any ideas?
Could be anybody, Skipper, with that description.
You're sure it wasn't anybody on the force?
We sent all the victims down to personnel. Lowry showed him the mug book of all police officers. Wasn't one of our men.
Works fast. Drugstore, motorist, a pedestrian, a housewife out in the Wilshire district. Went right in the house after her. 4 of them, right in a row.
5.
Huh?
There's a 20-year-old kid in the next room. Came in just before you got here. A couple of hours ago, he was sitting in a car with his girl up in Mulholland Drive. This red light bandit comes along, slugs him, and kidnaps the girl.
Kidnapped? She still missing?
Not a trace.
When did this happen?
A couple of hours ago. They brought the kid over from Georgia Street Hospital. We can talk to him now. He's had a bad time. Right in here.
Okay.
Pete, we're going to have to ask you a few more questions.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It feels a little better now.
This is Sergeant Friday and Sergeant Romero.
Hi, Pete.
Hi.
Can you tell us what time the trouble started?
Oh, about 10:15, 10:30. Sally and I were sitting in the car talking about where we were going on our honeymoon. We're going to be married next month. And then this car pulls up behind us and starts flashing a red spotlight on us, and a guy runs over and pulls open the door. He said he was a cop.
Did you get a good look at his car, Pete?
I think it was a black sedan.
Did you get a look at the man, Pete?
No, I didn't. It was pretty dark, and he kept me staring into that red spotlight. It all happened so fast. Then he started slugging me, and I went down.
What happened then?
Well, the next thing I knew, Sally was screaming. He had one hand on her throat, and he had her backed up against the side of the car. He was beating her with the other hand. Some kind of a short billy club. Well, I got up and I started for him, and he slugged me again. When I came to, Sally was gone.
Anybody check the area up there, Ed?
Yeah, Davis and Griffin. Didn't find a thing.
Oh, Sergeant, you gotta find it. You got to. I wouldn't know what to tell her folks. I wouldn't know what to say.
That's all right, Pete. We'll find her. You take it easy.
Got a hot shot, Ed, up in Summit Road near Westmore. A woman, unconscious. Ambulance follow-up. Possible dead body.
All right, Hannon. Look after Pete here. Friday, Romero, let's go. Up ahead, Romero, to the right.
Okay, Skipper.
Yeah, there's the ambulance and the cruiser car.
Sure a lonely-looking spot.
All right, come on.
Hiya, Doc. What'd you find?
Hiya, fellas. Right over here. Just gonna take her in.
Where'd you find her?
Over there, by the side of the road. Somebody driving by saw her. They called us.
Any identification?
This bracelet on her wrist.
To my dearest Sally, from Pete. December 25th, 1947.
That's a girl, all right. What are the chances, Doc?
I wouldn't bet on them. Pretty bad shape. Well, have you seen enough?
Yeah. Friday, Romero, call the crime lab and check the area for footprints and tire tracks. I'll ride back in the ambulance with the girl. If she regains consciousness, I want to talk to her. All right?
Okay, Ed.
I'll meet you in the office by 8:30. We're working straight through till we get this guy.
See you at the office, Skipper.
What time you got, Ben?
7 minutes to 4. Long night.
Hey, that car up there ahead. Let's take a look at it, huh?
Black sedan. Hey, look, he's flashing a red spot on that convertible.
Come on.
He sees us, Joe. He's pulling away.
Get that gas pedal down to the floor.
Already there. He's turning off right.
Hit the siren. I'll get the light. We're gaining a little, Ben. Next corner to the left.
Joe, where'd he go?
It's a fancy driver. Try the alley up ahead to the left here.
Must have turned up that cross street.
Get through the alley and double back on him.
Right.
There he is, Ben. Look out.
Watch it, Joe. Watch it. He's going to ram us.
We We got hit just in front of the rear bumper. Our car was forced into the curbing and it turned over. He was real lucky. He kept right on going. But this time, Ben and I were sharing the luck. All we got out of it was a couple of nasty cracks in the head and a few bruises, but it was enough to keep us in a hospital under observation for a day. By this time, Ed Backstrand was fuming. So were the newspapers. During the day we spent in the hospital, the red light bandit went on a real blitz. He pulled 6 more jobs, 1 liquor store, 2 residential holdups, and 3 car robberies. 5 of the 6 victims were slugged and beaten. Davis and Griffin had taken over for Ben and me, and by the time we got back on the job, they'd built up a lead for us.
We've been working with Wilkerson up in auto theft, Joe. He's used 4 stolen cars already. We got the makes and numbers on each one of them.
How about the dark sedan he was driving when he rammed us?
The boys picked it up this morning out on Sepulveda. We're checking it for prints now.
Oh, that's fine, Dave. You got any description on the guy yet?
No luck there, Joe. He works too fast.
Nothing at all?
The same as you had. Tall, black hair, big hands. Loves to use them.
Friday, Romero, got a minute?
Okay, Skipper. Check you later, Hyundai.
Sure thing, boys.
Sit down. How do you feel?
Pretty fair, Ed.
Little stiff here and there.
All right, did Davis fill you in?
Up to date.
Okay, I just called the doctor who's handling Sally Wilder, Pete's girlfriend, you remember?
Oh, yeah.
She's been in pretty bad shape since we found her up there on Summit Road. This morning she took a turn for the better. She's conscious, and her doctor thinks she might be able to talk to us a little bit.
Good. When?
About an hour. I cleared it with the doctor and with her family. You'll only be able to stay a couple of minutes, so make the most of them. That's all.
All right, Ed. We'll check with you later.
Say, Joe, Ben, here's some mail came for you fellas while you were gone.
Oh, thank you, Mike. We're going over to the county hospital. We ought to be back in a couple hours.
Okay. Say, there's been a couple of phone calls, too.
Yeah, anything important?
I don't think so. The guy just called to say hello. Said his name was Johnny Savage. He just called to say hello.
I presume you men are aware of the girl's critical condition.
Yeah, that's right, Dr. Froman.
We saw her before she was taken here at the hospital.
Yes. You understand, of course, that you'll be able to see her for only a few minutes, and please try your best not to excite her, huh?
Right, Doctor.
Sally isn't able to talk. Bad mouth and face injuries, so your questions will have to be answered simply yes or no and nod of the head.
Okay, we got you. We only have a few questions, and we want to know if she can identify the man who beat her from these pictures we've got here.
All right, Sergeant. This way, please.
Thank you.
Sally, these gentlemen from the police department, they'd like to ask you a few questions. Now, there's no need to be nervous or afraid. Just simply nod your head yes or no. Oh, that's fine. All right, Sergeant.
Sally, did you see the man who attacked you?
Yes. She says yes.
Did you get a good look at his face? You did. All right, Sally, now you can answer these 3 together, just yes or no. Was he tall? Did he have dark hair? Did he have large hands? He did. Ben.
Oh, yeah, Jim.
Hand me the folder.
Yeah. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, there's just one more thing, Sally. I'm going to show you some pictures now. Take all the time you want before you make up your mind about each one. If you recognize any one of these men as the person who attacked you, just nod your head, all right? All right, it's fine. Good. Here's the first one. No? All right, here's the next one. No. How about this one? No? All right, here's another. Do you recognize him? This was the man? Are you sure, Sally? Thank you. That's all. Let's go.
Did you find what you wanted, Sergeant?
Yes, Doctor, we did. Here, it's this one.
Nice-looking chap. Who is he, Sergeant?
His name's Savage, Dr. Froman. Johnny Savage. When we got back to the office, we checked in with Ed Backstrand. In 5 minutes, an all-points bulletin and a full description of the suspect was broadcast to every radio car, every motorcycle officer, to every sheriff and law enforcement agency in Los Angeles and Southern California. By nightfall, the manhunt was on. More than a dozen extra patrol units were called in for duty that night, and when they pulled out of the police garage, the name, the picture, and the full description of Johnny Savage was in the possession of every officer. The same for the patrolmen, whether they walked a beat downtown or out in the residential areas. The picture of Johnny Savage went with them. Everything was done that could be done. On the second night of the manhunt, far out on the edge of town, Johnny Savage, the red light bandit, got his 12th victim, a 63-year-old storekeeper.
Attention, all units. 939 Markham Street, near Clark. 211 and slugging, code 3. Ambulance dispatched. All units. 939 Markham Street, near Clark.
Here it is, Skipper. Tie in.
What'd you get?
Wilkerson lifted the prints off that black sedan that rammed Joe and me.
Yeah?
They belong to Johnny Savage.
Yeah, good.
That storekeeper last night. It is Savage, all right. Victim identified him from his mug.
All right. We got enough in this Savage guy to put him on ice for life. All we have to do now is to get him.
Now, look, the way we figure it, Ed, this red light bandit is using stolen cars with cold plates, so there's no way of tracking down the cars at regular commercial garages. He's got to be renting private garages someplace around town.
All right, let's get the neighborhood patrolman on the job. Advertise it. All over town. It's a city ordinance, isn't it? People who rent private garages are bound by law to register the car and license number with the police. Start a campaign if you want, but find those cars.
Right.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hello, Backstrand. Yeah? When? I see. Yeah, thanks.
What is it, Ed?
It was the hospital. About the girl, Sally.
Sally Wilder? What about her?
She died 5 minutes ago.
That night, everybody went back on the job as usual. The cruiser cars, the patrolmen, the motorcycle officers, and about a dozen decoy cars. Armed policewomen riding alone in cars or parked in lonely spots with a police officer escort. Our car, 80K, was still in the garage for repairs, so they assigned us another one. And we started to make the rounds. Everything was usual. Except one thing. We weren't tracking down just a thief anymore or a sadist who liked to beat people's faces in. We were out to get a murderer. It was a perfect night for the suspect. Dark, no moon. I gave Ben 2-to-1 odds, and I put up $5 that we'd get Savage that night. I lost the $5. We cruised until 7 the next morning, but there wasn't even a nibble. We had breakfast at the Federal Cafe, a little restaurant down the street from the city hall, and it was about 8:15 when we got back to the office. We were pretty tired.
Robber detail, Romero.
I would like to speak to Sergeant Friday.
Just a minute. It's for you, Joe.
Okay, thanks. Friday talking.
Sergeant Friday, I want to talk to you.
Well, I'm listening. Go ahead.
I want to talk to you in person as soon as possible.
Can't you tell me over the phone? What is it?
I cannot tell you over the phone. It is very important. Can you come now?
Well, now, look, mister, I'm awful sorry, but we're very busy down
554 Ramona Avenue. Can you come now?
Well, what's this all about? Who is this speaking?
My name is Carl Savage. My son's name is John.
Here it is, Joe. Neat-looking little place.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm Sergeant Friday. You Mr. Savage?
Yeah, come in.
Okay. This is my partner, Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I will be brief, gentlemen. I am the father of John Savage. I wish for you to catch him. I will help you.
I noticed the name on the mailbox outside, Mr. Savage. Changed your name lately?
I changed my name 10 years ago when John first got into trouble. My own name I had to change, the shame. Always from him, my son. Shame.
Mr. Savage, has your son been home since he got out of prison?
Yeah, many times, to ask for money. I would not give him any, so he struck me. Last night I read in the newspaper, the little girl he beat up. She is dead. Then I make up my mind.
Do you know where your son is now, Mr. Savage?
Not now, no. But our garage has a car in there. It is not his, I know. Also in the garage, I find many license plates. I find spotlights with red glass lens.
But you don't have any idea where we could find him.
No, but he will come back. He always comes back for money.
We're going to station an officer here in the house, Mr. Savage.
Anything you want, if it will catch him. He's bad, Sergeant. Like something poison. All through, he's bad.
See a sewing basket over there, Mr. Savage. The wife live here with you?
10 days ago, before this starts, I buried Gertrude, my wife, his mother. Sergeant, for 10 years she is sick, but for 10 years she stays alive to see him from prison. 10 days ago, she died. He did not even come to the funeral.
Does your son have any idea that you might call us?
No, I don't think so. But when you catch him, give me a gun. With my own 2 hands, I will kill him. Johnny Savage.
Before we left, we called Ed Backstrand and we brought him up to date. He sent 3 detectives out to relieve us, Davis, Griffin, and Marsh. We told them to keep an eye on the house and the stolen car in the garage. That night after dinner, Ed Backstrand, Ben, and I went out and relieved them. We parked the cruiser car in the garage next door, and then we took up our posts. Carl Savage had a light supper, and then he went to bed about 9. The 3 of us sat at the front windows in the darkened house, and we waited. Ben kept his eye on the garage. Outside, across the city, the manhunt continued as usual. 3 hours went by. The waiting got monotonous.
Friday, Romero, look alive, will you?
Oh, yes, Skipper. I'm sorry.
That clock's enough to put anybody to sleep.
What time you got?
12:23 a.m.
Thanks.
The clock kept ticking. We were tired. We took turns keeping each other awake. At 10 minutes past 2, I looked at my watch, and then I settled back and tried to find some kind of a comfortable position. They started so faintly, it was just like the ticking of the clock. Same rhythm. And then they came closer, and the sounds got out of rhythm. Backstrand's head came up with a snap.
Friday, Romero, you hear that?
Yeah, Ed.
Get up to the window, watch the curtains. You see anything?
Yeah. Yeah, somebody's coming.
Savage?
Can't tell. Wait a minute, he's slowing down. He's going up the driveway to the garage. He's going inside. That's him.
Come on. Watch it, he spotted us. He went over that fence into the yard.
There he is, Friday.
You hit him, Joe?
Maybe.
He's going for the street.
He's headed for that car, Ed, that sedan up on the corner there.
Yeah, Romero, go back and get the car.
Right, Skipper.
Must have parked up the block before he came around. Where's Romero?
I don't know. Oh, here he comes now. All right, let's go.
Get that radio on, Joe.
It's already on, Ed.
All right, give him a call. Any sign yet?
No, nothing so far. Next corner to the right, Ben. Unit 80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4.
Control 4 to Unit 80K. Go ahead.
Clear and keep frequency 4 open. This is an emergency.
80K, roger. Frequency 4, open and clear. Attention, all units on frequency 4. Stand by. 80K, go ahead.
There he is, Friday, up ahead. Dark blue sedan.
Control 4. We are in pursuit of the possible red light bandit. Suspect is driving a dark blue 1949 sedan. License number in the 7 column. 61 Robert 784. Use caution. Suspect is armed. Code 3.
Attention, all units. Attention, all units. Unit 80K now pursuing possible red light bandit. Suspect is driving a dark blue 1949 sedan. License number in the 7 column. 61 Robert 784. Use caution. Suspect is armed. Code 3. Your location, 80K.
Control 4. We are headed east on Wilshire Boulevard, crossing La Brea.
Attention, all units. Suspect is headed east on Wilshire Boulevard, crossing La Brea.
Watch it, Romero. Don't lose him.
I see him, Skipper.
Control 4. Still pursuing red light bandit. Headed east on Wilshire, now crossing Rossmore.
Attention, all units. Suspect is still headed east on Wilshire, now crossing Rossmore. Suspect is armed. Use caution. Code 3.
That truck pulling out up ahead.
Hit the siren, will you, Skipper? Hold on, it's a tight squeeze.
Ain't got him, Romero. A lot of traffic up ahead. He's got to slow down.
Control 4. Suspect headed east on Wilshire, crossing Western Avenue, closing in.
There he goes. Took a right down Sherman Alley. It's a dead end.
Yeah. Control 4. Suspect turns south into Sherman Alley, closing in on suspect.
Attention, all units. Suspect has turned south into Sherman Alley. Suspect is trapped. Converge on Sherman Alley.
There he is, Skipper. Pulling up ahead. He's jumping out.
All right, take the mic, will you, Ed? Here. Come on, Ben.
I'll direct the other cars in. If you need help, holler.
Right, Skipper.
All right, which way to go, Ben?
Down between those buildings.
Come on.
He's starting up the back fire escape.
All right, keep him busy. All right, Savage, come on down.
He wants to go to Roughwood.
One more chance, Savage. Come on down.
No use, Joe. He's heading up for the roof.
Come on. He climbs like a monkey. Come on, let's get him.
Yeah, right. Come on.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Here's the roof. All right, where'd he go?
I don't know. Let's spread out. All right, Savage, you're through. Throw your gun out and come out with your hands up.
Watch it, Joe. He's running for the edge. He's going to jump.
I'll get him. All right, up, guy back here.
You lousy copper, you dirty, lousy cop. I'll kill you out.
You're through, Savage. You're through.
Good, Joe.
Yeah. Throw the cuffs on, will you?
Yeah, you just betcha. You want to smoke?
Yeah, I can sure use one. Thanks.
Quiet up here.
Yeah. I was just thinking.
Yeah?
Carl Savage, this guy's father.
Mm-hmm. What about him?
Nothing. What would you do, Ben, if your son was a murderer?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
John Savage was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the sixth in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Patrol Officer Robert Steele of the Montana State Highway Patrol, who on the morning of November 2nd, 1947, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You've been off duty 2 hours. You receive an emergency call from the chief of detectives. An entire block in the heart of your city is threatened with complete destruction. Your job? Report at once.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, November 15th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were off duty reporting in on an emergency call. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 8:32 a.m. when I walked in the Spring Street entrance of the city hall.
You Sergeant Friday?
Yeah, that's right.
Take my elevator, Sergeant. It's the only one in service.
All right.
I'll run you up to 16. The chief's waiting for you up there.
What's the pitch? Only one elevator in service out of 10? The place looks deserted. What's going on?
Nobody in the building. All the office people have been sent home. Lots of trouble.
Somebody declare a holiday?
No joke, Sergeant. Big trouble.
All right, you convinced me. What is it?
Here we are. 16th floor.
Over here, Friday.
Hi, Joe.
Hello, Ben.
You made good time.
Came as soon as I got the call, Ed.
Sorry to have to bring you back in. You worked last night, didn't you?
Yeah, midnight to 8 this morning.
Sorry. Come on.
Okay.
What is it, Skipper? Why all the hush-hush?
Wait till we get inside. In here.
Okay.
Number one, let's keep our voices down.
You all right?
I'll make it as brief as I can. Every minute counts. What time you got, Friday?
8:33.
All right, here it is. 55 minutes ago, a man walked into this building with a homemade bomb under his arm. If we don't release his brother from the county jail by 9 o'clock this morning, he says he'll pull the trigger on the bomb and blow up the whole building.
He's kidding, Skipper.
Who is the guy?
Name's Vernon Carney. Here's his package. He and his brother have been in and out of jail since 1937. Small-time thieves.
Yeah. There's the FBI kickback. We had him once before, both of them.
Brother's name is Elwood, serving a year for car stripping.
And this two-bit thief is sitting here in the city hall with a bomb on his lap?
That's right. In the next room.
What kind of a bomb is it, Ed? You think he's bluffing?
Could be bluffing, but the crime lab says no.
Lee Jones from the lab get a look at it?
Been in there twice. One end of the box is glass. Says you can't see much without a closer look, but you can't get near the guy.
What do you want us to do?
It's a volunteer job. You can take it or leave it. I won't order you to do it.
How you want to handle it?
You sure you want a piece of this one, Romero?
No, he doesn't, Ed. He's got a family. Get me another single man. We'll give it a try.
Wait a minute, Joe. What makes this job so different? Anytime we kick a door in, we never know what's on the other side.
That's what makes it different. This time we do.
No, you're not going to cut me out. Not the only time I know what I'm getting into.
All right. Chandler's tried. Hannon, Davis, Watson, they've all tried. This guy Carney knows what he's doing. He's no pushover. But somebody's got to get that bomb away from him. Friday, Romero, it's your baby now.
I looked at my watch. It was 8:36. We left Backstrand and started down the hall. If Carney was going to make good his threat to blow up the building by 9 o'clock, we had exactly 24 minutes to talk him out of it. Ben and I figured we'd better look him over first and then work out some kind of a plan. Maybe just talking to him would do it. Vernon Carney was sitting in a straight-back chair against the far wall facing the door. He was seated between two windows that looked out over the city. Along the left wall was a row of 6 wooden chairs. In the center of the right wall was a connecting door leading to the office where Backstrand had briefed us. The door was locked on both sides. Just off-center and favoring the left of the room was a small filing table. The other furniture in the office was a desk just forward of the connecting door on the right. There was a dictaphone on the desk. In the near left corner, shielded by a white screen, was a small wash basin. The faucet leaked. Vernon Carney was middle-aged. He sat erect, holding a black box on his lap. He held his right hand inside one end of the box. Ben and I stood there for a minute and looked at him. Then we walked in the room. What do you say to a man with a bomb?
That's close enough.
Cigarette, Carney?
I'm not smoking right now.
What are you trying to prove?
You know what I want?
We're not going to let your brother out of jail.
You got until 9 o'clock to change your mind. According to that clock on the wall, you got 24 minutes.
If we go, you're going with us, Carney.
Don't take much of a brain to figure that, copper.
What made you think you could get away with this?
Haven't yet. It ain't 9 o'clock. Unless that clock's slow. Haven't checked it against my pocket watch lately. That's the one that's running this show.
Have you given any thought to all the innocent people that are going to go up with that thing of yours there?
My brother's innocent. I want him out of jail.
The court says he's guilty. He'll get out when he serves his time.
That's where you're wrong, copper. He gets out at 9 o'clock this morning.
All right, come on, Carney. Get your hand out of that box. Put the box on the table.
You think I'm bluffing, don't you? I'm going to let you get within 5 feet before I make a liar out of you.
Okay, Carney. I guess you mean business.
You can take 3 more steps and find out for sure.
Suppose we did let your brother out. We'd just come out and pick him up again, you along with him?
If you could find us.
Let's get this straight. If we let your brother Elwood out, how do we know you're going to keep your promise?
What promise? I ain't made any promises. You just get Elwood down here first, and then we'll talk about it.
There's only one thing I can't figure, Carney.
Yeah, what's that?
If we don't let your brother out, you say you'll pull the trigger on that bomb. You're going to kill a lot of innocent people. What are you going to prove by that?
It's 8:37. You got 23 minutes left.
Now, I wish you'd answer that one for me. Why do you want to kill a lot of innocent people?
Don't try to con me, copper. I know they cleared everybody out of this building 45 minutes ago. I know they cleaned out the whole block. They got it roped off.
Where'd you get your information?
I got a couple of windows here to look out of. Don't you think it's about time to send somebody over to get Elwood?
You know, Carney, we've got a way out of this. We don't have to let your brother out neither.
I've heard that before.
What's to stop us from leaving the building along with the other few officers and let you sit here and touch off that bomb?
Go ahead. It won't be a long wait without you. Who are you trying to kid? You'd let me blow up $10 million worth of taxpayers' money? No. You're going to let Elwood out. You'll wait till the last minute to do it, but you'll let him out.
Ed, I'm still not convinced Carney can back up what he says.
Then why didn't you take the box away from him?
Yeah.
We're in a spot, let's face it.
How about an eye for an eye, Skipper?
What do you mean?
If he pulls the trigger on that machine, he kills us. How about us getting him first?
All right, Romero. How you going to handle it?
Well, I'm not top man on the pistol range, but I could wing him.
And then he hands the box to you? Or maybe he falls and his reflex action pulls the trigger.
Okay, I don't wing him. I stop him for keeps.
You just can't walk in there and shoot him down.
Why not? You do the same thing with armed criminals.
Yeah, but you warn him first.
I'll warn him.
Yeah, and after you shoot him, you find out it's a harmless gadget. Couldn't have gone off in a million years.
No, a gun's not the answer. We can't shoot him until we're positive.
We'll be positive by 9 o'clock, and there might not be anybody around to shoot him.
We've located Carney's apartment. There's a detail out there checking it now. Pacelli and Morris.
Ed, have you got any ideas at all? Anything we could try?
That's why I called you in. None of us have gotten any further than you did just now.
There's just one thing I want to know for sure.
Yeah, Friday. Is it or isn't it? We all want to know.
Either way, we've got to get that box away from him.
Backstrand. Yeah. You did? Yeah? No, stay out there till I call you. All right, here's half the answer. That was Pacelli. They found 28 sticks of dynamite in Carney's apartment.
We knew Carney wasn't kidding now. We could see into the bomb through that glass window in one end. It looked like dynamite inside, and there was dynamite in Carney's room. We didn't know if he had the nerve to pull the trigger. We didn't know if it would go off when he did. But with only minutes remaining, nobody wanted to take the chance. From here on in, all of us agreed that Vernon Carney sat in the next room, holding in his two hands a force powerful enough to destroy us all. We had to get that box away from him, and to get that box, we had to have a plan. I looked at my watch. It was 8:40. 20 minutes till 9 o'clock.
How do we get it away from him?
I got an idea. It might work.
Let's have it.
Carney's sitting against the far wall between two windows. They're both open.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, if we could get a man through one of those windows, we might get Carney from behind.
How are you going to get him?
Whoever gets through the window could slug him.
What do you do then?
Somebody grabs the box. The crime lab can tell us what to do with it.
How do we get a man through one of those windows? We're on the 16th floor.
Well, there's some kind of a ledge that runs around the building on each story.
Wide enough for a man to walk on?
Hey, let's take a look.
All right.
Looks pretty narrow, Joe.
That's a good 18 inches. Could be done.
Oh, too risky. It's raining out. That ledge is slippery.
Strong wind out there, Joe. Tear a man right off the building.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, there's still a way. How about a ladder?
16 floors, Skipper.
There might be a way. The fire department would know that. I'll get Battalion Chief Erickson.
Is Lee Jones in the building?
No, he's over in the crime lab. I'll get him up here, too. I don't know, Friday. Maybe it'll work.
It's got to, Ed.
All right, now look. It's going to take a couple of minutes to set this up. We've got to know what Carney's doing every second of that time.
Well, how about the dictaphone in there on the desk?
Good. Get it on without him seeing you.
We'll try.
The dictaphone in there is connected to this one in here. This room is 1614. You got that?
Yeah.
All right, push down key 1614 on that machine in there and leave it down. Get the receiver off the hook and leave it off.
Leave the receiver off.
That's right. You know, if it isn't off the hook, we won't be able to hear a thing in here.
Right. Come on, Ben.
This is Backstrand. Give me Chief Erickson.
Where's my brother?
Still in his cell.
You coppers are long on talk, but short on time.
Yeah, we know.
I'm telling you, for your own good, you'd better get Elwood over here.
Carney, I'll bet if we get your brother on the phone here, he'll tell you he doesn't want any part of this.
You mean Elwood don't want out? Since when?
Sure he wants out, but not your way.
He's only got a year to serve. Why don't you leave him alone?
I told him I'd get him out. He didn't think I could do it. But I'm doing it.
I'll make you a bet, Carney. Let us get your brother on the phone. He won't walk out of here with you.
All right, get him on the pipe. Where you going? The phone's over here.
Have to use the dictaphone. Got to get an okay from the chief. Elwood's still a prisoner.
What's the matter with the phone?
No operators. You know the building's been cleared.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Almost forgot. Okay, you can use the dictaphone.
This Friday, Ed. Carney wants to talk to his brother. Yeah, I know you'll have to send somebody over. Have them put the call on extension... wait a minute. What's that extension number, Ben?
2351.
2351, Ed. Right. It'll take a minute.
Yeah. I'd kind of like to talk to El. Been a couple of months since I seen him. We've always been together, me and El, most of the time.
Joe, let's go and see if we can hurry that call.
Good idea, boy. 16 minutes to 9. Hey, cop.
Yeah.
Forgot to hang up the dictaphone, didn't you?
I put the receiver back on the dictaphone. Ben and I had failed to make good on the first step of the plan. When we got outside the door, we briefed Davis and Watson. They went in to sit with Carney. It would be their job to keep us posted on Carney's movements. The dictaphone was out.
We went back into the office next door. Chief Sam Erickson of the fire department and Lieutenant Lee Jones from the crime lab were already there. We told Backstrand what happened.
Would have been a help. We haven't got time to cry over it.
Barney's wide awake, Skipper. He doesn't miss a thing.
Backstrand told us the plan Friday. We can't run a ladder up from the street.
Too high, Chief?
Best we got is a 100-foot area. You figure 12 foot to the story, that'll take you up 96 feet, 8 floors. And we've got the latest equipment.
What's the idea you had, Jones?
Sam, can you get hold of a pump here in a hurry?
Sure, we got a lot of scaling ladders, but you got nothing up there to hook 'em on.
You figure on dropping down from the floor above?
That's right, and I figure a pump here would do it.
Sure it would. You could make it fast to the windowsill up there, but you got a 1.5 foot ledge in the way. No, what you want is a lifeline.
You mean lower a man on a rope, Chief?
Yeah, Romero. That's the quickest and the quietest.
Could you rig it so one of my boys could do it?
Sure, Ed.
What's the risk?
None if you work it right. We'll strap on a life belt, give the man heavy leather gloves. 2 of my men will lower him down. Pick your lightest man.
What do you think, Lee?
That's it.
What do we do with the bomb when we get it?
I figure that box Connie's holding is about a foot square. Here's what I'll do. I'll get you a bucket with a 1.5 foot mouth. It'll be full of water.
Yeah?
I'll have it right outside the door of that office. When you get that box, place it in the water. We'll get the bucket out of the building as fast as we can.
And once we get the bomb underwater, we're in the clear.
And I can't promise you that, but it's the safest way to handle it under the circumstances.
All right, that's the procedure. Sam, you take care of your end.
Right away.
I'll get a detail to give me a hand down on the street. We'll have a car ready to take the bomb to a safe area to decommission it.
Work as fast as you can.
Come on, Sam.
It's our baby, Joe.
That's right.
Which part of it you want, the rope or the bomb?
You call it.
Fire Chief Erickson says the lightest man on the rope.
That's me, Joe.
All right, I'll get the bomb out of the building.
Okay, that's the routine. But carry this with you. The man that comes down on that rope has one chance to make good. You slug him and make it count because there's no second try.
Yeah.
And, Joe, when you grab that box, you got to get it away from Carney before he can squeeze the trigger. Then you got to get it down into the street.
The elevator.
You know how to operate it?
That's pretty simple, but I'll double-check with the operator.
Better do it right now.
Okay. Ed, we better get Carney's brother on the phone for him. He seemed anxious.
Might be a pretty good stall.
All right, Romero. That's the outside phone. Get the city jail.
All right, Skipper.
Get going, Friday.
Okay. Hey, you. Elevator man.
Yeah, Sergeant.
Let me see if I know how to work that thing.
You taking over the elevator?
Well, in a couple of minutes. You want to check me out?
Nothing to it, Sergeant.
All right.
Here's the control, see? You push this lever right to go up, left to go down. You see this little trigger on the underside of the handle?
Yeah.
That's the safety lock. Be sure you squeeze it or you can't move the lever.
Let me try it, huh?
That's it. Right to go up, left to go down.
Right to go up, left to go down. How do you operate the doors?
Automatic. They work off the control lever. When the control lever is locked in the up or down position, the doors will close.
I get it.
Now, in case they jam, this red emergency button up here?
Yeah.
Push it. If that doesn't close them, we call the repairman.
Okay, I think I got it.
You sure now? I've had my orders to get out of the building. I'll just leave the elevator right here and take the stairs down.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Sergeant, just curious. You going to take the bomb down in this car?
We're going to try.
You won't have any trouble. We haven't had an elevator failure in 18 months.
The elevator man turned and went down the stairs. Outside of a handful of volunteers and a man with a bomb, the city hall was now cleared. I started down the corridor and met Ben outside the office. He told me that Lee Jones and Chief Erickson were on their way up in the freight elevator at the rear of the building with the necessary equipment. The 2 fire department volunteers were with them. The phone call had been put through to the city jail, and in a moment, Elwood Carney would be ready at the other end of the line. We went in to tell Carney.
I told him over at the jail to put the call through on extension 2351.
Yeah. When's it coming through?
Right now.
You got Elwood with you?
No.
Look, Carney, we told you we'd get him on the phone for you. The call will be through in a minute.
Minute's a long time, cop. You only got 12 of them left.
Elwood's going to talk you out of this.
Oh, sure. Sure, everybody's going to talk me out of this. First it was them other 2 cops, the little Porky guy and that other monkey. Then you and this Dixie Doughhead here, and now it's Elwood. Come off it, will you, and get my brother over here.
That's him.
It's your brother, Connie. I'll get him.
Stay put, you.
Just gonna get the phone. You want to talk to your brother, don't you?
I'll take care of the phone. We'll disconnect it for a while.
Now get it straight, copper. I'm through with your stinking rotten lying. I want Elwood here. And I want him now. Bring him here before I blow you all to pieces.
What's going on? Who threw that phone out in the hall?
I did. You want me to go out and pick it up?
Carney, that's not going to get you anyplace.
You the big boss around here?
Maybe.
Are you or aren't you?
I answered you.
All right, big boy. I've got a piece of advice for you.
Take your rookie cops here and get it through their heads I mean what I say. I want my brother over here in this room. And you've got just 11 minutes to get it done. Tell him that, will you, boy?
All right, Carney. It's your show. All right, we got to work fast now. Jones, everything set for you?
Got the bucket with the water right here. Car's waiting down on the street.
Right. Erickson, your boys ready?
Upstairs, waiting.
And we all know what to do.
Ed, I gotta have somebody to give me a hand with Carney when he falls.
I'll be in there with you, Friday.
Ready to go upstairs, Chief?
Anytime. Oh, one thing you ought to know.
What's that?
Strong wind coming up. About 20 mile an hour out there right now.
That going to louse us up?
No, but it's going to increase the sway. Got to allow for it.
How you mean?
Wind's coming from the south. We'll lower you just to the right of the window. If I figure it correctly, the wind will do the rest. Bigger risk, but we don't control the weather.
How you going to do it, Ben?
As soon as I get in position, I'll reach in through the window on his right. I'll use the billy. Try to catch him on the right side of his head. One good hit should put him away.
Let's make it 2 and be sure, huh?
Right. You ready, Chief?
Now, let's go.
Ben.
Yeah?
Nothing.
I'll be careful. You too, huh?
What's the time, Friday?
8:50.
Shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes for Romero to get down to that window, unless the wind gives him trouble.
Jones, no use you sticking around.
I'll give Friday a hand.
That's my job. We got to keep you alive to decommission the bomb.
Bum joke. See you downstairs.
You ready, Ed?
Yeah. Scared, Friday?
Yeah.
That makes us even. Come on.
Ed Backstrand and I went into the next room with Vernon Carney. Our job was to keep him occupied until Ben was lowered to the windowsill from the floor above. Ben was going to make a try from the window on Carney's right. Somehow, we had to keep Carney's attention on us and away from that window. If anything went wrong and Carney got out of position, the plan would fail. If Ben was spotted, the plan would fail. If Chief Erickson didn't estimate the force of the wind correctly, the plan would fail. After Ben slugged Carney, my timing had to be perfect. If it wasn't, the plan would fail. I looked at my watch. It was 8 minutes to 9.
Carney, anything we can say that'll make you change your mind?
I've asked you 100 times. Now I'm ordering you. You're going to get to a phone and have somebody send Elwood over here right now. I'm through waiting. Now move.
You ripped out the phone, Carney.
Well, find another one. I told you I'm sick of your 2-bit stalling.
We've got until 9 o'clock to make up our mind about this.
You had until 9. But you wouldn't do what I told you. Now I'm cutting you short. You guys have got exactly 1 minute to get a phone in this room where I can hear you call the jail and have them send Elwood over here.
You said 9, Carney.
All right, Joe. We'll give him what he wants.
Davis, unlock the connecting door to this office.
I'll get the phone, Ed.
Will the cord reach?
Yeah.
Your brother's a prisoner. He's in our custody and he's under our protection. We can't place his life in jeopardy.
Why not leave it up to Al?
Here's the phone, Ed.
Yeah. Kenworthy, this is Backstrand. We want Elwood Carney over here at City Hall. His brother wants to see him. Explain the situation. If he wants to come, get him over here. Leave it up to him. Room 1614. You'll have to use the freight elevator.
And tell him to hurry.
Yeah. Tell him to hurry.
That's the only smart thing you've done today. Now, why don't you go next door and figure out another angle?
We'll wait for Elwood, too.
You don't think I'd let you get out now, do you? We're all going to wait right here for my brother. In case he don't show up, you're going to see me pull the plug. Just sit down. Not so close. Right where you are, sit down. Loud clock, ain't it? Windy. Getting cold in here. Sure a loud clock. Real windy. Maybe I ought to close the windows. Don't want to catch me a cold.
I can turn on the heat.
Stay put, cop.
Hey, what's that? What's going on?
Just the wind,
Shut
Sonny.
up! There's somebody out there. I can see his feet. You stupid cops! Pull him up! Get back there, you! Pull him up!
Friday told him to pull him up.
Right. All right, Carney. You win.
You bet I win, you dumb coppers. You didn't think I'd miss a trick like that? We'll just close these windows, boys. There's one, and lock it. And
Here's your brother, Carney.
Yeah. Hi, Al.
Hi, Vern. You did it.
I told you. I told you I'd do it, didn't I? That's far enough for the rest of you. Al, come on over here.
You're crazy, Vern. You're crazy.
Yeah, that's what they've been trying to tell me. We're going home, Al.
How you going to do it? There's a million cops outside. People all over town heard about this. They're holding the crowd back.
They ain't gonna stop us now, Al.
You'll never make it, either one of you.
I got him this far, didn't I? We'll make it.
Vern, you think we could do it?
Hey, you.
Yeah?
You're gonna get a car ready for us, a fast one. Have it in front of the building. Move!
All right, Friday, do what he tells you.
Right.
Hold it.
Yeah.
If you ain't back by 9 o'clock, the deal still holds. I told them I'd pull the pin at 9, Al, if they didn't let you out.
You ain't fooling, are you, Vern? Will that gadget really blow?
4 miles high. You know what that means, Al?
Yeah, but they won't let you pull it. We're getting out.
All right, Copper. Get the car. You've got 4 minutes.
Hey, Ben.
What happened? He spot me?
Yeah, there's no time to explain. Now, listen. We gotta work fast.
Yeah.
We had to bring Carney's brother over from the jail. I don't think he cares if they get out or not. He just wants to use that bomb, and for some crazy reason, he's waiting until 9.
How much time we got?
Let me look. Less than 4 minutes.
How about the ledge?
You think you can do it? Strong wind. You'll have to hang on like a fly.
I don't know. I can give it a try.
Okay. Same plan. Every second counts. Now, I can't brief Ed. He's in the room with the guy. It's up to you and me.
I'll get on the ledge from one of these offices. I hope I make it.
If you don't, we'll know you tried. Hurry. Hey, Ben, wait a minute.
Yeah?
I forgot. The windows. The one on his right. He locked it. You'll have to crawl around to the one on the left. You got it?
Right.
Okay. The car will be ready in 2 minutes. Out front.
Fine. Al and I'll just sit here and wait. Gonna be good being back together, huh, Al?
We always were real good together, Vern.
Yeah, that's the way brothers ought to be together all the time. Together.
Vern, I'd feel better with a gun.
We don't need no gun, Al. We got the bomb.
We'll need a gun when we get out, when we get on the road.
Okay. Take your pick. They all got them. Hey, you, give him yours.
I'm not carrying a gun. I left it in the other room.
A cop without a gun? Who's kidding who?
I left it in the other room.
Frisk the big boy, Al. He's got one. About time for the car, ain't it? 2 minutes to 9.
Yeah, this feels like it. Right on his hip. Hey, Vern, look out! Grab him, Joe. I got him. Get the box.
Leave that gun alone.
I got him, Ben. I gotta get his hand out of it.
Run, Joe. Get it in the water. Run!
In a fast elevator, 16 floors isn't very much, but I've never shared an elevator with a live bomb. It seemed like minutes between floors. I kept watching the bucket. The bomb was completely underwater. A small stream of bubbles was hissing to the surface. I waited. Main floor. I picked up the bucket and ran for the street. I missed the first step. I fell forward. The bucket spun out of my hand. I sprawled flat on the sidewalk. I waited for the explosion.
It didn't go off Friday.
I gave it a good chance, Lee.
It was all there. Look, at least a dozen sticks of dynamite. Snyder, bring that over here.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
Thanks. Here's why it didn't go off. Had it rigged for a hard trigger pull. Would have taken a good yank to set this one off.
Yeah. Hi, Joe.
Hi, Ben.
Clumsy.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Vernon Carney was examined by 5 different psychiatrists appointed by the Superior Court and was found to be incompetent. He is now confined in the state mental institution for the criminally insane. Elwood Carney is now serving the balance of his sentence with no time off for good behavior. You have just heard the 7th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Town Marshal Lon T. Larson of the Mount Pleasant, Utah Force, who, on the night of October 15th, 1945, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.